Chapter 61. What happened? Wei Ning's gaze fell on Li Chao, blood dripping from her hair onto her neck. Although she was covered in blood, there were no obvious wounds. Cheng Qiwei and Cui Feng suddenly disappeared, and Qin San went looking for them. I got a feeling something's not right, so I figured I ask you. Li Chao's expression was panicked, and she looked at Wei Ning with a vague, dazed look, as if she were terrified. Wei Ning asked, "Whose blood is this?" Blood? Li Chao looked down at herself, startled again by the large amount of blood on her clothes. Her knees buckled, and she sat down on Lan Chuanyo's bed. She forced herself to calm down and looked at Wei Ning. We planned to go to Chuzis's room first. The moment we opened the door, Cheng Qiwei and Cui Feng disappeared. Shen Fanwen suddenly interrupted her. Is there a mirror on Chuzis's door? No, there's nothing even remotely resembling a mirror, Li Chao added. No, there's nothing in the room either. Shen Fanwen and Lan Chuanyo exchanged a glance, then looked at Wei Ning. The meaning was crystal clear. What should we do now? Unknowingly, Wei Ning had become the backbone of this 7-person team. Everyone tacitly agreed that she couldn't be ignored. Li Chao looked at Wei Ning. Her round eyes were wide, blood slowly seeping from the corners of her eyes into her pupils. To Wei Ning, it looked as if a pair of intact eyeballs were shattering and melting. Her flabby upper eyelids drooped, a black slit formed between them. Like the stiffened lips of a dead person, she began to speak. Shall we go find them together? Wei Ning looked directly at Li Chao, her lips curled slightly. No, we should split up. Split up? Why? Li Chao asked incredulously. Are you crazy? Wouldn't acting alone at this time give those hiding in the shadows an opportunity to exploit us? Are you just waiting for us to be killed one by one? Don't you care about your companions at all? Wei Ning stared at Li Chao quietly, waiting for her to finish her story, until all her doubts and anger were resolved. The tip of her tongue brushed against her canine teeth, a gesture a beast often makes before hunting. Wei Ning leaned slightly toward Li Chao. We're just mosquitoes caught in the same web of interests. We're collaborators, allies, teammates. The voice in Li Chao's ear was cold and decisive. Not partners. Seeing the girl in front of him was safe, Wei Ning leaned back, supporting herself with her arms. Instead of flying around like a headless fly, it's better to wait for the prey to take the bait. Don't you think it's fun to use yourself as bait? The adrenaline rush, as if every drop of blood in her body had turned into a fountain of flame, was incredibly dazzling and alluring to Wei Ning. Shen Fanwen pondered deeply and, despite Lan Chuanyo's objections, said, Okay, I agree. We'll each stay in a room, so the bait we throw will be more delicious. Lan Chuanyo, seeing this, could only nod in agreement, joining Shen Fanwen in agreement. Li Chao met the gaze and agreed with a pale face. As she took her last step to leave, she turned around to look at Wei Ning. She was leaning leisurely against the bed, but her breathing was not steady. However, anyone could see that it was not fear, but excitement. What a lunatic. Li Chao began to wonder about Wei Ning's real identity, what she'd been through, what kind of work she did. Li Chao had never met anyone like her. If she had the chance, she really hoped to meet Wei Ning in person, not in a game. Watching the girls leave, Wei Ning stood up and closed the door. No one knew better than she that the target behind them was herself. Her true allies were her own powerful judgment and execution. She began to enjoy her own battlefield, like a lone wolf in the Colosseum, baring her sharp fangs against an enemy 100 times stronger than herself. The moment the door creaked shut, something shifted in the air. The stench of danger was so strong it enveloped Wei Ning. Her eyes turned cold, and her body instinctively stepped back. Too impatient, Wei Ning thought, looking expressionlessly at the person who had appeared in the center of the room. This man wore a robe identical to the one worn by the new amassed figure controlled by Li Chao, yet there was a fundamental difference. He was clearly a living being. Before the battle officially began, he lifted his hood, revealing his entire face. In the dead silence, He Jingyu met Wei Ning's eyes. Long time no see. Wei Ning met his gaze coldly. Shen Fanwen was killed by you, but I'm still here. I will avenge her and complete her unfinished mission. I will never let you interfere with our operations. Die! As soon as he finished speaking, He Jingyu charged at Wei Ning with overwhelming force. Wei Ning dodged swiftly. In less than a minute, she felt bored. It was clear that He Jingyu's physical condition wasn't strong enough for him to kill her. But soon, the temperature of her body suddenly soared. Wei Ning's heart, in many ways, pounded. She stared at the man before her, her eyes flickering. He Jingyu panted, Didn't realize I was a zodiac sign? Killing you is a piece of cake. At his command, a flame shot straight towards Wei Ning, burning everything with its heat. Wei Ning rolled on the ground. No flames could catch up to her. But Wei Ning's eyes shone brightly, as if something was burning. It was her desire, her desperate thirst for strength. She desired He Jingyu's abilities. The flame ability was a byproduct of her identity as the red-haired monster, not a skill, and it wouldn't carry over to the next dungeon. And by killing He Jingyu, Wei Ning would make up for the gap in her own skills in terms of strength. Amidst the relentless onslaught of flames, Wei Ning steadily and swiftly approached He Jingyu. He Jingyu watched Wei Ning weaving in and out of the attacks, his eyes widening as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He blurted out in near panic, "How could you possess Shen Fangwen's abilities?" He had only ever seen this strange speed and erratic movements with Shen Fangwen. He wondered why this woman could withstand his attacks so calmly. He even felt an uneasy sense of being observed. Wei Ning could easily appear before him and kill him in an instant, so what was she planning? "You want my abilities?" He Jingyu cried out in horror. "We've been discovered." Wei Ning's eyes were cold, and He Jingyu, watching her, momentarily considered retreating. Who knew if she only had Shen Fangwen's abilities? No, he had to run. They had to get the news. Wei Ning saw what He Jingyu was thinking and appeared behind him the moment he turned. She grabbed his head and slammed him to the ground. Bang! Suffocating and dizzy, He Jingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to stand, but a force 1,000 times stronger pressed down on his head. He could feel his facial muscles gradually grinding against the floor, along with his broken nose. Wei Ning casually increased her force. She wasn't in a hurry to kill him. "It seems your organization isn't doing so well either. Are they full of people like you?" The voice was light and airy, as if it were just a casual remark, but it was the ultimate questioning and humiliation. He Jingyu, ignoring his broken and bleeding teeth, retorted, "Bullshit. Our organization is the best." "How good?" Wei Ning's indifferent tone completely infuriated He Jingyu. He slapped the ground with one hand, but was quickly pushed back down by Wei Ning. Unwillingly he said, "We can save the world. We can create a god who can save this world." "Create a god? Just you?" "Yes. Just us." He Jingyu thrust his face towards Wei Ning with all his might, and spat blood-stained saliva at her. "Don't try to trick me. Do you think I can't hear it?" Wei Ning dodged the saliva, her face completely drooping. Ashes and blood were the only stains she tolerated on her clothes. This immature brat really deserved to be punished. Wei Ning pressed her knees against He Jingyu's back, grabbed his hair with one hand, and swung his head back and forth like a ball. "Tell me, what's your plan?" "No, no!" He Jingyu shouted incoherently. Under He Jingyu's horrified gaze, Wei Ning's fingertips ignited with flames, slowly approaching his hair. I say! Organs!" Wei Ning paused, continue. "The zodiac animals and demons correspond to 24 organs. Once they die, as in the fable, we can remove their organs and create new gods." No wonder. After obtaining the information he wanted, Wei Ning decisively strangled him. He was no longer useful anyway. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the skill. Blazing Flame. This skill allows the player to attack enemies with flames within a 1-meter radius centered on the player. Oh, isn't this his greatest use? Contributing to my achievements, Wei Ning thought expressionlessly. Dear player, the Zodiac Snub-Nosed Dragon has died. The main dungeon progress is at 59%. Please keep working hard. Wei Ning listened to the electronic voice beside him, and watched the corpse on the ground being engulfed by flames, along with an emotionless thank you. What an infuriatingly bad taste this game system has. Wei Ning sat on the bed, barely untouched by the fighting, and began to gather his thoughts. The medicine bottle in Lan Chuenyo's room was used to treat her stomach ailments, so the organ removed must have been her stomach. But Wei Ning recalled Lan Chuenyo's original words. "I was always hungry as a child, so my stomach became problematic." Combined with Li Cha's words, it wasn't hard to conclude that Lan Chuenyo's stomach problems were caused by Shen Fangwen's bullying. But was there someone behind this? The answer was obvious. No wonder. This would explain why Lan Chunyu was adopted again soon after returning to the orphanage. Presumably, her stomach is now healthy and intact. His thoughts turned to the main quest. The snub-nosed dragon is dead, so what's the next zodiac sign? It's the green snake. Chui Feng. Wei Ning moved her fingertips, and Chui Feng disappeared. Chapter 62. Hiss. What did Li Chao say? Why didn't she go find Chui Feng and the others? Did she just want to leave them to die? What was her answer? Wei Ning touched the tip of her nose, then glanced at the messy room. She stood up quickly and decisively. She had the information she wanted, and no more rabbits would fit in the pot. However, the zodiac and the demon's organs should be key information. How could they only increase the exploration by 1%? Wei Ning's fingers twitched, remembering the word she'd been reminded of repeatedly since entering the dungeon. The sports meet, something she'd been ignoring for the past few days. And the one person who knew clearly about the sports meet, Wei Ning, knew one. Shen Fang's kiss. She knew it was important, but apart from the first day, Wei Ning hadn't heard her mention it again, at least not in front of her. Did she forget, or did she do it on purpose? Wei Ning leaned towards the latter answer. After all, this girl was far more than she thought. She possessed carefully cultivated ambition, viciousness, and cunning tactics, like the brightest, most poisonous flower in a greenhouse. Wei Ning didn't feel angry at being deceived. She admired that quality. She now had to find not only Cui Feng but also Shen Fanwen now, before they were completely destroyed. Wei Ning's eyes shone surprisingly brightly in the darkness, burning as brightly as the red dot flashing in her mind. That was the skill she had learned from Lan Chunyu. Shadow marking. Within a meter of a target, she could mark them with a specific scent, thus revealing their location, within a kilometer. The moment the skill activated, Wei Ning's movements were incredibly swift. There were more than one dormitory building, and Wei Ning left Lan Chunyu's room unimpeded. She looked back, the silent, lifeless buildings like a crouching giant, gazing down at her from above, with the look of someone hiding behind the scenes. Wei Ning's pace quickened, her face gradually darkening. No one stopped her. Why? She was getting closer and closer to the red dot that belonged to Shen Fang's kiss. But no one stopped her. Not a single person. No, there was one, the clown like He Jingyu, the red-nosed clown who warmed up the crowd before the circus began. His death seemed to say to Wei Ning, the show has officially begun. Wei Ning was forcibly carried onto the stage. She looked down at the densely packed audience, unwilling to reveal their true faces. They despised her cries, anticipating her gasps. The smiles on their faces were as distorted as ugly tentacles, slowly devouring their captive prey. The red dot was only a meter away from Wei Ning. Wei Ning stared directly at the door in front of her. Written on the door panel was a name. Chu Zissou. This was Chu Zissou's room. As if to welcome a new guest, dark red blood oozed from beneath the door, gradually staining Wei Ning's shoes. Lifting her foot, she could feel a distinct, sticky tug. What had happened inside? What had they prepared for her? Wei Ning had only one choice, to push the door open. The creaking sound of the door was completely muffled by the thick, sticky blood, leaving the entire interior exposed before Wei Ning. Surprisingly, Wei Ning raised an eyebrow. There was more than one person in the room. She stared into the person's eyes. Is it you? Of course it's me. Cheng Chiwei met Wei Ning's gaze. His bangs were pinned back, his eyes undisguised. Almost as a gesture of protest, he raised the puppet in his hand toward Wei Ning, waving it briskly. In an instant, Wei Ning understood what he meant. This was a three-way standoff. Cheng Chiwei and Li Chou had teamed up to set a trap specifically targeting Wei Ning. What could she say? Was he truly the same person as Cui Feng? The same cold-blooded, extremely patient hunter. You got Shen Fanwen on that doll, Wei Ning stated. Li Chou's abilities were to possess others and control the masked figures, which wasn't difficult for her. You're smart and brave enough, Cheng Chiwei casually set the doll aside. But I still don't understand. What do you not understand? Why is he so focused on you? I don't think these things set you apart from others. Cheng Chiwei's expression was one of unfeigned confusion. He was genuinely troubled by the situation. Wei Ning's reaction completely caught Cheng Chiwei off guard. Her expression was cold, even hinting at impatience. That's all? Cheng Chiwei was stunned. What? Suppressing her impatience, Wei Ning spoke. Tell me, what exactly does Dean Jiang want to tell me tonight? For a moment, the air was dead silent. Cheng Chiwei narrowed his eyes slightly. You're really clever. Li Chou and Cheng Chiwei were also part of the drama, pawns thrust into the open, actors on the other side of the tightrope. Wei Ning had to keep going to get what she wanted from them. From the moment she entered the orphanage, Wei Ning was already standing on a tightrope, suspended in midair. Below was a bottomless abyss, and looking back was a dark void. Simply put, Wei Ning was tricked. They knew she'd be here tonight. Cheng Chiwei didn't answer the question, simply saying, Dean Jiang is actually very grateful to you. You helped her complete half of her plan. Half? Wei Ning's eyes darkened. According to the information she received from the system, the combined death toll of the zodiac animals and demons was clearly less than 12. She looked up at Cheng Chiwei. What do you mean? Cheng Chiwei smiled faintly, pulled out a mirror from his pocket, and placed it on the table. The image in the mirror was clear, a pristine white room, white everywhere, from the ceiling to the floor to the bed. The occupant's face and lips were a pale white. Wei Ning's eyelashes flickered. Many of the people lying on the beds were familiar faces to her: Lan Chunyu, Yuan Shiqing, Che Ji, Qin San, and Cui Feng? You and Li Chao teamed up to kill Qin San and Cui Feng? Cheng Chiwei, as if hearing something delightful, raised his eyebrows. Killing those two was a lot of work. In the quiet night, the young man's eyes were fixed on Wei Ning's face, unwilling to miss even the slightest change, unwilling yet expectant. Aren't you going to ask me the reason? Wei Ning took in Cheng Chiwei's expression and simply said, this is your zodiac's mission. Help Dean Jiang complete the fable so that the 13th zodiac sign can appear, isn't it? Wei Ning hadn't forgotten the original rule of this game. It's for your faction to achieve victory. At this point in the main storyline, the criteria for winning or losing between the factions had become crystal clear. The appearance or absence of the 13th zodiac sign, known as the god. Cheng Chiwei gritted his teeth upon hearing this, clearly extremely dissatisfied with the answer. His beautiful eyes darkened, a shadow filling them. Does his death mean nothing to you? Obviously. Seeing that Cheng Chiwei had no immediate intention of revealing Dean Jiang's purpose for tonight's plot, Wei Ning calmed down. She folded her arms and leaned against the door, her gaze fixed on Cheng Chiwei, light and carefree. But for some reason, Cheng Chiwei felt as if every inch of his skin from head to toe was completely exposed, from pale pink to pale white, stripped cleanly, completely naked, unable to even resist. He could only obediently endure Wei Ning's gaze. Cheng Chiwei's breathing became increasingly unsteady, but he refused to turn his head to ease the pain. Wei Ning's voice reached him even more clearly. She said, we kissed, didn't we? It was just a kiss. Just a kiss? Unforgivable. Cheng Chiwei trembled, clearly furious. His eyes flushed red from ear to ear, and he couldn't tell if it was anger or shame. That was my first kiss. Kill you. He was so angry his head was spinning, and his words were incoherent. Wei Ning chuckled softly, clearly seeing the murderous intent in Cheng Chiwei's eyes. She twisted her wrist and moved closer to Cheng Chiwei, looking at the face that looked exactly like Cui Feng. She said with certainty, you are two different generations of the same soul. That's not hard to tell. But, she added slowly, you're both a little too young for me. For example, I won't let someone who wants to kill me get within a meter of me. The moment he finished speaking, Cheng Chiwei felt a cold breath approach him, followed by a strong smell of blood and a throbbing pain radiating from his spine. He lowered his head to see a sharp knife piercing his heart. The blood gushing from the wound had already dyed Wei Ning's hand, which was gripping the hilt, an especially bright crimson. It was his blood. But it carried her scent. Realizing this, Cheng Chiwei's breathing completely lost its balance. No longer resisting the unknown excitement, he grasped Wei Ning's hand and pressed down hard. Puff. Wei Ning felt the unique resistance of flesh against the blade, the pale lips before him changing slightly from the bloodshed. I like this. Wei Ning watched coldly, as the person in his arms gradually lost their breath. The radiant eyes lost their luster, and the small room felt completely silent. Heh. She sneered, then looked up at the mirror on the table, meeting a pair of unfamiliar eyes. Have you had enough of the drama, Dean Jiang? The eyes in the mirror stared at Wei Ning. I don't understand. She ignored Wei Ning and continued, why do you act like you're against me? You're clearly doing exactly what I want to do. You're killing people to keep the fable going. Wei Ning met those cold eyes. I'm a demon. The eyes in the mirror narrowed. That's not what a demon should do. Yes, that's not what a demon should do. Whether demon or zodiac sign, no matter what their abilities, in the eyes of these people, they can only do what they're supposed to do. But who defines what these things are supposed to be? The people who created them. After entering this dungeon, Wei Ning felt a profound contradiction. Chapter 63. Everyone was following a predetermined routine. The zodiac animals and demons were merely pawns to satisfy their own desires, from the very beginning, from birth. The lines on the chessboard were neat and tight, bound tightly to the body, each step a drag. Looking down, all one could see were the blood-soaked ropes, like blood vessels drawn from a neck. The adults watched the children follow the routine with genuine satisfaction, until one day, a sheep in the flock bit through the rope around its neck. They were filled with anger and disbelief. No! No one allowed you to do this. Wei Ning stared at the figure in the mirror. What exactly do you want to say? The eyes narrowed slightly, and the voice that reached her ears was gentle and intimate, as if it were close to her. Cooperate, dear child, and I will make you everything you want. Would you like to be the 13th zodiac sign? The gentle voice continued, I can see that you are a child thirsty for power and blood. Killing them must have given you great pleasure. As if to confirm something, the mirror flashed by, revealing the silent kiss of Shenfang, Lan Chunyu, and Shui Feng, Cheng Qiwei. Wei Ning twitched her fingertips and looked down. Cheng Qiwei's body had vanished from the spot, and she hadn't even noticed. Her pride and her vigilance suddenly seemed like a joke. Wei Ning knew that his face must look very ugly at this moment, because the eyes in the mirror appeared again, the dark pupils were tightly attached to the mirror surface, and the eyeballs were squeezed, like a balloon that was inflated to the extreme. She said, Have you thought it through, my dear child? The woman's words didn't disrupt Wei Ning's thinking. Calmness was her innate trump card, and her mind raced. The side quest, Twin Rats, had been completed. The side quest, Corrective Divination, had been completed. The main quest, the deaths of the zodiac animals and demons, proceeded in the order described in the fable. The death progress was too slow, and the order was completely disrupted, completely out of sync with the fable, but the system didn't appear. Wouldn't it be another revenge? Wei Ning felt impatient, not just because of the unknown troubles that awaited her. Okay, I promise, Wei Ning said, but tell me your name. You see, I'm not Jiang Qing. The eyes in the mirror curved slightly. My name is Wei Liannu. It was indeed the woman from the banquet that day. Wei Ning's intuition told her that she was the mastermind behind all this. Now that the cooperation has been reached, take your first step. Kill the person behind you and eat her heart. Wei Ning looked back. It was Li Chao. No. It was this body's original owner. Chu Zissou. She looked Wei Ning straight in the eye. It's been so long. Rather than greeting her, Wei Ning wanted to know where Li Chao had gone and who her consciousness was now attached to. The system hadn't yet announced her death. She couldn't die yet, Wei Ning thought. Li Chu's abilities might be related to order. She had led Wei Ning and the others out of the interstices to ensure they wouldn't be affected by the order of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Chu Zissou looked at Wei Ning, her eyes filled with undisguised resentment and pain. Her consciousness had never faded, always awake, watching Yuan Shicheng and Cheiji being controlled and killed. Aren't you going to kill me? Come on, come on! With a loud yell, Chu Zissou rushed toward Wei Ning. Wei Ning's eyes narrowed, and she turned and kicked Chu Zissou in the waist, the force of her kick sending her careening into the corner. Bang! Flesh. The heavy groan of flesh was mingled with the crisp crack of a mirror. Wei Ning watched Chu Zissou wipe the blood from her lips and stand up with her hands. You did it on purpose. You had deliberately and recklessly rushed toward her, just to shatter the mirror. Chu Zissou remained silent, her silence conveying her answer. Wei Ning was wondering if this clumsy trick would be easily seen through, when she suddenly paused and looked at Chu Zissou, who had raised his head. Are you crying? Chu Zissou's eyes were red, and she cried hoarsely, Please kill you. If those two die, I don't want to live anymore. The girl's expression was agonized, her tears wetting the floor. Wei Ning lowered her gaze, her lips curling slowly. Okay. The distance between them narrowed, death looming before her. Chu Zissou's eyes never left Wei Ning's. Her steps were brisk, a smile playing on her lips, as if she were pleased by the spontaneous offer of her neck. For a moment, she regretted it. The muscles in Wei Ning's arms tensed, and she lowered her head to meet a pair of frozen eyes. I don't really want to play anymore. Isn't this interesting? That man next to you always says that, said Chu Zissou, the transparent figure beside Wei Ning. It's quite interesting, Wei Ning said, looking at the shattered mirror fragments on the ground. But it's meaningless to me. This is your struggle, not mine. Tonight, there's more than just one play on the stage. One is presented by the manipulators to the ticketed audience, and the other is presented to the actors themselves after the curtain call, a revolution and carnival dedicated to freedom. It's just... Chu Zissou looked at Wei Ning. Are you upset? We shouldn't have kept this from you. I thought you didn't want to be part of this plan. After all, Mao Xingyin was the only child sacrificed by her parents. She could have stayed out of it. When did she discover this? Wei Ning simply said, the opening was so clumsy. Chu Zissou pondered this for a moment. Ichu is young, after all, and can't act. It's a bit superfluous. Wei Ning didn't answer. She lowered her head, dissected the still warm body of the person beside her, and grasped the beating heart. Li Chao was indeed young, but it was her identity as a player that truly betrayed her. Wei Ning was well aware of the sense of disconnection between the dungeon world and its inhabitants. Chu Zissou quietly watched Wei Ning devour her heart bite by bite, then said, Take me to see her. I know you dealt with the spider spying on us, So there's no need to pretend to hide. Is that how you discovered our plan? The inexplicably vanishing sense of surveillance crept up from afar to the back of Wei Ning's neck. She could always feel the sticky gaze from behind her. There's no one behind you, Li Chao said to her on the way to the orphanage. Wei Ning stared at the face that belonged to Chu Zissou and replied, yes, no one. Chu Zissou's voice interrupted Wei Ning's recollection. We're here. This is her room. I can't open the door, come in. Is this a ghostly state? Wei Ning pondered as she pushed open the door and met the girl's eyes. She walked calmly to Li Chao's bedside, examining her. Like tentacles, trachea emerged from Li Chao's body, searching for new hosts, their claws and fangs bared as they crawled across the room. Li Chao was completely enveloped in the tentacles. She looked up at Wei Ning silent, her lips and tongue emitting only the vapor that enveloped the oxygen tube. It seems that attaching one's consciousness to another is an innate skill of Li Chao's, Wei Ning thought. Which organ do you want to devour? Chu Zissou asked Wei Ning, understanding Li Chao's gaze. Wei Ning leaned down to stare into Li Chao's eyes, so close that the fascia covering their eyeballs touched. Li Chao felt a dry sensation, as if her eyeballs had been licked, and she felt strangely panicked. Children are often extremely perceptive of the emotions of their elders, and this was a survival skill Li Chao had acquired thanks to her upbringing. Wei Ning was angry. She could sense it. Anything. You can eat whatever you want. Li Chao shouted breathlessly, her back soaked. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes. Then my tongue will do. Liars and deceivers will be punished. Chu Zissou looked at Wei Ning and said firmly, you're angry. Wei Ning wiped the blood from her hands. By the time I realized your plan, I was already part of it, wasn't I? Was there any chance I could escape? That leaf thorn lodged deep within my body was your doing. Wei Ning's tone was flat. To those who didn't know the whole story, she would simply read a boring story, and would never imagine that she was the protagonist. You planned to use this thorn to control me, if I resisted. The pollution is uncontrollable. Like the torch in the first instance, it will gradually contaminate and assimilate Wei Ning, rather than lurking silently and unnoticed. There's only one possibility. It's man-made. Who did it? Of course, it was Li Chao and his companions. The unicorn spirit. That gap in the space was a conspiracy they had set against Wei Ning. Chu Zissou touched her nose. We need you. You're strong enough. That night with Wei Ning in the teaching building, she and Yuan Shiqing had witnessed Wei Ning's toughness and decisiveness. Li Chao added, there's still a possibility she trusts me. Two transparent bodies stood beside Wei Ning. She looked down at Li Chao. You're really just a kid. Have you graduated from junior high? Li Chao blushed. You? Are you scolding me? Wei Ning blinked. I'm not. The stagnant air in the room suddenly dissipated, and Chu Zissou's shoulders subconsciously relaxed. Xu Chao's body has disappeared too. She shouldn't be suspicious. Shall we go to the next place? The harvest began. Wei Ning nodded and followed Chu Zissou. Li Chao, furious, looked up at Wei Ning. Can you still eat? You'll be stuffed to death. Wei Ning ignored the furiously and said calmly, don't worry, I won't interfere with the plan. As Wei Ning finished speaking, Li Chao fell silent. Chu Zissou, not having heard a sound, turned to look. What's wrong? Li Chao began, are you angry that we're giving up your freedom to fight for it? Chapter 64. Because of freedom? Wei Ning turned to look at Li Chao, her eyes devoid of emotion, making it impossible to read her thoughts. Being stared at like that, Li Chao instinctively took a step back. Her instinct for survival told her to stay away from Wei Ning, even though she had no intention of killing him. Through her intense concentration, she could only hear Wei Ning's voice. Freedom? The most ridiculous, useless thing. I don't need it. As long as I can get what I want, sacrificing anything is worth it. That's what Wei Ning had said. Li Chao, still dazed, looked up at Chu Zissou beside her. She stared intently at Wei Ning devouring a demon's organ and said, does she act like? Li Chao couldn't help but ask, what? Like a villain, Chu Zissou said, gesturing. Like the ultimate boss in those endless novels who kills without blinking, the kind that really takes away your sanity. What are you talking about? Wei Ning asked, approaching. Li Chao glanced at the disemboweled corpse in the corner, then at Wei Ning, whose mouth still smeared with blood, and silently agreed with Chu Zissou. No, nothing. Wei Ning didn't intend to ask further questions. The electronic voice in her ear continued to broadcast. Snow White Horse. Leech is dead, Swordhorn Sheep. Chung Chi-Wei is dead. The 10th zodiac animal, the 5-colored rooster, is dead. Black-Wind Lady Qin Sen is dead. The 10th demon, the 3-eyed demon, is dead. This night's harvest was quite a bit, Wei Ning thought. The taste of blood was thick and sticky in her mouth. The surface of her tongue seemed to have grown tiny, dense teeth. When she tore off one layer, she found countless more teeth underneath, as if she were a creature made of stacked teeth, constantly eating. "Who's the next demon?" Chuzisu asked. Wei Ning met Chuzisu's eyes. Suddenly, she chuckled softly and stepped forward. Without giving Chuzisu a chance to look away, she revealed the answer everyone knew. Red-haired monster. Mao Xingyin. Nothing can be accomplished without patience. You are too impatient. Chuzisu's body stiffened at this. She knew this test was presumptuous and clumsy, but it was the only way she could guarantee a degree of security. Ensure that Wei Ning would completely kill her. The key to the game between the two camps lay in Wei Ning. If she completely killed her, the 13th zodiac sign wouldn't appear, and the zodiac and demon camps would triumph. Completely kill herself. Wei Ning took a step forward, closing the distance between her and Chuzisu to the limit. For a moment, Chuzisu felt a tremor rising from the depths of her bones. It was the terror of being completely exposed to the beast's hunting range. Overwhelmed by fear, she couldn't react at all. Not even to look away. The voice that reached her ears was as cold as a blade against her neck. What does it take to be completely killed? Wei Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, her curiosity undisguised. Are you still alive in this form? After all, the order under Li Yichai's control didn't disappear, so it should still be alive. Chuzisu's breathing was heavy, his voice trembling. I don't know. It was only after Lan Chuanyo's death that we discovered that this form could still exist and move. So, your plan was born, Wei Ning said. Chuzisu nodded silently. She hadn't recovered from the overwhelming fear yet, and could only follow her body's instincts and react mechanically. Only in this way could Wei Ning receive the most honest answer, free of any lies or calculations. After all, people react most authentically and sincerely when faced with extreme fear. Even if we accept our fate and die, new zodiac animals will emerge. Their greed will never cease, Li Yichao added. Trust us, we will find a way to achieve complete death. Wei Ning didn't look at Li Yichao, but instead lowered her gaze to her palm, her eyes piercing through her skin and flesh to the thorn rooted deep within her body. She said, Yes, I believe you. Let's meet again after we find this solution. It's almost dawn. Chuzisu looked out the window. The blazing sunlight sliced through the clouds. Yes, it's almost dawn. It's time to go to Shanghai No. 1 Middle School for the sports meet. Li Yichao looked at Wei Ning. Are you so excited about going to Shanghai No. 1 Middle School? As soon as she finished speaking, it felt like a pair of hands were gripping her neck tightly. The remaining oxygen wasn't enough to breathe. Facing the tense gazes of Li Yichao and Chuzisu, Wei Ning's expression remained indifferent, her voice flat. I'm hungry. I want to eat something delicious. So that's why you want to go home? Chuzisu said, pressing her forehead against his, looking at the closed door. The organs don't taste good. Wei Ning looked at her with a serious expression, so serious that Chuzisu was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected Wei Ning to be so persistent about this. He seemed like someone who wouldn't care about anything. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? A muffled female voice rang out from the room. She paused upon seeing Wei Ning. Xingyin? What are you doing standing outside the door alone? A woman's eye peeked out from the narrow gap, bulging and scarlet. It reminded Wei Ning of the spiders in Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, lurking in Wei Ning's shadow, never leaving her sight. I'm hungry. I need breakfast. Eat. Come on in, the woman said, opening the door. The man at the table, still looking down at the newspaper, remained as he had been for the past few days. Only when he heard the voice did he turn his cloudy, aged eyes, and fix them on Wei Ning. I'll take you to school after you finish eating. It's sports day today, so you have to do well. Yes. Unsatisfied with Wei Ning's response, the man jerked his head up. Seeing Wei Ning staring into the kitchen, he trembled with rage, his nostrils flaring, and his breath stank of a foul, murky smell. The smell of fermented, rotting flesh between the teeth of a poisonous insect. Wei Ning's eyes drifted towards the woman's back in the kitchen, but her gaze was unfocused. She was thinking, this was her only respite after becoming a pawn in the game between the two sides. The man wasn't just watching, he was threatening, warning Wei Ning to participate in today's sports meet. A new mission and crisis were approaching. And Wei Ning still had a crucial question unsolved. Her racing mind frantically searched every subtle, unnoticed corner for the puzzle piece. Mirror, twin rats, organs, sacrifice, the 13th zodiac sign. 2 factions. Let the player's faction achieve victory. Faction? Something flashed through her mind, and Wei Ning's cold eyes suddenly lit up. She understood. Breakfast is ready. The woman emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray and slowly placing it beside Wei Ning. Wei Ning lowered her head to look. A dark, thick liquid filled the air. She blinked. What is this? Sesame. Sesame paste. The woman met Wei Ning's gaze and instinctively stepped back. After a pause, she continued, roasted sweet potatoes, steamed dumplings, and noodles? Wei Ning said. There were noodles in the wasteland too, but they were extremely bland, not as colorful as this. It's noodles. They add different vegetable powders to the flour, which enriches the color and flavor. Wei Ning gently stirred the bowl with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. Suddenly, she felt the urge to slow down her task. The wasteland was short on material goods, and she had never tasted anything this delicious. This was the only thing Wei Ning found satisfying about the dungeon world. The black sesame paste was silky and rich. Her stomach shrank slightly from the heat, but Wei Ning's expression remained calm as she devoured mouthful after mouthful. For the first time, she realized how obsessed she was with food. No. She had been obsessed before. She had never felt full. It seemed non-existent. Wei Ning's appetite astounded all the reservists. When asked about her, she always had a single answer, I'm hungry. No more, the woman said, glancing at her empty plate, and then at Wei Ning. Are you full? Going to school, okay? Xingyin, I know you're a good child, always very sensible. Meeting Wei Ning's gaze, the woman nearly burst into tears. You always been a very obedient child. Don't let me down. I understand, Wei Ning said. It's time to go. The man stood up and turned to look at Wei Ning, who was following behind him. Don't let your teachers and classmates down today, okay? Your mother and I will be at the closing ceremony to see you. Wei Ning's patience ran out. She didn't respond, and the man didn't seem to care, silently escorting her all the way to the school gate. Equally silent were his eyes, glued to the mirror, slowly moving with Wei Ning's every move. Wei Ning could smell the mucus secreted from the surface of his eyeballs. Mao Xingyin, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wei Ning looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure before averting her eyes. Good morning. Lu Zhonglei brushed the non-existent dust off her skirt and raised her chin. I'm your homeroom teacher. I'll be taking you to the sports meet today. Let's work hard together. Don't let down the teachers and parents who have worked so hard to educate you. The classroom had become quite empty, but neither Lu Zhonglei nor the other students seemed surprised. Wei Ning's fingers twitched, her thoughts racing. She raised her hand. Teacher, what's my event? Of course, the 400-meter hurdles. Lu Zhonglei glanced at her. You were born specifically for this event. Wei Ning understood the implication perfectly. They all knew her identity. They had given her identity and abilities, determined her fate, and she was born for it. Mao Xingyin's identity was a red-haired monster. Able to survive without dismembered limbs. Wouldn't that make her perfect for hurdling? Seeing that Wei Ning had no further questions, Lu Zhonglei nodded in satisfaction and clapped his hands. Come on, classmates, follow me to the track and field. Chapter 65. Wei Ning was at the front of the team. She turned and looked behind her. The first thing she saw was Lu Zhonglei's eyes. The man smiled at her and said, Teacher believes you can definitely win the championship. Looking at that familiar face, Wei Ning didn't respond. She calmly passed over Lu Zhonglei and scanned the others in the team one by one. Her classmates. The number of people was much smaller than on the first day. The disappearance of Qin San, Chu Zhisu, and the others didn't seem to attract any attention. Everyone's expressions remained deadly silent. Looking closely, not only their expressions, but also their facial features and body shapes were somewhat similar. Like insignificant NPCs in the game, after all. Wei Ning averted her gaze as Lu Zhonglei's expression darkened. Her fingertips moved imperceptibly, a thought in her mind. The mystery is about to be revealed. Let's look forward to it, Wei Ning thought. Her gaze fell on the woman in the audience, her lips moving silently. Happy cooperation. Having watched Wei Ning's every move and naturally understood what she said, Wei Lianu simply blinked and said to Ding Jiang beside her, keep an eye on her. You know, I need this girl to become the 13th zodiac sign. You can't bear the consequences of failure. Ding Jiang, sweat breaking out on his forehead, managed to straighten his back and replied, I know. I'll have Mao Xingyin eat their organs. Wei Ning couldn't hear the chatter in the audience, nor did she want to. Her entire focus was on the competition at hand, her turn. The moment she took the stage, Wei Ning's eyes were as cold as ever. This competition, as she had expected, was no simple race. To stand out, she would need to lift up. A physical lift. It was also interesting. Seeing those familiar faces, Wei Ning's lips curled up slowly, almost intrigued. Who could tell her why the hurdles were held by Shen Fanwen and the others? Mao Xingyin, I hope you won't regret your choice, Shen Fanwen said slowly, gazing into Wei Ning's eyes. Wei Ning looked at Shen Fanwen, whose body was transparent, without responding. The match begins now. The moment the gun went off, Shen Fanwen's eyes subconsciously narrowed as she looked at Wei Ning. She was the closest obstacle to Wei Ning. Wei Ning approached Shen Fanwen at breakneck speed. Her peripheral vision obscured her opponent's face. There's a blur of flesh, dragged through the air. Sensing this, Wei Ning's heart calmed down. Squat down. Her body reflexively kicked in. By the time Shen Fanwen regained consciousness, Wei Ning had already flipped into the air, one hand supporting her shoulder. Shen Fanwen pursed her lips, her eyes fixed on Wei Ning's back. Unaware of Shen Fanwen's expression, Wei Ning simply ran forward. Having already passed the first hurdle, there were only 9 remaining. Clearly, the 400-meter hurdle should have 10 hurdles. Where was the missing one? The popular choice. Mao Xingyin. Some hoped she would kill herself and sacrifice her organs, while others hoped she would survive, prevent the emergence of the 13th zodiac sign, and reclaim their freedom. What would she do? Yes, Wei Ning was thinking about what Mao Xingyin would do, not what she would do next. This thought had arisen long before, but the moment Wei Ning's perspective truly shifted came when she saw the deceased Lan Chunyu and Shen Fanwen. They were still able to converse with Wei Ning, even remaining conscious and rational, their bodies merely transparent. Why? The answer to this question was simple. Everything she was experiencing was merely Mao Xingyin's memories. In memories, no one truly died. This explains Li Chou's surprise and fear upon seeing the transparent Lan Chunyu. Wei Ning was convinced her acting wasn't enough to deceive her. Furthermore, even Lan Chunyu and Shen Fanwen didn't know why she still existed. The blurred faces of her classmates also explained. Mao Xingyin wasn't familiar with them, and hadn't had time to get to know them. Less than a week into this school, and everything she experienced was enough to exhaust her both mentally and physically. This was why Wei Ning easily tired in this instance. The race quickly passed the halfway mark. The 8th hurdle was behind her, and the 9th was just around the corner. Wei Ning raised her eyes, and met Cheng Qiwei's. He tilted his eyes at Wei Ning, and the upward curve at the corners of his eyes struck her as familiar, cunning, and insane. But Wei Ning felt an inexplicable sense of security. A sense of security in this attraction and familiarity that came from a kindred spirit. Without hesitation, she brushed past Cheng Qiwei and, in a fraction of a second, took the knife from his hand. Time was running out for Wei Ning. She had to immediately recreate Mao Xingyin's choice. Should she kill herself? Or? Wei Ning felt everyone's gaze glued to her, threatening, warning. All those gazes crawled over the girl's back like indestructible maggots, burrowing into her scalp and manipulating her into making her choice. Adrenaline surged, heat rising deep within her body. Wei Ning's breathing became erratic, and she had to grip the knife tightly, as if this was the only way to confirm her decision. Should I kill myself? Or kill myself? Without hesitation, Wei Ning raised the knife and plunged it into her heart. Death felt the same way to Wei Ning as it always did. Suffocating pain burrowed into her throat, accompanied by trembling breaths, like a rough-edged axe cleaving her in two. The inhuman pain caused Wei Ning to fall to the ground, still some distance from the finish line. She mustered all her strength to open her eyes, raised her hand, and grasped her completely exposed, truly free heart. Wei Ning half closed her eyes as she gazed at the still beating organ in her hand, her mouth twisting into a smile. Dean Jiang was instantly frightened by this bizarre scene, and anyone could tell it was a smug smile, a supremely arrogant one. This girl had clearly chosen death in accordance with their plan, so why did she feel such a strong sense of unease? What was she planning to do? Before her consciousness completely darkened, Wei Ning listened to the mechanical electronic sound in her ears and laughed softly, a hearty laugh. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden side quest mirror double image. Discovered Mao Xingyin's other identity, the Zodiac flower-tailed dog. Earned 2,000 points. Yes, Mao Xingyin has a dual identity. This girl is both the red-haired monster in the demon camp and the flower-tailed dog in the Zodiac camp. Mao Xingyin is special. She is the key to the game between the two camps. 24 children were divided into two camps. One of those who numbly obeyed, the other of those who consciously resisted. Both sides were equally powerful, and just as they had imagined, the battle would be fruitless. Therefore, they all needed new strength. Neutral onlookers were all despised forces. In the fable, the flower-tailed dog stole the red-haired monster's warding bead, causing it to lose its limbs. The red-haired monster was then burned alive by the fire, and the girl her parents had sent to Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was also burned to death. She killed herself with her own hands and gained new strength. The identity Wei Ning had initially assumed was not wrong. Mao Xingyin's true identity was indeed the red-haired monster, a choice she had made for herself. She chose to reverse everything, awakening from her resigned numbness, and continuing to fight with agonizing pain. Even if she was destined to be killed, Wei Ning felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. She looked down, her body completely transparent, clearly transformed into the same being as Shen Fang had kissed them. The race wasn't over yet. Wei Ning still had to cross one last hurdle, and that missing hurdle had now been freshly created. Wei Ning's own body. With incredible ease and skill, Wei Ning crossed the final hurdle, becoming the first to cross the finish line. Mao Xingyin, you done well, Wei Ning muttered to herself. What's left to do? I'll complete for you. Complete for you all. Suppressing her thoughts, Wei Ning looked up at Ding Jiang, who was approaching her. Ding Jiang surveyed Wei Ning's body, a completely defensive posture, even though Wei Ning posed no threat to her now. How could a dead person be dangerous? The transparent Wei Ning stood before Ding Jiang, her eyes slightly narrowed. As she had expected, Ding Jiang and the others couldn't see her. Kill yourself, will it hurt? The transparent Shen Fan when approached, his eyes filled with indifference as he looked at Wei Ning, as if they didn't care that Wei Ning hadn't made a choice. Before Wei Ning could reply, she felt a sudden pain in her shoulder. She lowered her head to meet Yuan Shiqing's bloodshot eyes. Why? Why did you listen to them? Why did you betray us? Our deaths have lost their meaning because of you. The immense pain and anger made it difficult for Yuan Shiqing to breathe. A sense of weakness welled up within her. Chu Zissou stepped forward to catch Yuan Shiqing, whose knees were limp. She wasn't particularly emotional, but her face was filled with apology. Wei Ning looked at Chu Zissou in confusion. What was she apologizing for? Chu Zissou said, Mao Xingyin, I'm sorry. We used persuasion, threats, and coercion to force you into this. But if it happened again, I would do it again. Yuan Shiqing's emotions grew even more intense at this. She covered her face, her voice hoarse. We've done this countless times. We're going to fail this time too. Wei Ning's eyes fell on Yuan Shiqing. She had thought they had also discovered themselves in Mao Xingyin's memories, but she hadn't expected them to believe they were trapped in an endless cycle of reincarnation. We didn't fail. Yuan Shiqing and the others looked at Wei Ning. Li Chu's eyes lit up. You mean you have a backup plan? We didn't fail. Seeing Wei Ning nod, the despair on Li Chou's face gradually faded. She didn't want to fail the first level of the game. Wei Ning looked at her body placed on the stage. Wait and see the show unfold. In this play, the roles of audience and actor were reversed, with Wei Ning acting as the behind-the-scenes director. The look in her eyes, directed at the audience, was filled with an undisguised desire for revenge. Chapter 66. Shen Fangwen looked at Ding Jiang and the others gathered around Wei Ning's body, her brows furrowed. She didn't understand why Wei Ning was so confident. She seemed to have absolute faith in herself. We still haven't gathered all the 12 zodiac animals and demons, Shen Fangwen said. I'm sorry, I'm always used to thinking, acting, and reviewing alone. Wei Ning met Shen Fangwen's eyes. The identity of the last demon is obvious. The zodiac animals possess extraordinary qualities, and demons, in turn, naturally possess inhuman qualities. It's this hint of human-like creepiness and stealth that makes them interesting, Cui Feng continued. Wei Ning glanced past Cui Feng at the woman in the distance behind him, the woman who stood nearly 2 meters tall, the woman who felt heavy and oppressive standing in front of her. Wei Lian knew. What about the last zodiac animal? Who is it? Chu Zissou's eyes were fixed on Wei Ning, unwilling to miss a single reaction. Have you found her? I know who she is, Wei Ning said. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices drowned out Wei Ning's next words. They all looked toward the stage. Li Chou's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Oh my god! Your body! Where are all your internal organs? Ding Jiang was incredulous. She turned back to Wei Liannu, bewildered. Her body is empty. No! That's not right. Wei Liannu's heart sank. How is that wrong? Yuan Shiqing and Chu Zissou exchanged glances, then stealthily scrambled onto the stage. Their eyes widened between Ding Jiang and the others. The movement of Wei Liannu touching Wei Ning's body was magnified and slowed down in their eyes. The bloodstains on the skin surface had darkened, while the exposed flesh remained a pale pink, as if constantly growing. The difference between the two was stark. Wei Liannu's eyes were heavy. Without hesitation, She grasped the broken flesh and tore it apart. She reached in, applying force, peeling it back bit by bit. The resilient skin remained intact even as she tore it apart, and beneath the blood-soaked skin, it was still intact. Underneath the layer of skin lay not flesh but human skin. One layer adhered to another, layer upon layer, like an endless vortex. Wei Liannu's vision began to darken, as if the person whose body had been cut open and exposed in the vast vortex wasn't Wei Ning, but her. Ding Zhang's face paled, yet he refused to believe it. With trembling hands, he began tearing at the head of the bizarre corpse, a mass of human skin. I don't believe it doesn't have a brain. Suddenly, Ding Zhang's shoulders felt heavy, and she raised her head uneasily. Wei Liannu didn't look at her, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Don't look anymore. We won't find it. We've been tricked. Then what should we do? Start over? Ding Zhang, still unwilling to give up, stared at Wei Liannu intently. This woman must have a solution. It was because of her sudden appearance that these doomed people had a chance to survive, a way to save the world. Those reckless children didn't understand the weight of the burden they shouldered, or that only young, clean organs were favored by the gods. Ween sneered. Start over? We have no chance. She's coming for me. We need the same thing as her, just for different reasons. So let's just follow her lead and see who wins in the end. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Liannu calmly washed her fingers, grabbed her tongue, and severed it before Ding Zhang, Yuan Shiqing, and the others stared in disbelief. The tongue, freshly severed, throbbed in Wei Liannu's hand. She coldly released her grip, and the moment the tongue half fell into Wei Ning's body, it transformed into a thin layer of skin. What's going on? Yuan Shiqing and the others were stunned. Shen Fangwen's brows furrowed. Those layers of skin are organs, but why? Those were their organs. Why did Wei Ning eat them, and why did they transform into layers of skin? What did these layers of skin truly mean? Memory, Cheng Qiwei whispered, his voice so low that only Wei Ning and Shui Feng, standing in front of him, could hear. But no one responded, and he didn't need to. Wei Ning looked up and met Wei Liannu's gaze. She knew Wei Liannu had guessed her plan and was searching for her. Wei Liannu couldn't see the invisible Wei Ning, her gaze fixed on one spot for a long moment. Suddenly, she chuckled softly. There's still one missing zodiac animal. We all know it must die. How can you tip the scales of victory in your favor in a split second? The true showdown between the two camps would occur in a split second, the second after the last remaining zodiac animal died. You will find the 12th zodiac animal. I know it, and I believe in you. The woman's voice, soft yet steady, reached the ears of Wei Ning and the others. Yuan Shiqing and Li Yichao, relying on Wei Liannu's inability to see them, could hear even more clearly. They huddled beside Wei Ning's body, not daring to reach out, their eyes wide open as they counted the layers one by one. 24. Li Yichao gestured towards Wei Ning, suppressing the sting in his eyes. Yuan Shiqing rubbed his eyes. Why did Wei Ning ask us to come up and count the layers of human skin in her body? Li Yichao knew the answer, but she pretended not to hear Yuan Shiqing's question, and pulled her away from Wei Liannu and Ding Zhang. Ding Zhang seemed to sense something and leaned close to Wei Liannu, whispering, your ability. At the same time, Qin San looked up at Wei Ning. Sorry, I can't tell what she's capable of. But it should be related to the snow or the music. Have you figured out a solution? Sister, I don't want to die. Cheiji was uneasy. Why don't you care who the 12th zodiac sign is? You're all concerned about whether Mao Xingyin can defeat that woman. Damn it, after so many reincarnations, I still don't know who this person is. Chu Zissou rolled his eyes at him. Isn't it obvious? Yuan Shiqing nodded. Yes, I see it all. Cheiji was excited. Who is it? Yuan Shiqing pointed at Wei Ning. It has to be her. Why? How did you know? Cheiji asked. Just because she's so confident, Chu Zissou said. Although she rarely tells us about her theories and plans, she's a complete lone wolf, but... Cheiji then asked, but? Lone wolves often catch the biggest prey, Chu Zissou whispered, watching Wei Ning inching closer to his body. Wei Ning held her breath. She and Wei Liannu were both aware of each other's presence. She knew Wei Ning was approaching. Wei Liannu's ears twitched, and her gaze, fixed on the void, continued to follow Wei Ning, finally slowly landing on the corpse covered in human skin. Wei Ning slipped herself inside. It was a container that perfectly fitted her body. After peeling off the 24th layer of skin, Wei Ning peered through the swirling flesh at the darkened Wei Liannu, her lips moving silently. I win. The moment her breath fell, the transparent Wei Ning vanished. Wei Liannu's voice vanished, and the moment her pupils swirled, Another layer of human skin appeared on the corpse before her. The 25th human skin. The seemingly endless layer of human skin finally reached its end, and Wei Ning fell to the lowest point of the vortex. The 12 zodiac animals and 12 demons, a total of 24. Mao Xingyin occupied 2. The red-haired monster and the flower-tailed dog. Wei Ning was the actor who played them. She possessed the final layer of skin. The big-eared pig. But the total should still be 24, so why was there an extra one? Wasn't the 13th zodiac animal the extra one? This was the 25th skin. Wei Ning and Wei Liandu were well aware of this. It's the 13th zodiac sign, Ding Jiang exclaimed, pointing at the human skin corpse. No, it couldn't be called a human skin corpse. The body had already shed layer after layer of flesh. Simultaneously, the transparent Lan Chunyu, Shen Fangwen, and the others vanished. Li Chao and Qin San exchanged glances. She was slightly stunned, but soon smiled. Qin San, your name is quite fitting. Qin San glanced at her, but his reaction was rather cold. Li Chao scratched his head and vanished before he could speak again. Cui Feng and Cheng Jiwei both stepped towards Wei Ning's body. Too quickly, their shoulders collided. Wei Ning didn't notice the pain that knitted their brows together, leaving their faces distorted as they had when they first met. Everything faded away. Wei Liandu listened to the diminishing sounds around her, the corners of her mouth curling ever wider. Ding Jiang, observing her expression, couldn't help but feel delighted. They all vanished? The cycle of reincarnation is completely over? Without waiting for Wei Liandu to reply, a cold voice declared, yes, you're over too. Ding Jiang was about to look in the direction of the voice, but found that even with her eyes turned to their limit, she couldn't see the person behind her. She turned, and finally, with a click, she saw the person behind her. It was Wei Ning. Her eyes had almost rolled back into their sockets before she caught sight of Wei Ning's chin. She knew it was her. Huh? Why was she wasting so much time looking at Wei Ning? It turned out that her neck had been severed, her head had fallen to the ground, and this was the only way to see her. Ah! Wei Ning kicked the twisted head away from her, and the next second, she felt an intense, cracking sensation emanating from every part of her body. The tips of her ears and fingers, bruised and purple by the winter, had completely hardened, the surface of her skin cracked with countless fine lines, brittle at the slightest touch. Wei Liandu approached Wei Ning, who stood frozen in place, leaned over and looked directly into her wrinkled eyes. I still win. Thank you, this. The 13th Zodiac. Congratulations to the player who triggered the hidden quest. The 13th Zodiac. This hidden quest is for players to explore on their own. There's no penalty for failure, but success rewards a hidden item, and 1,500 points. Listening to the electronic chime, the emotion in Wei Ning's eyes finally shifted. No longer unsettlingly calm, a smile of overly arrogant arrogance took hold. She already knew the answer to this hidden quest, and the key to her faction's victory. Chapter 67. A smile spread from the corners of her eyes, and the lines on Wei Ning's face grew larger and larger. Blood oozed from beneath them, dripping onto the ground. Wei Liandu frowned slightly at the scene. Her inhuman height allowed her to easily place her palm on Wei Ning's head. I can't let you ruin my plan. What 13th zodiac sign? What new god? Only by consuming them and harnessing their energy for her own benefit would her carefully crafted plan be worthwhile. But the prey wouldn't obey, so she had to sacrifice the unique flavor of freshness and die. The tingling pain was like ants biting. The sweat on her forehead was hotter than her skin, and the place it passed through it itched unbearably, cracking her flesh and skin even more. Wei Ning's breathing trembled, and the fighting spirit in her eyes trembled just as wildly. At the moment her body shattered, Wei Ning muttered to herself, I've been tricked. Wei Liandu's slightly curved eyes froze for a moment. This wasn't the last layer of flesh. Why was there a 25th layer? Before she could think, Wei Ning was already closing in on her, so close she could hear her breathing, rapid but rhythmic, and remarkably calm. You can't beat me. Not good. Wei Liandu instinctively stepped back, putting nearly 2 meters between them. Even if it wasn't far, it still gave her time to react. But that already tiny window of time was compressed to 0. Unarmed, in pure hand-to-hand combat, Wei Ning grabbed Wei Liandu's head and slammed into her. In a flash of blackness, she wrapped her arms around her, using her signature choke hold. The squeezed throat narrowed, leaving barely a slit for oxygen to pass through. Wei Liandu's face flushed red and purple. In a fraction of a second, Wei Ning's arm had been torn to pieces, the flesh visible through to the bone, the pure white color unique to a newborn. Extraordinarily fresh and vibrant, as if newly born. This was the last layer of flesh on Wei Ning's body. The 25th layer, her true body. No longer Mao Xingyin, no longer an actor. Wei Ning's expression remained unchanged, as if the wound and pain in her arm didn't exist. Her arm continued to exert force, closing the distance between her and Wei Liannu. She could hear Wei Liannu's voice clearly. Tell me, why is it the 25th layer, and not the 24th? Wei Ning, who always disdained explanations, spoke for some unknown reason. Lan Chunyu, Shen Fangwen, Yuan Shiqing, Chu Zisu, Che Ji. Plus me, a total of 25. Huh, that's a contradiction, Wei Liannu said. Wei Ning lowered her eyes, and looked at her. It's not a contradiction. Wei Ning didn't say anything more, just kept pushing forward. As the actress who plays Mao Xingyin, she naturally shares her traits. Wei Ning also has a dual identity. She's currently on the 25th level, the true 13th zodiac sign, not the 24th level as Wei Liannu believed. Wei Ning has always been open with herself, embracing her emotions, desires, and flaws. She never resists anything about herself. When she realized she had momentarily forgotten that Lan Chunyu and the others were merely NPCs in the dungeon, she knew she was different. She couldn't pinpoint the specifics, as looking in the mirror can't penetrate a person's heart. She wasn't as skilled at self-analysis as Mao Xingyin. But that didn't stop her from developing a new self, just like her. Once she had figured it all out, it took Wei Ning a fraction of a second to accept it. She wasn't averse to change, and quickly embraced her second identity. Even if there were still some things she hadn't figured out, it didn't matter. As long as she could complete her mission and leave the dungeon, she was content. Taking advantage of this unexpected twist, she tricked Wei Liannu, and was determined to kill her, successfully completing the main quest, kill the 12 zodiac animals and the demon. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden quest, the 13th zodiac animal. You'll receive 1500 points and a hidden item. The hidden item can be viewed after leaving the dungeon. Congratulations to the player for reaching 100% character exploration and gaining the unique skill, Dual Personality. Mao Xingyin 2 factions, 2 personalities, 2 lives. After death, the player can return to the point before their death. This opportunity only happens once. This skill has no upgrade potential. Killing me won't be that easy. Wei Liannu's voice and the electronic sound echoed simultaneously in Wei Ning's ears, equally cold. Crack! Wei Ning's eyes fluttered, locked onto her wrist. It was dislocated. Wei Liannu forcibly pried her arm free, putting some distance between them again. Wei Ning looked up at her. She was slowly adjusting her collar and cuffs, clearly having struggled without difficulty. Intentional. Wei Liannu finally straightened her cuffs, and looked at Wei Ning. Thinking about it yourself is more laborious than having the person tell me directly. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Ning vanished from her sight. Almost reflexively, Wei Liannu took a step forward. The air was pushed and pulled, and she looked back, only to see Wei Ning's afterimage. In that instant, it felt as if countless Wei Nings had surrounded her, leaving her isolated and helpless within the walls. Wei Liannu didn't rush to capture her recalcitrant prey. She chuckled softly. This is Shen Fang's kiss ability. How did you acquire it? Do you possess my ability as well? While she was speaking, Wei Ning leaped up from behind her and punched the back of her head. The sharp air from his joints sliced the tip of her ear. You used this ability well, using the time difference during the pause to move quickly. Wei Liannu said, but the time you can cut now is less than a second, right? That's still too slow. The moment she finished speaking, Wei Liannu turned around and advanced instead of retreating. It was pure combat, not even a flicker of effort spent on showmanship, simply to break her opponent's bones. Wei Liannu rolled over and kicked back. It seems you don't possess my abilities. How did you acquire them? Copy them? Consume organs? Whose abilities do you have? Come, let me see. After ducking to avoid the attack, Wei Ning quickly stood up and, without hesitation, leaned forward to counterattack. Her abilities. The system's electronic sound rang out, as if it were a telepathic device. Player, Wei Ning. Current dungeon, Zodiac number 1 Middle School. Dungeon identity, Mao Xingyin. Faction, Free Faction. Accumulated points, 14,500. Dungeon quest, achieve a victorious ending for your faction. Dungeon exploration, 95%. Completed side quests, Gymnasium, Corrective Divination Twin Rats. Completed hidden quests, Mirror Image, the 13th Zodiac. Player skills, Flesh Regeneration, Tracking Eyes, Rapid Leap, Shadow Marking, Blazing Flame. Wei Ning dodged the attack, but the electronic buzzing in his head didn't stop. Time loss frame. Ability to move any object freely within a fraction of a second, unnoticed by others. Deconstructed guns. Players gain a metallic skin layer and can conjure up any type of gun, increasing the number of guns available through upgrades. Upgrading this skill to level 2 requires 5,000 points. The system was preoccupied with broadcasting, like a machine running low on energy, struggling to complete all its programs in a brief period of operation. She didn't care how Wei Ning took it. You're distracted. Wei Lianyu rolled over and pinned Wei Ning to the ground, snapping her arm with a clean stroke. How dare you be distracted at a moment like this? What are you thinking? Wei Ning, in pain, decisively activated time frame loss, moving away from Wei Lianyu. In a physical confrontation, she was no match for her. If she had the chance, Wei Ning would happily fight her, absolutely relishing it, but she had to kill Wei Lianyu. There was only one way to kill her. Her skills. They were unfamiliar with each other's skills, and up to this point, Wei Lianyu hadn't used them. Wei Ning only knew that cutting her tongue wouldn't affect her speech. With a thought, Wei Ning launched a burst of flames towards Wei Lianyu, and with the tracking eye, which had a 100% hit rate, she engulfed her whole body. But she remained unharmed. Wei Lianyu looked at Wei Ning and raised an eyebrow. Guess what my ability is? Before she could finish, she and Wei Ning were already engaged in a renewed struggle. Wei Ning spat out a mouthful of blood. Her biggest trump card now was deconstructing the gun within the gun. The so-called metallic skin and flesh surface had, until now, seemed like a scam. As for the reason, Wei Ning's doubts were now resolved. It was clearly the woman in front of her who was behind the deception. No wonder she was not included in the time-lapse. The bloody scent took on Wei Ning's body, and her aura shifted to a palpable excitement and frenzy. She was captivated by it, and every wound she sustained from the battle fueled her rapid progress. Another unignorable flame surrounded Wei Lianyu. You know, this doesn't affect me. Wei Lianyu's voice reached Wei Ning, unabashedly calm. Don't be stupid. Wei Ning remained silent upon hearing this, not even his breathing fluctuating. His brows furrowed as he activated a continuous time-lapse technique, rapidly moving. He appeared behind Wei Lianyu a split second before the flames died down, his hands gripping her neck. That trick again? Is that all you have? I heard Dean Jiang say you're powerful before, and she's just too timid. Bang! Wei Lian paused as he removed Wei Ning's arm. He looked back in disbelief, only to see the smoking muzzle of a gun. The flames and smoke obscured his vision. Wei Ning's gun was well hidden. Wei Ning held the gun in his mouth, his expression calm as he fired several more rounds. Bang, bang, bang. His tongue was numb from the shock. To protect Wei Lianyu's body from the metal bullets, he fired a few more safety shots into her body. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the main quest, kill the 12 Zodiac animals and demons, and reaching 100% exploration in the Zodiac 1 dungeon. We're about to exit the Zodiac 1 dungeon. Players, please prepare. Countdown, 3. Wei Ning didn't open her mouth, her tongue numb and cold, and she set her dislocated and fractured arm aside, uncaring. 2. Even though the incredibly tall figure before her remained silent, Wei Ning felt a deep instinct that kept her from relaxing. 1. Congratulations to the player for completing the Tower of 1 dungeon, Zodiac 1. Please keep up the good work. The scene before her began to distort. Only when the menacing figure completely vanished did Wei Ning slowly relax. Wei Ning, what's wrong with you? Chapter 68. The voice that reached Wei Ning's ears was low, but with a rising tone at the end. Its tone of arrogance and provocation was exactly the same as the one who had just lay before her. The danger made Wei Ning's body react subconsciously. Although her vision was pitch black, she still accurately closed the distance with the other party, her knuckles white with the effort. Bang, beep. The electronic device's warning sounded, and Wei Ning's body suddenly felt a tingling sensation. She opened her eyes, gasped slightly, and looked down. It was the terminal on her wrist. Her heart was beating fast. Even though the woman had died right before her, Wei Ning didn't understand why she was still on high alert. She even felt a strange fear. For the first half of the dungeon, she had been behind the scenes, controlling and monitoring Wei Ning. Wei Ning could vaguely sense that a malicious gaze was fixed on her. And after facing her head-on, she had an inexplicable feeling that this woman was unbeatable, but effortlessly terrifying. Who was she, anyway? Wei Ning, how about you let go first? Lu Zhonglei met Wei Ning's eyes, and pointed at Cui Feng, whose eyes were rolled up. He looks like he's about to faint. Wei Ning looked in the direction he pointed. Cui Feng had been dragged to the ground, His arms braced against the edge of the bed, trying to prevent his face from rubbing against the ground. But his face flushed, and his hands seemed to be weakening. And it was clear that the culprit behind all this was herself. Wei Ning expressionlessly let go. Sorry. Chui Feng, propping himself up on the bed, smiled at her with a crooked smile, the blush still lingering. It's okay. Were you frightened by a nightmare? Wei Ning looked at him, eyes narrowing slightly. Nightmare? Lu Zhonglei asked. Did we have the same nightmare? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Zhonglei fixed his gaze on Wei Ning, Chui Feng, and Qi Chunming, even though keeping his eyes on all three was difficult. Qi Chunming's heart sank. What the hell is going on? Should we report it? Taking his gaze away from the two serious and vigilant faces before him, Wei Ning closed his eyes, opening them again to meet Chui Feng's smiling face. Discovery was inevitable. Wei Ning knew at the moment he saw Lu Zhonglei in the dungeon. Being forcibly dragged into a game dungeon to survive, even if it sounded unacceptable, was the reality. Furthermore, the number of players increased significantly from the first dungeon to the second, and people close to Wei Ning also appeared. However, Wei Ning didn't know the pattern by which the system targeted players. Random? Or was it a shared trait? Could anyone be a high-ranking member of the Federation military involved? Will anyone believe it? Lu Zhonglei asked, rubbing his eyes, his eyeballs aching. But we have to try it anyway. It's dangerous for the citizens of the Federation. He paused, then added, no matter what. Qi Chunming looked at Lu Zhonglei's departing back. Why do I feel like there's something off about him? Maybe he's developed a new fetish, Chui Feng said. What do you mean? Qi Chunming asked. She and Lu Zhonglei had never met in the dungeon, but from his reaction, she knew he'd been dragged into that infinite game. Had he suffered any horrific consequences there? They seemed to know more than she did. It seemed the so-called main storyline of the dungeon continued even after her death. She died too soon. Qi Chunming raised his eyelashes and looked at Wei Ning, his eyes dark and unclear. Wei Ning looked at her as well, his expression unaffected by her gaze. His expression remained as cold as ever, making one feel slighted. What's wrong? Qi Chunming stood up. Lu Zhonglei and I will go together. We'll complement each other. She's avoiding you, Chui Feng said, leaning against the bed, his voice muffled and distorted by his posture. To be precise, she's afraid of you. Wei Ning looked at him. Afraid of me? Afraid of what? Maybe because you killed her before? Wei Ning stopped looking at him. Soldiers don't fear death, so she won't be afraid of me because of that. She's very good. But she's avoiding me. Yes, just like you're avoiding me. Chui Feng looked up at Wei Ning, the smile in his eyes fading in an instant. Although his words were tinged with sadness, it was hard to tell whether it was grievance or the reflexive baring of fangs like a venomous snake caught in a trap. The voice in his ears was deep, similar to the hoarseness of a voice after crying. But Wei Ning knew he wasn't crying, even without looking. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she grasped Chui Feng's hair with a slight force, forcing him to look directly into her eyes. Wei Ning, certain her own reflection was imprinted in his pupils, spoke, Haven't I given you enough permission? The stinging sensation in her scalp was unpleasant, but Chui Feng moved closer to Wei Ning, as if actively intensifying the intensity of the feeling. For example? I want to hear it. Wei Ning suddenly laughed, her laughter cold. Do you want me to withdraw this permission? You shouldn't forget my preferences. Which do you prefer? Absolute obedience. Chui Feng didn't blink during their stare-down, his lips curled up. I understand. Wei Ning let go of his hair, leaned against the edge of the bed, and closed her eyes. I'm hungry. Bring me something. Okay, what do you want? Noodles or dumplings? Whatever you want. 15 minutes at most, Chui Feng's voice came from the doorway, followed by the sound of the door closing. After the sound of footsteps and breathing faded completely, Wei Ning opened her eyes and silently muttered, System? Dear player, hello, I am the Tower of One game system. Is there anything I can do for you? She thought this code group would ignore her again. Check for hidden items. The hidden quest triggered at the last moment in Zodiac 1, the item obtained by the 13th Zodiac sign. Wei Ning wanted to know what it was, and even more so, the reason for the timing of this hidden quest's triggering. It should have been triggered the first time it was mentioned. That woman. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the hidden item. Yellow skin straw paper. After viewing, it will automatically be stored in the game backpack. Wei Ning felt a rough touch on her fingertips as she fiddled with the item. Its color was very similar to the ID card Shen Fan had given her, almost identical. No, not just the ID card. The draft paper distributed to all students at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, the folders in the office, and the cardboard next to Lan Chuinyo's body. Wei Ning put away the yellow-skinned straw paper and tapped her knuckles gently. System, check the panel. She didn't ask about the hidden item's purpose. The system wouldn't tell her. It would have already said it. Any additional questions she asked were ignored. Not even a word of warning. Code. Player, Wei Ning. Cumulative points, 14,500. Level 1 skills. Flesh regeneration, rapid leap, shadow mark, blazing flame, time loss, deconstruction of firearms. Level 2 skill, tracking eye. System, upgrade the deconstruction of firearms. Dear player, the points required to upgrade to level 2 are 5,000, to level 3 is 10,000, and to level 4 is 15,000. What level would you like to upgrade your deconstruction of firearms skill to? Level 3. Congratulations, player, you obtained the level 3 deconstruction of firearms skill. Players gain a metallic skin layer, and can conjure up to 3 firearms of any type. Remaining player points, 4,500. Wei Ning closed her eyes. She wondered, why could they only conjure up 1 gun, and a pistol at that? If it was a submachine gun. Wei Ning's eyes shifted. That day, Qi Chuiming's back was practically a mountain of guns. Could it be her innate ability? She was truly a natural companion to guns, especially sniper rifles. As her first target as a full-fledged soldier, Wei Ning felt this deeply. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Wei Ning looked up. It wasn't Cui Feng, but Fei Qingzhe. Fei Qingzhe smiled at her. Little Wei Ning, I just said I'd come see you tomorrow, but I'm here now. Aren't you surprised? Wei Ning watched her step closer, finally stopping just 20 centimeters from the bed. From this perspective, Fei Qingzhe's smile was obscured by shadows, leaving only sharp features and a slightly slanted sclera. Wei Ning said, surprised. But you don't even look surprised. Wei Ning didn't look away from Fei Qingzhe. Don't I always have one expression, you said? That's right. Fei Qingzhe pointed to the edge of the bed. But is this how you're supposed to be in a relationship? Wei Ning looked in the direction she pointed. A strand of hair, clearly not her own length, had just been plucked from Cui Feng's head. I just ran into Cui Feng coming out of your room with his hair and clothes all messed up, Fei Qingzhe said. Did he pull it all out himself? Wei Ning, She did. Wei Ning said, I know you have something important to talk to me about. Fei Qingzhe sat down with a dagger in her hand. Yes, it is, but you've just been injured and are still on leave. I don't know what Gu Xiangying thinks. She didn't wait for Wei Ning to respond, and continued, there's a tradition in the military that after becoming a full-time member, it's customary for new and old members, excluding the captain, to have a friendly exchange. Friendly exchange? Wei Ning guessed something, and looked at Fei Qingzhe expressionlessly. By the way, there are rankings. Fei Qingzhe spoke so quickly that Wei Ning barely caught him. She blinked and looked at Wei Ning. Gu Xiangying said you definitely won't get first place. I was furious when I heard that, but since my position isn't as high as hers, I didn't dare talk back. So I came to you to complain. Dare not talk back? Wei Ning didn't look at Fei Qingzhe. When? 3 days later, your injury. Fei Qingzhe lowered his head, his voice muffled. I'm so sorry. Dr. Song can take care of it for you. Wei Ning closed her eyes. I'll go. Fei Qingzhe abruptly stood up. I have the confidence to say harsh words to Gu Xiangying. Chapter 69. Did you just agree to her offer? Cui Feng asked. Wei Ning buried her head in her osmanthus cake. There was no need to refuse. Cui Feng handed her a tissue. Your injury? I'm just injured, not dead, Wei Ning said as she walked out of the ward. This was her last day in the ward. There was still an hour until the exchange meeting Fei Qingzhe had mentioned, so Wei Ning could walk there slowly. If allowed, staying another day wouldn't be bad, Wei Ning thought. She was growing increasingly curious about Cui Feng's identity. In this wasteland world where normal meals were a luxury, the food he delivered every day was not only different, but also incredibly delicious. With Fei Qingzhe's position in the military, the supplies he was allocated were limited to rice, flour, and a very small amount of fruit, meat, and vegetables. The cafeteria did have some fried food, but it had to be snatched, and Fei Qingzhe usually snatched it directly from Gu Xiangying. Why are you walking slower and slower? Cui Feng's voice came from behind. Wei Ning's pace slowed down. I'm wondering, who are you now? Cui Feng or Cheng Qiwei? You like him very much? Cui Feng simply said this, his reaction seemingly calm, completely different from his nervous demeanor in the dungeon. Seeing Wei Ning simply walk forward, He continued, technically, we're the same person, just different ages. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Wei Ning turned to look at him, meeting a face that looked a little aggrieved. Do you dislike my age? Wei Ning remained silent. How old are you? 26. Cui Feng stared at Wei Ning, not missing a single subtle change in her expression, just as he had when Cheng Chiwei had questioned her. Why am I so focused on you, wanting to know what truly distinguishes you from everyone else? What would Wei Ning say in response? Cui Feng thought, perhaps I should just cooperate with Dr. Song's treatment. Having a dual personality is pointless now. The actions of driving out and killing should be as quick and decisive as Cheng Chiwei's. No. It was 16-year-old Cui Feng. How had he become like this over the years? He forgot. Cui Feng had a strong intuition that the lost memory contained a treasure he cherished. He began to envy Cheng Chiwei, jealous of himself being closer to that memory. He even had an urge to kill him, to kill Cui Feng. What are you thinking? Wei Ning's voice finally reached him. Cui Feng lowered his eyes to look at her, his face devoid of smile. His eyes, hidden by his bangs, were dark and deep. He bent down to meet Wei Ning's gaze. Let me get close to you. Anything is fine, okay? Will you also give me everything? Be it your body, your mind, or your fluctuating emotions? Wei Ning could see the answer to this question in Cui Feng's eyes, but she wasn't the only one with desire in this relationship. Cui Feng's desire was deep and intense, no less intense than hers. Did he simply want to be closer? The bowed, begging gesture was only the first step toward submission. Wei Ning raised her hand, watching Cui Feng gradually bring his face closer to her palm. It was warm, almost burning, like the gaze he held from the shadows in the dungeon. She said, prove it to me, okay? Will she like it? Cui Feng chewed on these words, his eyes fixed on Wei Ning as he stood on the competition stage. A damp chill ran down her spine, so cold it almost felt like it was burning. Wei Ning knew something was clinging to it. She lowered her eyelashes, hiding the fleeting smile in her pupils. 10th fight, Wei Ning from Team 5 versus Xing Wuqian from Team 3. Wei Ning looked up at her opponent. Xing Wuqian smiled and waved at her. I heard of you before, but now I'm finally meeting you in person. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The moment the words fell, the man in front of her vanished from sight. The next second, the residual force of his fist slashed a bloody mark on the tip of Wei Ning's nose. The two bodies separated in a fraction of a second. Xing Wuqian didn't chase after him. Your reflexes are pretty good, no wonder they call you a new monster. You're just a little timid. Your performance against the alien creature that day was definitely lacking. You still need practice. As if to teach by example, his punches and kicks grew faster and faster, and sweat began to form on the tip of Wei Ning's nose. The sweat stung her exposed wounds, and Wei Ning became even more excited. As expected of a regular soldier, he was completely different from the reserve soldiers she encountered. His moves became even more brutal. In a split second, he seized upon Wei Ning's emotional fluctuations. Xing Wuqian chuckled softly, his voice crisp. Got it. The moment his finely tuned breath fell, bang! Wei Ning was sent flying several meters away by his back kick. As expected of old Xing. Let the newbies watch and learn. There have been so many new monsters in previous years. Hadn't Xing Wuqian been called that too? Monsters come and go, but who's not a human being? This Wei Ning is just unlucky. Under everyone's gaze, Xing Wuqian inched closer to Wei Ning, crouched down, and said to the back of Wei Ning's head, 3 seconds left. Just lie down. This day is officially a day off. The pain was unbearable for ordinary people. Xing Wuqian's eyes instantly turned red. His toes felt like they were shattering. Wei Ning caught Xing Wuqian off guard and delivered a fierce punch to his toes, aiming for his thumb. Then, rising, he delivered a knee strike. Xing Wuqian spat out blood and retreated several steps. He laughed in anger, his features contorted. You're cheating? Wei Ning smiled back at him. This is a trick. Xing Wuqian felt even more furious. She had deliberately created a loophole. How could this person be like this? She had planned this move all along. Just to test whether his legs were prosthetic, without caring about her own injured body. Xing Wuqian's heart sank. After parrying Wei Ning's sweeping kick with a throw, he was met with another impenetrable midair knee, and then turned and kicked. After dodging, Wei Ning's powerful, swung fist followed. Bang, bang, bang. His arm went numb, his knuckles cracking and bleeding uncontrollably. Xing Wuqian cursed inwardly, this guy's desperate. Better to stay away. He's not prone to self-harm. The moment Wei Ning stepped forward to launch a punch, Xing Wuqian simply crouched down, his hands clasped over his head, and leaned forward, rolling cleanly off the stage. I surrender. No more fighting. Xing Wuqian dusted himself off and ran away at breakneck speed, saying only, "This is a rare vacation. I'm going to enjoy it." Xing Wuqian's figure completely vanished from the arena, and the electronic voice of the AI machine rang out. The winner of the 10th match is Wei Ning. This Wei Ning is interesting. Indeed, she's not old-fashioned. Only those who can resort to trickery in life-or-death situations can survive the clutches of alien creatures. She's even less human than Xing Wuqian. The speaker felt a chill run down his spine. Who's glaring at me? He turned to meet Cui Feng's gloomy eyes, and subconsciously patted the person next to him. Who's this person? So scary. His friends ignored him? Never mind. The next match begins. It's Wei Ning again. He turned around trembling, a strange glow in his heart. He simply hoped the person wouldn't wait for him after the match. He didn't want to die knowingly. In the novel, at this point, there's no chance of resurrection. Cui Feng shifted his gaze from the person to Wei Ning again. He frowned slightly, sensing a change in the atmosphere within the military. Song Yusui had been a permanent member of the federal military. Fei Qingzhe had summoned him to attend the exchange meetings several times, and he was always dragged along by Song Yusui. Xing Wuqian was right. It was a tacit holiday. No one was taking it seriously, except today, except for this 10th match. Fighting Match 11, Team 5's Wei Ning versus Team 5's Qi Chunming. The moment the AI's voice fell, the crowd below the stage erupted in laughter. From the same team? Fun! Fun! Hey, did you know? There's something special about these two. Tell me, don't keep us in suspense. Our team and Team 5 have been on missions together. Last time, that Wei Ning was contaminated by a xenomorph. Contaminated? Isn't it alright? Why are you yelling? Someone, startled, rubbed their ears and said, "You're wrong. It was Qi Chunming who was contaminated." Who's been contaminated? Stop talking, let him talk. The person being mentioned cleared his throat. It's not contaminated, it's just that Wei Ning's condition is off. And it just so happens that Qi Chunming is the sniper targeting her. She shot? She aimed and shot. Someone grew impatient. Aren't you talking nonsense? How can you shoot without aiming? What are you doing? The sniper's responsibility is to supervise and protect the assaulters. She has to shoot. I haven't finished yet. Calm down. The person raised his chin. This isn't the beginning of their story. They had a feud much earlier, back in the reserves. Do they have more stories? The person heard a strange voice, and looked up to meet Cui Feng's eyes. Oh, a handsome guy. This melon was even more delicious. Isn't Wei Ning always ranked first? And this Qi Chunming? Shut up, you're making so much noise. Qi Chunming's face was sullen. He watched the group shut up before slowly looking away. She turned to look at Wei Ning, the coldness in her eyes unwavering, as she spoke word by word. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Wei Ning looked at Qi Chunming and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you avoiding me? Qi Chunming's body froze. You? Ignoring the gazes of the audience, Wei Ning approached Qi Chunming step by step, stopping so close that she could hear his pounding heartbeat. I have a question I've been wanting to ask for a long time. Qi Chunming's knuckles clenched white in his fists. What's the question? Wei Ning tilted his head and looked down at her. In the dungeon you really didn't recognize me? Don't lie, I could tell. Chapter 70. Qi Chunming took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. She said, "Does this matter to you?" She distanced herself, pulled back, and launched a right hook at Wei Ning's face. As fast as the bullets, she fired at her in the dungeon. Wei Ning bent her arms to resist, but Qi Chunming seized the opportunity and delivered another jab. Her entire demeanor changed in an instant. Every strike left neither Wei Ning nor herself a moment to breathe. Absolutely no room for maneuver. For me, only one thing matters. Defeating you. Wei Ning dodged, swung her arm to elbow, and raised her eyes to meet Qi Chunming's downward gaze. Same to me. The blood that had been ignited in the previous match had not yet extinguished. Wei Ning knew deep within her body it was still clamoring. She wanted to fight. She wanted to win. Their eyes, their identical tone, met in a split second. Stop! A strange voice shouted. I won't stop! Wei Ning and Qi Chunming shouted in unison. Punches clashed again, the audience only hearing the dull thud of muscles colliding and the afterimages of sweeping kicks. Qi Chunming gasped for breath. In the instant she exerted herself, she felt a sudden pain in her body and collapsed to the ground. She propped herself up and looked at Wei Ning, only to find she was in the same situation. Her voice crackled with anger. Who's behind this? It was the terminal chip on her wrist, wholesaled from the military, that was sending out an electric shock, just to stop the two men fighting. It's me, what's wrong? Wei Ning and Qi Chunming looked up. It was Gu Xiangying. She was dressed in formal attire and looked dusty, as if she had just finished work. Qi Chunming was unwilling to give in. Commander Gu, the match can't be interrupted at will. Haven't you had enough? No more vacation? Gu Xiangying glanced at her. Qi Chunming fell silent, her outburst suppressed. Wei Ning stood up and stood shoulder to shoulder with her, her gaze fixed on the person behind Gu Xiangying. They were all dressed in formal attire, their faces unfamiliar, but of similar age. A natural vacuum formed around them, a stern aura that made it difficult to look directly at them. Only power could breathe such an aura. Wei Ning withdrew her gaze. The exchange meeting is over now. Holidays are meant to be enjoyed, Gu Xiangying said. I don't know who came up with it. They're just too bored. The rest of the sentence was much quieter, but still audible. It seems it was Commander Gu who came up with it. Gu Xiangying, She turned and said, all members of Team 5 and Team 3, please assemble in the conference room on the 75th floor. 10 minutes. The man added, you slapped me in the face again. This time, his voice was even quieter, so Gu Xiangying didn't hear it. Wei Ning's wrist jerked, and she looked down. It was a text message about the meeting schedule. Qi Chunming had also received it. She looked at Wei Ning and said, let's go. Watching Wei Ning walk away behind Gu Xiangying and the others, the onlookers looked at each other in confusion. It seemed as if this group had come just to take them away. But couldn't a simple communication have been enough? This seemed more like an escort. Cui Feng trusted his judgment. It was only a matter of time before Wei Ning was noticed. But sometimes, being noticed is not a good thing, and more often than not it only brings danger. Those with exceptional abilities often end up with nothing but blood sucked from their backs. Feeling Cui Feng's gaze from behind her, Wei Ning turned around, blinking through the crowd of people. What are you looking at? Qi Chunming said, the elevator's here. Wei Ning followed him into the elevator, and space instantly became blocked. Trying to see who stood beside her, she could only move her eyes, not even her neck. Coincidentally, the three new members of Team 5 were gathered in a corner. Lu Zhonglei glanced at both Wei Ning and Qi Chunming, straining his left corner to raise it, signaling the newly established connection. Qi Chunming, rejected. Wei Ning, rejected. Lu Zhonglei raised an eyebrow. You two had a great fight just now. I haven't had my turn yet. After the meeting, who wants to fight me? Qi Chunming, Wei Ning, Gu Xiangying, Lu Zhonglei, Lu Zhonglei. Lu Zhonglei smiled silently. Gu. Commander Gu, my eyebrows are itching. Gu Xiangying glanced at Wei Ning, Qi Chunming, and Lu Zhonglei, his eyes cryptic. You three seem to have great chemistry. Very good. Lu Zhonglei stopped smiling. Someone was waiting in the conference room for their group. Wei Ning didn't recognize her. She glanced around. Why is there an empty seat? A man responded, that's Xing Wuqian. He'll be right. I'm here. Xing Wuqian entered the conference room under everyone's gaze, and quickly took a seat. He looked up and saw Wei Ning across from him. He was startled for a moment, but his attention was quickly drawn to the person waiting in the room. Seeing everyone finally gathered, the man breathed a sigh of relief. I'm Chu Hisui, Chief Secretary to the Federal Military Minister. Chu Hisui clicked the terminal, and a projection appeared in the center of the conference room. The moment they saw the projected figure, everyone present's eyes flickered. It was the highest-ranking officer of the federal military. The Federal Military Minister, Bai Yanwu. Bai Yanwu said in a deep voice, seal the conference room. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire conference room was instantly sealed off by the artificial intelligence, and would only be released upon receiving a command. And she was clearly the only one authorized to issue this order. Wei Ning looked at the other senior officials, including Gu Xiangying. None of them had any objections. After the last mission by Teams 3 and 5, we discovered new changes in the alien creatures after dissection and analysis at the research base. Chu Hisui's face was grim. They evolved. Contamination has turned into infection, contagion. Chu Hisui continued. Some of the cleanup crew members responsible for the last mission were contaminated. More than one person, and the discovery occurred at different times, which is unprecedented. Because the discovery was delayed, the infection spread among the citizens as well. Fortunately, it's been brought under control in recent days. But the danger doesn't end there. Bai Yanwu glanced at everyone present. Qi Chunming, Member of Team 5 of the Chanshan detachment, please repeat the report you submitted. Yes, Qi Chunming replied, standing up. My teammates and I were pulled into an alternate dimension called a dungeon. Qi Chunming's face was grim. The memory was not a pleasant one. Only an ID card, a piece of paper, told her who she was and what she was supposed to do. For the rest, Qi Chunming could only grope her way through it. In her endless panic, she wasn't even sure if she'd ever get home again until she saw Wei Ning. In that instant, all her emotions completely shattered. She even wanted to desperately shout Wei Ning's name. But after Wei Ning turned around, Qi Chunming calmed down. She looked up at Wei Ning and could see her face and her pupils, that's all. So, she decided to pretend she didn't recognize her. Just like Wei Ning hadn't recognized her in the hold, just like Wei Ning hadn't recognized her even after she shot her. Qi Chunming lowered his eyelashes. That's all I have to say in my report. Nothing to add. Bai Yanwu said, we suspect this so-called replica is connected to the alien creature. Alien creature and replica? Wei Ning's fingers twitched at this. She had entertained this thought before, but the evidence was too scant. It was unrealistic to conclude based solely on the mask she saw on the alien creature and the new amassed figure at Zodiac No. 1 Middle School. And Fei Qingzhe said she was wearing a mask. Is this a test from within the federal military, or a coincidence? After all, her position wasn't high enough, and her access to information was limited. Wei Ning knew she wanted more information. As she listened to Qi Chunming's report, word for word, she could only feel horror and strangeness. Although this feeling excites her. Emotionally closed or apathetic people are prone to indulging in extreme emotions. Only in this way can they feel alive. Wei Ning was just that kind of person. Qi Chunming's description was completely inconsistent with the information she had obtained. Her description lacked any system at all, replaced by other rationalizations. Qi Chunming would be her breakthrough, Wei Ning was certain. Bai Yangwu's gaze swept across Wei Ning, lost in thought. We received more than one such report. The participants in the dungeon included not only military personnel, but also citizens. Everyone present understands what this means. Bai Yangwu's eyes darkened. We don't want to repeat the tragedy of the Federation. And in this dungeon, the beginning of all this was that alien creature codenamed Mask. The air froze for a moment. Wei Ning looked up. The pupils in everyone's eyes bulged outward, like countless dark gun muzzles. Or, like the way the villagers looked at her in the Ascension in the Daylight Dungeon. Wei Ning, from the 5th Squad of the Chanshan detachment, please recount your experience and mental state when you faced that alien creature, Chu Hisui said. Wei Ning was about to speak when Bai Yanwu suddenly spoke up. I heard you were contaminated. You had direct contact with that masked alien creature. It was a statement of certainty. Yes, I did. Wei Ning stared directly at Bai Yanwu. I was contaminated for a very short time. The doctor told me I was no longer contaminated before I woke up. Bai Yanwu looked at her, his expression unmoved by Wei Ning's words. Then you are the first person to be contaminated. The conference room fell silent again, Wei Ning and everyone else waiting for her thoughts. But no one knew what Bai Yanwu had left unfinished. She simply changed the subject calmly. Your 5th Squad has always been full of talented people. I believe it will continue to excel after the reorganization. Fei Qingzhe, complete her regularization training as soon as possible. This is an urgent order. Fei Qingzhe straightened up in her chair. This was the first time Wei Ning had seen her put away her cynicism. She said in a deep voice, Yes, Minister Bai. Chapter 71. Every federal soldier transferred from the reserve to regular service must undergo regularization training. Otherwise, they are not permitted to participate in team operations. And yet, in Operation Mask, the alien creature, Wei Ning was the first and only true newcomer to not undergo regularization training. This was truly unsettling. It was easy to sense that something was spiraling out of control. Emotions flickered in Wei Ning's eyes, but they froze instantly when she met Fei Qingzhe's gaze. Wei Ning's fingertips twitched beneath the table, and she watched Fei Qingzhe wink at her without changing her expression. Are you looking forward to your regularization training? Looking forward to it. Wei Ning thought to herself, she was indeed looking forward to it. Bai Yangwu's voice rang out again, now that the replica has appeared, it is our responsibility as the federal military to control and eliminate it, ensuring the safety and security every citizen deserves. We will therefore form the Two-Faced Squad. All members of the 3rd and 5th Squads will be separated from the Chanshan detachment, and a total of 7 members will be selected. Bai Yanwu said, this new squad is confidential, and the confidentiality period is unknown. No one leaving this meeting room is allowed to disclose the contents of this meeting. She said solemnly, Do you understand? I understand. The noise in the conference room shook the table slightly. At the end of the meeting, Bai Yen-Wu left them with only one sentence. The federal military's guns will always be pointed at the invader. Every one of the 7 bullets in the magazine will be fired. This is the mission of the entire Toothpaste squad. After the electronic projection disappeared, Chu Hisue added, selections for the Toothpaste squad will be tomorrow at 3 p.m. The selection location will be pushed to your terminal before the start. Please check. As soon as she finished speaking, the electronic chime of the artificial intelligence echoed. The conference room was unsealed. Chu Hisue glanced at the young team members present one by one, a gentle smile in her eyes. She said, I wish you all the best in the selection rounds. I believe the blood of the federal military will once again boil because of you. Instead of following Chu Hisue, Gu Xiangying, and the others, Fei Qingzhe slowed down his pace and walked side by side with Wei Ning. Little Wei Ning, after you join the Two-Face squad, we won't be able to see each other again. I'm so sad. Wei Ning looked at Fei Qingzhe and blinked, her face full of sincerity and innocence. Bai Yen-Wu had specifically emphasized that only non-captains could participate in the selection rounds. Team captains like Fei Qingzhe did not meet the requirements. But Fei Qingzhe didn't seem surprised at the news. She just wanted to. Fei Qingzhe leaned in close to Wei Ning, her voice piercing her eardrums. So, to let me feel your pain, treat me. She just wanted to rip Wei Ning off. Wei Ning expressionlessly shook off her arm from her shoulders, and silently quickened her pace. Hey, little Wei Ning, don't be so stingy. Fei Qingzhe shouted at Wei Ning's back, drawing everyone's attention. Qi Chunming happened to walk past them, and pursed his lips. Captain Fei, Wei Ning, I like to treat everyone to a meal. Would you? Come! Fei Qingzhe was overjoyed, and hugged Qi Chunming. Great! We're taking advantage. Wei Ning, walking away, slowed his pace expressionlessly, turned around expressionlessly, and walked over to Qi Chunming expressionlessly. What do you want to eat? Qi Chunming scratched his head. What do you want to eat? Lu Zhonglei said, it wouldn't be nice to let you pay alone. Let's split the bill. The bonus for that last mission was quite a bit. Wei Ning looked at Qi Chunming, waiting for her response, but Fei Qingzhe suddenly said, let Xiaoming do it. She can handle it. Lu Zhonglei hesitated this. Qi Chunming nodded, yes, I'll do it this time, and you guys can come next time. I believe we'll both join the 2 surface team. Fei Qingzhe waved her arm. This is the first gathering of Team 5, and next time it's Team 2 surface. Let's go, let's go! I can't wait! As she spoke, she pulled Wei Ning and Qi Chunming forward. Lu Zhonglei didn't react for a moment, and could only run to catch up with the 3 of them. It's really a bit too late. The nearest subway is only 5 minutes away, and the next one has to wait another 2 hours. Fei Qingzhe didn't even look back, and continued running. No need to wait. No need to wait. Xiaoming has a car. Qi Chunming, dragged along, lost her stride and nearly fell. Her voice rose in anxiety. So what are we eating? Lu Zhonglei ran breathlessly. I don't know. Who cares what we eat? Let's run first. Fei Qingzhe sprinted forward, unaware when Wei Ning had freed her hand. She just kept shouting, go! I'm first. Running was more tiring than fighting. Fei Qingzhe couldn't keep up. She stopped, panting, and suddenly felt a shadow loom over her head. She looked up and met Wei Ning's eyes. They were eyes that shone with a tiny light. Qi Chunming instantly thought of the glacier water flowing under the sun. It was so dazzling that it made people hope that this place would never be shrouded in haze. She froze, suddenly at a loss for words, even feeling a sudden urge to run. But Wei Ning didn't give her the chance. She stared into Qi Chunming's eyes, and said, how about hot pot? Qi Chunming replied, stunned, yeah, okay. Finally caught up with you, Lu Zhonglei said, approaching. Where's Captain Fei? Where did she go? Beep, beep, beep. Wei Ning and the other 2 looked in the direction of the sound. A supercar drifted over and stopped in front of them. Fei Qingzhe sat in it, raising an eyebrow. Get in. Lu Zhonglei's eyes widened. Captain Fei, is this your car? Xiaoming's. Seeing everyone aboard, Fei Qingzhe slammed on the accelerator, distorting the sound in the air. Qi Chunming searched her pockets and said helplessly, Annie, you took my things again. Wei Ning and Lu Zhonglei both looked at Qi Chunming. Auntie? Fei Qingzhe said into the breeze, yes, Auntie, what's wrong? Xiaoming and I aren't the only ones who know each other in the team. Wei Ning, you and Xiaoming were in the same battalion in the reserves. Lu Zhonglei was even more heartbroken at this, and burst into tears. So you all know each other, but I'm the only one who doesn't know my name. Wei Ning was stunned for a moment, then looked at Qi Chunming, who was sitting next to her. Qi Chunming heard the voice and turned around, her hair all over her face. After finally tidying it up, another gust of wind blew, making it even more messy. What did you say? I can't hear you. Auntie, Captain Fei. Drive slower. Fei Qingzhe shouted, if you drive slower, it's not a supercar. The sound of wind and voices filled her ears, a loud and bustling scene. Wei Ning's eyes flashed with emotion. She raised her hand, helped Qi Chunming fix her hair, looked at her and said, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. Qi Chunming lowered her eyelashes and whispered, what do you mean you didn't recognize me? You had no idea there was such a person in the camp. Her voice was carried away by the wind, and Wei Ning didn't hear it. Just as she leaned over, Fei Qingzhe suddenly slammed on the brakes. We're here. Fei Qingzhe saw no response and looked back, puzzled. She was met with two pairs of resentful eyes. Looking up again, she saw two large bumps gleaming. Sorry. Sorry. Before she could finish her words, two punches came crashing down. Fei Qingzhe instinctively ducked, opened the car door, and ran away. You can't hit me. Wei Ning clenched her fists, exchanged glances with Qi Chunming, and suddenly chuckled softly. Qi Chunming touched the bump on her head, the pain so intense that she pulled her hand back, smiling. Let's go have hot pot together. Lu Zhonglei got out of the passenger seat, pressing his dizzy head. I need to eat more meat to calm my nerves. It's a pity that most of it is artificial meat, not so much natural meat, Fei Qingzhe said as he added meat to the pot. I really want to try food from before the wasteland era. Hey Wei Ning, why are you eating so little? Wei Ning looked up. I've been in the hospital for a few days, and my appetite has decreased a bit. Qi Chunming was puzzled. Is that so? Suddenly, a vibration on her wrist interrupted her. Qi Chunming looked down and saw a text message on her phone. Hello, Qi Chunming. Please arrive at Dangerous Land 028 on time before 3 p.m. tomorrow to participate in the 2 surface team member selection. It's the selection location. Wei Ning swiped her phone and clicked on the second message. Hello, Wei Ning. Please arrive at the 48th floor on time at 8 a.m. tomorrow for regularization training and meet your trainer in Qian. After reading the message, Wei Ning closed her terminal and looked at Fei Qingzhe. Captain Fei, how long does regular training usually take? It depends on the trainer's arrangements, Fei Qingzhe asked. Who is your trainer? Hey Captain Fei, do you know him? Fei Qingzhe paused. Hey! He's my former teammate. He's very easy to get along with. You just need to follow his lead. Former teammate? Wei Ning's heart skipped a beat. She had originally thought that Bai Yongwu's reorganization of the 5th Squad referred to the 2 Surface Squad. Now it seemed that the 5th Squad had been reorganized only after she joined. Otherwise, she wouldn't have met Fei Qingzhe in the reserve camp. The 5th Squad was undergoing another reorganization. But this time, will there still be a 5th Squad? No. Wei Ning raised his eyes to the person in front of him. Trainer, what did you say? And Qian looked down at Wei Ning. I said, no. I won't be a trainer again. This is the last time. Wei Ning didn't ask any further, and Qian didn't say anything either. The two of them walked into the elevator in silence, listening quietly to the electronic chime of the AI. 48th floor reached. I've been notified that your regularization training today must be completed by 12 p.m., Qian said. Wei Ning hadn't seen Qian in the conference room. He didn't know about the tryouts. Now follow me, Qian said. There's a fundamental difference between reserve and regular service, and that difference lies in this regularization training. You must believe everything you see next. Chapter 72. Ding. Trainer Qian, you have permission to enter this floor. Please note that your stay is limited to 1 hour. I wish you a pleasant experience. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed behind Wei Ning. Pleasant? I hope so, Qian whispered, raising his voice when Wei Ning looked over. Put on your protective suit. Wei Ning imitated his movements and donned the protective suit. After undergoing layer upon layer of infrared body scans, he finally arrived at a large door. What exactly was it that required layers of cover and guards before being allowed to lift its veil? It was strange that after leaving the reserve, Wei Ning had never heard of the details of the regular training. Previously, she had thought it was just a formality. Now it seemed she would gain a lot. After Qian's iris verification, the door opened. Wei Ning peered inside. There was no one, only countless glass vessels, almost connecting the floor and ceiling. Qian led Wei Ning to a glass dish. Does it look familiar? Wei Ning peered closely. Floating within the glass was a crimson, swirling tentacle. Its surface was covered in dense, varying-sized tumors, some with a whitish center, as if some liquid was about to burst forth. This is the alien creature I killed on my last mission, Wei Ning confirmed. The banana-like alien creature. Peeling back the bloated, tentacle-covered skin, he revealed the humanoid monster whose throat Wei Ning had once burrowed into. To be precise, this is part of it, and Qian corrected Wei Ning. Only this part is allowed here for you newcomers to see. Did you find anything interesting? And Qian and Wei Ning were very close to the glass dish. The tentacle seemed to react to their conversation. It had been floating in the center, but in the blink of an eye, it had already landed on the surface. Wei Ning could see the tentacle's suction holes constantly opening and closing, and tiny buds of flesh were wriggling inside them. It's still alive, Wei Ning said, even though she had clearly killed it before. And Qian knew that the Wei Ning was talking about wasn't the tentacle, almost a man's height, but the alien creature. That life form was still alive, albeit incomplete. Alien creatures cannot be killed, and they cannot be completely wiped out. And Qian suddenly clapped his hands, the sound resonating throughout the space, the echoes piercing his eardrums like a horn. Countless heads, tentacles, flesh, hair, and eyeballs severed from alien creatures began to stir. Targeting Qian and Wei Ning, they began to smack against the glass surface. Wei Ning watched it all with a cold eye. She could sense the instinctive hunger and purest malice of countless different alien creatures in every direction. The duty of a Federation soldier is to capture them, bring them back, and prevent them from escaping, and Qian continued. Of course, guarding such a large prison is exhausting. So we need compensation. Unwavering exploitation will only lead to riots and defections. We dissect these alien creatures, analyze and study them, and apply them in many ways. And Qian raised an eyebrow at Wei Ning. For example, the food in the barracks cafeteria is stained with traces of these alien creatures, and their effects are similar to those of coffee. Wei Ning, She ate in the cafeteria every day during her time in the reserves. And Qian was pleased to see Wei Ning's speechless state. That's all you need to know for this level. Time is running out. Follow me to the 8th underground level. Wei Ning thought they were going to retreat, but Qian led her through the glass container and around to a hidden elevator. The elevator had no buttons and went directly to the 8th underground level. The 8th underground level also has alien creatures, and Qian said. Wei Ning said, what's the difference between the 42nd floor and the 42nd floor? They can communicate with each other. The last sentence was a statement. And Qian looked at Wei Ning. The connection between alien creatures is extraordinary. The excised tissue must be thousands of miles away from the original heart to ensure safety. The connection between different life forms is slightly weaker, 1,000th weaker. And Qian said, as he walked out of the elevator. He had only taken a few steps when someone greeted him. And Qian, bringing in new people again? Wei Ning watched and Qian nod at the man also wearing a protective suit. The 8th underground floor was quite different from the 42nd above ground. There were few glassware, but many people, making the space seem less mechanical and cold. They made their way through the crowd and arrived at a door made of a unique material. This door had no handle or keyhole, leaving no room for breathing. Just a one-way transparent mode. The moment Qian finished speaking, the door began to transform. In the moment it was exposed, Wei Ning moved his fingertips, revealing a humanoid being imprisoned within. No, it was originally human. Pollution, and Qian stared intently at the alien creature within. You probably heard of this term. This is what it looks like after being completely contaminated. Completely? Wei Ning looked at Qian. You're very perceptive. Everyone who comes into contact with a xenomorph has a chance of becoming contaminated. And Qian said, once contaminated, you'll be under the Federation's surveillance and supervision. When you completely lose your mind and become a xenomorph, you'll be imprisoned. Don't worry. The xenomorphs imprisoned here are minimally dangerous, and are only being used for research. After a few words of reassurance, Qian finally turned to look at Wei Ning. Every Federation soldier must be prepared for contamination. Becoming a member of the Changshan squad has only two outcomes: death in the thorny wilderness or contamination and transformation into a xenomorph. Okay, Mr. N, this concludes the class. Review the key points frequently after class. And Qian gestured, signaling Wei Ning to follow him. Wei Ning glanced down at the terminal. There's still an hour and a half until 12 o'clock. And Qian walked ahead of Wei Ning without looking back. An hour and a half of review time is enough for you to prepare for Fei Qingzhe's spot checks. The two of them arrived at the elevator. Wei Ning stepped inside first. She raised her head and met Qian's eyes through the gap before the elevator door closed, her eyes cold and silent. The gap was about to disappear, and the light reflected in Qian's pupils was about to fade. He suddenly said, "Remember to remind Fei Qingzhe not to forget her old friend." Wei Ning stared at the cold, silver-white metal. And Qian was contaminated. Those who have been contaminated will be monitored and supervised by the Federation. And Qian was supervised. Emerging from the 8th underground floor, she once again saw the alien biological fragments floating in the glassware. Wei Ning did not draw their attention, even though she deliberately increased the noise of her footsteps. The previous movement was somehow related to Qian, a connection between alien creatures. Wei Ning didn't even try to clap. Artificial intelligence is everywhere, and the Federation can see what she's doing here. It's like watching Qian. A sudden jolt of her wrist signaled a new message on her terminal. Wei Ning clicked it. It was Fei Qingzhe. "Come to my office after your formal training." Fei Qingzhe heard a knock on the door, and didn't even look up. "Come in." Wei Ning pushed the door open and walked in, finding Qi Chunming, Lu Zhonglei, and several people she met on previous missions. She looked at Fei Qingzhe, who was bent over his work. "Captain Fei." "Little Wei Ning, how was your formal training?" Fei Qingzhe asked, typing away. "Not bad, I learned a lot." Frankly, Wei Ning was very dissatisfied. She felt Qian was being perfunctory, his explanations lurking on the surface. How could one detect contamination? What were the signs of contamination? What were the effects of contamination? And Qian didn't address any of these. Most importantly, was contamination reversible? Wei Ning pondered, thinking Qian's level of contamination probably wasn't high. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be active, still able to serve as a trainer. "This is my last time as a trainer," Qian told him. But judging by the look in his eyes, and his apparent negative attitude toward the Federation, this definitely wasn't the last time he was waiting. So, this was the reason he couldn't reveal more. Fei Qingzhe finally finished his work, and Wei Ning spoke up at this moment. "Captain Fei, trainer and has something he wants me to convey to you." This was the first time Wei Ning had seen such emotions in Fei Qingzhe's eyes. Nostalgia, vigilance, and worry, all fleeting. She looked at Wei Ning and asked, "What did he say?" Qi Chunming and Lu Zhonglei exchanged a glance, and Fei Qingzhe gestured for them to stay. He said, "Don't forget old friends." Fei Qingzhe's reaction to hearing this was unmistakable. After confirming that Wei Ning had nothing else to add, she said, "I sent the relevant information about Thornyland 028 to your terminal. As captain, I will go with you. I won't be participating, but I will be a judge." "Judge?" Yuan asked. He was one of the veterans of Team 5. "We received notice from our superiors that we'll select a captain from the selected members of the 2 surface team." Fei Qingzhe leaned back in his chair. "The salary is higher than for us captains of the Chanshan detachment." Wei Ning and Fei Qingzhe met eyes. "Are there any selection criteria?" Fei Qingzhe shook his head. "No, it's not confidential, there isn't." Yu Shuangjiu, standing next to Yuan, asked, after arriving at Dangerous Land 028, "Will we be on site?" "I hope it's an individual competition." "Maybe both individual and team competitions?" "2 matches." Yuan speculated, "Will the judges be the captains plus the senior management?" Fei Qingzhe was too lazy to listen to their speculation. "That's all I have to say. Go rest or train, it's up to you. I have a meeting to attend. If anyone has any questions, go to the meeting for me." And just like that, Wei Ning and his group were kicked out. Along with them, they were thrown out of the office with the words, "Meet at point A on the airstrip at 2:30 p.m. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Yu Shuangjiu smiled and said, "Captain Fei, it's still the same. Want to go to the training ground together? Wei Ning, would you like to spar with me? Your fight with Xing Wuqian yesterday was spectacular." Wei Ning glanced past Yu Shuangjiu at the people in the backlit corridor. "I'll be there in 10 minutes." Through the light and the crowd, Cui Feng and Wei Ning's eyes met. Chapter 73. "Are they your teammates?" Wei Ning nodded. "What do you want from me?" Cui Feng looked down at Wei Ning, his pupils locked onto her. "I'm here to have lunch with you, just like the other day." The tone and final note of the second half of the sentence were noticeably more emphatic, and Wei Ning tilted her head slightly. Cui Feng felt Wei Ning's gaze on him, and without averting his gaze, a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. "I'll also go to the tryouts this afternoon." There was no response from Wei Ning. Cui Feng watched her take a step and followed. As they drifted further and further away from Fei Qingzhe's office, Wei Ning finally spoke. "In what capacity?" "I was invited by the Federation." Cui Feng looked at Wei Ning. The Federation needs money, lots of it, and I happen to have plenty. The Federation is never indestructible. Such a behemoth is always riddled with lice, and that's what the behemoth allows. Wei Ning grasped the key point. Are you also a judge? Cui Feng shook his head, his hair no longer half hiding his eyes, his emotions clearly visible. No, the Federation won't back down from its bottom line. Within the defined boundaries, we cooperate happily, like with the alien creatures, like the former Fifth Squad. Wei Ning was clearly aware that Cui Feng was revealing information, but she also understood that wasn't his primary purpose today. It was as if he was verifying her suspicions. I never told you this before, not even once. Cui Feng stared at Wei Ning intently, but his distance only grew. Unexpectedly, Wei Ning chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing himself. He was discovered, but that was his purpose, wasn't it? She smiled. What did that mean? Anxiety, joy, the thrill of being discovered made it hard to breathe. Emotion swollen, my brain swollen. I had to drain my whole being to barely catch my breath. Truly, I had given it my all. But she just called out his name. Cheng Chiwei. Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng calmly. No, it was Cheng Chiwei whose face gradually flushed and his breath trembled. If you want the reward, you must reveal all your cards. Cheng Chiwei raised his hand to cover his eyes. The darkness calmed him slightly, and his mind finally started to work. Wei Ning didn't care who stood before her. Cui Feng or Cheng Chiwei, there was not much difference between the two. He had seen it clearly during those 3 days observing in the ward. She allowed them to get close for one reason only, to use everything around her, to get what she wanted and wanted. So cold and indifferent. But I really liked it. It was as addictive as opium. Cheng Chiwei had no memory of the first instance, and didn't understand Cui Feng's special feelings for Wei Ning until he felt Wei Ning's breath brush against him, as he killed him, cold and tinged with a thick scent of blood. The Federation's experimental focus has shifted. Soldiers contaminated and transformed into xenomorphs are very useful to them, Cheng Chiwei added, especially compared to ordinary people. Ordinary people. Wei Ning, understanding Cheng Chiwei's implicit meaning, asked, What's the experimental project? We don't know much at the moment, but we're still slicing, examining each layer separately, from skin, flesh, to organs. Cheng Chiwei said, I don't know which level you'll reach, but becoming leader of the 2 surface squad must be your first step on the climb. Her thoughts came to a conclusion. Under Cheng Chiwei's gaze, Wei Ning opened her terminal and sent a message. Without even looking up, she said, Let's go eat. This is your reward. There was no response. Wei Ning looked at Cheng Chiwei in confusion. He was pale, his back not as straight as before. He didn't raise his drooping head even after sensing her gaze. From Wei Ning's angle, she could see the cold sweat on his neck, seeping deep into his collar, and finally stopped by the bulging veins on his collarbone. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes. You have a needle prick on your collarbone. Did you just finish treatment? The man before her raised his head and brushed back his sweat-soaked bangs. Yes, it just finished. Let's go have something good. I wish you all the best in becoming captain of the 2 surface team. Wei Ning, do you want to be captain? Qi Chunming whispered, looking at Wei Ning, who had finally appeared. Why are you so late? Wei Ning lowered her head and put on her combat uniform. You were slow to eat lunch. Such poor execution is unbecoming of a captain. Wei Ning and Qi Chunming looked at the person who spoke. It was Xing Wuqian. Sitting beside him were several other members of Team 3. They didn't react to Xing Wuqian's sudden words. Most of them continued to rest with their eyes closed. Xing Wuqian waited for Wei Ning's response, and waited until she looked away. His eyelids fluttered and closed. Xing Wuqian's mouth twitched, and he also withdrew his gaze. It seemed that Wei Ning should be in the 3rd team. He had been with his teammates for a long time, and they just didn't want to pay attention to him. After the interlude of Wei Ning, and the other 2 was suppressed, there was a dead silence in the aircraft cabin. Only the sound of clothes rubbing against each other could be heard. The sound was low, continuous, and unsettling. Like the restless clouds before a storm. They still have 15 minutes to reach the thorny land. The atmosphere between these 10 people seems just as we expected, Wang Suijin said, looking at the huge electronic projection in front of him. The air is full of restless competition, Fei Qingzhe said. After all, they're all young and full of energy. Fu Jiao, who was sitting next to Fei Qingzhe, stood up. It's time to go. We need to stay hidden in the thorny land before they get here. No rush, don't we still have 15 minutes? Fei Qingzhe said, slowly shifting his leg and resting it on his knees. Wang Suijin stood up. Fei Qingzhe, What did you say to your team members? I told them I was a judge, Fei Qingzhe said. They never thought I could be their opponent. One of them, Fujio added sternly. Since the discovery of Thorn Danger Zone 028, the Federation's assessment of its danger has never decreased. It's even tended to increase. That's why the Federation let them in, a voice echoed from behind Fujio and the others. Fujio glanced at the people behind him. Gu Xiangying led the others in. Fujio continued, what if one of them is contaminated? Wouldn't that be even better? It would be more valuable for research. The Federation will never forget their dedication. Fujio frowned, his gaze fixed on the shadow behind Gu Xiangying. The shadow slowly moved, and Fujio's frown deepened. Could it be a child? The child raised his head, unfazed by the gazes of the crowd, and walked over to the electronic projection, locking eyes with the familiar face. The Federation needs them to be contaminated, and so do the alien creatures. Their bodies are treasures. Wang Suijin looked down at the child. Soldiers are far more valuable than alien creatures. Really? Do you agree? Fei Qingzhe met the child's gaze, his expression darkening. He spoke word by word. Soldiers are always loyal to the Federation. That's better. That's better not. Lu Zhonglei glanced around. There are only 10 of us here, and no one's there to help us. The rules for the qualifying tournament can only be announced after we go in. Better not. Qi Chunming was also feeling anxious. She turned to look at Wei Ning, only to find her staring motionless at the thorny terrain before her, her eyes dark and unreadable. 028, the 28th. What was the number of the alien creature we killed last time? Wei Ning suddenly asked. Qi Chunming responded, 169. The location of its death has been sealed off, becoming Thorn Terrain 169. That was a theater, and 028's death was a temple, Xing Wuqian said. Temple? Temples still exist today? I thought they only existed before the Wasteland era. Xing Wuqian's teammates behind him looked puzzled. Yu Shuangjiu said, Temple is a gathering place for naturalists. They resist the advent of mechanical prosthetics and the advancement of cyber technology, believing that cold machinery and code pollute their natural blood. However, since the appearance of the xenomorph, the Federation has completely sealed off and destroyed the temple. Xing Wuqian looked at Yu Shuangjiu. How do you know so much? Before Yu Shuangjiu could speak, the voice of the artificial intelligence suddenly appeared. Please ask the members of the Toothpaste team to check their terminals, and click the lottery process. Draw lots? Yu Yuan was puzzled. A mechanical electronic voice explained, this qualifying tournament will be a team competition. Team members will be randomly assigned by drawing lots. After the team members confirm with each other, the rules of the qualifying tournament will be announced. Qi Chunming clicked on the terminal to check the draw results. It showed, your team is Team A. She looked at Wei Ning. Wei Ning, which team are you from? Team C, Wei Ning said. What a shame. We're not on the same team. I can't fight with you. Even as she said this, Qi Chunming's eyes lit up. Wei Ning didn't miss the change in Qi Chunming's expression, but wasn't surprised. He turned to look at Lu Zhonglei. Which team are you from? Lu Zhonglei's face was livid, drawing the attention of Qi Chunming, Yu Shuangjiu, and the others. He closed his eyes and steeled himself. I'm from Team D. I just asked a few people from Team 3. There are 3 people in a team. 10 people, 3 people per team. I'm the one who missed. Qi Chunming and the others exchanged glances, and Yu Shuangjiu reassured them. Team D doesn't necessarily consist of 1 person per team. Haven't you confirmed your team yet? Maybe you actually have teammates? Lu Zhonglei opened his eyes and looked at Yu Shuangjiu. Which team are you from? Team B. Lu Zhonglei, The AI's electronic voice chimed again. The drawing is complete. Team members have confirmed their team members. Now we're reconfirming the team members. Team A, Qi Chunming, Chen Xing, Ku Wenyan. Team B, Yu Shuangjiu, Yu Yuan, Yi Zuixin. Lu Zhonglei's face paled as the AI announced. It was certain that someone would be left alone. Wei Ning didn't glance at the panicked Lu Zhonglei. Instead, he slowly adjusted the visor beneath his helmet, waiting for the Team C list. Chapter 74. The AI's electronic voice reached her ears with remarkable clarity. Team C, Xing Wuqian. Qi Chunming glanced at Wei Ning, meeting Xing Wuqian's gaze, which had also been directed her way. Their equally cold expressions shifted only for the moment they locked onto Wei Ning, and she didn't hear the next name. Team D, Wei Ning, Lu Zhonglei, Zhou Zhongchuan. The moment the electronic voice faded, Lu Zhonglei's tense mood instantly relaxed. He patted his chest and breathed deeply. Great. Glad I'm not the only one here. Great. He wasn't the only one satisfied with the team list. The team captains and higher-ups, watching the electronic projection, were also pleased. The child, especially, sat upright in her chair, her face beaming with joy, her round eyes curved with a smile. Her wish had come true. She finally met Wei Ning. What a relief! Fei Qingzhou withdrew her gaze from the small figure and, along with Wang Suijin, Fu Jiu, and the others, entered Thorny Land 028. Before they parted, she suddenly asked, "What's that child's last name?" Wang Suijin's voice rang out from the audio-adjusting helmet. "Her last name is Li." Fei Qingzhou paused at this. The vice president of the Federation's last name was Li, and his only child, Li Chao, was a rare biotechnology genius. Unfortunately, geniuses' brains often overextend their bodies. All team members have been reconfirmed. The rules for the qualifying round are announced. The electronic voice of the artificial intelligence was mechanical and cold. The registration round is limited to 4 hours. 24 flags are hidden in Foreign Danger Zone 028. Each flag is worth 2 points. The team with the most points will receive an item. Team points will be reset to 0 every hour, but individual points will not be reset. After the time limit expires, the top 6 contestants with the most kills and accumulated individual points will become members of Team 2 Face. If a contestant withdraws midway, they may click on the left side of the terminal. A red light will illuminate, signaling their withdrawal. The same applies to those who have been killed. Please remain where you are and wait for escort outside the venue. The rules of the selection competition were read out, and Gu Shangying's voice echoed through the audio helmets of Wei Ning and the others. Each team will follow the terminal's instructions and enter the Thorny Land in 4 directions. Once all are inside, the competition officially begins. The terminal jerked violently, and Wei Ning, through her goggles, met the gaze of the 2 people looking at her. The entrance was behind them. From then on, all they had to do was keep moving forward. Zhou Zhongxuan, standing at the end of the group, said, "The terminal's only function is to forfeit. It doesn't provide a map, so we have no coordinates or directions. How are we supposed to find the flag? We can only take it 1 step at a time," Lu Zhonglei said. "It's not a disadvantage. It's not just us who don't know the surroundings. There's no need to rush for points. You earn 1 point." Zhou Zhongxuan, Lu Zhonglei, the 2 of them looked at Wei Ning. Her expression was invisible through her goggles and mask, but the calmness with which she slowly sheathed her guns was clear. "There's an alien creature," Wei Ning explained. "Killing alien creatures also earns points." Lu Zhonglei and Zhou Zhongxuan looked around sharply, searching every corner. All around them were aging temples. The shadows cast by the still, stagnant buildings seemed to conceal the tentacles of alien creatures, creeping closer. Wei Ning and the others glanced over, but noticed nothing unusual. It seemed to have escaped through the continuous shadows. Not only Wei Ning and the other 2 were disturbed, but also the faded and yellowed red silk hanging under the eaves. The rest of the alien creatures escaped. "What a pity," Zhou Zhongxuan said. "The flesh and blood left behind by the slain 028 will split into new alien creatures. The cleaners missed very few, and even fewer have grown to adulthood." He looked at Wei Ning and Lu Zhonglei. "You 2 are newcomers and haven't participated in many missions. The team needs a leader. Lone wolf operations are not advisable. I'm the leader? If you have any ideas, feel free to recommend yourself." Wei Ning spoke first. "No." Lu Zhonglei scratched his head. "Me neither." "Then I'll go ahead. You 2 stand on the left. Use this formation to advance towards the center of the temple complex. Keep an eye out for flags and alien creatures, and strive to accumulate the most points." Zhou Zhongxuan lowered his head and touched the magazine. After all, bullets are consumables. How long do you think it will take for other teams to realize that killing alien creatures also earns points? Lu Zhonglei said. Wei Ning's finger rested on the trigger, the muzzle of his gun sweeping from the shadow of the corner to a distance of 100 meters. "It depends on your luck. Their atmosphere is quite harmonious, like they're a team," said the man sitting behind Gu Shangying, looking at the electronic projection of Wei Ning and the other 2. Song Yusui, who was sitting beside him, raised his glasses slightly. "I'm afraid not." Lu Fangxin wasn't angry at the rebuttal. Dr. Song is right. Fear of trouble is a big factor. After all, true troublemakers are always deeply buried and well preserved. Someone understood his meaning and chuckled. For example, that troublemaker in Team 5 who disobeyed orders and approached Alien 169. Li Chao ignored the conversation behind him, drawn to a voice nearby. The moment she turned, her eyes flickered. It's you. Chui Feng looked down at her. It's me. Why are you here? Li Chao's eyes were wary. She hadn't expected to see so many familiar faces at once. Chui Feng returned her gaze to the electronic projection. Why are you here? The question was thrown back at her. Li Chao cleverly dodged a question neither of them wanted to answer, whispering, You're not good at the game. Your clones have two similar personalities. Surprisingly, Chui Feng remained unmoved, saying only, Playing house is more suitable for children. Li Chao, Li Chao stared blankly at the electronic projection. For split screens, for teams, tacitly halted their forward movement. Someone's withdrawn from the competition. Wei Ning looked at the flashing red signal light in the sky and said, It's been exactly half an hour since the competition started. Lu Zhonglei's face was grim. Who could it be? Xing Wuqian? He's the lone one. Zhou Zhongxuan, Xing Wuqian's teammate, shook his head. Unlikely. Judging from the direction, they're to the west of us. They should be Team A. It's Qi Chuanming's team. Did they encounter an alien creature? Lu Zhonglei speculated reasonably. Wei Ning straightened his arm and repositioned his gun. Xing Wuqian. Lu Zhonglei didn't understand. What do you mean? They encountered Xing Wuqian, Wei Ning explained kindly. He killed someone from Team A. Zhou Zhongxuan looked at Wei Ning, his brow furrowed. How did you know? Because I do the same. Wei Ning knew the most effective course of action for a lone wolf. When faced with a numerical disadvantage, they should completely overcome the root cause, reducing the number of squad members from 3 to 1. Let Wei Ning choose the first person to attack, and it would definitely be a teammate. Having trained and fought together, they were intimately familiar with each other's movements and habits. Their gait and reactions to danger would all become a blade offered to the other. Because they were teammates, even if they knew who had attacked, they would still be tempted to believe that the Grim Reaper's scythe was no longer hanging over their heads. They might even choose to keep it a secret. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Another red light. Zhou Zhongxuan's heart sank, and a strong sense of unease rose within him. He agreed with Wei Ning's judgment, and this, in turn, only exacerbated his unease. He turned his back to Wei Ning and the others, catching his breath. His voice, carried through the audio helmet, reached them. Time to continue forward. There's a temple up ahead. Let's go in and see if there's a flag. This will help us avoid sniper fire from other teams. There was one more thing Zhou Zhongxuan didn't say. As long as this team had more than one person, he would never utter it. Also, beware of sniper fire from behind. Wei Ning stared at Zhou Zhongxuan's back, slowly raising the muzzle of his gun just past his shoulder. He said in a deep voice, Okay, Captain. Lu Zhonglei followed behind the two, a chill rising from his spine that silenced him. He chose not to discuss the second man killed with Wei Ning and Zhou Zhongxuan. He glanced back warily, but all he saw was the bronze mirror hanging above the temple gate. In the distorted mirror he saw Wei Ning's shadow. Why are you going to attack them? Qi Chuanming pointed his gun at Xing Wuqian, who was perched atop the temple. After sniping Chen Xing, he had exposed his hiding place, and was now firmly in Qi Chuanming's sights. Xing Wuqian knew there was no chance of escaping her. If you don't attack them, you'll be the one to die. Seeing Qi Chuanming remain silent, Xing Wuqian pressed his fingertip to the trigger, then raised his hands and stood up. We can cooperate. Cooperate? Qi Chuanming paused. How do you want to cooperate? Seeing room for negotiation, Xing Wuqian sat down where Qi Chuanming's gun was pointed, adjusting to a more comfortable position. I'll help you kill Wei Ning. Qi Chuanming narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? I'll join the two surface squad with her, and the others. You don't need to worry about it. What happens after joining the two-face squad? Xing Wuqian said. This match is your only chance to prove you're stronger than her. Seeing Qi Chuanming didn't interrupt him, Xing Wuqian continued, I saw the replay of your fight with Wei Ning. It was spectacular. It's a shame it was called off. But here, no one will call a halt. I'll help you clear out those around Wei Ning. Do you think Qi Chuanming will agree to cooperate with Xing Wuqian? Song Yusui whispered to Chui Feng. Not getting a response, Song Yusui turned puzzledly, only to see Chui Feng staring intently at the electronic projection, his gaze fixed on Team D's split screen. Unlike the tense Qi Chuanming and Xing Wuqian, Wei Ning and the other two were scanning the temple for flags. This temple looks familiar, Chui Feng thought. Chapter 75. One can only gaze upwards, only then can one glimpse the deity seated high in the temple, cold and aloof, so insolent. Chui Feng's fingertips twitched, and he finally understood the source of this inexplicable familiarity. Temples and ancestral halls were indistinguishably similar. In the Ascension in broad daylight dungeon, there was such an ancestral hall. Outside that ancestral hall, he was nearly killed by Wei Ning. Chui Feng's breathing was slightly erratic, and the feeling of blood rapidly draining from his body was unforgettable. This fragility of near death always attracted him. For the person who bestowed this vulnerability upon him, Chui Feng had only one thought: to hold on to her tightly. Noticing Li Chao's gaze, Chui Feng closed his eyes, waiting until his chaotic and restless emotions had completely subsided before opening them and looking at the electronic projection. "What are you looking at?" Wei Ning glanced at Lu Zhonglei, who looked puzzled. "Nothing." Feeling like something was watching her, Wei Ning casually tapped the barrel of her gun. The coolness of the metal made her thoughts race. What she knew for sure was that it was definitely not an alien creature. "No flags, not even a single alien creature," Zhou Zhongchuan said gravely. "We searched thoroughly enough. Time's running out. We should move on." The temple was small, and a thorough search took only 15 minutes. Finding nothing was within Zhou Zhongchuan's expectations. After all, judging by the layout, this wasn't the center of the temple complex, so flags would likely be more concentrated there. After all, there was ample room there, a perfect spot for a multiplayer melee, Zhou Zhongchuan thought, his peripheral vision flicking over Lu Zhonglei and Wei Ning, who were following behind him. Suddenly he paused, then quickly resumed his pace before his body's changes were noticeable. Lu Zhonglei was completely oblivious. Wei Ning coldly withdrew her gaze from Zhou Zhongchuan's. He was wary of her. Wei Ning probably understood Zhou Zhongchuan's thoughts, but the very fact of understanding them surprised her. Choosing 6 out of 10 wasn't exactly a competitive situation, especially since Xing Wuqian had already eliminated 2. Choosing 6 out of 8. The competition was even smaller. Unless one was a psychopath, there was no need to kill everyone except oneself. But unfortunately, Wei Ning was a deeply cold and perverted individual. The only person who could survive this match was her. How had Zhou Zhongchuan sensed her thoughts? A deathly silence fell on the 3-person team. All their senses could detect was the crack of gunfire, and the numbness of their knuckles from the shock of the shots. You have killed a xenomorph, earning 1 point. You have captured a flag, earning 2 points. Team A has accumulated 2 points, Team B has accumulated 10 points, Team C has accumulated 6 points, and Team D has accumulated 8 points. The AI-powered electronic voice boomed from Wei Ning and the others' audio helmets. Countdown to the end of the qualifying round, 3 hours. Prepare to drop the first prop, estimated time, 5 minutes. Bang! Above the temple complex, a parachute suddenly exploded with a resounding, utterly intimidating sound. The parachute surface was painted an uneven fluorescent green. Attached to the prop beneath the parachute was a large red speaker, unaffected by magnetic fields. "I'm coming! I'm coming! I'm here! I'm here!" The member of Team B with the highest cumulative points, Yu Shuangjiu, pressed her throbbing temple, the veins bulging on her arm gripping the gun lingering for a long time. She let out a long breath. "Let's go get the items, before someone else gets there first." 10 minutes ago, their team had completely run out of ammunition. As if sensing a scent, the alien creatures emerged from the shadows, waving their tentacles and lunging at them. Even if there was only one, Yu Shuangjiu and the other 2 could only run. After running so far, they were not only battered, but worse still, their stamina had collectively reached a dangerously low point, desperately needing to rest. But these were their items, and they must belong to them. Watching the 8 red dots zipping across the terminal map, Fei Qingzhe's lips curled up, her voice unmistakably cheerful in the audio track. "Finally, it's not boring anymore. I'll go first round." "No one's competing with you," Fu Jiu replied. Wang Suijin smiled and said, "I brought that big guy out of the research institute too. I'm just checking out what new reagents those white-coated guys have come up with. These kids are lucky to be the first group of guinea pigs." Fei Qingzhe completely blocked out Wang Suijin's voice from the audio track. She held her breath, pressing her body tightly against the tilted tiles. Wind speed, range, target trajectory, everything needed to be calculated was done in a fraction of a second. The image in the scope instantly slowed down infinitely. A strong uneasiness erupted from deep within her body, her fingertips twitched inexplicably, and Qi Chuanming's head suddenly buzzed. Adrenaline surged to its peak, and Qi Chuanming rolled forward almost as a reflex. Bang! TSK, Fei Qingzhe secretly lamented. Qi Chuanming had been trained as a sniper, and her instincts had saved her. There was no need for a second bullet. Qi Chuanming had already located Fei Qingzhe's hiding place. Her face fell, and she chose not to pursue. Fei Qingzhe had already fled. Who do you think it was? Xing Wuqian picked up the shell casing and approached Qi Chunming. Qi Chunming swatted away his outstretched hand, stood up, and silently continued toward the location where the parachute had crashed. Xing Wuqian didn't care and followed her. Someone else has sneaked in. I know, Qi Chunming continued running. At this range, Wei Ning and I can't do it. Xing Wuqian replaced his magazine, fully preparing for the upcoming sniper duel. I hope you don't forget our cooperation. Qi Chunming simply replied, don't forget your promise to me. Of course. Qi Chunming didn't hear Xing Wuqian's response. Everything in her ears was completely drowned out by a single voice. I'm landing. I'm landing. I'm landing. Come play with me. Come play with me. Very close, Qi Chunming and Xing Wuqian exchanged glances, their pace instantly increasing. Their afterimages were ripped to shreds. They were the first to arrive at the airdrop site. In perfect unison, neither of them chose to open their packages. Instead, they pointed their guns at the still blaring red speaker and instantly pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The horn exploded in the air, fragments flying everywhere, crushed to dust the moment they hit the ground. Zhou Zhongxuan ignored his bruised knee and, the moment he steadied himself, fired a bullet from the muzzle at Xing Wuqian, who was closest to the package. The speed was too fast, the distance too short, and Xing Wuqian's pupils constricted. He had no time to react. Along with his pounding heart, the burning shell hit his body. Xing Wuqian breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated to Qi Chunming's side. Thank you. You teamed up, Lu Zhonglei realized, seeing the two men standing side by side. But you only have 2 people, 2 guns, and we have 3. You're no match for us. No one denied his words. The package containing the props stood deftly between the 2 teams, a perfect neutral position. Fei Qingjie, perched on a distant rooftop, raised an eyebrow at the scene, her eyes a ruler. Neither team had an absolute guarantee of seizing the package, despite the alluring contents: bullets, guns, food, medical supplies, and so on. It doesn't have to be 2 versus 3. What if it's 5 versus 3? Xing Wuqian asked. 3 versus 2, Wei Ning said coldly, with absolute certainty. The airdrop site was clearly closest to Team B, but they were the first to arrive. This suggests they were caught up in other matters, unable to escape, and for a long time. During this period, no one would bother them. Xing Wuqian's face darkened. He understood Wei Ning's words. She wouldn't give him and Qi Chunming the chance to cooperate with Team B, nor would she choose to join forces against them. She was stubborn and unyielding in her fight against them. Mad dog. Gazing into Wei Ning's eyes through his goggles, he could only sense a metallic, cold gaze. However, Xing Wuqian felt a sudden surge of excitement within him. He was gradually beginning to understand Qi Chunming. After the grueling training and missions, Wei Ning wasn't the only one who had truly adapted to her role as a soldier. She wasn't the only one with the ruthless drive to kill. The atmosphere of the 5-man standoff seemed to have changed. Zhou Zhongxuan's expression beneath his mask grew even more serious. Xing Wuqian, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip on his gun, was getting serious. In that case, then... Xing Wuqian's unfinished words were suddenly interrupted by an extremely sharp, distorted voice. He, Wei Ning, and the others all looked in the direction of the sound. Beep, beep, beep. A multicolored smoke bomb suddenly exploded in the middle of the 5 men. It was the package trapped between the 2 teams. It seemed like it couldn't wait for its owner to open it, so desperate it exploded on its own, seeking someone else to play with it. What the hell is going on? Lu Zhonglei exclaimed. Before the smoke completely cleared, Wei Ning took the lead, with Zhou Zhongxuan and the others following closely behind. It's a xenomorph. A tiny xenomorph suddenly leaped from its envelope. The moment it recognized the thermal energy lifeform before it, its mouthparts expanded to their limit, nearly cleaving its tiny body in 2. Get out of the way, Zhou Zhongxuan said gravely. As soon as he finished speaking, thick saliva gushed out of the xenomorph's mouthparts. Lu Zhonglei seized the opportunity, aiming his gun at the spitting xenomorph's mouthparts and firing furiously. His expression suddenly changed. We can't penetrate it. Its interior has already been metallized. The unexpected events didn't stop there. The saliva that had been sprayed into the air, grazed by the scorching bullets, suddenly took on substance, sprouting wings and tentacles, and lunged towards Wei Ning and the others. What the hell is this? Why is there a strange creature inside the package? Qi Chunming shouted. Unable to kill it, they had no choice but to run. Zhou Zhongxuan, experienced in the mission, shouted back as he ran. It's an alien cockroach. Its saliva and body dander split and grow into alien cockroaches. This is its reproductive instinct. Unless it's completely dead, it'll keep opening its mouth parts and spewing out. Shang Wuqian's face darkened. Where the hell did this come from? Could this be the guy team be encountered? Who knows? Chapter 76. Lu Zhonglei's devastated screams filled her ears, nearly shredding everyone's eardrums. Qi Chuanming's expression suddenly changed, and she turned back to look at him in disbelief, hoping things weren't what she thought. But after meeting Wei Ning's calm gaze through Lu Zhonglei, her heart sank, and a chill ran down her spine. The communication frequency of the audio helmets varied between teams, so there wouldn't be the possibility of someone other than a team member speaking at an abnormally high volume. There was only one possibility: the audio helmets were malfunctioning. The magnetic field frequency was completely distorted, no longer providing any safety protection. One after another, alien cockroaches slammed into the helmets, tightly enveloping the heads of Wei Ning and the others. Their fleshy wings were so soft that even the slightest touch sent them swarming onto the goggles. Even though her vision was obstructed, Wei Ning didn't choose to reach out and wipe it away. From a distance of less than 5 centimeters, she could clearly see the tiny suction cups on the detached wings of the alien cockroaches, firmly clinging to her goggles. The fleshy wings moved consciously, gathering together, and mucus emanated from the suction cups. Wei Ning smelled the scent of high-strength acid, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly, instantly being captured and corroded. In the fraction of a second that the odor of burning keratin rose, Wei Ning neatly unhooked her helmet and tossed it far away. The others followed suit, and for a moment, a dull booming sound filled the air. The next second, the flying alien cockroaches, sensing the scent, swarmed over. The upper half of Wei Ning and the others' faces were completely exposed. These fleshy insects prefer damp, humid places with plenty of water. They'll burrow into your eyes, Zhou Zhongchuan warned loudly. Qi Chuanming panted heavily, her endurance failing her, and she gradually fell behind the group. She closed her eyes and shouted, "We can't keep our eyes closed forever. We're not familiar with the terrain." Before she could finish her words, she felt a sudden pain on her face, blood gushing from the wound. Qi Chuanming instinctively opened her eyes to look, her breathing instantly stagnating. The dark muzzle of a gun was pointed directly at her. It was Wei Ning. She raised her gun and abruptly stopped, sending dust and stones flying into Qi Chuanming's face. Wei Ning was going to kill her now. Despair enveloped Qi Chuanming, leaving her no time to dodge the bullet. "Don't move," Wei Ning said gravely, staring directly into Qi Chuanming's eyes. Qi Chuanming stiffened reflexively, her eyes stubbornly closed due to the grievance and anger. Bang, 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 bang. A cloud of blood mist suddenly exploded in front of Wei Ning. Qi Chuanming was instantly struck by waves of stinging pain, gnawing at every inch of her skin and flesh. She was covered in the shattered corpses of alien cockroaches, each one precisely shot in the head by Wei Ning. Shang Wuqian, Zhou Zhongchuan, and Lu Zhonglei, drawn in by the noise, breathed a sigh of relief. The swarm of alien cockroaches, barely a centimeter away from Qi Chuanming, was stunned by the bullets, giving Qi Chuanming time to catch her breath. "My eyes?" Suddenly, Qi Chuanming covered her eyes, her ankle buckling and falling to the ground. Wei Ning's expression sternly observed this. In a flash, he replaced the magazine with a new one, aiming and firing at the still dangling swarm of alien cockroaches. Zhou Zhongchuan quickly understood Wei Ning's intentions, slamming his foot on the brakes, and, steadying himself, cocking his gun. A split second later, his jaws trembled as several bullets exploded through the finger-thick bodies of the alien cockroaches. Shang Wuqian and Lu Zhonglei were suppressing the cockroach swarm on either side. As the three of them advanced, Wei Ning edged closer to the prone Qi Chuanming. Unwaveringly seizing Qi Chuanming's trembling arms, Wei Ning tore her loose from her dodging grasp. Glancing down, he confirmed her ankle was immobilized, then hoisted her onto his shoulders before she could react. A sudden weight dropped from his shoulders, and he ran. As Wei Ning passed Shang Wuqian and the other two, he shouted in a deep voice, "Run!" At the fraction of a second after Wei Ning's words fell, the ground shook with the simultaneous, high-speed strides of the five. No one glanced back. Yu Shuangjiu lifted his hand from the shaking ground and looked up at Yu Yuan. "It should be teams A, C, and D. The five of them have met up." Yu Yuan strapped the magazines to his body, feeling a sense of security. "Let them fight. In the end, they'll realize we swapped the packages. There's only air inside. Ha ha ha. They'll soon realize they've been tricked. Angry people are terrifying." Yi Zuixing pulled his mask up over his nose. "The points have been reset to 0. We need to find a new flag." Yu Shuangjiu and Yu Yuan exchanged a glance and quickly followed Yi's wishing. Unknowingly, Yi's wishing had become the backbone of Team B. After receiving the airdrop, Yu Shuangjiu and Yu Yuan offered no objection to his plan. After all, the possibility of the three of them becoming Team Two-Face would skyrocket. Watching this scene, Lu Fangxing frowned in front of the electronic projection. Li Chao noticed his expression and asked, "Captain Lu, do you think this is unfair?" Before Lu Fangxing could speak, Li Chao continued, having no intention of letting him begin. "But this is our way. It's the military, it's the Federation, it's everyone. Fairness and freedom. The individual is always valued, the collective buried beneath the surface. Only with indifference, cold-bloodedness, and arrogance can the Federation avoid ending in a wasteland." Li Chao's face was icy, and he spoke slowly. "Commander Lu, you come this far, you should have gotten used to this. In this respect, you're not as good as them." Lu Fangxing was about to say something else, when suddenly it darkened in front of him. He looked up and saw Gu Xiangying standing in front of him, smiling, completely obscuring his presence. Lu Fangxing had a vague feeling that he was isolated from the circle led by Gu Xiangying. And at the very center of the circle was the underage girl. The silence finally died down in her ears, but Li Chao felt an inexplicable sense of restlessness. A palpitation and a sense of danger made her glance to her side. The seat next to her had become empty at some point. Cui Feng was gone. He had been specially invited by the Federation. Traces of Cui Feng's presence were visible in the funding chain for multiple research projects. Li Chao thought she should express her concern. Where did Mr. Cui go? Song Yusui, who had remained silent until then, heard her voice. Mr. Cui left 15 minutes ago. He left a message. That alien cockroach. Li Chao, impatient, was about to inquire about the alien cockroach when a red alarm sounded throughout the inspection room. Gu Xiangying's expression changed, and he quickly approached the control panel. The next second, Fei Qingzhe's voice, relayed by the AI, reached everyone present. There's something wrong with that alien cockroach. This isn't the one we brought from the research institute. Before Gu Xiangying and the others could register her meaning, Fei Qingzhe continued, 5 minutes ago, Fu Jiu discovered that Chen Xing and Ku Wenyan were missing. The support personnel arrived but didn't see them. Chen Xing and Ku Wenyan were Qi Chunming's teammates. They should have been escorted out of the selection venue after being sniped by Xing Wuqian. The support personnel should have reported them immediately even if they hadn't seen them, instead of waiting for Fei Qingzhe to announce the news personally. Unless... Gu Xiangying's face changed. He opened his mouth to say something, but Fei Qingzhe's rapid breathing faded, replaced by the cold electronic tone of the AI machine. Sorry, the other party's magnetic field is disrupted, unable to connect to the frequency. Almost reflexively, Gu Xiangying pressed the right side of the terminal. It was a specially designed emergency rescue signal, capable of instantly mobilizing the entire Chanshan detachment. Commander Gu, remember to transport the bodies back to the institute. Li Chao didn't stop Gu Xiangying. All of them. Gu Xiangying, about to leave the inspection room, paused and said gravely, yes. The dull footsteps faded away, and the air once again thickened into a stagnant pool, yet someone, unwilling to give up, attempted to stir it again. Director Li, I heard the institute has been divided into 2 departments. Song Yusui asked softly, answering his own question. One focuses on xenomorphs, and the other focuses on contaminated xenomorphs. And the second one, you'll be in charge. A new project requires a lot of samples, right? Especially representative, objective, typical cases. Li Chao's brows furrowed. As a hired psychologist, knowing too much won't do you any good. Song Yusui nodded and fell silent, concentrating on the electronic projection before him. He tapped his fingertips nonchalantly, his relaxed demeanor completely different from Li Chao beside him, practically the opposite. Song Yusui and Li Chao weren't the only ones in this confrontation. There was also Qi Chunming, huddled in the corner, and Wei Ning, standing before her. Wei Ning lowered her eyes to look at Qi Chunming, her brows furrowed slightly. I'll give you 1 second, or I'll take action. Through the bloodstained sea, Qi Chunming struggled to see Wei Ning, but despite her best efforts, she couldn't see her face. Instead, she recoiled at the silver light. Ignoring Qi Chunming's retreat, Wei Ning thrust the dagger forward expressionlessly. Zhou Zhongxuan warned, once contaminated by the alien cockroach's slime, the surface tissues and organs will have only one outcome. Complete necrosis. Besides, you only lost an eyeball. In the distance, Xing Wuqian and Lu Zhonglei remained silent, silently monitoring their surroundings. The alien cockroach head had been left behind, and there was a possibility it might catch up. Under the gaze of Wei Ning and Zhou Zhongxuan, Qi Chunming released his hand, a smile uglier than tears. You're right, it's just an eyeball. At worst, I can get a mechanical prosthetic eye. 19 is the age to try new things. The coldness of metal penetrated his fingertips, and penetrated his body. Puff, the hot muzzle burned the wound, and the blood flow in his body quickly stopped. Chi Chunming, his face pale, raised his sore hand, and silently pulled up his sweat-soaked mask, barely covering his empty eye socket. The race isn't over yet. It's time to overtake. Chapter 77. When the smell of cooked meat had barely dissipated, it could no longer mask the distinctive sour, fermented smell of the alien cockroaches. It was like an explosive mixture of filth, sour rice, and fermented alcohol. It was hard not to smell it. The only advantage was that they could detect their approach in time. Before the integration break ended, Wei Ning said, "Do you think this was Team B's doing?" The moment he heard this question, the other 4 people's eyes silently focused on Wei Ning. Scanning their expressions one by one, Wei Ning had an answer in mind. The stagnant silence was first broken by Zhou Zhongxuan. "Our third team has been together for 5 years now, and we know each other well. Team B's Wishing's brain, if made into a brain flower, could fetch hundreds of billions of yuan at auction." The solemn atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by Zhou Zhongxuan's joke, and Wei Ning and the others were unsure how to react. "Zhou Zhongxuan, there's a 99% chance it was his idea." No one responded. Zhou Zhongxuan, His original intention was to ease the already sluggish airflow so that his next move wouldn't be affected, but he nearly choked on the stagnant compressed air. Xing Wuqian scratched his head and said with a smile, "But I'll definitely return it immediately, because as soon as I sign for it, I'll see it's already spoiled." Ha ha ha. Chi Chunming laughed at the awkward scene, his deformed facial muscles tearing open the recently clotted wound. Hiss. Lu Zhonglei covered his face, and patted Zhou Zhongxuan's shoulder helplessly. Zhou Zhongxuan expressionlessly said, "Sorry, I'll just read 1,000 bad jokes, and how to be a highly emotionally intelligent person." Wei Ning, standing next to Zhou Zhongxuan, said, Wei Ning raised her hand to cover Chi Chunming's bleeding wound, then suddenly paused. She caught sight of her own face in Chi Chunming's clear eyes. The corners of her mouth twitched unnoticeably, a smile, half hidden by a frown. "Wei Ning, what's wrong with you?" Chi Chunming asked, perplexed, noticing Wei Ning's sudden turn of attention. "There are 25 minutes left before the cumulative points are tallied. It's time to act." Wei Ning averted her gaze from the turmoil. "Team B has already taken the item. Should we go find the flag, or continue the 3 versus 2 match?" "I respect your decision." Xing Wuqian raised an eyebrow at this. "They're plotting against the 5 of us. Why don't we team up and take down Team B?" It sounded like a perfectly reasonable idea. Victory in the finals would be effortless. But there was one question he had deliberately concealed. Zhou Zhongxuan followed Wei Ning out of their hiding place. "No, this alliance sounds incredibly precarious." Chi Chunming stopped Xing Wuqian, who was about to say something, and silently shook his head. After walking a short distance from the hiding place, Wei Ning glanced back. Behind her were only the corpses of the alien creatures, with no trace of Chi Chunming or Xing Wuqian. She frowned slightly, feeling as if she overlooked something. What was it? "There's a flag over there," Lu Zhonglei shouted. Wei Ning looked in the direction he pointed. The flag was tied to the corner of a roof. She pointed her gun at the red spot. The moment she pulled the trigger, her unease deepened. Her gun was out of bullets. "We're all out of bullets." Zhou Zhongxuan's voice came from behind, ruthlessly announcing the bad news. Without looking back, Wei Ning fixed her gaze on a single point. She had found a route that would allow her to ascend, and she was an expert rock climber. "You have captured a flag, earning 2 points. Team B has accumulated 2 points." This was Wei Ning's first high-angle view since entering Thornyland 028. She hadn't yet attempted to snipe other contestants. 1 hour and 35 minutes. Searching for flags, killing alien creatures, getting eliminated, desperately scrambling for airdropped items, being pursued by alien cockroaches, taking short breaks to regroup, she had been operating on the ground. The muscles in Wei Ning's arm, which had been retracted, suddenly stiffened. Something blurry suddenly became visible, something she had overlooked finally being fully grasped. Yes, her attention had been fixed on the ground, and she hadn't paid attention to what was happening in the air, except for the 2 red signal lights. When a contestant is eliminated mid-race, and the red signal lights come on, please remain where you are, and wait for pickup outside the venue. There was no sound of pickup in the sky. Wei Ning hadn't heard the roar of a helicopter. Zhou Zhongxuan saw Wei Ning's face show no joy after receiving the flag. Instead, his eyes darkened and deep. He frowned. What did you discover? There was an emergency, Wei Ning said gravely. The personnel who were supposed to assist the eliminated players didn't enter the thorny zone. No, perhaps they did, but were stopped by something. Alien creatures? Lu Zhonglei speculated. Is it the alien cockroaches from Team B? But an hour has passed since the red signal was sent. An hour is enough time for the military to discover the anomaly and clear out any remaining alien creatures within Zone 028. He continued, unless that alien cockroach was an unplanned event. But how could that be? Where did it come from? No matter where it came from, Zhou Zhongxuan said. Eradicating the alien creatures is the duty and responsibility of the Federation soldiers. Wei Ning analyzed the situation. Without the audio helmet, we can't contact anyone else. If we lose contact, only the terminal's location tracking can help the army find us. But the competition is still going on. We can't stay where we are. Wei Ning's meaning was not difficult to understand. Up to now, no information from the qualifying competition terminal had been pushed to the terminal. They now faced two choices. One was to reunite with the military and eliminate the alien cockroaches that suddenly appeared in Dangerous Land 028. The other was to break away from the wolf pack, act independently, and continue the competition. Wei Ning raised her eyes and glanced at Zhou Zhongxuan and Lu Zhonglei. Without the mask of the helmet, the emotions and thoughts in her eyes were difficult to hide. She knew their inner choices. This multiple-choice question was actually not difficult. They could easily eliminate the alien creatures while competing. However, they were out of bullets, which meant there was no room for multiple answers. In their current state, recklessly confronting the alien creatures would only lead to death. Zhou Zhongxuan was the first to speak. He met Wei Ning and Lu Zhonglei's gazes and stroked the scar that stretched from the end of his brow to the corner of his eye. Harvest the flags as quickly as possible, avoid the alien creatures, become the team with the highest accumulated points this round, secure the airdrop, quickly suppress the other teams, and forcefully interrupt the game. The moment he finished speaking, Zhou Zhongxuan stared intently at Wei Ning and Lu Zhonglei, and the atmosphere between the three of them became inexplicably tense. This match was ultimately an individual competition, and everyone knew his value as captain. But, help! Speak quickly. He was terrified of awkward situations. Lu Zhonglei's expression grew increasingly gloomy, and his palms turned pale as he gripped the gun. Wei Ning averted his gaze from his arm and tossed the flag in his hand. Zhou Zhongxuan's eyes flickered, and he almost missed catching it as it flew into his arms. A cold, firm voice reached his ears. Okay, Captain Zhou. Lu Zhonglei patted Zhou Zhongxuan's shoulder. Let's go, Captain. There are only 20 minutes left until the refresh. Zhou Zhongxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go! But, it's 19 minutes. Lu Zhonglei, Wei Ning, okay, Captain. Countdown to the end of the qualifying round is 2 hours. Prepare for the second prop drop. Estimated time, 5 minutes. Team A has accumulated 2 points, Team B has accumulated 4 points, Team C has accumulated 2 points, and Team D has accumulated 8 points. The AI voice boomed from the terminal. Team D has the highest accumulated points in the second round. Please check. Focusing on the fluorescent green parachute in the sky, Wei Ning and the others' pace quickened. For a moment, it was almost impossible to determine their position in the next second, and they could only catch vague afterimages. They were the first to arrive at the airdrop site. This time, the props were genuine. Before the airdrop landed, Wei Ning took a deep breath, sped up, and leaped up, grabbing the heavy props. The metallic smell of the bullets in her arms intoxicated and reassured her, completely taming them. Beware of snipers. Lu Zhonglei shouted, eyes wide, as a bullet shot straight at Wei Ning. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Ning abruptly changed her trajectory, bent down, and landed on her back. Before she could draw a breath, the muzzle of her rifle was already aimed in the direction of the incoming bullet. Spotting the figure being counter-sniped, Wei Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. It was Wang Suijin. Even through the audio track helmet, Wei Ning could tell with absolute certainty that this man was Wang Suijin. He was too tall and thin, his physique barely showing any signs of training. It was definitely him. Why was he shooting at her? Even if it was just part of a competition, at this moment, he should be working with other high-ranking military officials to eliminate the alien creatures. Wei Ning didn't think he hadn't received the emergency transfer order. The military wasn't doing it for nothing. After replacing the magazines, Zhou Zhongxuan and Lu Zhonglei finally emerged from behind Wei Ning, looking up through the shell casings that had fallen from the sniper exchange between her and Wang Sui-jin. Who was it? Bang! The bullets detonated the two men's tails. Wei Ning said in a deep voice, "Retreat and find cover." But in reality, Zhou Zhongxuan and Lu Zhonglei didn't have time to react. Two bullets instantly struck them from different directions. With her entire attention riveted on Wang Sui-jin, Wei Ning couldn't spare a glance to identify the two extra people. But the only thing she could confirm was this: emergency +2. The suddenly appearing alien cockroaches had lost contact with the military and were being surrounded by their own forces. The situation was unpredictable and full of danger. Instead, Wei Ning calmed down. She waited to see if anything unexpected would happen, ideally surrounding them all at once. Zhou Zhongxuan struggled to cope when a sudden movement came from behind him, not from the direction of Wei Ning and Lu Zhonglei. No way. Another one? Zhou Zhongxuan? Run! Yu Yuan, seeing Zhou Zhongxuan and the other two from afar, shouted, "The military has gone crazy." His voice was filled with pain. "Oh my god! They're chasing us in helicopters." Chapter 78. Before his brain could even process the truth of Yu Yuan's words, Wei Ning's body reflexively sprang into action. In less than a fraction of a second, Wei Ning gave up shooting, shoved his gun into his arms, and ran again and again. Wei Ning always trusted his body's warnings of danger. As Yu Yuan finished his words, his half-open mouth ate the dust kicked up behind Wei Ning. He didn't have time to get angry. He quickly wiped his face and, along with Yu Shuangjiu behind him, ran for cover. Lu Zhonglei, still trembling, asked, "What happened again?" Yu Shuangjiu, a shoulder behind him, kindly replied, 10 minutes ago, while searching for the flag, we heard the sound of a helicopter overhead. Looking up, we saw a sniper aiming at us. Luckily, we reacted quickly, and the bullet that didn't miss only hit our arms." Wei Ning's mind raced at the sound. "Was the area where you were shot at on the periphery?" "Yes, how did you know?" Yu Shuangjiu asked, somewhat surprised. The army finally realized something was amiss. The 10 minutes Yu Shuangjiu had mentioned were the time they entered the thorny land. But why wasn't it a rescue, but an attack? Wei Ning ran towards the nearest temple, his thoughts racing. The predators, the army's pursuit and encirclement, seemed intent on killing them all. The more desperate the situation, the calmer Wei Ning became, his thoughts and judgments becoming more realistic. If they died here, what would be the greatest value for this group of people? This value was what the mastermind of all this needed most, desperately, desperate enough to put the federal military's counterattack behind them. Wei Ning's eyes darkened. Before she could confirm her suspicions, she had to survive. No one could force her to choose death passively. 10 meters from the bunker. 9 meters. 8 meters. Sensing their prey about to flee back into the cave, the barrage of bullets intensified, nearly engulfing Wei Ning and the others. Arms, calves, waist, abdomen. Blood continuously flowed from the wounds left by the bullets. Her vision began to darken, and her gaze slowed to a point where she could be easily targeted. Only 2 meters remained. Really, I couldn't run anymore. Will I die here? She only had enough strength to think about that one sentence. A sudden pain in her back disrupted her rhythm, and she froze in place. Go to hell. Yu Shuangjiu glanced back in disbelief, his gaze shifting from Wei Ning, who had leaped into the air, to the leg resting on his back. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes and stared blankly at Yu Shuangjiu. Before landing, she gave him another powerful kick. Her lips, moving in slow motion, seemed to Yu Shuangjiu to be speaking word for word. Get in! Get out of the way! Yu Shuangjiu's vision went black, and he lost consciousness completely. Wei Ning glanced at the fallen Yu Shuangjiu. She looked up, only to be met with 4 faces, each one terrified. She tilted her head coldly. Is there something wrong? No! No! Yu Yuan and Zhou Zhongxuan exchanged glances, not daring to speak again. They stepped aside and said, in a voice so low only they could hear, "Do you have bandages and hemostatics?" Without them, even if Wei Ning kicks Yu Shuangjiu in, she won't survive long. Zhou Zhongxuan said nothing, silently pulling out the medical supplies strapped to his body. What do you know? Yi Zuixin looked at Wei Ning, his tone firm. Tell us why the army attacked us. Wei Ning stared at the temple entrance, not turning back, and asked, Did you create the alien cockroaches? Yi Zuixin frowned. Alien cockroaches? You encountered them too? Not us. What does this have to do with the army attacking us? As questions continued to pour out, Yi Zuixin's voice grew increasingly low until it fell completely silent. He watched with a stern expression as Wei Ning raised her hand and pressed it downward, lowering herself and her body as they retreated, realizing something had entered the area. It was the army's assault team. Watching the army silently approaching them, Yi Zuixing, Wei Ning, and the others retreated behind the massive statue, shielding the 6 of them from view. But it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Furthermore, the oversized statue took up almost all of the temple space. Its standard mission configuration, Yi Zuixing analyzed in a low voice. 1 sniper and 1 assault trooper, hunting down and killing on both land and air. Wei Ning didn't deny it, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the gun. Yi Zuixing took the new magazine Zhou Zhongxuan handed him from behind him. He cast a deep glance at the unconscious Yu Shuangjiu, a wounded soldier with a combat power of 1. Yu Yuan was bandaging Yu Shuangjiu to stop the bleeding, prying open her mouth and forcing the hemostatic drug down her throat. He couldn't spare any energy for a while, and even if he did, he had to protect Yu Shuangjiu when the army attacked. Combat power 2. Suppressing his irritation, Yi Zuixing whispered, "How are Xing Wuqian and Qi Chunming doing? I'm asking about the time of the encounter with the alien cockroach." Qi Chunming lost an eye. "Xing Wuqian is fine," Wei Ning said coldly. After receiving the response, Yi Zuixing fell silent. It was clear that the appearance of the alien cockroaches was related to the airdrop. He had been used as a weapon, a dagger stabbed at him. His combat power was 4. Now, only 4 people could withstand the attack: Wei Ning, Yi Zuixing, Zhou Zhongxuan, and Lu Zhonglei. With only 4 people, how could they break the deadlock? It was a dead end, no matter how you looked at it. Yi Zuixing felt a surge of frustration, the dead silence amplifying his emotions. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He stared intently at the slowly moving assaulters several meters away. Through the obscuration of his audio helmet, he couldn't see who they were. He couldn't even tell who was killing him. Huh? Wait! Yi Zuixing's body stiffened, and a vague thought flashed through his mind. His intuition told him this was the key to solving the problem at hand, but it was too vague, too fast, and he couldn't grasp it. Helmet, alien cockroaches, silently approaching. What on earth was it? Think. They mistook us for alien cockroaches. Wei Ning's voice reached his ears, and Yi Zuixing's eyes suddenly lit up. That's it. The alien cockroach's mouth contains countless cockroach egg cases, which explode the moment it opens. The fist-sized larvae quickly surround and devour their prey the moment they capture it. When clearing out alien cockroaches, the military always chooses to approach quietly. After all, there's no need to mobilize the entire military to kill 8 low-level internal soldiers, let alone set up a special selection competition. One of the characteristics of the alien cockroach is their strong odor, Wei Ning whispered. We've been ingrained with it. Over time, we even ignored it, but the scent recognition system on the audio helmet hasn't. The helmets tell them we're just a few cockroaches bursting from countless egg cases. Yi Zuixing's heart darkened. He said the helmets were tampered with. This was undeniable. All military personnel on missions must wear audio helmets, and are not allowed to remove them without orders. And the duty of a Federation soldier is to obey orders. The man concluded that after encountering the alien cockroaches, they would remove their helmets, thus losing contact with the military. Why did he do this? Wei Ning and the others were not anxious to know the answer to this question. They were more concerned about how to destroy the audio helmets while killing the assaulters. Wei Ning watched Yi Zuixing from the corner of her eye, not missing the slightest change in his expression. Her fingertips tapped the gun barrel continuously. Destroying the audio helmet was inevitable. She didn't care if anyone died. Either they died, or Wei Ning died. But it was troublesome. Killing everyone was impossible. Killing one after another felt like nothing. Being discovered would be troublesome, not just by Yi Zuixing and the others, but also by the higher-ups. The selection of members for the Toothpaste squad now rests entirely with the higher-ups. The competition was long over, and Wei Ning wouldn't be able to successfully join the Toothpaste squad. Irritated, Wei Ning felt a little annoyed. The federal military didn't need powerful weapons, but loyal soldiers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been barred from full service by a psychological screening. Wei Ning's loyalty was only to herself. What if she was discovered? It would be uncontrollable. Wei Ning suppressed her thoughts, took a deep breath, switched to a sniper rifle, steadied the gun, aimed the scope, and a breath later. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, the silent assaulters swarmed the towering statue where Wei Ning and the others were hiding, moving simultaneously and unleashing a barrage of bullets. Countless gunshots mingled, making it impossible to tell whether they were from teammates or enemies. But to the assaulters facing the alien cockroaches, they were all teammates, and that sudden first gunshot was a risky but reasonable call to charge. Their fallen teammates, devoured by the alien cockroaches, fueled their hatred, and the assaulters pressed forward with all their might towards the statue. Wishing watched with wide eyes, as Wei Ning quickly reloaded his magazine. With a steely determination, he gritted his teeth and opened fire, with Lu Zhonglei and Zhou Zhongxuan behind him. Their position had already been completely exposed. Wei Ning dodged a bullet after retreating behind the statue, ignoring the blood on his face as he reloaded and fired. Zhou Zhongxuan's earlobe was pierced, blood splattering all around him, including himself, Wei Ning, and the others. After the roaring in his ears subsided, Zhou Zhongxuan didn't hesitate and continued firing. He only lost an ear, but all the assaulters surrounding them were shot in the knees and legs, incapacitated. How many men were sent? We're running out of bullets again. Wei Ning stopped firing. A circle of assaulters, shot in the arms and legs, lay dead before the statue. She watched the figures emerge from the temple entrance. As she approached, she saw Gu Xiangying, dressed in combat fatigues and a soundtrack helmet, with Fei Qingzhe and the other squad leaders standing behind her. She only had one bullet left. Wei Ning glanced sideways at Zhou Zhongxuan, Wishing, Lu Zhonglei, and Yu Yuan. They shook their heads in silence. After catching her breath, Wei Ning half leaned forward, but suddenly froze. Where were the people? She looked up. 3 pitch-black guns were pointed at her from different directions, very close. Chapter 79. At such close range, even if she teleported, she would be instantly captured and killed. 3 guns, more so, blocked Wei Ning's chance of escape. She couldn't possibly run forward and offer her own neck. But the irritation and panic suddenly subsided. Wei Ning slowly released the trigger, staring intently at Fei Qingzhe, Wang Suijin, and Fu Jiu. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she whispered, "Captain Fei?" Wishing, Zhou Zhongxuan, and the others watched this scene, staring at each other. Could it be that they had finally escaped the alien cockroaches and become human beings? Wei Ning, put down your weapons. Unlike the 3 silent squad leaders, Gu Xiangying spoke in a deep voice. Under her gaze, Wei Ning placed her gun on the ground. Behind Wei Ning, Lu Zhonglei and Zhou Zhongxuan's faces lit up. They were saved. Unexpectedly, there was no explanation as expected. They cried and embraced, no words of comfort or encouragement, not even a single sound. A dead silence worse than silence, like the final seconds before the god of death pronounced his sentence. In a trance, Wishing looked through Wei Ning at the soldiers scattered on the ground, their bodies covered in paralyzed soldiers. Cold, glistening bullet casings, pools of blood. All this was due to one person. Someone who could not only come into contact with alien creatures, but also tamper with the audio track helmet right under the commander's nose. A distinguished identity. No threat allowed. As prey, was there any chance they could escape? The answer to this question was crucial to Wei Ning. She refused to look away from Gu Xiangying, knowing he understood her meaning. After a moment, the dead silence was broken by a soft sigh. Gu Xiangying raised his hand, motioning Fei Qingzhe and the other 2 to move their guns. The tooth-faced squad selection round is over. The results will be announced after discussion. Before then, the players will leave the field and rest and recuperate until further notice. No one may remain in Thornfield 028 for more than 5 minutes. Now, immediately, everyone, remove your helmets and begin. As the qualifying round concluded, a red signal light illuminated above Thornfield. Blood red. It reflected equally on everyone's face, melting into their eyes, including Wei Ning. She watched silently as the sweepers on the ground sealed off Thornfield 028, sweeping away the corpses, blood, and traces of the alien creature's battle. And it would remain a secret. Wei Ning had never been one to repay kindness with vengeance. On the contrary, she was extremely vindictive, and would pursue any threat. Anyone who threatens her interests or her life will never be spared. This is Wei Ning's creed, unwavering, and she will always actively implement it, just like now, having finally joined the 2 surface team. Wei Ning, you have become a member of the 2 surface team. Please proceed to C210 on the 46th floor for your first meeting with your teammates. That will be the 2 surface team's exclusive office. The voice of the AI on the terminal guided Wei Ning forward. I wish you a safe and prosperous career. Following the AI's blessing, Wei Ning arrived at C210. Behind this door lay her unknown and unfamiliar teammates. All 6 members of the 2 surface team are present. All members, Zhou Zhongxuan, Wei Ning, Xing Wuqian, Wishing Yishuangjiu, Qi Chunming. Gu Shan's gaze swept across the 6 lonely figures. Each expression varied, some happy, some hesitant, but the underlying tone remained the same, a gloomy and wary mood. She remained calm and continued, after consultation with other senior executives, the captain of the Toothpaste squad will be Zhou Zhongxuan. Starting with the captain, briefly introduce yourself. Zhou Zhongxuan stood up upon hearing the voice. One of his ears had been replaced with a mechanical one. The artificial leather was a perfect match. If Wei Ning and the others hadn't witnessed the entire process, they wouldn't have noticed. Zhou Zhongxuan, I've been in the military for 8 years, a cleaner for 3, and a member of the Changshan Detachment's 3rd Squad for 5. Next, as the captain of the 2 Surface Squad, I will do my utmost to serve my teammates and complete all assigned tasks. After Zhou Zhongxuan, it was Wei Ning. Wei Ning, I've been a member of the Changshan Detachment's 5th Squad for 1 week. 1 week. After becoming a full-fledged soldier, in just 1 week, he went on a mission, was seriously injured, recuperated, competed in a qualifying competition, was injured again, and after a brief period of recuperation, when would Wei Ning's next mission arrive? Clearly, Wei Ning wasn't the only one concerned about this question. The other members of the 2 Surface Squad present were equally anxious and anticipating. Qi Chunming, you've been a member of the Changshan Detachment's 5th Squad for 1 week. After repeating Wei Ning's second half, Qi Chunming paused. Commander Gu, what is our first mission? Gu Xiangying looked at Qi Chunming, smiled softly, and said, when you recovered enough, your captain will call you in to assign tasks. Don't worry, it won't be long. Gu Xiangying's words were clearly sound, without a single flaw. In this selection competition, Yu Shuangjiu was seriously injured, shot multiple times. Qi Chunming lost an eye and received a mechanical prosthetic. Zhou Zhongxuan became deaf and received a cochlear implant. It takes time for the body to adapt to the cold machinery, and it also takes time to heal from injuries. Wei Ning watched Gu Xiangying's retreating back, her eyelashes lowered. It would take time for her to investigate the truth and uncover the person hidden by the military. What was this person's purpose? What part of this plot did this group of people play in? Was it just the end point? Not only these things were hidden, but also the criteria for selecting members. The selection competition had been forced to be suspended, and the so-called flags and kill counts were no longer valid. What criteria were used to select the members of the Toothpaste squad? By whose criteria? The Federation? The Federation. Wei Ning could confirm only this. She knew exactly why she had been chosen. A gun with a safety on was the only weapon she could hold in her hands. She demonstrated this, and the fact that the assaulters who surrounded them were only shot in the knees, not the heart, was the best proof. Wei Ning paused, looking at Zhou Zhongxuan, who was speaking. His expression was serious. The internal configuration of the Toothpaste squad is the same as the Changshan squad, with 1 sniper for each assault trooper. The military's message is, make your own decision and fill out the group form before 8 a.m. tomorrow. Wei Ning clicked on the terminal, and the latest message was, Toothpaste squad personnel configuration form. She looked up, her eyebrows raised. The group name. Little Weak Spider. Little Weak Spider? Zhou Zhongxuan, what does Little Weak Spider mean? Little idiot? Who are you calling a fool? Xing Wuqian sat up straight the moment he saw the group name, his face betraying a single thought. You better give an impeccable explanation otherwise. All of a sudden, 5 pairs of eyes focused on him, and Zhou Zhongxuan felt a chill down his spine. 6-toothed Little Weak Spider is the only animal with only 6 teeth. 2 surface team, 6 people, 6 teeth. Xing Wuqian, Wei Ning, Yu Shuangjiu, Qi Chunming, Izwishi knew this old acquaintance well, and shook his head helplessly. He was most afraid of people who weren't good at humor getting a sudden inspiration. The group name remained unchanged after all, a small comfort for Zhou Zhongxuan, allowing him to savor the empty office. After leaving the office, Wei Ning didn't join Yu Shuangjiu and the others in the hospital ward. Her injuries weren't serious, and during this brief free time, she wanted to go home. I haven't seen my mother for a week. The members of the Toothpaste squad and the captain of the Changshan detachment are of equal rank and receive the same salary, but the military pays salaries and supplies uniformly mid-month. Wei Ning has only been on active duty for a week. She doesn't have a salary. My mother's body needs a lot of natural nutrients, not cheap synthetic supplements. Wei Ning paused as she stepped out of the military building, then turned back. Wei Ning. Song Yusue looked at Wei Ning standing outside the door with a hint of surprise, but quickly calmed down and asked with a soft smile, Do you want to talk to me? Come in and sit down. Without sitting down, Wei Ning lowered her eyes to Song Yusui. Dr. Song, I need Chui Feng's terminal number. Song Yusui was stunned. You haven't exchanged terminal numbers yet? Wei Ning, what's wrong? Seeing Wei Ning's intention, Song Yusui suppressed the smile in his eyes, and said softly, why don't we exchange terminal numbers? After adding them, I'll send you Chui Feng's terminal number. After some thought, Wei Ning agreed. After receiving Chui Feng's terminal number, he didn't hesitate at all. Who's this? Wei Ning. Wei Ning. Wei Ning turned expressionlessly and left the therapy room. Wait for me at the entrance to the military building. Chui Feng's voice came from the other end of the terminal. 15 minutes. Counting the time, Wei Ning looked at the red supercar parked outside the military building. 14 minutes and 59 seconds. Meeting Wei Ning's gaze, the man in the driver's seat narrowed his eyes at her, his peach blossom eyes appearing a little narrow. Where are you going? Wei Ning stared at each other silently, unable to tell them apart. Chui Feng and Cheng Chiwei seemed to share the same taste, refined, sophisticated, and dazzling. It seemed the 10-year age difference had no bearing on their aesthetic choices. Supermarket. Without asking why, the man in the driver's seat stepped on the accelerator, his bangs swept back by the wind, and his voice carried to Wei Ning's ear. He said, besides the supermarket, where else are we going? I'm free today. Don't ask too much, Wei Ning said. Smoothly changing the subject, you joined the two-surface team. The tone of his voice was declarative. Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered. Your information is very fast. I have access to many military matters, he said, his tone slightly heavier. A lot. The moment he finished speaking, only the whistling of wind passed between them. Silence. Wei Ning suddenly felt like laughing. He was piling up the chips, but this wasn't a gambling table. Both Chui Feng and Cheng Chiwei understood this principle, not to mention that they were essentially the same person, just different in age. The stack of chips was solid, precisely targeting Wei Ning's needs. But this kind of precision is often dangerous and offensive. Precision only occurs when one party is too exposed. Suppressing the smile in his heart, Wei Ning spoke in a cold voice, for example, the qualifiers. He understood what she meant. The voice beside him confirmed, for example, the registration competition. Chapter 80. The hook has been cast. Will the waiting prey take it? The one in control is always good at waiting. Silence prolongs time, but it also constantly weakens the prey's psychological defenses. Wei Ning said nothing. They were getting closer and closer to the supermarket they had located. Guided by artificial intelligence, they arrived at the parking space, but no one got out. Anxiety and tension gnawed at their skin, the emotions trapped within their bodies almost impossible to conceal. Helpless, as expected, with a sense of relief, they once again chose to surrender. Please, please. The voice reached her ears, muffled by the end, its murmur tinged with ragged breathing, grating against her eardrums. Wei Ning raised her lips slightly, looking up to meet Chui Feng's. His eyes were red at the corners, his eyelashes half drooped, his expression almost pleading. Wei Ning whispered, what are you asking me for? It wasn't she who initially cast the bait, it was Chui Feng. He knew exactly what Wei Ning wanted, and what they could exchange and share, with an almost impeccable clarity. Chui Feng was the one completely exposed, without a shred of cover, truly laying himself bare, his only hope being that Wei Ning would favor him with the sweet fruits he offered, to make her victory easier. Chui Feng knew that Wei Ning could do it, that getting everything she wanted was only a matter of time. Anglers often lower their necks, begging for mercy. Wei Ning gladly accepted the chips Chui Feng offered. She was always the winner in their tug-of-war. She could give Chui Feng what he wanted, and she understood what he wanted, even though she sometimes thought he was too timid. Under Chui Feng's gaze, Wei Ning slowly raised her hand, stroking it from the tip of his ear to the corner of his eye, finally resting on his gradually widening, unfocused pupils. With a gentle curve, she ruffled Chui Feng's fluffy hair. Go ahead, I can hear you. Having someone touch the top of your head wasn't a pleasant feeling, especially when it was Wei Ning. Chui Feng felt uncomfortable. His body felt conflicted, powerless yet exhilarated, the madness of destruction clashing with the limpness of obsession. For a moment, his vision went blank. The pounding in his head numbed his spine and tailbone. Wei Ning quietly watched Chui Feng close his eyes, and quickly opened them again, maintaining the same physical distance between them. I know you figured out that person's motives, but you don't know their true identity. Ultimately, it's because you haven't had enough exposure to the military. When he saw Gu Xiangying's handling of the accident at the toothpaste team meeting, Wei Ning had already grasped the final piece of the puzzle. The purpose of the person who orchestrated the accident was clear. That person's motive was indeed the death of Wei Ning and the others. But death was merely the result of this person's needs, not the means. He didn't care who died, or how many, as long as he had the bodies. The bodies of highly skilled Federation soldiers contaminated by the virus were of extraordinary value. Why couldn't they be alive, under the Federation's nose, still wanting them alive? Dead was already an extra tolerance. Chui Feng continued, you met that person. We've been together for quite some time. Wei Ning's expression changed. Player. Li Chao, a player of Tower of One, entered the Zodiac 1 dungeon with us. In the Wasteland world, she was a 14-year-old biotechnology genius, the head of a top-secret research institute, and the only daughter of the Federation vice president. As expected, Chui Feng looked down at Wei Ning. Her expression showed little emotion, save for those two words. Player. This was the only possibility Wei Ning hadn't considered. Suppressing her emotions, Wei Ning tapped her fingers rhythmically, her thoughts racing. She won't stop, ever? New buds will constantly sprout from a node, just as the desires and schemes of overly persistent people do. Those obsessed with scientific research fall into that category. Exhaling softly, Wei Ning turned and got out of the car. Let's go to the supermarket. This meant we were all together. She made sure Chui Feng understood the meaning of his words. Wei Ning stopped and turned to look. Why didn't he get out of the car? After her gaze settled completely, Wei Ning paused. Wei Ning tilted her head. What are you doing? Recovering from the suddenly wider air in front of him, Chui Feng sat up straight in the driver's seat. Noticing Wei Ning's gaze, he stopped what he was doing. I'm fixing my hair. Wei Ning was still puzzled. Why are you fixing your hair all of a sudden? Chui Feng didn't answer immediately. He silently got out of the car and approached Wei Ning. Wei Ning didn't rush him. She knew Chui Feng would say something. Gazing into those sharp, cold eyes, Chui Feng blinked and said slowly, You're touching my hair and tapping your fingertips. You made a dent in my freshly done hairstyle. It doesn't look good. Wei Ning walked on expressionlessly, letting Chui Feng follow behind him. He finally caught up with the question. You even brought hairspray with you? The corners of his mouth were allowed to rise, and Chui Feng narrowed his eyes behind Wei Ning. For men, good looks are very important. Chui Feng silently suppressed another voice in his head. Protests and disdain are useless. Chui Feng lowered his eyes and looked at Wei Ning. Are you really not buying anything? No, Wei Ning said. Take me to District 8, and then you can leave. Putting away the groceries from the supermarket, Chui Feng started his car and whispered, How heartless. Here and there, Wei Ning didn't respond, nor did she turn back. She left Chui Feng with a simple back view and walked straight back home. Pushing the door open, Wei Ning looked at the woman inside. Mom, I'm back. A Ning? Wei Kanwu pushed her wheelchair closer to Wei Ning, trying to take the things from her hand, but Wei Ning gently dodged her. Why are you back so soon? Did something happen at the military headquarters? My 5th squad has been reorganized. The military has established a new 2-surface squad, and I'm a member now. Wei Ning replied calmly. Until tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, that's my free time. Wei Kanwu caught the misery hidden in Wei Ning's words. What are your missions during this time? The federal military has always been like this. There's no real free time after work. Wei Ning replied sweetly. The toothpaste squad isn't fully staffed yet. I haven't found my partner yet. Wei Kanwu brought the dishes Wei Ning had prepared to the table. What do you think of the other members of the toothpaste squad? Mom wants to hear your opinion of them. Sitting down with a slender waist, Wei Ning said softly, Captain Zhou Zhengxuan, judging by his muscular build and combat habits, has been a sniper for years. He's a meticulous and thoughtful person. Further snipers include Yi Zhuixin and Qi Chunming. Yi Zhuixin is clever, cunning, and highly vigilant. Wei Ning was suddenly interrupted by Wei Kanwu. Qi Chunming, I heard of her. What do you think of her? Wei Ning was stunned. How does Mom know her? Before this week, Wei Ning didn't know Qi Chunming, and had never mentioned her to Wei Kanwu. Fei Qingzhe, however, was a frequent guest in their conversations. Wei Kanwu looked at Wei Ning tenderly. In the test list and regular employee records you sent Mom, her name often appeared after yours. Is that so? Wei Ning nodded and continued, Qi Chunming, she and I are somewhat similar. As if hearing her own name, the terminal on Wei Ning's wrist vibrated. She looked down and saw it was a call from Qi Chunming. He glanced up at Wei Kanwu, who was quietly eating, and casually placed a piece of meat in Wei Ning's bowl. Wei Ning clicked the terminal to connect the call. Qi Chunming, what's up? The voice that reached his ears was cold, and Qi Chunming was a little nervous. Wei Ning, do you have a team partner? Not yet, Wei Ning said. Furthering his anxiety, Qi Chunming said seriously, I'm an absolutely excellent sniper. I partnered with you before, and I know your true character and behavior. I think I'm the perfect partner for you. What do you think? Wei Ning didn't deny that Qi Chunming was indeed an absolutely excellent sniper, and no one would doubt her sniping prowess. It seemed like an eternity before Wei Ning's voice finally reached the terminal again. Qi Chunming's knuckles were clenched until they turned white. She said, hello, partner. Watching Wei Ning frown slightly as she hung up, Wei Kanwu asked, puzzled, what's wrong? Didn't you find a partner? My ear hurts a little. Before Wei Ning's frown relaxed, her terminal buzzed again. The federal military headquarters is great, so glorious. Soldiers, you're working diligently, both on the mountains and the sea. Brothers, kill in the east and snipe in the west. Wei Ning, It was Zhou Zhongshuan. Captain Zhou, what happened? It's just routine for the record. You and Qi Chunming have confirmed your partnership? Qi Chunming is the sniper, and you are the assaulter. Again, snipers have the obligation to protect, supervise, and snipe the assaulters. Wei Ning said solemnly, I'm sure. Then, the internal deployment of the 2 surface team is complete. Be at C210, 46th floor, Military Headquarters Building, promptly at 7 o'clock tonight to receive the 2 surface team's first mission. Looking down at the time, 6:45. Wei Ning, Okay, Captain Zhou. Having only time to say goodbye to Wei Kanwu, Wei Ning left the room where she had been for just 30 minutes and arrived at the Toothpaste team office at 7 hours and 59 seconds punctually. Great, no one's late, Zhou Zhongshuan said. I believe everyone knows that the Toothpaste team was originally formed to handle unexpected dungeons. There's no set schedule for when to enter dungeons. However, the Federation has been able to detect an unfamiliar magnetic field frequency in Thorn Danger Zone 169. Thanks to their technical staff, they've been able to predict the next dungeon's appearance. It seems they already predicted it, and the countdown has already begun, Wei Ning thought. Zhou Zhongshuan said gravely, once the predicted time arrives, all members of the Toothpaste team will be on standby. The military terminals on your wrists have been optimized. The magnetic field frequency detection performance has been improved, greatly increasing the likelihood of everyone entering a dungeon. Be prepared to enter an unfamiliar environment. The military terminal has been optimized. Wei Ning's heart sank, but she was oblivious. The moment Zhou Zhongshuan finished speaking, a familiar electronic sound echoed in Wei Ning's ears. Dear players, welcome back to the Chinese-style Infinite Flow Game Tower of 1. The countdown is 3 seconds to enter your new dungeon. Peaceful Town. Please prepare yourselves. Happy gaming. 3, 2, 1, welcome to Peaceful Town. Chapter 81. A new instance has begun. What ID card will Wei Ning receive this time? In the darkness, a blood-red card floated in midair. Wei Ning's gaze fell upon it. Unlike the 2 previous ID cards, this one bore no patterns. Pure, utterly crimson. Flipping the card over, she saw only 3 words. Xiaoweizhen. After reading the last word, Wei Ning's consciousness froze for a moment. When she regained consciousness, she had already left the pitch-black space. Without shifting her eyes significantly, Wei Ning realized from her peripheral vision that she was sitting on a bus. The seat next to her was empty, which made her observation a little bolder. There were quite a few people on board, all wearing uniform vests, a bright red, almost bloody. She had the inexplicable illusion that a severed head was resting on top of a torso. Blood flowed continuously from the severed area, coating the torso in a thick layer of scabs. From the side, their faces were blurry, as if shrouded by an invisible mist. It wasn't until a sharp voice reached Wei Ning's ears that they were suddenly exposed, like a cat with its tail stepped on. Welcome, all travelers, to Ping'an Town. Wei Ning looked forward, following the source of the voice. It was a woman wearing a baseball cap, her face half hidden, revealing only the pale lower half. A paleness so pale that there were almost no veins beneath her skin, as if made of paper. Looking down, she was also wearing the bright red vest, but on her chest, she bore a nameplate that said Wei Ning had waited for no one, with tiny words engraved on it. Wei Ning's eyesight was excellent, allowing her to clearly see the mottled rust stains on the 4 corners of the nameplate, not to mention the 3 words that made her nervously jump. Xiaoweijia. Xiaoweijia. Xiaoweizhen. Without any disguise, the first piece of information, almost like bait, was effortlessly obtained by Wei Ning. But without giving Wei Ning time to think, Xiaoweijia shrilled, Ping'an Town is an ancient town with centuries of history, and its local customs and culture are strictly protected. During this trip, I hope every traveler will adapt to local customs, fully experience the local folkways, and get along well with the locals. I wish you all a wonderful travel experience. Ping'an Town always welcomes you back. The moment Xia Weijia's words fell, the sharp tail note sounded like the scraping of a cat's claws. Wei Ning's ears suddenly hurt, the pain contorting her face, and sending cold sweat pouring down her back. In her hazy vision, she seemed to meet Xia Weijia's eyes, which were blank and empty, revealing a strong sense of inhumanity. In the face of extreme pain, her intuition became sharper. Wei Ning was certain she grasped something. The harder she tried to think, the more her body ached, her brain's self-preservation mechanisms beginning to weaken. Wei Ning gave up. She closed her eyes, leaned back in her chair, relaxed her twitching nerves and muscles, and cleared her mind to listen to the conversations of the other passengers in the car. Have you decided what local specialties and souvenirs to bring back from Ping'an Town? Not yet. Why rush? We'll be here for 2 weeks anyway, so take your time and think. There's no rush. That's right. Someone joined in the conversation. Experience it all yourself first, then you'll know what's the best value and the most cost-effective. Thank you, guide. Any good food? Recommend some. That'll help boost your small town's economy. No need, thank you. I'll tell you. The food is the least of the things to say here. It's the beauty and fun that are the hallmarks of Ping'an Town. I actually got this guide online. Sure. You can take us along then. Brother, which room are you staying in? Maybe we'll even be roommates. Xia Weijia's voice interrupted. We arranged accommodations for you all. The lady at the hostel is very clean, so feel free to move in. Thank you for me. Someone suddenly shouted, their face flushing. Come on, let's thank her together. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandma. The decibel level was so decibel, it threatened to lift the roof off the car. Wei Ning frowned slightly. She didn't like overly noisy environments. The frenzy continued until they officially arrived in Ping'an Town. Since each of you resides in a different area, we'll be picking you up in batches. Please pay attention to the chat group, Xia Weijia said. Those staying at this inn, please disembark first. The people Xia Weijia mentioned disembarked one after another. Through the window, Wei Ning memorized their faces. None of them were familiar. Before entering the Ping'an Town dungeon, she and the rest of the two-faced team waited in the office. It felt like only a short time had passed, and Zhou Zhongchuan's words still rang in her ears. The military terminal had been optimized, improving its magnetic field frequency capture performance, greatly increasing the likelihood of everyone entering the dungeon. Everyone. Wei Ning wondered absent-mindedly, who would she run into first? The bus had already reached the heart of town, and Wei Ning had finally arrived at her B&B. Xia Weijia's voice rang out behind her, sharp and hoarse. All guests have checked in. Have a pleasant night. Wei Ning continued walking forward, not slowing down even after the voices behind her faded away. Then, a man in front of her spoke. Jinjin, there are 5 rooms here, 1 on the first floor, 2 each on the second and third floors. Which floor would you like to stay on? Gazing at Wei Ning, Jinner waited nervously for her response. Of course Sangjin is staying on my floor. Jinner looked over. She was one of the last passengers to get off the bus. Her long hair was braided and hung over her shoulders. Her features were gentle, but her most striking feature was her height, nearly 1.8 meters, a head taller than both him and Wei Ning. Watching the woman holding Wei Ning's arm, Jinner hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Then I'll stay on the first floor and make you breakfast and stuff. She didn't notice his final words. Wei Ning and the other woman had already entered the folk house. Wei Ning glanced sideways at Yu Shuangjiu, who was holding her arm. Only after getting off the bus did she realize that Yu Shuangjiu had been sitting behind her the entire time. It was only because of the crowded and chatty environment on the bus that they hadn't had a chance to connect. It was only just now that the opportunity arose. After all, they were the only 2 women among the 5 passengers, so sharing a floor was perfectly natural. The folk house was entirely made of wood, and the stairs creaked constantly as she stepped on them. Wei Ning lowered her head and could see traces of age. The wooden planks were yellowed and warped, and pale sawdust fell as she walked, like maggots scurrying in panic when disturbed. The staircase felt poised to crumble at any moment. Thankfully, they reached the 3rd floor without a sudden collapse. The second and third floors had the same layout, with the 2 rooms cleared for habitation facing the door. The other rooms were all locked, the chains and the staircases, the same aged, rusty look as the entire guest house. You two should stay upstairs, two men said, exiting the room. They swiftly closed the door, refusing further communication. With such a structure, the room wasn't soundproof. No footsteps were heard. The two men stood behind the door, motionless, waiting for Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu to leave. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu exchanged a glance, then turned and headed downstairs. The moment she stepped on the board, Wei Ning's body suddenly stiffened. Yu Shuangjiu followed her gaze, his pupils constricting, his breath choking in his throat, and he was speechless for a moment. The staircase was narrow, limiting his view whether going up or down, his eyes and mind easily becoming completely occupied. Wei Ning was the first to react. "Grandma?" The woman standing at the stairwell raised her head at the sound of the voice. Her eyes bulged and cloudy. Strangely, there was no trace of the black pupils in either eye. Instead, they were white, like some unknown ancient animal. When did she appear? There was no sound at all. How long had she been staring there? Was that why the two men quickly closed the door? Wei Ning spoke so loudly that Jiner, who was on the first floor, rushed over to ask what had happened, but was blocked by the woman at the stairwell. A hoarse, shrill voice echoed among the four frozen figures. Wei Ning's ears twitched. It sounded very similar to Xiaoweijia's. "Don't disturb the bugs in the wood planks." With these words, the old woman stepped around Jiner, who stood stunned, and disappeared. "What bugs?" Jiner looked at Wei Ning in confusion, his gaze landing on the stairs, and he was immediately startled. "Why are there so many bugs here? There's one on every plank." At some point, white maggots had crawled all over the stairs, leaving almost no room for footing. People couldn't stand, and these round bugs couldn't squeeze in, constantly falling out from the cracks between the planks. They moved so quickly that they had already slithered into a dark corner before Jiner could dodge. Looking again, there was no trace of white. Everything was normal. Yu Shuangjiu looked at Wei Ning, her eyes clearly indicating that they were going downstairs. The white specks that shattered from the trembling wood weren't sawdust, but rather giant white maggots hidden within. The old woman clearly treasured these insects, and didn't want outsiders to disturb them too much. But they had to go downstairs. The two men on the third floor were still clinging to the door, waiting for Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu to leave. Besides, they were about to check into their rooms. The boards looked so thin, barely thicker than 2 fingers. Could there still be insects inside? Seeing the gloomy looks on Wei Ning and the others' faces, Jiner spoke up. "I just messaged tour guide Xia, asking her why there were so many insects in the B&B. It's not normal," she said. "What did she say?" Wei Ning looked at Jiner. "She said these insects are kept by the townspeople. Every household has them. Let's follow the local customs and not disturb the insects in the wood." Keeping insects in a wooden house? Chapter 82. As if her inner doubts had been read, Wei Ning's pocket suddenly trembled. A new message arrived in the travel group. It was Xiaoweijia. "Dear travelers, Ping'an Town has been under government protection for many years, and has not been exposed to the outside world. It has preserved many rare and precious customs, and has only been open to the public in recent years. We hope that all travelers will understand and respect this." Wei Ning's gaze paused on the last line. "Believe that everything is normal. Remember to adapt to local customs." Not only did Wei Ning receive the message, but Yu Shuangjiu also looked at Wei Ning and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Wei Ning nodded, and they went downstairs, one after the other. The stairs were too narrow for 2 people to walk side by side. One of them would definitely fall through the gap between the planks, get stuck, and be suspended in midair, their face flushed and purple. If no one noticed, the consequences would be disastrous. Thankfully, no white bugs escaped until they reached the last step. Jiner finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's getting late. After you finish cleaning up your room, do you want to go for a walk together? Just send me a message if you want to." After casually agreeing, Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu watched him leave, and then turned to go deeper into the second floor. Creaky. Even with light footsteps, the sound of decaying would continue to echo in Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu's ears. Yu Shuangjiu followed Wei Ning into her room. The interior was nothing special. An ordinary wooden bed, wooden table, and wooden chairs. It was clean and dust-free, evidently regularly cleaned. Wei Ning closed the door, and suddenly paused. "What's wrong?" Yu Shuangjiu's voice echoed from behind, puzzled and worried. "Nothing," Wei Ning replied, her voice steady and calm, as if she were simply observing the situation outside. Yu Shuangjiu didn't hesitate, and with a stern expression, he unloaded the plan he had been planning for so long. "We need to contact the rest of the team as soon as possible. so we're going out with Jiner later. We might run into them. Under Yu Shuangjiu's gaze, Wei Ning nodded calmly, okay. The Federation began infiltrating the dungeon, and as a member of the Toothface team, contacting her teammates was her priority. Wei Ning understood this, but why did Yu Shuangjiu still look at her with such a dark expression? Wei Ning tilted her head. Anything else? After hesitating for a moment, Yu Shuangjiu mustered up the courage. I'm truly sorry. I ask you to be patient and continue dealing with Jiner. I can see you don't like him. After saying this, Yu Shuangjiu still felt a little guilty, but she noticed a strange look in Wei Ning's eyes. She couldn't decipher what Wei Ning was thinking. After a long pause, she heard only, it's okay. I'll see you in 10 minutes. Time perception was becoming less sensitive here. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu finally waited for Jiner to appear at the entrance of the folk custom. Yu Shuangjiu spoke impatiently, what happened? It's been an hour since I sent you a message. Jiner scratched his head. Sorry, I forgot the time. I'm a misophobe and obsess over cleanliness. I clean the room again. I won't do it again next time. Not arguing with Jiner again, the three of them set off. The place where they live is located in the center of Ping'an Town, where the population should be the most densely populated. Moreover, in order to make a living, a tourist town has many shops and even more shouting sounds. But up to this point, not even a single person had been seen, let alone a shout. Wei Ning paused. Yu Shuangjiu and Jiner, who were walking ahead, turned back at the sound. Noticing her gaze, Wei Ning raised her wrist and pointed. There's a place open. Looks like a restaurant. It smelled like a place to eat too. A scent lingered in the air, thick but not fishy. Wei Ning twitched her nose. It was the scent of cooked meat, pure meat, without any trace of fat, carefully cut open. It was already time for dinner, and the three of them had come out to grab dinner anyway, so they simply headed towards the house Wei Ning had spotted. Hello, is anyone there? Jiner asked loudly. No one answered. The door opened behind them. Judging from the decor, it was indeed a restaurant, with several sets of wooden tables and chairs. Wei Ning chose a place to sit down, her fingers tracing the tabletop. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she motioned for Yu Shuangjiu to follow her lead. The moment her fingertips touched the tabletop, Yu Shuangjiu frowned. It was unusual, unexpectedly sticky. Yu Shuangjiu stubbornly tried to remove her fingers, but she could only feel a ripping, pulling, and tugging sensation, as if something were sucking at the surface of her flesh. It was unsettling, nauseating. Wei Ning tried to change direction, pressing down hard. Her arms, stretched to their limit, bulged with veins, biting like a snake at a creature hiding in a cave. But as if startled, the stickiness instantly turned to lubricity, and Wei Ning nearly lost her balance. It had escaped. Yu Shuangjiu continued rubbing the tabletop unwillingly. Lubricated, moist, without any sense of resistance, she lowered her neck and sniffed gently. The scent instantly rushed to her head, and the moisture in her brain instantly evaporated. Yu Shuangjiu's vision darkened, as if a shrunken tentacle had penetrated her body, wriggling and sucking frantically, swelling recklessly, squeezing and pushing her nerves. Ugh! Wei Ning frowned as she watched Yu Shuangjiu fall to the ground. Retching repeatedly, her throat stretched to the point of rupture. Something was stuck in her throat, but Wei Ning could clearly see that the pale pink flesh above her mouth was empty. Nothing at all. It all looked like Yu Shuangjiu had suddenly suffered a hysterical attack. Before Wei Ning could perform the Heimlich maneuver, Yu Shuangjiu suddenly regained consciousness, wresting back control of her body. She dragged her limp body to a sitting position, supported by Wei Ning. It all happened quickly, in less than a minute. Jiner was so quick to notice the movement that he turned around, only to find Wei Ning had moved from across from Yu Shuangjiu to sit beside her. He shrugged and called out, "Hello, is anyone there? I'm coming." As the three watched, a curtain in the corner parted, and a tall figure emerged from the shadows, approaching slowly. "The shop is closed. We're not accepting customers. If you want to eat, go somewhere else." Jiner was dissatisfied. "Hey! What's wrong with you? Why don't you close the shop after closing? Isn't this a waste of people's time? This is the first time I've seen you refuse to take business." "Yes. And I can smell it. Something's cooking in the kitchen. Whatever it is, give us 3 a portion." 3 people? Through Jiner's broad, square figure, Cui Feng lowered his head and saw 2 dark heads. He raised a brow. "Okay, I'll bring them to you right away." "That's more than enough," Jiner said, slightly satisfied. He turned and sat across from Wei Ning, noticing Yu Shuangjiu beside her. Why did she suddenly turn so pale? She was fine just now. Did I scare her by arguing with that guy? I don't think it's that serious. Not really, Yu Shuangjiu twitched his lips. Just a little low blood sugar. Eating something will be fine. The food will be here soon. Can you hold out until then? Engineer said, picking up the kettle from the corner of the table and rinsing the dishes and teacups. Rinse them with water to make them cleaner. Thank you. Wei Ning took the cutlery he offered her, her fingertips moving imperceptibly. Don't you think the bowls are slippery? They are, Engineer said unconcernedly. I almost lost my grip, so I rinsed them. Wei Ning glanced sideways at Yu Shuangjiu. Her expression softened considerably, and she shook her head gently. Wei Ning's expression shifted, and she placed the bowls in front of her, remaining still. Yu Shuangjiu remained completely silent until Cui Feng approached. Hello, here's your food. Please enjoy it, Cui Feng said gravely. Local rules prohibit food waste, refunds of any kind, and assault on customers. Hearing the familiar voice, Wei Ning tilted his head. Due to the limited viewing angle, the first thing that caught his eye was a lean, powerful waist, bound by a black and white apron. The inverted, triangular shape appeared extremely bulging. Naturally, his gaze shifted upwards, and Wei Ning's eyebrows raised. The man wore a black and white collar around his neck that matched his apron. His gaze met Cui Feng's downcast eyes, and his pupils froze. For a moment, no one spoke. The first question that broke the standoff was, why are there 4 bowls? Following the voice, Cui Feng's expression was indifferent. Oh, because I want to eat too. Come sit inside. I wonder if it's because of the imperative sentence. Engineer dazedly made room for Cui Feng. When he realized what was happening, Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu didn't notice anything was wrong. Scratching his head, he didn't take it seriously. After all, they were already cooking in the kitchen when they arrived. Hey, young man, we walked for a long time before we saw your restaurant. Yu Shuangjiu, having lost his appetite, decided to check in first. It's not late, why are they all closed? There aren't many people on the street. Cui Feng nonchalantly poked at his dinner in front of him. Well, one of the local rules is that it's best not to go out after sunset otherwise. Otherwise what? Yu Shuangjiu's heart sank. Otherwise it's boring. Cui Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. There's no electricity in this town at night. It's safer to stay indoors. I'll take you back later. What era is this? Why no electricity? Aren't they open to the outside world? Even if they were isolated from the world, they wouldn't be like this. Engineer exclaimed. It's a government requirement, and it's more environmentally friendly. Engineer was a little annoyed that Cui Feng didn't look at him before replying. That was basic courtesy, wasn't it? He looked at Cui Feng with displeasure, but suddenly realized something was wrong. Was he wearing the same clothes just now? The doubt didn't linger in Engineer for long. A deep hunger welled up in his body, overpowering all his senses. He really needed to eat. So hungry. So hungry. So hungry. His face was practically buried in the plate. Yu Shuangjiu, sitting across from Engineer, couldn't even see his features. She frowned slightly, and for the first time, her eyes fixed on the food Cui Feng brought. What is this? Chapter 83. No one could answer Yu Shuangjiu's question. Her past experiences with danger had made her overly cautious. What if it was all an illusion? Yu Shuangjiu observed the dinner on Wei Ning and the other's table from the corner of her eye. The moment her sight caught sight of it, her pupils constricted. It wasn't an illusion. She wasn't the only one feeling this way. Today's dinner is Ping'an Town's specialty noodle soup. Please enjoy it. As if noticing Yu Shuangjiu's hesitation, Cui Feng, a Ping'an Town native, looked slightly displeased. His eyes cooled slightly, and the smile he maintained on his face was as stiff as if casually painted with a brush. Pale, rough, and cold. Okay. Yu Shuangjiu opened and closed her mouth, finally responding softly after receiving Wei Ning's gaze. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, ignoring Cui Feng's gaze. She raised her wrist and, with a smooth and precise movement, picked up the noodles floating in the soup. With unexpected ease, as if she had died all over again, they dangled limply between the chopsticks. Unlike Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu, who ate slowly, Engineer devoured his food quickly, the slurping sounds hammering at everyone present. He picked up the noodles, stuffed them in his mouth, picked up the noodles, stuffed them in his mouth. The soup clinging to the noodles was flung everywhere, but Engineer seemed oblivious, even though he had just said he was a misophobe. After a loud burp, Engineer was still unsatisfied. Hey bro, what are your noodles made of? Let me guess, you used 2 ingredients, right? So half black, half yellow and white. As he spoke, he recalled, it's not vegetables, it tastes like meat. What kind of meat is used? I'll try making it myself when I get home. Chui Feng's voice was cold. Secret recipe, keep it secret. Although regretful, Engineer scratched his head and said, okay, is there more? I'm not full yet. Yu Shuangjiu paused at this, forcing a smile and saying to Engineer, if you don't mind, I can give you my portion. I'm not hungry. Under the gaze of Wei Ning and the others, Engineer happily accepted the portion and dove into it. Sweat broke out on his forehead, his clothes gradually soaked, and even his palms began to ooze and slip. Oh, I ate too fast. It's so hot. My hands are sweaty and slippery. Engineer smiled at Wei Ning and the others, put down his chopsticks, and flicked his wet fingers. Engineer was a man with a profuse body hair. His calves, arms, and even the backs of his hands were densely covered with thick, dark hair. At first glance, his entire body looked as if it were being squeezed, gnawed, and penetrated by an inexplicable black line, starting from his skin, throat, ears, and tongue. The black lines on his body were drenched in glandular sweat, carrying a strong, fishy smell, like unroasted fat. Engineer flicked his fingers, and the sweat from the hair on his hands splashed into the bowl, mingling with the soup. Transparent, colorless, and invisible. Wei Ning had already stopped eating and stared intently at Engineer, who continued to devour his meal. Busy wiping his sweat, he didn't notice the addition of something else to the soup in front of him. I'm full, Engineer rubbed his round belly, feeling satisfied. Let's go, time to go back and rest. I'm so full, I don't have the energy to explore the town. Without waiting for Wei Ning and the others to respond, he stumbled to his feet and walked ahead alone. The sun had already set, and the town was just as Chui Feng had described. Not a single light was on, and the dark streets were illuminated only by the faint moonlight. Engineer stumbled forward, his shadow trailing behind him, a long, winding, crawling path, as if stalked by a formless creature. He actually knows the way. Yu Shuangjiu whispered softly beside Wei Ning, gazing at Engineer ahead. She didn't deliberately lower her voice, keeping it low enough not to disturb Engineer. Even when he was unconscious, he didn't hesitate at all when faced with a fork in the road. Wei Ning lowered her voice to the same level as Yu Shuangjiu's. She turned to look at Chui Feng beside her, her pupils fluttering. Young man, you're from this town. Does his face look familiar to you? Young man. Chui Feng raised his eyebrows. I don't remember his face. You can ask the old ladies in the town. They're older and have a deeper understanding of the people and things there. The group followed Engineer and soon arrived at the folk custom. The folk custom was unlit, pitch black, and there was no sound. Engineer stopped in the courtyard and remained motionless. He couldn't find his room. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu exchanged a glance. There were many locked rooms on the first floor. It was their first day in town, and neither of them wanted to take any risks, let alone just to get a stranger back to his room. She turned to look at Chui Feng. He tilted his head, his eyes crooked, but it was clear he wouldn't offer a helping hand. What business was it to him? Wei Ning turned to look at Yu Shuangjiu, her voice steady. Strong people become stronger when exposed to the wind. Is that so? Yu Shuangjiu's tone grew firmer, as Wei Ning nodded. She blinked. He'll thank us for the opportunity. This child is teachable. Wei Ning nodded, and went upstairs with Yu Shuangjiu. Before taking a step, she looked back. Chui Feng had vanished, not even a trace of him around the corner. The only light in the room came from Wei Ning, who was checking the group messages. The latest one was still from Xia Weijia. All passengers, please wake up before 9 a.m. tomorrow. The bus will pick you up for breakfast. Wishing you all a sweet sleep tonight. It was time to rest. Wei Ning believed tomorrow would be the official start of the show. Stepping around the room, the creaking of the wooden planks was quieter than the sound of the stairs. Wei Ning thought to herself as she slowly approached the bed and stopped. She didn't turn off the phone. The pale light was faint, illuminating only about 50 centimeters in front of her, but it was enough. Grasping a corner of the quilt, Wei Ning held her breath and slowly lifted it. Black lines. Dense black lines. Squirming. The moment she was discovered, it stopped, as if it were Wei Ning's illusion. Wei Ning held her breath and bent down, her eyes wide and red, pressing against the bed. She could see clearly. It was covered in black lines. It appeared to be some kind of ancient textile, all black. The crocheted black threads on the surface were twisted into knots, coiled together in circles of varying sizes and shapes. At first glance, it truly appeared to be spinning. This is a typical optical illusion caused by eye twitching. People often perceive a curved shape as spinning. The degree of spinning is related to physical fatigue and mental trance. The more the body and mind disintegrate and collapse, the more intense the spinning of the black threads becomes, eventually forming a vortex. At the center of the vortex was a black dot, which wriggled relentlessly. After an unknown amount of time, it stopped moving and began to crack. It seemed to be just its outer shell, revealing its naked body. Soft and boneless. White. Insect. Wei Ning's eyes snapped open, and she sat up straight in bed, gasping for breath. Only after the fear and panic deep within her body faded did she realize she had a nightmare. Wei Ning hadn't dreamed in a long time. It wasn't just the dream that was unfamiliar, but also the fear and terror that spread throughout her bones, the rotting and aching pain. She was afraid. Why? Because of a bug? A vibration in her hand interrupted Wei Ning's thoughts. It was the alarm clock, the one she set last night. 8:30. There was still half an hour until the agreed time. Pushing the door open almost at the same time as Yu Shuangjiu, she was startled when she saw Wei Ning. Sangjin, what's wrong with you? You look pale. Didn't you sleep well last night? Taking the mirror Yu Shuangjiu handed her, Wei Ning realized she didn't look well. Her face was as pale as her eyes, her lips were dry and chapped, and there were a few bloody scabs at the corners of her mouth. She touched the corner of her mouth. Judging by its size, it must have been bitten by a canine tooth. Drink some water to moisten yourself. The weather in this town is always dry. Wei Ning looked towards the newcomer. Yu Shuangjiu was also startled by the sudden voice. She turned and saw the old woman standing behind them. Yu Shuangjiu stared at the old woman in surprise, saying nothing. This house was like a megaphone. Every sound was amplified to the extreme. No matter how light her steps or how steady her body, she couldn't achieve the same feat as the old woman, unless she weighed as little as a sheet of paper. The old woman was indeed short and thin, with extremely sunken cheeks. The skin on her face struggled to cover her large eyeballs, which reminded Wei Ning of the unusually hideous appearance a person would assume when inhaling frantically. Thank you, Grandma. The blood clots were washed away by the water, and for a moment, a faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Wei Ning paused to drink her water, and looked at the head that suddenly appeared at the stairwell. It was Ingenier. He stepped up on the creaking wooden planks, and stopped in front of Wei Ning. The bus is downstairs. Yes, Wei Ning replied coldly, tilting her head back to drink her water, her gaze returning to Ingenier. Can you move aside? The bus is downstairs, I need to go downstairs. Ingenier, snapped out of his trance at the sound, quickly made way. Oh, okay. He wasn't in a good mood. Ingenier didn't even feel confused or angry about having slept in the yard all night. Yu Shuangjiu exchanged glances with Wei Ning, and followed her downstairs. The two men on the third floor were already in the yard. Upon seeing Wei Ning and the others, they frowned. What took so long? It was just a complaint. Without waiting for a response from Wei Ning and the others, they boarded the bus. The atmosphere on the bus was just as boisterous as yesterday, but Wei Ning paused the moment she boarded. She silently made room for Yu Shuangjiu, who was standing behind her. The moment he saw the person before him, Yu Shuangjiu fell silent. Please take your seats, Xia Weijie said. Ping'an Town values first-time visitors. This Mr. Yi is the town's chosen representative, accompanying you on your journey. Yi Zhuixin took a step forward. I hope you enjoy the customs and culture of Ping'an Town. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu, who had poked their heads out of their seats, met Yi Zhuixin's gaze again. Yi Zhuixin blinked, then silently looked back. First stop, let's try Ping'an Town's special breakfast. Chapter 84. The bus wasn't moving fast through the small town, nor could it have been. Unlike the loneliness of the night, from the perspective of the bus, countless black dots shifted below. The density of heads remained constant throughout the journey, as if they were all glued together. Wei Ning tilted her head to look towards the rear of the bus. It was still a dense mass of black dots. Her brow twitched. She hadn't seen any new faces. This group of people was like grasshoppers strung together by a string, the end of the string tied to the bus full of outsiders. The invisible string tugged at their bodies, and their gazes shifted, like the joints of a leg broken and played with by a child. There were 32 passengers in total, distracting the gazes that had been glued to them, making Wei Ning and the others feel better. After all, from the bird's eye view, the black pupils rolled back into their sockets, and the white, empty gazes cast upon them were unpleasant. Yu Shuangjiu turned to look at Xia Weijie, who was standing at the front of the car. Xia, guide, why are the townspeople staring at us? Xia Weijie laughed at the sound. Her voice was as hoarse and sharp as yesterday, but thankfully her enunciation was clear, and every word fell into Yu Shuangjiu's ears. We're curious. We haven't had any outsiders in this town for a long time. Everyone wants to see you more, To see your looks, your clothes, your hairstyles. They're all different from those in this town. Yu Shuangjiu fell silent. They were indeed very different, she thought. The most obvious difference was their skin color. Most of the people in this town had pale skin, as if no blood flowed through their veins. Even the veins seemed faded, leaving only the raised, plump skin tissue that revealed a hint of human-like aura. Especially the man she met at the restaurant last night, whose skin seemed to be only two colors, extreme white and pink. Yu Shuangjiu's thoughts were interrupted. She looked at her knuckles, barely a centimeter from her eyes, then at Wei Ning, whose eyes were dim, and realized she'd been distracted for so long she hadn't even heard the announcement to get off the bus. Wei Ning didn't ask her what she was thinking. It was clear this town was incredibly strange. She silently said, "System, check the dashboard." Player, Wei Ning. Current instance, Ping'an Town. Instance identity, Xia Weizhen/Sangzhen. Faction, Town Resident. Accumulated points, 4,500. Instance mission, achieve a victory for your faction. Instance exploration level, 0%. And so on. Wei Ning's thoughts paused. Faction, Town Resident. She hadn't misread the line. In the previous two instances, Wei Ning's faction had been unknown at the outset, a crucial part of her deciphering. This time, the system actually gave her the faction directly, which was quite refreshing. As was its usual style. Wei Ning believed this was real. It was merely concealing certain information to increase the difficulty of her mission. However, she had secretly verified the contents of the dungeon panel. It wouldn't lie about this. It needed Wei Ning. Although Wei Ning didn't know the system's true purpose, she didn't care. But Wei Ning didn't like others plotting against her life. No one could let her die passively. This was the only thing that was completely hers. It wouldn't betray her. Wei Ning understood that. System, Li Qiu. Suppressing her turbulent emotions, Wei Ning took a seat at the end of the group. She silently observed her surroundings, her fingertips drumming under the table. The group of residents, who had followed the bus, had also arrived, though half their number. This group was equally silent, dead still. Only their eyes seemed alive, their gazes darting over the group of outsiders. Look at them, completely different from us. Yes, yes. People are like this, smooth yet dry. I like them, I really like them. I don't like them. I don't like them either, and they don't like us either. Look at them, where is our presence? People often fear low volumes more than high decibels. The pain is lingering, burrowing into the ears, taking root deep, spreading through the bones like a drug. To dispel this fear, one would have to drain all the blood from their bodies, leaving only a shrunken skin. The travelers around Wei Ning began to stir. Their spines tingled at the gazes and discussions of the locals, and they could only look to their only savior. Xia Weijia caught her gaze, and the corners of her mouth twitched beneath her baseball cap. To celebrate the government's opening of Ping'an Town, and to welcome you, the mayor has decided to host a day of celebration. The townspeople have lovingly prepared this breakfast, and I hope you enjoy it. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of people emerged from nowhere. At the front of the line, carrying breakfast, was Cui Feng, not wearing the apron he worn yesterday. Wei Ning's eyes shifted, resting on the breakfast. It wasn't noodle soup. Wei Ning looked up and suddenly spotted a familiar face, the elderly woman from the B&B. She and the other elderly women were standing behind Xia Weijia. The young woman said, "The old lady's cooking is excellent. It's a taste no one in town will ever forget. Forever." She emphasized the word with extra emphasis. Every long table was filled. Naturally, Yu Shuangjiu and Yi Zuixin sat around Wei Ning. They had come together. Across the waving arms and chopsticks of other travelers, their gazes crossed, conveying a single message: are you going to eat all their food? Pollution needs to lurk and spread. One meal, one day might not pose a threat, but what about a week, a month? The duration of the tour? It's not disclosed. Wei Ning couldn't possibly ask the other travelers. Your tour group didn't know how long they'd be staying here. Until they completed the main quest, they would remain in Ping'an Town, interacting with these strange residents. Congratulations on triggering the side quest. Enjoy and praise the meticulously prepared food of Ping'an Town. Please note that wasting food is not tolerated in Ping'an Town. Wei Ning's expression didn't change much. She observed Yu Shuangjiu and the other man. It was clear that, like her, they had triggered a side quest. She looked at Cui Feng again, only to see his eyebrows raised. His excited features could be seen from several tables away, but he was quickly forced back into place, along with his sideways body. It was Wei Ning's turn to raise her eyebrows. Apparently, there was no mitosis this time. Yu Shuangjiu was the first to pick up his chopsticks. She took a deep breath, gently closed her eyes, and then opened them again. Yu Shuangjiu always faced his choices squarely, she thought, tightening her grip on the chopsticks. They were still as slippery as ever. She didn't sniff them again, not even the food in front of her. The food on the table consisted primarily of fried rice. Stir-frying requires the most grease. Yi Zuixing had no chance to communicate with Yu Shuangjiu and Wei Ning. He didn't realize he had to hold his breath. An indescribable odor filled his nostrils, filling his entire body. He was practically filled with the scent. Yi Zuixing was naturally sensitive to smells. This was definitely the smell of fat. A large amount of fat, yellowish-white, unrefined. Slippery yet sticky. But he couldn't tell what kind of creature it belonged to. What creature could have caused such a natural shudder and fear in him? Nausea reached its peak, the physiological reaction of vomiting nearly causing Yi Zuixing to lose his mind for a moment. The veneer of his body faltered, like an old film stuck in a jam. His hairs suddenly stood up, the spasming roots piercing his skin. Pain gripped Yi Zuixing's neck. He instinctively raised his head, slowly, irresistibly, meeting the silent gaze of the townspeople. In his eyes was a stark contrast of black and white. No matter what, he should be numb and frozen. Why? Starting to melt? The black spot gradually dissolved, transforming into yellow goo that dripped from the corner of his eye, landing on the table, the plate, and the fried rice. This was a plate of egg-fried rice. He couldn't take it anymore. Ah! Yi Zuixing cried out in despair. He stood up suddenly, his muscles tensing, as he suddenly came to his senses. Yi Zuixing stiffly moved his head, to meet the gazes of the others. None of the townspeople's eyes had changed. They were still clearly black and white. It seemed like he was just imagining it. But Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu, who had witnessed his panic, knew clearly that if he were contaminated, they would be contaminated too. Ah! Yawn! Yi Zuixing rubbed his nostrils roughly, the tip of his nose deformed by the pinching. Sorry, I just wanted to sneeze, and couldn't hold it back. It's okay, we don't mind, Xiaoweijia said. Please continue to enjoy. Okay, Yi Zuixing reseated himself. Noticing Xiaoweijie's gaze on her, Wei Ning didn't slow down her eating pace at all, picking at each golden grain of rice. The moment a grain of rice was picked up, a yellow liquid quickly slid down the straight, worn chopsticks, a sticky, slippery mess. The chopsticks ended with Wei Ning's slightly strained knuckles. You can't put your chopsticks down until you're done. It's unforgivable. It was Xiaoweijia again. Wei Ning felt deeply irritated by the hoarse, sharp voice. I'm done. I'm done too. Me too. The chopsticks landed crisply on the table, and Xiaoweijia nodded. Food is extremely precious. After enjoying it, we must sincerely praise it. If we are caught saying one thing and doing another, we will never be forgiven. Yu Shuangjiu handed Wei Ning a handkerchief. Seeing she didn't take it, she lifted her fingers, met Wei Ning's gaze, and said, Your face looks strange. The yellow liquid on her knuckles was absorbed by the handkerchief, finally returning to a clean state. Wei Ning's expression eased considerably. She watched Yu Shuangjiu toss the mottled handkerchief across from her to Yi Zuixing. He too looked unhappy, but not because of the mucus, but because he was troubled by the praise he was about to receive. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu felt the same way. How could one truly express genuine praise for this dish? Does anyone understand egg-fried rice? It was yellowish and white, wet and sticky, like particles from an outlet. I understand. This smells amazing. I haven't had anything like this in ages. Wei Ning, Yu Shuangjiu, and Yi Zuixing looked at the speaker in silence. Chapter 85. Uncontrollably, the three of them simultaneously eyed the scene. The face they were staring at held an eerie familiarity. For a moment, Wei Ning and the others desperately hoped it was an illusion. Xing Wuqian, his back hunched, shakily smoothed his white hair at his temples. He grinned at Wei Ning and the others, his deep voice strangely aged. Let us praise the food, remember to do it from the heart. Do not deceive the town. Such people will not be forgiven. Instantly, the town's residents sprang to their feet, so quickly that the tourists barely had time to breathe. By the time they reacted, they were already enveloped by the shadows cast by the bodies, like tiny maggots sinking to the bottom of a dark pool. The first of the outsiders to rise were the two men on the third floor of Wei Ning's guest house. Despite feeling uncomfortable, the tourists stood up one after another, out of a gesture of friendliness. Wei Ning, standing in the middle, remained unobtrusive and unmoved. Xiaoweijie's voice rang out, faint and distant through the wall of flesh piled high in the air. Praise this town. Everyone followed suit, praise this town. Praise this town for all that is immortal. Praise this town for all that is immortal. The outsiders shouted, eager to follow suit. Xiaowejia's voice rose even louder. We will never forget what flows through our hearts, what we carry on our shoulders. Anyone who violates this will be unforgivable. We. Why does this sound so strange? Should we still join in the chant? The passengers looked at each other, taking a deep breath under the dark gaze of Xiaowijia, their leader. We will never forget what flows through our hearts, what we carry on our shoulders. Anyone who violates this will be unforgivable. The same frequency of sound pounded against my pounding heart. In a high-decibel environment, the human body would normally feel dizzy and breathless. The foreign tourists present all looked grim, completely different from the locals. Their backs were straight, their bodies erect, making one wonder if they were supported by something, but clearly not. Their clothes lay flat and smooth, without a single wrinkle. More than that, a faint blush tinged everyone's face, as if they were thrilled and intoxicated by the spectacle. Yu Shuangjio whispered quietly in Wei Ning's ear, "This scene is like a cult. Speaking of which, whose forgiveness are we supposed to accept? The one who has always been unforgivable." Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes. Perhaps it was that mysterious god who had been hiding in dungeons and behind the scenes of the game. From the ascension to Zodiac No. 1 Middle School, to the current peaceful town, Wei Ning could feel the pervasive sense of being watched. He was watching her. Who is he? Wei Ning wants to find him and kill him. Wei Ning is deeply frustrated by this crappy game. She never suppresses her emotions or desires. She knows full well that the desire for revenge is the best nourishment for self-nurture. Congratulations to the player for triggering the main quest, experiencing all the activities in Peaceful Town, and surviving to the end. It's finally here. Wei Ning has been waiting for this main quest. She often gets the most direct information from it, completing her deductions, even if it's just a single sentence from the system. Focusing on the second half of the sentence, Wei Ning chews it over and over again, surviving to the end. Complete. These two words are very interesting. Xiaowejia's voice chimed in, "Dear visitors, please experience the first attraction in Ping'an Town. The museum." Museum? Sounds so ordinary. I thought it would be something new and unique. It feels like a waste of money. Someone echoed him, "That's right. If you want a museum, there are plenty of options." Thank you, guide. Your town isn't trying to rip you off and make a killing out of us honest folks, is it? Then I can get my money back and go home. At the sound of the voice, the locals turned, their faces as dark as the black spots in their eyeballs. Wei Ning noticed that no matter which direction she looked, they all had straight faces, without exception. Straight faces. Straight faces. Still straight faces. It was like being trapped in a maze of countless faces. Wei Ning closed her eyes. She was contaminated. As the food digested within her body, her mind dissolved. She wanted to eat all the food in the town and experience all the attractions. In the Ping'an Town dungeon, Wei Ning's path was constantly collapsing. She could only keep moving forward, with both the end and the beginning a dead end. Dear visitors, the Ping'an Town Museum is a truly vital attraction. After your visit, you will fall in love with Ping'an Town. Please trust me once. Seeing Xiaowejia's sincerity, the people clamoring for a refund softened. Alright, I'll trust you this once. Hurry and take us there. Wei Ning, Yu Shuangjio, and the others followed the crowd and boarded the bus that had been parked outside the courtyard. They glanced at each other. The driver was Xing Wuqian. The original driver had disappeared. Xiaoweijia noticed as well, his hoarse voice sounding slightly displeased. Uncle Xing, you're so old, stop being so stubborn. Let your son come. Where is he now? Xing Wuqian held the steering wheel tightly, not even looking at Xiaoweijia, appearing quite stubborn. How am I old? Don't worry, I know the roads in this small town better than you do. There was no response as to where Xiaoxing was. Xiaoweijia pondered for a moment, then gave up the insistence. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Xing. It's not hard, it's not hard. It's what I have to do for these outsiders, Xing Wuqian replied. Xiaowejia's face was obscured by his baseball cap the entire time, and his lips didn't move much as he spoke, revealing little emotion. Wei Ning gave up observing her and turned his head to look toward the window, meeting Yi Wuxian's gaze in the mirror. Wei Ning, Yu Shuangjio, Yi Wuxian, Xing Wuqian. By this point, 4 of the 6 members of the 2 surface squad had arrived and had reunited. At this moment, the 4 people in the car shared a common thought. Would the remaining 2 appear in the Ping'an Town dungeon? What roles would they play? When entering the dungeon, the game clearly stated that this was a faction versus faction game. From the information currently available, It appears that the tourists, who are outsiders, are on one side, and the townspeople are on the other. Yu Shuangjiu is an outsider. Wei Ning, Yi Wishing, and Xing Wuqian are residents of Ping'an Town. Wei Ning was curious about the conflict between the two factions. Outsiders should adapt to local customs, while locals, in order to develop tourism, should be hospitable to outsiders. What, exactly, is hidden? The museum will be the first piece of the puzzle Wei Ning will put into this blank slate. Dear guests, we arrived at the museum. Unlike the cold, steel-clad behemoths, all the buildings in Ping'an Town were made of wood, including the museum before them. An overwhelming sense of antiquity and strangeness washed over them. It might be called a museum, but in reality, it was just a simpler, lower-slung wooden structure, even simpler than a guest house. Dear guests, please pay attention to the threshold. Do not step on it, Xia Weijia said. The more they are told not to do something, the more they insist on doing it. A few people exchanged glances and raised their legs in unison. Ouch! Damn! It hurts! My butt? Wei Ning stepped back a few steps, avoiding the group. His gaze fell on the threshold. A faint, shiny hue shone from the surface, which should have been rough. There was a coating of grease. The entire museum was smeared with grease. The moment they realized it, a strong odor suddenly exploded like a punctured balloon, and Wei Ning and the others were instantly covered in grease. Wei Ning twitched his nose and took a deep breath. The distinct, fishy smell of animal fat was palpable. Xia Weijia looked down at the people who had fallen to the ground. To protect this town's most precious museum, this place has been greased inside and out. Just move slowly, and you won't fall. Seeing they were on the wrong side of the situation, the men's faces flushed with anger, but they couldn't utter a single word. They silently covered their buttocks and walked into the low wooden building. The interior of the so-called museum wasn't as shabby as it appeared from the outside. It was filled with numerous items, almost to the point of being crowded. The most eye-catching object was a drum directly opposite the entrance. The drum, suspended in midair, was a dark brown. Perhaps due to its age, the leather was slightly mottled, unlike the long red silk tied around the drum, which was perfectly even. Wei Ning followed Xia Weijia, who was at the front of the crowd, forward and realized the drum wasn't large. It was the same size as Wei Ning's head, completely unrelated to where she was observing it. It hit her head and lodged itself squarely in her neck, leaving no room for breathing, Wei Ning thought. This drum is called a snow-repelling drum, Xia Weijia said. After the beginning of winter, the residents of Ping'an Town beat the snow-repelling drum, praying for a swift dissipation of the snowstorm, the arrival of spring, and a bountiful harvest of crops the following year. Wei Ning stared at the drum quietly, then looked up. The beams were densely packed with snow-repelling drums, each tied with a sleek red silk ribbon of varying lengths. Suddenly, she thought of the residents of Ping'an Town. Wei Ning suddenly wanted to count the drums, but sadly, there were too many. She was halfway through counting when Xia Weijia's voice rang out again, and Wei Ning couldn't help but listen. Xia Weijia's words instantly tensed Wei Ning's nerves, and her eyes locked on her. Every object in the museum has its own legend, as old as the town of Ping'an. Xia Weijia's voice suddenly softened. None of us, from birth to death, will ever forget these legends. She suddenly changed the subject. Uncle Xing, can you tell us, the younger generation, the legend of the snow-driving drum? You're always a wonderful storyteller, and we all love to hear it. Xing Wuqian, suddenly called upon, said, Eh. He met countless pairs of distinct black and white eyes at once, and with a flick of his knuckles, he looked from Yu Shuangjiu to Yi Wishing, then back at Wei Ning. A light glimmered beneath Wei Ning's eyelashes, but it was clear she was leaving him to fend for herself. The longer the silence lasted, the more questioning and chilling Xia Weijia's gaze grew, and Xing Wuqian began to break out in a cold sweat. Chapter 86. No one could answer for him. All his pores opened, a chill seeping deep into his veins. Xing Wuqian pulled his lips together, raised his head, and scanned the crowd around him. His posture and tone were as relaxed and confident as ever, brooking no argument. When the craftsman finished this drum, he didn't give it a name. I must give it a brilliant name, to justify my efforts, the craftsman thought. But as he thought, his mind became preoccupied with so many other things, and he quickly forgot about the drum. The forgotten drum grew dusty, its color gradually dimming, completely unlike its vibrant appearance today. Until one winter, a winter when the snow wouldn't melt and food was scarce. The craftsman's home was empty, and he was starving. He didn't want to die, but his stomach kept growling. Suddenly, he thought of the forgotten drum. The drum's skin is made of animal leather. The craftsman. Searching with trembling legs, he finally found the drum, but he was so hungry he had no strength left. He collapsed onto it with his mouth wide open, fainting. Xing Wuqian's voice suddenly rose, and everyone, immersed in the story, shuddered. And then? Died just like that? Xing Wuqian's lips curled up at this. The craftsman is indeed dead. But he didn't die of starvation. He was burned to death. The weather was too dry, and the craftsman's house suddenly caught fire. The fire burned for a long time. When the townspeople finally put out the fire and found the craftsman, they discovered. Because they couldn't wait for the next part, their minds were once again captivated. One of the travelers shouted impatiently, "Stop keeping us in suspense." But they discovered the craftsman had melted in the flames. The fat from the corpse was refined by the flames, and the sticky yellow grease stained the feet of the residents who arrived. A courageous young man frowned as he approached and discovered a bulge in the center of the corpse, which was as soft and rotten as mud. They believed that the thing the craftsman had held onto until his death must be something precious. They decided to remove the body and see what it was. Could it be food that could help the town survive the winter? Keeping things to oneself is not a good thing. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. "It's just a drum," they said, as they turned away, soaked in corpse oil until it was an unusually bright color, almost rotten. The townspeople, disappointed, turned and left. The moment they turned their backs, a dull and melodious drumbeat suddenly rang out. A strange and mysterious scene unfolded. Months of accumulated snow and ice melted before our eyes at an astonishing speed, like a ferocious beast startled into flight by the sound of a drum. Who was beating the drum? Looking back, I saw the young man from before. He stood amid the rotting remains of the craftsman, beating the vibrantly colored drum again and again until the sun set and spring arrived in the town. It was a spring when grain grew abundantly. Later, the townspeople named the magical drum the snow-driving drum. On the beginning of winter, everyone would simultaneously beat the snow-driving drum. They believed the earth-shattering drumbeats would drive away the ferocious beasts of ice and snow, protecting the town's peace. Xing Wuqian's final words were ended by a dead silence. Almost everyone hadn't recovered from the story except Wei Ning. Xing Wuqian stared at Wei Ning intently, the light in her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Clearly, she was in a state of intense excitement. She was excited by the legend of the snow-driving drum. Why, skill. Wei Ning smelled the scent of skill. Every item in the museum has its own corresponding legend. One-to-one correspondence. What a familiar word. Every player of Tower of One has their own unique innate skill. The feeling of deprivation captivated Wei Ning, and the feeling of climbing with increasing strength intoxicated her even more. Congratulations on triggering the hidden main quest. Town Atlas. Please discover all the legends within the town. Town Atlas progress, 5%. Since this is all the exhibits, I'll have to explore it thoroughly, Wei Ning thought. Please leave the museum and experience the snow-driving drum-related activities. Xia Weijia shifted his gaze from Xing Wuqian to Wei Ning, and spoke slowly. We will slowly unlock everything in this town. The tourists chatted quietly, unanimously believing that Xia Weijia and the residents of Ping'an Town had meticulously planned this journey to make it more enjoyable. They happily left the museum together. What kind of activities would those be related to drum making? I don't know. By the way, don't you think the legend of the snow-driving drum sounds eerie? It's a bit. The craftsman was going to eat the snow-driving drum, but he died anyway. What happened to his body? As she spoke, goosebumps suddenly appeared on the woman's skin. She quickly raised her hand and rubbed her exposed skin, trying to suppress the tiny, round, white spots. I don't care about this craftsman. The person next to her suddenly lowered his voice. Do you think that young man died like the craftsman? Why? I don't know, just my intuition. But my intuition has always been pretty accurate. Overhearing the conversation, Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered. She met Yu Shuangjiu's gaze and asked, how did Xing Wuqian know the legend? Did he only know the snow-driving drum, or all of it? Wei Ning could feel the blood churning through her veins, but she suppressed it. She couldn't afford to be as careless about her exposure as she had been in the previous 2 dungeons. He recklessly killed game NPCs, even real-world players, knowing their identities. Wei Ning was receiving far more attention than ever before. To climb the ladder and gain the power to kill Yi Chao, she had to ignore these glances, no matter how annoying it was. Yu Shuangjiu glanced around and muttered, skills, but I don't know if they're innate or character-specific. Wei Ning's eyes darkened. Of course she knew. It seemed that Yu Shuangjiu had thoroughly explored his character, otherwise he wouldn't have known about the existence of character-specific skills. But Yu Shuangjiu and she were currently acting in perfect sync. How could she be so quick? Could it be? Wei Ning had a suspicion. Contact with Xia Weijia should be put on the agenda. But it seemed Xia Weijia was avoiding her. Did Xia Weijia know about their avoidance? This would determine the course of Wei Ning's subsequent actions. Wei Ning and her group walked, and the large crowd on the street was clearly extremely conspicuous. Xing Wuqian, walking alongside Xia Weijia, hunched over, smiling and responding to each person who greeted him. He seemed quite senior. Xing Wuqian's eyes flickered. This meant his side quest would be much easier. Uncle Xing, what are you looking at? Xing Wuqian glanced at Yi Zuixin, who was speaking beside him. Little E, how can your eyesight be so bad at such a young age? I'm just walking steadily, aren't I? Yi Zuixin narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm just worried about your health. Come, let me hold you. He didn't give Xing Wuqian a chance to refuse. As expected, his arm ached, and the kind expression on Xing Wuqian's face faltered. He twisted his neck slowly, pinching until the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Under the cover of his sleeve, Yi Zuixin's fingernails twirled lightly, and the next moment, they were filled with Xing Wuqian's flesh. Xing Wuqian's eyes shone with anger. Hiss! Xia Weijia glanced at the two men, and seeing nothing unusual, he tilted his head and turned back. The volume was extremely low, and Xing Wuqian's voice still trembled faintly, but the hatred was completely unconcealed. Just wait! I don't know if Xia Weijia noticed the open and covert strife between the two, but Wei Ning saw it clearly. What new skill could Yi Zua have? Thinking about it, Wei Ning suddenly laughed inwardly. She seemed even more greedy. The walking crowd stopped moving. Wei Ning raised her eyelids, eagerness flowing in her pupils. Drums are very important instruments in this town, Xia Weijia said. Drum music often brings peace to everyone in Ping'an town. Wei Ning looked at Xia Weijia and tilted her head slightly. She had initially thought they would be involved in making a part of the snow-driving drum, covering the drumhead, applying the paint. Playing the snow-driving drum, Wei Ning suddenly thought of the legendary young man who played the drum. The girl's discussion about whether the young man was dead or not had not yet faded from her mind. Are there any travelers who would like to try playing the snow-driving drum? Xia Weijia's lips curled up slightly beneath the brim of his hat. Surprisingly, not many people raised their hands, less than half the number of outsiders. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu exchanged a glance, and at Xia Weijia's signal, they joined the others in stepping forward, each standing in front of a snow-driving drum. The man leading them in the music was an elderly-looking man. He watched as the group of outsiders entered his home, approached the snow-driving drums, and now played them. Uncle Wang, please guide them. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Weijia's voice echoed in Wang Buyuan's ears. He lowered his brows, turning away from the strangers before him, his gaze fixed on the dark brown drumhead. Wang Buyuan raised his hand and stroked the snow-driving drum. Thick calluses formed on his palm, separating flesh from the drumhead. He frowned slightly, then relaxed his brow. He said in a deep voice, to play the snow-driving drum, you don't rely on a drumstick, but only on flesh. Wei Ning imitated Wang Buyuan's words, clenching her fist, veins bulging, and pressing her forearm down with force. Dong! Both arms together, Wang Buyuan said. Dong, dong dong dong. The moment she touched the snow-driving drum, the skin on Wei Ning's arm, along with the flesh beneath, vibrated with the drumbeat, like a snake slithering deep within her body. Wei Ning could deeply sense the discomfort in her body, but she continued to follow Wang Buyuan's movements, waving her arms. The curve of her mouth gradually relaxed, and at the moment, the discomfort reached its peak. Finally. Congratulations to the player for triggering the side quest. Limited time ice and snow. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Wei Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. She finally got what she had been waiting for. Chapter 87. Limited time snow and ice. Players must survive within 2 hours and find the cause of the fire. Completing this side quest earns 2,000 points. The countdown begins at 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Wei Ning looked around. The wooden houses remained. The town was filled with similar wooden houses. Wei Ning couldn't identify her own location, but from the inside, she could clearly tell they were no longer inside Wang Buyuan's house. Where are we now? Yu Shuangjiu asked with a wary expression. She had also received a notification to enter the side quest. Wei Ning, Yu Shuangjiu, and the others who had joined the snow-dispelling drum were huddled in a strange, cramped room. As they moved, thick dust rose, wafting into their eyes and noses. Where's Uncle Wang? Why can't I see him? Cough cough cough. Where is this? Uncle Wang, why don't you come out and clean up? There's so much dust all of a sudden. It's making me sick. Qin Feifei shouted, covering her nose. She wasn't the only one feeling the pain. Beside her, Song Sheng's face turned pale, his breathing labored, and his vision darkened. Suddenly, his knees gave way, and he collapsed into Qin Feifei's arms. Cuddle the man in her arms, Qin Feifei's face paled. You have a dust allergy. I'll carry you out. But the man was nearly twice her size, and even with all her might, she could only move a few centimeters. At this rate, Song Sheng would be gone before she left. Qin Feifei cried anxiously, please help me carry him out. She received only silence and a constant glance. If you want to leave, leave by yourself. I'm waiting here for tour guide Xie to rescue us. It was one of the men on the third floor of the Folk Culture Museum. Does anyone know what brought you here so suddenly? Someone met Qin Feifei's gaze, paused, and gently looked away. It's not that I don't want to help you, it's just. He's not the only one feeling uncomfortable. I'm feeling unwell too, okay? My stomach is hurting again, and it's killing me. You have a stomachache too? Why? You too? Someone else interrupted. Yeah, my stomach hurts too, for some reason. Wei Ning glanced at Yu Shuangjiu. In that moment, her nerves felt like they were being gripped and pulled by invisible hands. The pain was beyond human endurance. Wei Ning supported the unsteady Yu Shuangjiu with one hand and pressed the other on her stomach. She could feel a deep indentation beneath her warm skin, as if a part of her body was missing. Her stomach was empty. Only a thin layer of skin remained. The stomach wall shrank and squirmed unbearably, the emptiness causing it to instinctively fear and begin to reach out. Wei Ning's eyeballs suddenly constricted, and the muscle layer of her stomach furiously sprouted tentacles, tightly binding the nearest organs and tissues. The smell of acid corroding her internal organs was unpleasant. Wei Ning pulled Yu Shuangjiu slowly against the wall, the pain making her more aware. She was starving to death. Wei Ning hated the feeling of hunger. Everyone in this room would starve to death here. 2 hours was their death countdown. 1 hour and 58 minutes. Qin Feifei's strength gradually drained from her body. She suddenly collapsed onto Song Sheng, her face pressed against his neck. The blood coursing through her veins was incredibly hot and fresh, and Qin Feifei couldn't ignore the sensation transmitted through her skin. Her eyeballs suddenly became bloodshot, layer upon layer, enveloping her pupils, and thick roots seemed to be strangling her eyeballs to pieces. So hungry. Hunger instantly overwhelmed Qin Feifei's senses. Ah! Someone's eating someone. Looking over at the sound, she saw blood slowly spreading beneath the two people hugging each other. Wei Ning watched calmly as Qin Feifei tore at Song Sheng beneath her. Suddenly, nothing was around her. Yu Shuangjiu approached Qin Feifei with trembling legs. Holding her breath, she suddenly grabbed her and pulled her away. Meeting Qin Feifei's red eyes, she slapped her without hesitation. Watching this scene, Wei Ning tilted her head slightly, her gaze fixed on Yu Shuangjiu. She straightened up and slowly stood behind him. Wei Ning's breathing was always so light that Yu Shuangjiu didn't feel the breath falling on her head. Qin Feifei regained consciousness and grabbed Yu Shuangjiu. Please, save him. Yu Shuangjiu didn't have the strength to speak. She silently grasped Song Sheng's arm. Before moving him, she turned and looked behind her, startled by Wei Ning. Wei Ning simply lowered her eyes and said nothing. After her rapidly beating heart calmed, Yu Shuangjiu whispered, I was just about to call you. Let's move him out together. The moment the words fell, Qin Feifei, with a mournful look on her face, grasped the hem of Wei Ning's clothes. Please. Wei Ning blinked, looked at Yu Shuangjiu, then at the others gazing in their direction. Everyone was staring at her, their black and white eyes holding the same expression, dark and silent. We'll find food and wait here. Moving him out will be a waste of time. At this, everyone present shuddered. Really? That's going to be hard on you. Little girl, don't waste my time. Just try your best, and you can move out on your own. Just be good. Voices echoed through her ears, and Qin Feifei gradually lowered her head. The two figures beside her had long since vanished. She silently grasped Song Sheng's hand, and the two began to slowly move, under the gazes of countless people behind them. The two men on the third floor exchanged glances, then stood up and followed Wei Ning, maintaining a moderate distance. Wei Ning, you won't come back, right? Yes, I was lying to them, Yu Shuangjiu's voice echoed from behind. Wei Ning, without pausing, added, the mission is important. Don't forget who you are. The two-faced squad's absolute priority. Instances and alien creatures. Yu Shuangjiu silently caught up with Wei Ning. Are we going to find the snow-driving drum? Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu both knew they had entered the legend of the snow-driving drum. A sudden surge of hunger deep within their bodies, a warmth on their surface. Wei Ning and the others were clearly playing the role of small-town residents. They only wondered who the craftsman would be. The only person whose death, in the legend, was certain. Wei Ning looked back. The dusty room was where the craftsman had placed the snow-driving drum. Now, the drum had vanished completely, leaving behind a group of people on the verge of starvation. His gaze paused, locked on the two men. Wei Ning narrowed his eyes, then silently turned his head, allowing them to follow. Yu Shuangjiu also noticed the two men and whispered, "Players?" "Not likely," Wei Ning said. As soldiers, Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu's instincts led them to believe the two men had other motives. From beginning to end, they never showed any sign of panic, and when Xiao Weijin invited them to play the drums, they were the first to raise their hands. The further they walked, the lower their body temperature grew. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu's bodies pressed slightly closer together, the snow crunching beneath their feet the only sound in the empty town. There wasn't even the sound of someone opening a window to look out. Judging from the townspeople's previous attitude toward tourists like Wei Ning, they were curious, repulsed, and even vaguely disgusted. It was impossible for them to remain indifferent to a stranger's face when the town was closed to the public. His face was glued to the translucent window, and in the blink of an eye, his eyelashes were broken by the splinter on the window. No one's in the house. Wei Ning distanced herself from the window, rubbing her frozen, deformed face expressionlessly. Does setting a fire have to make them appear? How can we set a fire without a source of fire? Survive within 2 hours and find the cause of the fire. Yu Shuangjiu silently recited the mission, pondering, trying to find the key. There's no mention of the snow-driving drum. Could it be? Wei Ning continued, at this point in time, the snow-driving drum hadn't been crafted yet. This was just a guess. No one could determine the exact time frame they were in. After all, the legend was born from the snow-driving drum. We need to find the craftsman, Yu Shuangjiu said. But how do we even begin? The craftsman's house was filled with a bunch of unfortunate souls forcibly dragged into the side quest, and there wasn't a single hair of him to be seen. Something flashed through Wei Ning's mind, and he doubled over. His body felt as if it had been severed in half. Pain spread from his abdomen, and the nerves in his head stopped functioning. Wei Ning clearly felt that her sharpness was decreasing, and she couldn't even spare the energy to pay attention to Yu Shuangjiu's next move. I can't let this go on. She needs food, anything, Wei Ning thought. She took a deep breath, leaned back slightly under Yu Shuangjiu's quizzical gaze, then suddenly plunged forward, leaving no room for maneuver. Wei Ning forced the locked door open. Splintered would pierce her forehead, leaving blood staining her eyelashes. Wei Ning simply relaxed her muscles and collapsed to the ground. See if there's anything to eat inside. Instead of a response, she received a glimmer of clarity. Yu Shuangjiu continued to move. You didn't expect it, did you? I still have a handkerchief. Thank you. Wei Ning took Yu Shuangjiu's outstretched hand and stood up. As they slowly searched, the truth became clear. No food, no one. Wei Ning stuffed snow into her mouth expressionlessly. Yu Shuangjiu sat beside her, looking at the vast expanse of snow and sighing. Countdown, 1 hour 30 minutes and 59 seconds. TSK, what an eyesore. Wei Ning looked at the two men not far away. Yu Shuangjiu was also helpless. How long are they going to follow us? Let's kill them. Yu Shuangjiu was stunned. Why? I'll be a craftsman and make a snow-driving drum, Wei Ning said coldly. The raw material for the snow-driving drum is animal leather. Humans are animals too. If we peel their skins to make drum skins, we'll have a snow-driving drum. Surprisingly, Yu Shuangjiu didn't object and nodded. Good idea. You can't skin both of us. Two shadows in the distance suddenly froze. Chapter 88. Will those two women really attack us? Lian Shun said gravely to the man beside him. I'm not sure about the one with the pigtails. Lenny's face darkened as he met Wei Ning's eyes. The shorter woman next to her could definitely do it. Her eyes are daring us. Wei Ning, a ventriloquist, said, The aura surrounding her visibly solidified, her irritation no longer concealed. She wanted to kill those two chattering men now, immediately. Unexpectedly, the moment Wei Ning stood up, two bloated, heavy figures in the distance pounced on her, and Yu Shuangjiu, moving at an incredibly strange speed, like white slime dripping from the roots of her nostrils. Her eyeballs bulged reflexively, and Wei Ning closed them. The extreme astringency gave her a chapped cornea and an itchy, almost insect-like sensation. Unable to resist, the squirming white worms reappeared in Wei Ning's mind. The restless emotions threatened to tear her body apart. Wei Ning took a deep breath and forced herself to open her eyes. She found Lian Shun and Lian and I only 2 meters away. Her face was stern. "One more step, and I'll kill you." They paused. For a moment, the four of them looked at each other in silence. Lien and I felt that Wei Ning's gaze on them was even stranger. Without time to consider why, his animal instinct to escape death made him speak immediately. "I know where the snow-repelling drum is." Lien Shun reacted, "But we have a condition." The sound of his breath was stuck in his deformed throat, the blood clogged and unable to find an outlet. Lien Shun's face flushed crimson and purple, and saliva flowed from the corners of his mouth, thick and unusual. Wei Ning's breathing stopped. In a split second, Lien Shun was pinned to the ground, his mouth and nose sunk deep into the snow, a hair's breadth from suffocation. He began frantically slapping everything around him. The only response he got was Wei Ning's words. "Tell me where it is." "My offer is that you survive." The last half of the sentence tightened Lien Shun's taut, dying nerves. As the oxygen thinned, his slapping movements gradually slowed. Lenny, strangled by Yu Shuangjiu, was horrified and enraged. He shouted at Wei Ning, "You're a scoundrel." A complete scoundrel. They had the upper hand in this confrontation. Wei Ning remained silent, only increasing his strength. Lien Shun's arms drooped limply to his side. "It's hiding in tomorrow's town." The voice reached his ears clearly, and Wei Ning released his grip. The moment she and Lien Shun separated, Lenny stumbled over to him. Seeing he was merely unconscious, he began chest compressions and artificial respiration. Yu Shuangjiu handed Wei Ning a fresh handkerchief to wipe her hands. She was still pondering Lenny's words, looking at Wei Ning questioningly. "The snow-driving drum is hiding in tomorrow's town." Our guess about the timing was correct. Her inner suspicions were confirmed, but Wei Ning felt no relief at all. Instead, she felt a dull, almost breathless feeling. Tomorrow's town. Tomorrow. Huh. Wei Ning sneered silently, his undisguised malice bared before her, teasing her, precisely catching her most sensitive nerve. Countdown, 1 hour 20 minutes and 48 seconds. She wouldn't even make it to tomorrow. Yu Shuangjiu clearly realized this too. The situation was dire. In her current state, she and Wei Ning couldn't hold out much longer. So, was this what they were going to do? A sudden chill ran down his spine, and Lenny instinctively turned back to look, his gaze landing on Wei Ning. She raised an expressionless eyebrow. Lenny was startled, realizing someone was missing. "Where's that pigtailed woman?" "Brother." Lenny turned to look at Lien Shun, who had just regained consciousness. He was once again pinned to the ground in the snow, staring at him with despair. At that moment, Lenny and Lien Shun had only one thought. They should have avoided provoking these two lunatics. They were just trying to fleece someone. "Tell me, is there anything else you haven't explained?" Lenny closed his eyes. "Someone has to die, and more than one. Only then will the conditions for the snow drum to appear be met. Otherwise, even tomorrow, it won't appear, and we'll be trapped here forever." The fleeting thought in her mind finally caught on, and Wei Ning fully understood Lenny's underlying meaning. Legend has it that the snow drum was finally recalled only after a food-free winter. A winter like that would have killed everyone. The craftsman was just one of the lucky few who survived longer. We left that room. How do we know who died? Are we just going to wait? Time's running out. Yu Shuangjiu's face was grim. Wei Ning looked at her. The man with asthma died, along with the girl beside him. Yu Shuangjiu was startled. When? She didn't ask Wei Ning how he knew. The only answer was skills. This was a life-saving item. Without orders, Wei Ning had no obligation to tell her. Just now. The two red dots in Wei Ning's mind dimmed. Marking shadows, Wei Ning gained the ability in the Zodiac 1 dungeon. The moment she entered the side quest, she marked everyone in the room. But the number was wrong. There was one extra person. This was just one of the reasons why Wei Ning, after observing, decided to leave. Dead. So soon. Lenny shouted. It's over. It's coming. Quick, Lien Shun, hide inside the room. Don't get caught. Is it tomorrow? Watching the two tumbling figures, Yu Shuangjiu opened her mouth, then suddenly realized they didn't know the exact time. Their only reference was the death countdown given by the system. The closest place for Yu Shuangjiu and Wei Ning to hide was the room Wei Ning had just knocked open. They had no choice. What a coincidence. Lenny and Lien Shun were now neighbors across the street. What was about to happen? Could it be related to the snow-driving drum? Suddenly silence descended, the town seemed like a still, stagnant pool. Danger lurked, something approaching. Wei Ning focused her attention on listening for Yu Shuangjiu's distant breathing. They hadn't chosen to hide in one place, and this was clearly a wise move, because the next moment, A heavy, muffled sound drowned out all the other sounds. Wei Ning held her breath, pressing her hands against her waist and abdomen, forcing a dent in her flesh. The 2 layers of skin clung together tightly across the empty organs, leaving no room for the stomach wall to stir. The sounds of hunger would betray Wei Ning's position. She hid in the closet. A strange voice, thin as a hair, reached Wei Ning's ears through the cracks between them. I want to make a drum. Can anyone tell me how? The voice, whose gender was indistinguishable, was hoarse and shrill, its pitch rising and falling rapidly in just 2 syllables. Wei Ning's cheek suddenly felt cold, and blood flowed down her ear canal, dangling on her chin, threatening to drip. Wei Ning was momentarily deafened. She couldn't determine the source of the sound. It seemed to appear out of thin air, sometimes blurry and distant, sometimes as close as a maggot hiding in her ear canal. The voice that tormented Wei Ning and the others continued on its own. First, we need the raw materials. I need animal hide, the finest hide. My hide is gone. Where did it go? It seemed especially anxious, even running. Wei Ning was trembling, not spontaneously. She opened her eyes wide and slowly approached the crack to peer, almost as if she were demented. Wei Ning had no room to refuse. The ground, along with the closet she was hiding in, shook. To avoid colliding with the wall and making a noise that would attract its attention, she could only lean forward in the opposite direction. Just before her moist corneas were about to be pierced by the rough wooden splinters on the closet door, the surroundings suddenly returned to dead silence. Wei Ning bent her waist and abdomen, frozen in an extremely awkward position in the air, her only support being the unlocked closet door in front of her. Found it. Wei Ning closed her eyes, letting the blood from her ear canal smear her face. The liquid dripped from her chin, and the thick dust in the closet drowned out the sound. Just barely. The voice sounded dissatisfied, and the movements were far from gentle. Mechanically, she tore away the flesh clinging to her skin until the shrill cries from beneath her gradually subsided. It was Lian Shun's voice. Wool? Gone, the sheep dead, Wei Ning thought. What a hellish joke. Lian Shun, that kid, is in such a plight. Second step. Second step. What was that? Ah, I remember now. It's cutting. Choose the middle part of the leather. It's the best quality there. Its voice suddenly sharpened, as if in frustration. You're so unskilled. Linny trembled and curled up. He didn't dare open his eyes, or he see Lian Shun's head tumbling to the ground. Its technique was poor, as if it was completely unfamiliar with the process. It didn't choose to start with the softest part of the neck. Instead, it casually severed Lian Shun's head, letting the blood spurt across the floor and under the bed. Linny was hiding under the bed, completely soaked in Lian Shun's blood. The fishy, rusty smell lingered in Lian Shun's eyes, and he began to regret his decision to agree to return to Ping'an Town with Lian Shun. He had only been taking an object, and his only relative was dead. He knew all along that everything in Ping'an Town was harmful, unlike those ignorant residents. Step 3. Soak the leather for 3 to 4 days. The voice repeated, wait here, wait here, wait here. No! Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu, hiding in the shadows, felt their hearts suddenly stop at this. Absolutely not. Countdown, 1 hour. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu had barely survived half of the mission. Another side quest, finding the cause of the fire in the craftsman's house, was still a mystery. They couldn't hide forever. It was only a matter of time before they were discovered. Who's there? Chapter 89. I've been discovered. Almost the moment this thought arose, it began to move. When the human body holds its breath, the chest cavity becomes a hollow vessel, amplifying every sound. Even the most frightened organs rapidly expand and contract, the stomach physiologically secretes acid, and the urge to vomit becomes completely uncontrollable. But the sound creeping into my ears grew closer. It was bloated and heavy, with a rhythmic muffled sound, like dragging, like leaping, making it impossible to imagine its movement. Unlike the children's favorite game of hide-and-seek, this wasn't a game where you could trick the catcher by gritting your teeth and making no sound. I found you. Wei Ning's eyelids fluttered back into their sockets, her pupils turning completely black, and the faint light that had shone through the gap vanished. Something was blocking the wardrobe, less than 5 centimeters away from Wei Ning. It was too close for her to react. The heart felt constricted by the frozen blood, a physiological illusion caused by extreme emotional shifts. Almost subconsciously, the throat expanded to its limit, shoving a fist into the throbbing lungs. Ah! Why are you hiding under the bed? It murmured, its childlike shrillness betraying a natural sense of confusion. Just in case, I need a hand. Linny, dragged from under the bed, fell to the ground. His breath, rusty and fishy, fell upon him. He stood up with his neck stiff, his back to the shattered Lian Shun. Step 4. Pulling. Stretch the soaked leather to the desired size and shape. This process requires skillful coordination. Lenny grasped a thin piece of skin in his hand, the warmth seeping through his pores, yet his expression remained unchanged. How could Lenny react? If his expression changed, that would be the most terrifying and eerie, Wei Ning thought. Wei Ning had already emerged from the cramped, confined closet. She was deeply grateful for having forced the door open 10 minutes earlier, allowing her to clearly see the door across the street. All the flesh had been ripped out, leaving only a shell supported by air. How could she express herself? Furthermore, Lenny's skin might not even be air. Because Wei Ning saw no sign of any living creature besides Lenny and Lian Shun, this was enough to confirm the presence of the distorted voice. Because it's behind you. Not far away, Yu Shuangjiu's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the tall, dark figure looming over Wei Ning. Wei Ning's back was now exposed. Yu Shuangjiu gently closed her eyes, her breath suddenly becoming even weaker, making her seem extremely inconspicuous. Wei Ning chose not to turn back, but took a step forward, facing Lenny's stiffly turned body. Lenny, noticing Wei Ning, opened his mouth and said, "Next, drill holes in the prepared drumhead and tune it to the desired pitch." The same deep voice came from behind Wei Ning again. "The chase begins, hee. Drill holes, I'm drilling, don't run. You're a fool not to run." Wei Ning suddenly rushed out of the house. Lenny, startled by her sudden appearance, froze in place, forgetting to move until Wei Ning braked in front of him, sending a splatter of snow flying into his face. "You're running pretty fast." Wei Ning rolled his eyes at the sound, not even glancing at the man behind him. A faint smile flashed across that familiar face, a venomous expression reflected in his crooked eyes. He spoke persistently. "Countdown. 45 hours 32 minutes and 26 seconds. Wei Ning finally managed to react. "Cheng Chiwei, how did you get into the side quest?" The inexplicable extra person in the team was him, and the person standing in front of the closet door where Wei Ning was hiding was also him. Cheng Chiwei seemed to appear only in the side quests that spawned from the dungeon. "You care about me?" Wei Ning, eh? The only response was the crunch of snow underfoot, and Cheng Chiwei was clearly dissatisfied. "Or do you care more about that old man?" In fact, even more dissatisfied was the Lenny chasing after Wei Ning and Cheng Chiwei. It was gaining speed, now only a head's length away from Wei Ning and Cheng Chiwei. The sunken skin on Lenny's cheeks was held up by the jagged bones, but soon, it visibly filled up, as if an unknown creature was blocking his ears and nose while blowing air into them through its mouth and tongue. In a matter of seconds, Lenny transformed into a balloon on the verge of exploding. No! More like a drum, a snow-repelling drum. No wonder its movements made such a rhythmic, muffled sound. A drum, either bouncing forward or, as it was now, rolling after Wei Ning. The distance between them was shortened to the limit, and Wei Ning's raised heel was faintly touched. The touch felt extraordinarily solid, completely unlike softness. Wei Ning looked back coldly. Lenny's arms, legs, and knees were twisted and pinned together, his bloated and deformed body rolling along. The bones within him had already pierced his internal organs and skin. If this continued, this body would be completely destroyed. Despite this, its speed continued to accelerate. "Isn't there a ready-made body right before us?" Wei Ning wasn't surprised by the snow-driving drum's increasing speed. The red dot in her mind had already dimmed. These people might have been killed by the snow-driving drum, or starved to death, or perhaps by any other myriad of causes. But Wei Ning would soon be among those who starved to death. Her body's functions had long since reached their limit, and the sheer force of her strength that had held her up until now was completely inhuman. "It's time to stop," Wei Ning thought. Under Cheng Chiwei's astonished gaze, Wei Ning withdrew her strength and froze in place, allowing a sticky mixture of flesh, blood, and bone to devour her. Before Cheng Chiwei could react, the two had merged into one. As if digesting food in its stomach, the enormous ball, a full-person-high drum, squirmed in place. Bored humans have conducted countless experiments, such as how thin and transparent skin can be stretched. Is it the thickness of a baby's finger? Eyelashes? Mucous membranes? The answer lay before Cheng Chiwei. As if losing his mind, he slowly approached the skin that was constantly wriggling and expanding, his fingertips hanging on by the slightest vestige of his sanity. A voice told him, "Hide, hide. Hide here forever, in this small town where only he and Wei Ning lived." Cheng Chiwei knew that Wei Ning loved Cui Feng more than him. If they were chosen, he would definitely be the one left behind. He didn't want that. Because of this fact, Cheng Qiwei was driven to the brink of jealousy. He hated Shui Feng, but not Wei Ning. Cheng Qiwei knew he couldn't bear the consequences. Wei Ning had said she appreciated absolute obedience, and satisfying her unhealthy need for control was his only way to compete with Shui Feng for that rare favor. But now, Wei Ning was trapped in a drum. It wasn't him who did it. Cheng Qiwei felt both despicable and lucky. He could keep those in the room captive, killing them one by one when the snow-driving drum weakened slightly, one after another, his time alone with Wei Ning increasing by the minute. As if in agreement, a sudden, icy touch against his fingertips startled Cheng Qiwei. Then, in ecstasy, crimson veins darting from his crooked eyes to the very center. You agree, don't you? You want to stay here with me, the two of us, forever and ever, undisturbed, right? The skin had been stretched to its limit. Cheng Qiwei stepped forward and hugged the still swelling, wriggling flesh ball tightly, practically burying his entire body inside, waist, neck, head, and face, almost in a sacrificial gesture. Suddenly, Cheng Qiwei's face felt cold. The hug paused. He lifted his fingertips and gently wiped the corner of his eye. It was blood. Are you crying? No, no, Cheng Qiwei answered instinctively. His eyes widened, and for a moment, more blood began to flow from the corner of his eye. The snow-repelling drum in his arms remained unchanged from a few minutes ago. Wei Ning, trapped within, looked as if she were still quiet, even through the thin layer of skin. However, the fishy, rusty smell lingering on his nose grew stronger, mingled with the distinctly pungent smell of animal hide, clinging to every pore of the skin. Cheng Qiwei was a little suspicious, but he continued to hold Wei Ning in his arms. He had penetrated a certain depth, but was still blocked by the disgusting skin of another person, Cheng Qiwei thought. But the moment this thought arose, that barrier suddenly vanished, along with his heartbeat. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. As expected, the smell of cooked meat suddenly exploded. Cheng Qiwei silently retreated, lowering his gaze to look at Wei Ning, who stood amidst a pile of broken bones and flesh. She was covered in blood, some her own, some Lenny's. Wei Ning didn't look at Cheng Qiwei. Her toes crushed the broken flesh on the ground. The pieces of flesh were burning in flames, still bearing the aura of the snow-repelling drum. It had escaped once again. Is this your skill? Wei Ning raised her eyelids, looked at Yu Shuangjiu, who was jogging towards her, and nodded in agreement. Kill them all? Yu Shuangjiu swung his sore arms, his expression expressionless. Not counting the one next to you, I killed them all. It was such a strenuous job. I'm exhausted. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Ning casually picked up a piece of flesh, still smoldering with flames, and threw it onto a beam. A raging fire suddenly erupted. The snow-driving drum kept reciting the steps to its creation, deliberately skipping one. There's another step between pulling and drilling. To increase the drum skin's elasticity and longevity, the craftsman will perform a smoke treatment, which requires fire. Congratulations to the player for successfully discovering the cause of the fire in the side quest. Limited time ice and snow. Survival countdown, 15 hours. Please keep up the good work. Wei Ning, you're incredibly quick-witted. I didn't even think to connect the dots, Yu Shuangjiu said. I just realized the snow-driving drum can only exist within another person's body. So, the moment Wei Ning rushed out of the house, she turned and ran towards the craftsman's room. It's similar to the combat simulation training at the military headquarters, Yu Shuangjiu thought. Besides, these NPCs are extremely weak. But I still have a question. Who was it parasitizing before we arrived here? When it killed Lian Shun, only Linny saw it. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu were still hiding in the shadows, completely unaware of what was happening in the room across the street. But Linny is dead. Will no one know? Chapter 90. Yeah, doesn't anyone know? Meeting Yu Shuangjiu's puzzled gaze, Wei Ning remained silent. Suddenly, her brows raised, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Shuangjiu, you missed someone. When I was facing the snow-driving drum, that person ran over there. Looking in the direction Wei Ning pointed, they saw a house not far away. Yu Shuangjiu said, you rest. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. She added, after all, it's in a weakened state, isn't it? Shuangjiu, thank you for your hard work. Watching Yu Shuangjiu disappear from sight, the smile on Wei Ning's face vanished in an instant, turning gloomy and cold. And then, smack, Cheng Qiwei was slapped hard. His face twisted, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth dripping down his jaw, and small red spots quickly appeared on his pale collarbone. These dots formed red cracks, and at first glance, the man with drooping brows looked like a piece of cracked white porcelain. Put away that pitiful look, Wei Ning said coldly. The slap had been hard. Wei Ning was clearly arrogant. She looked down at Cheng Qiwei, who had fallen to the ground. Her gaze and breath from above coincidentally swept over the man's sleek arms, his lean waist, and his long, unsteady legs. Still trying to please him, she thought. Wei Ning squatted down, grasped Cheng Qiwei's chin, and turned his face, forcing him to look at her without resistance. Open your mouth. The man before her had clearly not expected Wei Ning's action, and a moment of surprise crossed his face. This fraction of a second of hesitation tickled Wei Ning's nerves. Though it was clearly irrational, so what? Wei Ning had always been comfortable with his unhealthy need for control. Wei Ning frowned slightly, the playful look in his eyes gradually fading. Cui Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he was almost panicked. He timidly opened his mouth, his features distorted by the intense emotion, especially his bloodshot eyes, which were completely moist. His body even began to tremble. In his utter panic, Cheng Qiwei's mind suddenly went blank, as if countless fireworks were exploding. It was a kiss steeped in the scent of blood. It was incredibly rough, indistinguishable from the caressing of lovers or the raging, consuming hatred of two beasts desperately hoping for the other's death. This intense hatred stemmed purely from the shame of having his body, his emotions, everything, strength and weakness, exposed before the other. Who wouldn't feel embarrassed and annoyed by this? Thus, the animalistic, exhilarating pleasure of flesh. Physical contact became the only outlet, and all that resistance and confusion poured out from there. Wei Ning was on top from beginning to end. She held Cheng Qiwei's side with one hand, allowing him to tilt his slender neck back and swallow, absorbing her breath. From Cheng Qiwei's perspective, Wei Ning's eyes were as cold as the vast winter sky. The 15-minute countdown ended. Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the timed ice and snow side quest and earning 2,000 points. The warmth in her arms faded, and Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered. She had already left the legend of the snow-repelling drum. Standing beside her was Yu Shuangjiu. The last drumbeat ended, and Uncle Wang's voice reached my ears. This piece is over. You may leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he silently walked to the front door, his attitude clearly dismissive, his eyes fixed on the snow-repelling drums that had been touched by outsiders, as if they were stained with something dirty. Lunchtime is just around the corner, Xiao Weijia said. Travelers, please follow me. The outsiders, stunned by the drumbeats, followed Xiao Weijia out in a daze. Wei Ning's fingertips twitched beneath her sleeves, and she saw Linny, Lian Shun, and the others who had died in the craftsman's house. They had their backs to Wei Ning, their steps stiff, and they didn't respond to anyone's words. Yu Shuangjiu's face was stern. He exchanged a glance with Wei Ning and decided to remain silent, focusing his attention on these people, especially Linny, Lian Shun, and Shen Peipei. Her eyes were the most dull and empty. From Wei Ning's position, he could see that the bloodshot veins in them hadn't faded, but had become even denser than when she'd been in the legend, thicker and thicker than a red spider's legs. It was still the same spot as in the morning, and the clatter of pots and pans in the kitchen could be heard, adding a touch of the town's vibrant atmosphere. Unfortunately, the diners looked preoccupied. Xing Wuqian's brows drooped, and he only stopped sighing when Yu Shuangjiu's cold, impatient gaze shone. He forced a kind smile, but suddenly his lips froze, and he whispered some people didn't come. Wei Ning responded, except for Yu Shuangjiu and me, none of the people who played the snow-dispelling drums came. Xiao Weijia's explanation was that they were feeling unwell, and had returned to the guest house to rest. Someone would bring them food. That person is me. Yi Zuixi met the three people's gazes, his chin raised slightly. Seeing his smug look, Xing Wuqian curled his lips, and suddenly leaned in closer. When you went to look for Xiao Weijia, did you see her face? She was always wearing a hat, so there must be something strange about her. No, Yi Zuixi said. No matter which angle you look at her, you can only see her mouth. From that point on, everything above is covered in shadow. The shadow is so thick, it's like a wall. The sudden influx of fragrance interrupted them. Wei Ning had never smelled anything like it before, a scent that triggered an instinctive reaction. Her pupils uncontrollably spun out of focus, and she only came to her senses when she felt something moving near her. Yu Shuangjiu looked at her with concern. Wei Ning was the most reactive of the group. Anyone who saw her at first glance would have thought her sanity had completely collapsed, and would have been curious to ask. Every question revealed a flaw. Wei Ning herself couldn't explain the reason, so she chose to focus on the problem itself. As the food arrived, Xiao Weijia said, there will be a bonfire dance in the center of town tonight. We hope all guests will come, and wear the town's traditional costumes. The ladies who manage the B&B have already prepared the costumes in your rooms. You have the afternoon to prepare. Ready to die? Shang Wuqian thought with a stiff smile. He turned to see if his teammates on the tooth-faced team were thinking the same thing, but saw that Yi Wixin and Yu Shuangjiu were staring at the same spot, completely oblivious to the risk of exposing their identities. Shang Wuqian followed his gaze, but his movements were too slow. All he saw was Wei Ning's cold expression and the empty plate in front of her. It had only been served a minute. He hadn't even had time to see what the food smelled so good. The side quests all players had to complete. They had to eat all the food prepared by the townspeople. This seemed to be the only explanation for Wei Ning's unusual behavior. It's delicious. Praise the town. I'll go back to the BNB to prepare for tonight's bonfire party, Wei Ning said, not sparing Shang Wuqian and the others behind him a glance. What a perfunctory compliment. Yu Shuangjiu and the others twitched their lips. It was clear they had been given a perfunctory nod by Wei Ning. After returning to the BNB, Wei Ning's first action wasn't to see the folk costumes prepared by the old lady. Instead, he stood at the stairs leading to the third floor. Lenny and Lian Shun's doors were tightly closed, no light filtering through the crack, but Wei Ning could hear their heavy breathing, audible from a distance, as if their lungs were burning, piercing and sharp. The planks beneath her feet were still narrow, Wei Ning thought. She deliberately increased her pressure, hoping to see if the bugs she'd seen on the first day would wriggle out of the thin wood again. Those unusually large white bugs. Wei Ning had a bold suspicion. She could sense that the bugs were connected to her. She climbed step by step, nothing happening. Wei Ning looked back at the planks, feeling a little irritated, anticipating the bugs to crawl out. She had deliberately returned to the guest house before the others, creating a time difference, all for the bugs. Suppressing her emotions, Wei Ning went to Lenny's room, confirmed that no one else was in the hallway, and closed the door. Turning around, Wei Ning's eyes darted, and she froze, her gaze fixed on the stillness before her. On a creature. It had clearly noticed the creeping visitor. Its eyeballs, if they could still be called eyeballs, were pale, sunken, and pointed. Its drooping eyelids stretched unnaturally long, practically glued to its mouth. It seemed unfamiliar with the proper placement of human features, resulting in a horrifying and comical appearance. Wei Ning blinked and approached it. It wasn't Lenny, but Lenny was it. To be precise, Lenny had been hollowed out. Once again, his tissues, organs, and flesh had vanished, leaving only a pristine piece of human skin sitting on the bed. Without support, the skin naturally drooped, unfixed, swaying here and there like a melted candle. The eye sockets slid down to his mouth and chest, and the skin on his arms and thighs melted into one piece. So how did this human skin end up sitting on the bed, staring at Wei Ning? Wei Ning raised her hand, exerted a sudden force with her arm, and pushed it over. Like a deflated balloon, the bloated body collapsed in the blink of an eye. Countless insects crawled out of its ears, mouth, nose, and empty eye sockets, rolling down the edge of the bed in a ball, landing at Wei Ning's feet. They grew larger and fatter. They even sprouted tentacles, waving in the air. These tentacles made them unwieldy, like a slightly overgrown baby who had forgotten how to swim, despite being perfectly at home in its mother's amniotic fluid. Needless to say, in the room behind her, Lian Shun had also transformed into a monster like his brother. For some reason, Wei Ning ignored the insects and took Lenny and Lian Shun's skins back to her room. Wei Ning neatly folded the two deformed and twisted skins together and placed them under her pillow. Wei Ning, what are you doing? Yu Shuangjiu's voice suddenly came from outside the door. His fingertips paused beside the pillow. Wei Ning, expressionless, pulled the quilt up over the pillow, then stood up and opened the door for Yu Shuangjiu. I'm resting. What's wrong? Your reaction just now was very strange. We were all worried about you, but now. Yu Shuangjiu looked at Wei Ning suspiciously. You look better? It took a while, and it's much better. Yu Shuangjiu nodded, his gaze passing Wei Ning to her bed. Chapter 91. Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered. Before she could speak, Yu Shuangjiu had already brushed past her shoulder and walked straight to her bed. There was no time to react, no way for Wei Ning to react. She had already behaved strangely enough, her mind still lurching, and she had left the table prematurely. The excuse, while plausible, was utterly lame. It hadn't been exposed by Yu Shuangjiu, Yi Wixin, and the others, relying solely on a fragile trust. She let out a silent breath and turned around. Yu Shuangjiu, with his back to her, was bent over caressing something. From her perspective, she could only see her waving fingertips, not what Yu Shuangjiu was holding. She felt a sudden tightness in her chest, as if she was short of oxygen, she thought. Her eyelashes drooped, and her half-covered pupils looked dim and gloomy. At this moment, She stood behind Yu Shuangjiu, only a fist's length between them. Wei Ning, why are your bedding so messy? Yu Shuangjiu muttered to himself. I noticed you seem to have a mysophobia. Now, I truly believe you're not in good health. Yeah, it's a little messy. The voice reached his ear steadily, and Yu Shuangjiu's fingertips suddenly paused. Hey, there seems to be something underneath? Wei Ning, Her footsteps fell without Yu Shuangjiu noticing, and the distance between them was gradually closing as Wei Ning closed the gaping pores on Yu Shuangjiu's neck. Wei Ning could even clearly see the pores on Yu Shuangjiu's neck. She deliberately restrained her breathing, and with the air flowing through her nose, Yu Shuangjiu's scent entered her lungs, bubbling in the hollow cavity. Wei Ning, let me help you get that thing out, Yu Shuangjiu said. It was a pity there wasn't a mirror in the room. If there had been, Yu Shuangjiu could have just looked up and met Wei Ning's cold, dark eyes, and discovered that Wei Ning was already tucked away behind her. No response. Yu Shuangjiu was confused and wanted to turn around to look, but Wei Ning's voice suddenly rang from behind, take it out. Thank you, Shuangjiu. Yu Shuangjiu pulled the thing out bit by bit, the rustling sound of fabric rustling loudly in the quiet room. With a rustling rhythm, Wei Ning slowly raised her hand, her adrenaline secretly climbing upward, boiling. Closer and closer, Wei Ning's fingertips were getting closer and closer to Yu Shuangjiu's exposed neck. Ah! Yu Shuangjiu screamed suddenly. Wei Ning's pupils suddenly widened, and with a movement of her body, her arm reached directly towards Yu Shuangjiu, but missed. She lowered her head, one hand resting on her bare bed, the quilt thrown back. Wei Ning blinked and turned to look at Yu Shuangjiu. What a beautiful dress! But why did Grandma put it under the quilt? Yu Shuangjiu smiled and held the dress in front of Wei Ning. Curious that Wei Ning had been so slow to react, he tilted his head. What's wrong? Wei Ning stood up calmly. I just had a sudden stomachache and lost my balance. What kind of meat was that? Why are you reacting so much more than us? Yu Shuangjiu frowned. Xing Wuqian plans to sneak into the kitchen during the bonfire party and eat all the food from the town. Your body will be the first to collapse. No, it was contaminated first. The moment Yu Shuangjiu finished speaking, the air suddenly stagnated, a dead silence descending. Wei Ning suddenly smiled. Under Yu Shuangjiu's stern, disapproving gaze, she said, it seems we need to expedite our actions. So, we need to get to the bonfire party before the appointed time, Yu Shuangjiu continued. Let me help you put on your dress first. It looks really complicated. You'll have to help me put it on later too. Yes, I will, Wei Ning said. As Yu Shuangjiu had said, this dress was indeed very difficult to wear. The wide cuffs were big enough to fit a head, and the hem was incredibly narrow, cinching sharply from the waist down like the mouth of a vase, making it very difficult to walk in. Through Yu Shuangjiu's wide eyes, it was undeniably gorgeous and bright. The circles of white pearls embroidered on the sleeves and hem filled the room with a vibrant glow under the light. But Yu Shuangjiu suddenly frowned. Wei Ning, noticing her expression, asked, What's wrong with this dress? Turning her head in the direction of Yu Shuangjiu's finger, Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered as she reached for her back, where a mirror lay. A bronze mirror, about the size of a fist, was fastened to the waist of the dress. Wei Ning tugged at it, but the mirror was sewn securely, making it impossible to remove from the dress. Wei Ning turned to Yu Shuangjiu and asked her to bring over her own dress. There was a mirror there, too. Why a mirror on the back of a dress? Yu Shuangjiu couldn't understand this inhumane design. From every perspective, practical, comfortable, and aesthetic, she felt the mirror was completely unnecessary. After all, the person wearing the dress couldn't see themselves in the mirror. Wei Ning stared at the mirror on Yu Shuangjiu's waist, and saw her own face. Wei Ning said solemnly, at the bonfire party, someone will explain it to us. I just don't know whether the star of the legend this time will be this dress or this strange, unnatural bronze mirror. After getting dressed, it wasn't long before the bonfire party began, so Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu had no choice but to leave. Before closing the door completely, Wei Ning peered through the crack and caught a glimpse of the pillow, untouched by Yu Shuangjiu. Beneath it lay the dried skins of Linny and Lian Shun. The door creaked shut, and Wei Ning caught a strand of her hair in the crack. Wei Ning's hair wasn't dark. It was even a bit yellow and dull, a sign of malnutrition. Thus, the hair was perfectly hidden, and if one hadn't pressed their eyes against the crack, it wouldn't have been discovered. Wei Ning, can you help me up? At the sound of Yu Shuangjiu's voice, Wei Ning turned and left the room. Yu Shuangjiu stood at the stairwell, a hint of hesitation on her face. She tried to go down, but found that her skirt was too narrow, almost pressing her knees together. The gaps between the stair planks were too wide. If she wasn't careful, she would fall down the steps and roll all the way to the first floor. Wei Ning tried to pry a little wider from Yu Shuangjiu's skirt, but as she bent down, she felt a sharp pain in her spine, as if she had been bitten by a venomous snake. It was the mirror, pressing against her spine, leaving no room for further movement. Wei Ning had no choice but to straighten her back, fold her legs, and sit straight down. In the process, her entire body looked extremely strange and distorted, to the point of being strange and eerie. Finally, she settled down. The moment Wei Ning's fingertips touched the hem of Yu Shuangjiu's skirt, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out, "Don't tear it." Looking back, it was the old woman. She didn't know how long she'd been standing behind Wei Ning and the others. A cold glint flashed in Wei Ning's eyes. She checked, and there was no one in the corridor. Where had she appeared from? She wasn't a ghost. Wei Ning didn't believe anyone could appear out of thin air or pass through a wall. If Wei Ning hadn't wanted to tear Yu Shuangjiu's skirt, the old woman wouldn't have been forced out by her. "This is the bright moon skirt," the old woman said, stopping in front of Wei Ning and the others, her voice lowered. "You mustn't damage it. It's unforgivable." "I understand, Grandma. I won't tear it," Wei Ning said. To show her sincerity, despite the sticky, cloudy gaze from behind, Wei Ning stood up straight and, supporting Yu Shuangjiu, walked down the stairs. Once they were out of the courtyard, as far away from the guest house as possible, Yu Shuangjiu breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around, and could still see the unusually lush flowers growing on the courtyard wall. These flowers were round, and on her first day there, she found them strangely fresh and lovely. But after being startled by the sudden appearance of the old woman behind her, Yu Shuangjiu suddenly felt that the flowers were too round, as if they had been drawn with a ruler. And the old woman's eyes, no, the eyes of all the locals in this town, were also strangely round. Could it be? Yu Shuangjiu was suddenly startled by her own thoughts, her back instantly soaked with moisture. The night breeze brought a chill, and she couldn't help but hunch her shoulders. Noticing something was wrong with Yu Shuangjiu, Wei Ning looked up at her. "What's wrong?" Yu Shuangjiu told Wei Ning all her conjectures. Wei Ning tilted her head and looked at her. "Yu Shuangjiu, I didn't know you were afraid of these things." Yu Shuangjiu could tell that Wei Ning wasn't mocking her timidity. Wei Ning knew her fear didn't stem from that. Yu Shuangjiu twitched her lips. I'm a believer in naturalism." That was Yu Shuangjiu's answer. Wei Ning blinked. Was it the Federation's mad religion that disregarded regulation and opposed the contamination of human genetic blood with machine oil? The largest producer and supplier of natural fruits and vegetables in the wasteland world. But what did this have to do with Yu Shuangjiu's fear of those flowers and the residents of Ping'an Town? "My mother is also a believer in naturalism," Wei Ning said. Sharing the same identity brought Yu Shuangjiu and Wei Ning closer. She looked at Wei Ning expectantly. "You too?" "I'm not." Yu Shuangjiu, Is that so? That's good, that's good." "What's good?" Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu looked at Xing Wuqian and said in unison, "Nothing." Due to the incident at the guest house, Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu finally arrived at the bonfire party venue. They were the last to arrive. Guessing Xing Wuqian for a moment, Wei Ning noticed that the men's uniforms didn't have mirrors, not even a mirrored element. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow. Their clothes were quite convenient for movement, especially for thieving and other such things. "When are you planning on sneaking off and getting to the kitchen where the banquet is being held?" Yu Shuangjiu whispered to Xing Wuqian. Chapter 92. Xing Wuqian said, "I heard there's a game at the bonfire party that all young people have to participate in, and I." A sly glint flashed in his eyes, and he smiled, clearly not a young person. Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu looked at Xing Wuqian. His temples were graying, and wrinkles were forming around his eyes. "Okay, Uncle Xing." Yi Wuqian leaned forward. "What game?" Xing Wuqian feigned mystery. "You'll find out later. Don't worry, I'll tell you before I leave." The moment he finished speaking, a flame suddenly erupted in the center of the bustling crowd. The red light shot straight into the sky. Through the scorched and distorted air, the wooden houses looked as if they were on fire, and the pale faces of the townspeople suddenly took on a hue of color. Not so dead anymore. The moisture in her eyes gradually drained, turning dry and red. Wei Ning finally looked away, then paused. Xia Weijie was watching her. Until now, Wei Ning had never seen Xia Weijie's full face. Today, she wasn't wearing her jet-black baseball cap, but a red, translucent scarf that clearly matched her dress. Hazy, Wei Ning could trace the lines of her lips, nose, and eyes. For some reason, Wei Ning suddenly felt familiar, but this feeling was unfounded. She couldn't find anyone around her who resembled Xiaowei's figure. Wei Ning, what are you looking at? There were so many people, and everyone was wearing similar clothes. Yu Shuangjiu squinted, searching, and followed the direction Wei Ning pointed. Who's the problem? The one with the short hair? The one with the square face? Hey! So you're looking at that handsome guy from the restaurant? Wei Ning frowned slightly. Xiaoweijia had disappeared. She was the only one present wearing a veil, so it was difficult not to attract attention. But it was as if this person had never existed. No matter how hard Wei Ning searched, she couldn't find that familiar, eerie figure. Could it be that, as Yu Shuangjiu said, the entire town of Ping'an is full of ghosts? Cui Feng walked all the way to Wei Ning, but she didn't even glance up at him. He lowered his eyelashes and stood quietly beside her, letting Yu Shuangjiu, Yi Wishing, and Xing Wuqian examine him. This person was clearly coming for Wei Ning, and she was lost in thought. For some reason, none of them spoke, their eyes darting around in the air. Xing Wuqian frowned. Who is this person? Yu Shuangjiu. I don't know, but Wei Ning knows him. Yi Wishing. Probably a friend from the wasteland. Yu Shuangjiu's face was grim. The wasteland has become even more polluted. Even ordinary people are being sucked into the dungeon. Xing Wuqian. He looks like a gigolo. He won't survive the night. The trio's animated expressions didn't affect Wei Ning's thinking. Logical chains formed and then dismantled in her mind, reorganizing countless times before she finally managed to focus on Cui Feng, who kept staring at her. Cui Feng simply smiled. Wei Ning looked at Yu Shuangjiu and the other two. Yu Shuangjiu, Yi Wishing, and Xing Wuqian, Wei Ning. Unlike the 5 people in the corner, with an eerie atmosphere, the group closest to the fire was particularly enthusiastic. They suddenly joined hands, formed a circle around the fire, and began to move. Then, as if infected, circle after circle of people began to move. The wave of people surged endlessly. Tiptoes, arms raised, waist twisted, every joint in motion, body temperature rising, pores opening where they couldn't see, secretly expanding and wriggling. A slightly sticky liquid flowed from the small openings, and Wei Ning and the others could clearly see a faint sheen on the skin of those people. Under silent scrutiny, it grew increasingly shinier and more transparent, as if coated with oil. Moving organs, flesh, and glands all emitted odor, and with a flame burning in the center of such a dancing crowd, the scent lingering in Wei Ning's and the others' noses became even more pronounced. Before she could even identify the scent, Wei Ning felt a pain in her hand, and her feet began to move uncontrollably. She tried to turn her head to see what was happening to Yu Shuangjiu and the others, but found that the muscles in her neck had already stiffened. Forcefully turning her head would have tightened those sinews around her throat. Wei Ning suddenly felt like a screw, someone grabbing her neck from behind and twisting it in the opposite direction, bit by bit, until she was completely integrated into the dancing group. She lifted her leg, tapped the ground, and turned. Following her body's spontaneous movements, Wei Ning changed direction. There wasn't much room for her eyes to move, just as her limbs were locked shut. Wei Ning glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw, as Xing Wuqian had said, that the dancers were all young people. There were locals and tourists alike, such as Chen Peipei and Song Sheng. Yu Shuangjiu and Yi Wishing were not far away. Wei Ning's heart suddenly sank. Xing Wuqian was gone. The whirling was so swift, Wei Ning had no time to search for him. He better leave and sneak into the kitchen, Wei Ning thought. No need to make any unnecessary moves. The rooms reserved for tourists at the B&B couldn't be locked, as she had discovered on her first day. Wei Ning didn't want her teammates to find the skin hidden under her pillow. After her body had completely stabilized, Wei Ning was suddenly enveloped by a shadow. Standing before her was Cui Feng. Wei Ning was facing Cui Feng's chest. Very strong, she thought. Wei Ning stopped moving. Not only Wei Ning, but everyone else who was dancing stopped moving. We are glad that all the tourists have embraced the local customs and come to the bonfire party that Ping'an Town has so carefully prepared for you. A voice suddenly rang out from behind Wei Ning. It wasn't Xiaowejia's. Wei Ning couldn't turn around. The voice continued, Today is the Begging Magpie Festival. It's the day a divine couple married in this town long ago. To commemorate them, every year on this day, all the young people in town wear wedding attire and sing and dance in front of the bonfire. Wedding attire? No wonder all red. To welcome outsiders to Ping'an Town, we prepared a little game. I think you'll enjoy it. After the dance, the young girls will wear their handkerchiefs and spread out throughout the town. We'll play the snow-chasing drums here. Before the drums stop, boys must bring the handkerchiefs of the girls you admire. The voice laughed, a sharp laugh tinged with undisguised malice. It was clearly amused by the game, content and enjoying it. Now, boys, please close your eyes. Girls, you may take your handkerchiefs and run. The body could move. Realizing this, Wei Ning turned and looked towards the voice. She twitched her knuckles, making it impossible to tell who was speaking. As if by design, the people were fused together. Seeing Wei Ning turn and look at them, they also looked at her. The distinct black and white of her eyeballs remained motionless, the pupils shrinking and wrinkling as she approached, until they reached a critical point, stopped moving, and became a black bee trembling within the round white flesh. They were frightened by Wei Ning's silence. Wei Ning suddenly remembered the black dot in her dream. It looked like the egg case of some creature, which would hatch once it found a suitable host. What's wrong? Unable to withstand Wei Ning's gaze, someone closed their eyes and asked in a trembling voice, looking terrified. Wei Ning ignored them, instead staring intently at the person next to him, and silently stepped forward. Wherever Wei Ning approached, the person in front of her would immediately close their eyes and avoid her gaze, like a mouse scared back into its burrow by a cat. No, mice's skin wasn't as smooth as theirs, lacking even the pores a normal human should have. What's wrong with her? The other girls were confused as to what Wei Ning was doing, why she was popping up in the town one by one. It's like a ghost popping up in a horror movie. Yu Shuang remained silent for a long time. She knew what Wei Ning was doing. She wanted to force the person who had just spoken out. But why was she doing this? Was the owner of that voice important to Wei Ning? Girls should hide in the corners of town. The voice appeared. Wei Ning spun around. No one was opening their mouths, not even a trace of ventriloquism. Where was it? Don't break the rules. That's unforgivable. The moment the voice rang out, Wei Ning's heart leaped. Found it. Warning! 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 Players are prohibited from violating dungeon rules, she insisted. Half her body had already tilted over, Wei Ning's breathing becoming increasingly heavy. All the blood in her body pooled on one side, pushing her inward. Her pupils were tucked into the very corners of her eye sockets. Just a little bit, she could see that person's face. Suddenly, her vision went black, and Wei Ning lost consciousness. When Wei Ning opened her eyes again, it was clear that she was no longer in front of the bonfire. Her vision was half obscured by a veil. Wei Ning casually pulled it back and began to observe her surroundings. The firelight in the sky showed that she was very far from the center of town, to the very edge. But then, Wei Ning's ears twitched. She could hear the sound of the snow-repelling drum, which, combined with her heartbeat, made her head feel a little dizzy. It had been a long time since she had felt this way. Her emotions had spiraled out of control, to a degree that even Wei Ning herself was unfamiliar with, all because of that sound. No. It definitely can't be that person. Wei Ning closed her eyes, exhaled deeply, and forced herself to suppress the turmoil within her, waiting for the system to appear. It did. Congratulations to the player for triggering the side quest. Begging the Magpie Bridge. Players are requested to find the missing bride before the end of the bonfire game to receive 10,000 points. This time, it was quite generous. Wei Ning sneered. The system didn't appear again. It was hilarious. How could it possibly appear again? Even the new side quest was just to appease Wei Ning and give her an outlet. Find the missing bride. Wei Ning understood. Her eyes darkened completely, and an unprecedented murderous intent rose. Find Xia Weijia. Chapter 93. How could I find her? Ping'an Town was dark at night, and Wei Ning was surrounded by darkness. She could only vaguely discern obstacles and direction by the faint moonlight. Rather than standing still, Wei Ning began to walk forward. Suddenly, a tinkling sound rang in her ears, and her eyelashes flickered. It was her skirt. The pearls on the skirt's hem clashed, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Bright Moon Skirt. A fitting name, Wei Ning thought. With every movement, Wei Ning's position was revealed. The tinkling sound seemed especially distant in the darkness, like the feeble cry of trapped prey, constantly teasing the predator's nerves. Miraculously, her emotions calmed, and Wei Ning suddenly stopped rushing to find Xia Weijia. She had discovered something more interesting. Wei Ning stopped. Aside from the drumming, there was no other sound. No! It was drowned out by the drumming. Extremely deliberate. Wei Ning's lips curled up as she took a step forward, continuing to walk. Due to the narrowness of her skirt, she walked slowly. Something mingled with the sound of her footsteps, and Wei Ning was certain she was being followed. A strong sense of being watched lingered on her spine, sticky and dull, like a fly that couldn't be swatted away. Wei Ning quickened her pace. The shadow looming over her was suddenly pulled away by Wei Ning. She had discovered it. The moment this thought entered her mind, her breath grew thick and turbid, and her heart suddenly tightened in her chest as an invisible hand gripped it. Her body subconsciously followed Wei Ning. In the dark alley, two footsteps echoed, overlapping, then separating, from gentle to urgent, finally reaching the point of a chase. Don't run. The pearls on Jiayue's skirt jingled incessantly, as if afraid of being bitten by the muffled footsteps behind her. Don't run. Wei Ning stopped in his tracks and spun abruptly. The thing behind him had clearly not expected Wei Ning to stop running. It was momentarily unresponsive and lunged at her. Engineer? Wei Ning frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the person who had fallen to the ground. How could it be him? He hadn't expected Wei Ning to dodge. Engineer had fallen hard. He took a deep breath, his throat and chest filled with a heavy smell of blood, making him dizzy. He stood up unsteadily, his movements unsteady. His forehead throbbed, as if something was gnawing and tearing at him. Engineer shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the intense discomfort. He looked up at Wei Ning. Before he could finish a word, Engineer abruptly shut his mouth again. His speech was leaking. Facing Wei Ning's cold gaze, Engineer touched his mouth in disbelief, pried it open, and thrust his fingers inside, stirring. A thick mixture of blood and saliva clung to his knuckles, and Engineer's breathing grew increasingly labored. But not only did he not remove his hand from his mouth, he continued to push it in, first one, then two, then three, and finally his fist. Wei Ning watched helplessly as Engineer's throat gradually swelled and widened as he stuffed his entire arm into his stomach. Unable to push any further, his elbow became stuck outside, and he gave up, grunting and twisting his wrist. Through the ripped clothes, the heaving ribs, and the cracked flesh swollen to its limit, Wei Ning could clearly see every movement he made as he searched his stomach. What was he looking for? Pulling it out wasn't as smooth as pushing it in. His moist throat felt strangely dry. Engineer noticed Wei Ning's fixed gaze, and his anxiety grew. He closed his eyes, lowered his waist, and his shoulders began to tremble. Wei Ning was suddenly stunned. The way muscles exert force varies from person to person, and Engineer was clearly the type who used force primarily through his facial features. As he pushed forward, so did his nostrils. Under Wei Ning's gaze, his nostrils instantly shrank to the size of fists and flared outward, mucus dripping down the coarse hairs. Engineer's elbows became wet, and coincidentally, they were attached to his mouth, which had expanded to a pale purple. Before Wei Ning looked away, Engineer finally pulled his arm out of his mouth. Engineer felt exhausted. A strong, foul odor rose from his stomach and throat, permeating his entire body and nearly choking him. His hair was completely soaked with sweat, clinging to each other in strands. His body was also sticky, and there was a large, deep red stain on the back of his shirt. It stretched from Engineer's tailbone all the way to his neck. It was as if someone had taken advantage of Engineer's distraction and had scoured his back, bit by bit, hollowing out his flesh, leaving only a single piece of skin intact. Engineer spread his hands, holding something in his palms, and walked towards Wei Ning. Okay, give me your handkerchief. Wei Ning looked expressionlessly at the object in Engineer's palms. It was Engineer's tooth. The tooth he had swallowed in the fall. Wei Ning looked up at Engineer. His words were still slurred. His lips, completely torn from expanding beyond the human body's capacity, hung loosely on his neck, their overlapping lines like white, blood-stained maggots, enormously plump. Wei Ning suddenly recalled a people who existed only in wasteland books. One of their unique customs was piercing their lower lips and inserting plates to stretch them out. Over time, this resulted in a plate mouth, exactly like Engineer's current appearance. Give me your handkerchief. Engineer, angered by Wei Ning's gaze lingering on her deformed lips, shouted, "Be my woman." Meeting Engineer's red eyes, Wei Ning tilted her head. Why give me your teeth? The dim alley suddenly fell silent. A strange blush flashed across Engineer's face. He lowered his head, avoiding Wei Ning's gaze. Wisdom teeth represent a young secret crush. After he finished speaking, Engineer didn't dare look up, looking like a shy teenager over love. Wei Ning, Waiting for his beloved's response was an anxious process. Engineer could only hear his own pounding heartbeat and heavy breathing. He nervously covered his mouth and nose, straining to hear Wei Ning's voice. She moved. Wei Ning was inching closer to him. Could it be a two-way race? Engineer was ecstatic, his brain starving from the excitement, and he nearly fainted. Thank you, guide, for saying. Engineer suddenly became shy, twisting his body, and stopped talking. A cold voice echoed in his ears. What did you say? Long, long ago, a young man from a small town went to bathe in the river at night. Under the bright moonlight, he saw a woman the most beautiful he had ever seen. The woman was bathing in the river, and he didn't dare disturb her, so he hid behind a large rock on the shore and waited for her. As he approached the boulder, the young man's attention was drawn to a glittering object. He stepped forward to examine it, revealing a red gauze curtain embroidered with pearls. This must belong to the woman, the young man thought. He hid it so she would become his wife. The woman discovered the young man and agreed to be his wife. The red gauze curtain was cut in two, creating a skirt and a veil. The skirt was incredibly beautiful. To commemorate their beautiful love, she named it the Bright Moon Skirt. At this point, Engineer let out a deep sigh of relief, his greasy, wet body rising and falling with his breath. I'll take your veil, and you'll wear the Bright Moon Skirt. We'll be the perfect couple everyone in the world envies. Without a response, Engineer suddenly panicked. He jerked his head up, only to find no one in front of him. She rejected him. How dare she? She clearly loved him. Why else would she stay in the same guest house with him, eat at the same table with him, and constantly stare at him? Engineer panted heavily, his loose, torn lips dripping with mucus. Why else would there be a constant creaking sound above his head at night? It kept him tossing and turning all night, preventing him from getting a good night's sleep. It must be Wei Ning moving around. She liked him and wanted his attention. Could it be a bug hiding in the wood that crawled onto the ceiling? But who says it can't? Realizing this, Engineer felt a sudden chill on his back. The night breeze blew, and the chill seeped through his soaked shirt and into his pores, constricting his constricted heart like a python. He was a little frightened. Suddenly, Engineer felt someone tap his shoulder from behind. Ah! Engineer screamed, his voice piercingly shrill. His muscles had already stiffened from the sheer terror, and he couldn't move at all. A pungent, fishy smell rose faintly from beneath him. The warmth of the steam touched a small patch of skin on his leg, and Engineer suddenly found the courage to look behind him. The moment his vision cleared, his pupils shrank sharply. It was a woman with a red scarf on her head. The scarf obscured the outlines of her eyes, nose, and lips, and Engineer felt vaguely familiar. He was about to bring her face closer to see if it was Wei Ning, when a cold voice echoed in his ears, "Go." "The drums are about to stop," she said. Engineer was startled by the words. The drumbeats from the center of town gradually faded. He had to get the scarf and return there before the drum stopped. Engineer raised his hand, attempting to pull the scarf off the head of the person in front of him. "Why did you suddenly put it back on?" His arm froze in midair, his eyes filled with confusion. His movement was avoided. Why couldn't he just give him the scarf? "I'll go back there with you." Engineer nodded, unskeptical. After all, the voice in his ear was still cold and low, a little hoarse, perhaps from not having had water for a long time. Engineer turned and walked ahead, the woman with the red scarf following behind him. In the moonlight, the figures were long, and Engineer kept stepping on his own shadow as he walked forward. As he walked, Engineer glanced down a few times. His body was shrouded by another shadow. The two shadows overlapped, constantly moving forward. A sense of security and sweetness rose in Engineer's heart. He blinked, not glancing at the shadow on the ground, and continued walking. The moment Engineer raised his head, the shadows on the ground turned into three. Chapter 94. Engineer, immersed in the sweetness of his heart, wanted to turn around to see what Ing Ning was thinking. But he was embarrassed. After all, they had just confirmed their relationship, and they needed to give each other some time to relax. The alley was dark. The darkness invisibly magnified his senses to the limit, and Engineer suddenly felt uncomfortable. The sound of drums in the distance coincided with his swelling and shrinking heartbeat, and the rhythm gradually became uncontrollable. The blood flowed into his chest, making it feel muffled. Engineer shook his head, and subconsciously quickened his pace. The footsteps behind him also accelerated. For some reason, Engineer broke into a run. There was a fork in the road. Engineer stopped, hesitant. In those few seconds, he suddenly realized something. The shadow behind him was getting closer and closer. This shouldn't have been a big deal, after all. They were going back together, but... Engineer blinked in disbelief. The shadow, which had only reached his waist, now almost swallowed him whole. At this moment, Engineer felt as if he were in the sack of an unknown, enormous creature. This size difference naturally brought about a fear that ran deep in the genes of the weaker party. He suddenly realized, that the woman behind him was definitely not Wei Ning. So why had she been following him? Who is she? Thinking back to the legend just now, Engineer was startled by his own thoughts, and his shirt was once again drenched with sticky sweat. Ingenieur swallowed the thick, fishy liquid that surged up in his stomach, not daring to stay still for long. He closed his eyes, stretched out his legs, and walked in a random direction. As he walked, he bravely glanced behind him. In the moonlight, he hadn't noticed when that gorgeous moonlit dress had turned gray, and the pearls on the cuffs were no longer bright white, but now had strange dark brown spots. In his peripheral vision, the crimson skirt seemed to pause for a moment. Ingenieur abruptly retracted his gaze, gritted his teeth, and walked forward, following the direction of the drumbeats. A fork in the road. A fork in the road. A fork in the road. Ingenieur was soaked to the skin. He had been walking for a long time, and the drumbeats in his ears hadn't stopped. No, they won't stop, he thought. Like the sound of the snow-dispelling drum, Ingenieur was trapped in this alley. He hit a wall. A sudden chill ran down his neck. Ingenieur took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The thing behind him seemed to be more excited by his fear, breathing into his neck and ears from behind. The cool air drifted deep into his body, as if someone had taken an axe and split him in half from head to toe. Aren't you living happily with that young man? Ingenieur was terrified. Unsure where to find the courage, he suddenly turned and shouted at the woman behind him, wearing a red scarf. What are you dissatisfied with? You already married him. What are you dissatisfied with? What are you fussing about? Ingenieur's voice broke the dead silence. The sound waves traveled far, but were quickly reflected back. For a moment, Ingenieu's eardrums were filled with the same words over and over again. I already married him. What are you dissatisfied with? What are you fussing about? His rapid breathing was impossible to calm. Ingenieur could feel the air entering his nostrils dwindling, yet it was already larger than his head, as if there was a baby hiding inside. He had to manually widen the two holes to breathe more freely and avoid suffocation. The mucus flowing from his nostrils coated his hands. Ingenieur paused, stirring his hand inside his nostrils, and felt two large fleshy masses. Pull them out, a cold voice said. It was the female ghost in the moonlit skirt. Ingenieur had kept his eyes closed while dilating his nostrils. No, he hadn't opened them since turning around, afraid to look. Because of those words, Ingenieur miraculously sensed a hint of kindness. How could a woman hurt her husband? He thought, smiling and opening his eyes. The moment his heavy eyelashes pricked at his sagging flesh, Ingenieur's smile froze completely. It was the women wearing red veils. A group. Not just one. A group of women. They clung tightly together, fused by something Ingenieur could never see. It was clearly just a shadow, but as he turned around, it transformed into one woman after another. The immense, physiologically annihilating fear came from the group of women. Ingenieur retreated uncontrollably, but the shadow that had been looming over him had already moved from behind to in front of him. No, from all sides, surrounding him impenetrably. He felt suffocated, a feeling that seemed absurd to Ingenieur. But his fingertips, sunk deep into the thick, sticky mass of flesh in his nostrils, forced him to admit his fear of these women. The women before him were, unspokenly, enormous. That was all Ingenieur could think of at that moment. Though he didn't understand why he used those two words to describe them. It was as if the word enormous was innate to women. Pulling the two masses out of his nose was no easy task. Ingenieur jammed both arms deep inside, but it was difficult to pull them out. He struggled to breathe through his blood-soaked mouth. As if by invisible ligaments, the squirming, soft lumps of flesh were firmly rooted to the mucous membranes of his nasal cavity, competing with him for the last vestiges of oxygen. Ingenieur's features began to distort. These two lumps of flesh were nothing but parasites infesting him. Plop! Finally, with two sticky sounds, the lumps of flesh were successfully expelled from his nostrils. Now, not only his lips, but also his nostrils were completely torn apart, layers of excess skin piled up on top of each other. He had long since lost all strength, and collapsed to the ground, cradling two damp, stinking dark lumps of flesh in his arms. The two lumps pressed against Ingenieur's face, still wriggling weakly, trying to absorb a little warmth from the host. After all, they were still unformed and very fragile. Alas, all they received was icy cold. Ingenieur had long since become a corpse. The peristalsis of the moist skin slowed, and the fleshy ball seemed bewildered, unsure how to react to the approach of the woman with the red scarf. In the dim alley, only a corpse, two shapeless fleshy balls, and a group of women remained. Wei Ning lowered her eyes. The scarf obscured her view, allowing her to see only a pair of feet, clad in crimson, somewhat decayed embroidered shoes, resting beside Ingenieur's body and the fleshy ball. She assumed the suddenly appearing woman was Xia Weijia, so she followed her. And so they walked. The group of three became 4, then 5. Countless women with red scarves on their heads formed a long line, like torches lit in the darkness, one after another, forming a crimson umbilical cord that stretched ever forward. The woman whose net was taken from the riverbank, and the man from the town gave birth to 2 children. Wei Ning heard the woman say, standing in front of the corpse and the lump of flesh. The night of the birth, the man waited anxiously outside the house. The woman heard the sound of hurried footsteps, her belly heaving and throbbing. It's uncomfortable, painful, she didn't like this feeling, she thought. She looked down at her belly. It was cut open, layers of flesh and fat spilling outward, piled loosely together. The midwife was using scissors to cut her umbilical cords. It was through these tiny, nematode-like things that the 2 unformed lumps of flesh struggled with her. Snatched the nutrients from the body. The woman grabbed the scissors, cut the umbilical cord, and killed the midwife, the 2 maggots, and the man who had rushed in upon hearing the noise. Her skirt was stained red with blood, completely soaked. Extremely beautiful as the blood moon in the sky. The familiar, cold voice reached Wei Ning's ears. This is the complete story of the legend, the true origin of the bright moon skirt. Only such a legend is satisfying and fulfilling. The words were spoken softly, so softly that Wei Ning felt as if the woman were speaking only to him. The tail note dissipated in the stagnant air, this time without any echo. It's time to go, the woman said. The pearls on her skirt jingled again, and amidst the crisp clinking sound, Wei Ning continued to blend in with the group, moving forward, still in her previous position. This meant that Wei Ning was the second in the group, standing right behind the woman who had just spoken. The 2 were very close, so close that Wei Ning's movements were difficult for her to react to in time. This also meant that if Wei Ning's imitation and replication were even slightly off, the people behind her would discover it. Even if Wei Ning used all her skills, it wouldn't be enough to save herself. Oh, this is so difficult. A strange excitement rose from her body, and the corners of Wei Ning's mouth curled up slightly beneath her veil. She always did this. Wei Ning liked herself this way. The drumbeats echoing into the alley hadn't stopped yet, distant and indistinct, but clearly hitting the footsteps of Wei Ning and the others. Dong. Dong, dong, dong. The drumbeats showed no sign of stopping, and the women kept walking forward. The long, dim alley seemed endless. Where were they going? Wei Ning wondered. With so many women in bright moonlit dresses, which one could be the missing bride? Xiao Weijia's answer was becoming vague to her. No, where are we going? The moment the cold voice fell, Wei Ning and the women behind her froze in their tracks, their movements perfectly overlapping, as if they were the same person. Of course they were the same person. Including Wei Ning, they were of similar height, gait, and build. The woman at the front of the group spoke in a deep voice. It seems a cunning little civet has infiltrated our ranks. We can get it out of here, right, friends? A deathly silence fell, and for a moment, not even the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Thus, those who stood out, those who clearly didn't fit in, became even more conspicuous, almost to the point of being exposed. Chapter 95. The moment the woman's voice fell, the drum stopped. In the dim, crowded alley, Wei Ning and the bride stood frozen in place. Under the red veil, her eyelids twitched suddenly. As the nerves transmitted the information to the surface of her brain, Wei Ning suddenly realized that she had suddenly lost all hearing. The pounding of her heartbeat, the rubbing of pearls against each other, the thick, sticky thud of an unknown creature beneath her skirt, all vanished in an instant. It was as if someone had covered Wei Ning's ears from behind. Wei Ning blinked, suppressing the discomfort deep within her flesh, and watched as the embroidered shoes, exposed in front of her under the veil, slowly turned until they were facing her and stopped. At this moment, Wei Ning was only an arm's length away from her. Unable to hear the scraping of shoes against the ground, Wei Ning naturally couldn't tell whether the others behind her were moving or turning like the woman in front of her. Having lost her hearing, Wei Ning could only absorb a limited amount of information. The scent lingering at the tip of her nose hadn't changed much, from the initial stench of dried saliva from Ian Jenner to the accumulated smell of dust. This didn't offer much help. But the all-important sense of touch. There was indeed someone standing behind Wei Ning, covering her ears. The tips of her ears felt cold, and her hair stood on end. The open pores allowed her to discern a shape. Wei Ning knew it was a pair of hands, hands with exceptionally bony knuckles. The swirling veins had completely lost their elasticity. Wei Ning's ears were cut. Luckily, the wound wasn't large, with only a few drops of blood oozing out, not enough to attract attention. Why don't you turn around? Hurry up and breathe. Oh my! The fingertips on Wei Ning's ears suddenly pierced the flesh, sending blood gushing down her neck and into her collar. So cold, so sticky, Wei Ning thought expressionlessly. Just before her ear bone was pierced, the embroidered shoes that had been stationary in front of her moved, and Wei Ning was suddenly enveloped by a rotten smell, not the smell of rotting flesh, but also hair and liquid. Catch her! The voice echoed behind Wei Ning, and her legs and knees moved even faster, giving the women chasing her only the illusion that they could catch a glimpse of her afterimage. Wei Ning used rapid leaps and time-lapse to their fullest. In the intermittent chain of time, cut into seconds, Wei Ning continued to use extreme leaps. In those few brief seconds, she had already broken the world record for the world's strongest 100-meter runner. The drumbeat echoed again in Wei Ning's ears. It was the sound of her rapidly beating heart climbing up her spine, not the sound of the snow-driving drum. But that was precisely the problem. As she ran, Wei Ning's breathing grew heavier. She refused to confirm her own suspicions, even though they had always been correct. She would lose control of herself due to excessive excitement. Yes, Wei Ning's perverted desire for control also included herself. Wei Ning couldn't deny that this suspicion was truly bold. Those hands were still on her ears, on her body. No, it wasn't just those hands, so dry as if all the blood had been drained out of them. In fact, there was never a moment of vacancy behind Wei Ning. There was someone on her back. As Wei Ning ran, she coiled around him, lowering her long, thin neck to gaze at him. Before Wei Ning ran away, the woman had already crouched on his back, her long hair dangling in thick, heavy strands, like plump, giant wireworms, unconsciously landing on the exposed skin of Wei Ning's neck. The moment it touched the warm flesh, it began to wriggle, twisting its long, dark body to seek out those round, tiny pores, burrowing in and devouring the contents. Then, the already plump wireworms suddenly doubled in size, coiling themselves around the skeleton, their shriveled skin suddenly expanding like a balloon. Painfully, Wei Ning grabbed the wriggling wireworms on his back and ripped them off. Some were ripped to pieces, still burrowing deeper. As Wei Ning reached behind her, she only caught the black nematodes. So, where had the person on her back gone? It was strange from the start. It was impossible for Wei Ning not to notice someone on her back, unless they were incredibly light, weighing next to nothing. It wasn't paper. Only paper could cling to her back, unnoticed, and even touching it would be difficult to truly detect its presence. Wei Ning smiled silently. Yes, it wasn't paper. As she smiled, the coldness in her eyes suddenly dimmed. Her fiery flame skill activated at 0.001 seconds, engulfing her in flames, along with the wriggling black nematodes. And then, there was the woman with the red scarf clinging to her back. And of course, there was Wei Ning herself. Even though she had escaped the flames at a speed close to the speed of light, she was still inevitably burned, and blisters had formed on her exposed skin. Flesh regeneration instinctively drove the wriggling granulations, pushing out the nematodes shrunken from the heat in her pores. Wei Ning gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of flames, and stared at the stunned women. The blazing flames had a range of 1 meter in diameter. Wei Ning stopped running, straightening her back and maintaining a cold expression. After all, the brides before her didn't know the full range of their abilities. Do you think we'll leave you alone just because there's fire? Wei Ning looked in the direction of the familiar voice. It was the bride who had stood first in the queue. The malice in her voice was undisguised, almost as if she wished Wei Ning dead before her. This malice didn't stem from her belief that Wei Ning was in league with the recently deceased engineer, but from the fact that their deepest secrets had been exposed. The unconcealed insecurity is enough to drive any creature mad. After all, prey and hunter alike are genetically wired to avoid the dangers of exposure. This outsider must die here, Wen Xinqiu thought. Through the red veil, Wei Ning's figure and features were blurred. This unequal exposure irritated Wen Xinqiu, as she couldn't find any more evidence or weaknesses in Wei Ning. But she couldn't lift the veil from her head, even though the mere sight of it made her sick. She exhaled deeply, took a step back under Wei Ning's cold gaze, and blended into the group of brides. Seeing Wen Xinqiu's movements, Wei Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. Who was directing her? It was hard to tell them apart. The brides were moving, and they all looked identical. If it weren't for the sound, Wei Ning would have had a hard time identifying one. Not all brides are made of paper. Similarly, not all the residents of Ping'an Town are made of paper. Wen Xinqiu is not a paper figure. It's already obvious that she is the legendary beautiful woman by the moonlit river. So-called legends and stories are always like this. No one cares, and even maliciously belittles the women's emotions and inner feelings, as if they are of utter indifference. She only needs to serve as the bloody stepping stone that promises the young men a happy and fulfilling life. Xia Weijia is not a paper figure either. Tonight, Wei Ning hadn't heard Xia Weijia's voice. Even though she was also wearing a bright moon dress and a red veil, Wei Ning wasn't completely certain that she was among the brides, that she was the one directing Wen Xinqiu. But one thing was absolutely certain. Wei Ning blinked and began to take small steps backward. That was, the bride's murderous intent against her had reached a point of imminent destruction. Wei Ning didn't know when the scythe hanging overhead would finally fall, but she knew. Now, immediately, run. The moment Wei Ning turned and took a step, a massive shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Just like what had happened to Ingenier, who hadn't died 10 minutes ago. He was now completely dead. Wei Ning thought expressionlessly as she fled. The aura behind her suddenly shifted. Wei Ning didn't slow down, tapping the ground and turning back to look. Only countless stretched, flattened wireworms, like giant, bloated tentacles, tried to wrap Wei Ning around the waist and strangle her. The wireworms that had driven the paper bride tore through the humanoid shell and squirmed into a mass. Wei Ning lifted her eyelids slightly, trying to hide her trembling pupils. She was incredibly excited. Bang! Bullet after bullet blasted from the gun in Wei Ning's hand. It was her second-level skill. Deconstructing firearms. This was Wei Ning's biggest trump card right now. She could transform herself into a gun, though even after the upgrade, she still only had a pitiful 3. She pushed back the nematodes that were only a few centimeters away, but they quickly swarmed over her again. This time, the distance was a fraction of a centimeter. Wei Ning, Someone else was truly excited. Her bodily functions were strained to the limit. The distance widened once again. Wei Ning tore off the gauze scarf from her head and threw it into the pile of nematodes, buying herself a tiny bit of time. She was waiting for the drums to stop. Only when the snow-driving drum stopped could Wei Ning escape this tangled alleyway. Otherwise, she would be exhausted to death here. Unlike the bosses in the dungeon, she didn't need to eat or rest. The snow-driving drum and the brides were indeed a team. It could be said that all the bosses in Ping'an Town were a team. They had the same goal: to kill Wei Ning and her group of outsiders. But within the rules. Before the drum stopped beating, the boys had to bring the handkerchiefs of the girls they admired here. The snow-driving drum wouldn't stop playing voluntarily. But what if someone took the handkerchiefs back? Although all the brides were now chasing Wei Ning, they wouldn't stand by and watch their head scarves being ripped off. And the handkerchief on Wei Ning's head had just been fed to the wriggling, hungry black nematodes. The nematodes' speed of pursuit was increasing, and they were only a finger's width away from touching Wei Ning. 3. 2. Wei Ning counted down in her head. 1. Wei Ning stopped abruptly. She was completely engulfed by the nematodes. Boom! The drum stopped. How did you find me? A familiar voice whispered in Wei Ning's ear. Chapter 96. Pitch blackness surrounded her. After the sudden surge of wireworms, a vacuum suddenly appeared around Wei Ning. Enveloping her was only the muffled rustling of the worms wriggling and struggling. They spontaneously formed a giant shield. Wei Ning's expression didn't change much at all, her body straight, without even a trace of suspicion or surprise. She seemed to have everything under control. How did you find out I was in there? The familiar voice, seeing Wei Ning's lack of response, spoke again, seemingly obsessed with the idea. Gauze handkerchief, Wei Ning said coldly. The wriggling wireworms froze for a moment, but quickly recovered. No, you're lying. That's not it. TSK. As if they hadn't expected Wei Ning's reaction, the air suddenly fell silent, the worms refusing to move. Wei Ning was genuinely impatient. The drumbeats had stopped within her expectations, but this person's appearance disrupted all her remaining plans. Wen Xinqiu had escaped right under her nose. Forcing these bosses out again wouldn't be easy. Wei Ning whispered, Cui Feng, get out of here. As Wei Ning finished speaking, the wriggling wireworm slowly piled up into a vague humanoid form, slowly revealing human features like eyebrows, jaw, chest, and waist. Heh. Wei Ning sneered silently, her laughter riled her up. The humanoid form suddenly stiffened, then quickly revealed itself in its entirety. The wireworms enveloping Wei Ning vanished. Cui Feng lowered his eyelashes, met Wei Ning's gaze, and pursed his lips slightly. You noticed me when Wen Xinqiu retreated. It was a tone of affirmation. After all, it was obvious that Wen Xinqiu hadn't spoken since she retreated. Given her unabashed nature, she wouldn't have remained silent even if she were chasing Wei Ning. She already fled then. Well, that wasn't the most important reason. Wen Xinqiu didn't kill Ingenier with the help of a worm, but through mind control. Wei Ning was envious. She listened with a stern face as Cui Feng said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scared you. But I'm happy you recognized me. You did it on purpose. Wei Ning couldn't see a trace of apology on Cui Feng's face, but she was genuinely happy. His eyes curved into a smile, which only fueled her inner anger. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she turned and walked away. Chui Feng caught up with her, his long legs making it easy for him to keep a comfortable distance from Wei Ning. You saw it. Yes, Wei Ning saw it. Of course, she knew why Chui Feng did this. But you're still cooperating with me, aren't you? Chui Feng's voice came from behind him, his eyes never leaving Wei Ning. A little reaction? Just a little, Chui Feng thought. He didn't want much, just a little more than that Cheng Chiwei kid. They were the same person, their perceptions were identical. When Wei Ning and Cheng Chiwei kissed, he felt the same way outside the side quest space. His lips suddenly became moist and hot, and Chui Feng's pupils shrank sharply. At a moment when his heartbeat was distorted, Chui Feng smelled a cold breath, mingled with a strong smell of blood, forcefully seeping into his lungs, leaving him no time to react or resist. The organs within his body were burned and melted along with this breath that didn't belong to him. Then, Chui Feng felt extreme physical pain. The veins in his neck bulged, snaking like snakes through his pale flesh. At that moment, Chui Feng could only cover his eyes. After his vision went dark, he strangely felt a sense of relief and freedom. I can answer your question. Upon hearing Chui Feng's question, Wei Ning's impatience miraculously faded, along with all the other unfamiliar emotions. Before you asked that question, you should have known I wouldn't pretend to hear, and you should have known my answer wouldn't be euphemistic. Chui Feng's eyelashes fluttered. I know. He had fully anticipated Wei Ning's answer. Honestly, Chui Feng didn't care about Wei Ning and Cheng Chi's fake kiss. It was just a kiss. Only a child underage would think that proved everything. Among adults, the victor after the back-and-forth struggle is often the one who cares least. Chui Feng was even more greedy, demanding more. I think I'm really going to die. What Wei Ning left behind weren't just those 8 words. The smile on Chui Feng's face had completely vanished, his pupils, hidden by his bangs, completely dark. Wei Ning could feel the weight of the gaze clinging to her spine, but despite this, her steps remained steady, landing silently. Looking back at the countless wireworms wriggling frantically in the air, Wei Ning believed she was truly going to die. Her excitement was genuine, but it was simply the product of her inherent fighting instinct. This time, without any setbacks, Wei Ning left the alley smoothly. Following her memory, she walked back to the center of town. The bonfire was still blazing. Yu Xuanjiu finally breathed a sigh of relief upon spotting Wei Ning. She rushed over to her and circled around her. Wei Ning stood there, letting Yu Xuanjiu examine her from head to toe. Thankfully, you're alright, Yu Xuanjiu finally let Wei Ning go. But what took you so long to come back? Are the iron worms in the paper bride's body that difficult to deal with? Yes, they are a bit difficult, Wei Ning said. Yu Xuanjiu nodded. After receiving your handkerchief, I immediately ran here. Fortunately, the newcomer Yizhua was smart enough to wait here. After the game began, Wei Ning and her teammates on Team Tooth Mian had no time to discuss countermeasures. They relied on their brief time together, trusting each other, and quickly calculating the best strategy. So, upon discovering that all the brides wearing bright moon skirts had been gathered together by Wen Xinqiu, Wei Ning immediately searched for Yu Xuanjiu in the queue. After becoming aware of each other's presence, Wei Ning readily stood behind Wen Xinqiu, choosing to be the decoy in plain sight, while facing the dungeon boss head-on. The first half of the plan went smoothly, Wen Xinqiu's attention completely absorbed by Wei Ning. As for the second half, someone is directing them from behind the scenes. Yu Xuanjiu recalled Wen Xinqiu's sudden escape, frowning slightly before coming to a conclusion. Whether it's the snow-repelling drum, the bright moon skirt, or some other alien creatures that haven't appeared yet. Alien creatures? You're equating the dungeon boss with the alien creatures of the wasteland? Yizhua Xinwen, who had been quietly listening to Yu Xuanjiu and Wei Ning's conversation, spoke up. Yu Xuanjiu's gentle demeanor vanished at that moment, replaced by a heavy solemnity and grief. Engineer's condition before his death was very similar to what it would be like if he were contaminated by an alien species. I seen it, and I'll never forget it. Yizhua Xin and Wei Ning exchanged glances, then fell silent, giving Yu Xuanjiu time and space to gather his emotions. Yu Xuanjiu was a veteran of Team 5. Oh yes, Team 5 no longer exists. It's been reorganized. Yu Xuanjiu, like Pei Qingjia, was also an old friend of Qian. And Qian, contaminated by an alien species, had retired from the front lines, and was now under federal supervision. Wei Ning reflected that Yu Xuanjiu had visited Qian, and even witnessed his mental disorder being studied. Yu Xuanjiu let out a soft breath, her emotions suppressed. She turned to look at the residents, who had been watching the three of them. The scarf has been recovered. Is this game over? Xia Weijin was nowhere to be seen, so she could only ask the residents. Dead silence. A dead silence fell. The residents of Ping'an Town kept their mouths tightly shut, their round, bulging eyes fixed on Wei Ning and the other two, silent as if they didn't realize Yu Shuangjie was speaking to them. Ever since learning that many of the locals in Ping'an Town were made of paper, Yu Shuangjie had grown a bit timid, afraid to hold their gaze for too long. Their eyelids were unusually loose and wrinkled, giving them a rough, deformed feel, like the breathing slits of some creature hidden within. Their large, round eyes bulged outward, making them look as comical as the eyes of Yu Shuangjie's favorite childhood dolls. Staring at them for too long, one always feels as if one's eyes are about to fall out of their faces. Yu Shuangjie felt a chill run down her spine. She turned her gaze away from the silent residents and looked at the locals of Ping'an Town, who she thought were communicating with her. "Brother, is the game over?" Still no response. Yu Shuangjie's expression sullen. "Brother, we met before. My friend and I have dined at your restaurant." The familiar face finally relaxed a little. Cheng Qiwei tilted his head at this. "We dined together?" Yu Shuangjie nodded in affirmation. Yi's wishing glanced at Wei Ning, his eyes clear. "He and I have been here since the game began, and the danger level isn't high at the moment." Wei Ning raised her eyelids, but before her gaze could fully meet his, Cheng Qiwei turned his head away. He lowered his voice. "The game is over." Something in the air suddenly dissipated. Wei Ning, Yu Shuangjie, and Yi's wishing felt their breathing become easier, and the pores on their skin opened involuntarily. They looked down, and the gaping holes looked like those left by gnats. The weight on their eyelids suddenly increased, as if someone was forcibly pulling them down from behind. Wei Ning didn't resist the sudden force, and after closing his eyes obediently, the heaviness mysteriously disappeared. Wei Ning opened his eyes again, and a slight frown fell on his face. Gone. All gone. The residents of Ping'an Town were gone, including Cheng Qiwei and Yi's wishing. Wei Ning was left with only Yu Shuangjie and other visitors, and a still-burning bonfire. They seemed to have never been there, and the so-called bonfire party seemed like a self-entertainment for these outsiders. Strange, where are the residents? Where did they go? Someone suddenly asked, looking around. I don't know. They must have left. Why do I feel like we've been the only ones here this evening? The person who spoke was suddenly slapped. Fuck. Don't be so scary. How is this possible? Are the dances and games all just our imaginations? That's right, that's right. These locals can't possibly not exist, right? Otherwise, the so-called peaceful town would be a ghost town. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden silence fell. No, that's not possible. He was also shocked by his own thoughts. Let's go back to the B&B and see if Grandma is there. Don't let your imagination run wild. Yu Shuangjie spoke, calming the guests who were clamoring to go back to the B&B together. Yu Shuangjie turned to look at Wei Ning. Let's go back to the B&B. Before you came back from the alley, Xing Wuqian finished exploring the kitchen and is waiting for us in our B&B. Wei Ning's mind raced. Wait in your room, or mine? Wei Ning still had 2 human skins hidden under her pillow. If they were discovered. Chapter 97. If we're discovered. Of course, that would be a good thing. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes, a flash of amusement and fierceness in her pupils. Thanks to her recent conversation with Cui Feng, she had changed her mind. From the beginning, Wei Ning had been bound, this bondage like a chronic virus lurking in her cells. Although there was a slight discomfort, it would always become unconscious in the next moment, and gradually, only when she was on the verge of death did she suddenly realize it. After a year of internship, Wei Ning had to admit that the loyalty of a Federation soldier had taken root in her body. Though thin and short, it was there. After all, after sensing the naked malice, Wei Ning's thoughts had never strayed from the Federation military. She wanted to stand at the pinnacle of military power, to become its chief commander. After all, isn't it all about working for the military? What's that? Washing underwear with a cold face? While washing, fantasizing about how I'll be its favorite, most capable slave? Of course, some might say, that's just a way to lurk. We all been there before. Wouldn't it be nice to finally slap it in the face? But, it felt frustrating. Wei Ning has always valued her time and energy. In less than a minute, she decided to do something big. Once that tiny thing in her bones finally surfaced, Wei Ning's scalp suddenly felt numb. She let out a deep, soothing breath, her muscles instantly relaxing, and the strength she unleashed was even greater than before. As that breath emanated from her chest, a plan gradually unfolded, unraveling. One of the cornerstones of that plan, her lovely colleagues. Wei Ning, we arrived at the B&B. Yu Shuangjiu's voice suddenly reached Wei Ning. She lifted her eyelids. The low wooden house was less than 10 steps away. The town's terrain was far from flat. It was built on a hillside, with many slopes and steep paths. If you lost your balance, you'd be tumbling down the mountain. Even if your bones protruded from your skin and your organs were tangled up in a ball, you wouldn't be able to stop. I'm sure you'll be turned into a round, still steaming ball of flesh. Wei Ning, how about you walk ahead of me? Yu Shuangjiu suddenly turned to look at Wei Ning and said, his expression gloomy. Wei Ning looked over at the sound, but Yu Shuangjiu avoided her gaze. In the dead silence, Wei Ning raised an eyebrow and slowly said, okay. Without asking why, the moment she finished speaking, Wei Ning took a step forward, walking ahead of Yu Shuangjiu. At the same time, she drew closer and closer to the wooden house, which was dark and dim, like a monster's stomach. There were 3 other members of the Tooth-Faced team, who entered the dungeon with Wei Ning. One was Xing Wuqian. Waiting for Wei Ning at the guest house, he might have discovered her hidden secret. His features were distorted with shock, his perspective shattered, and he was about to call her to task. One was Yu Shuangjiu. With his own agenda, he insisted that Wei Ning walk ahead of him, leaving her back unprotected. One was Yi Zuixing. He had been inexplicably disrupted by the dungeon rules and disappeared, so he was left alone for now. Muffled footsteps echoed in Wei Ning's ears. She only heard one, Yu Shuangjiu deliberately pacing her forward. Because of the uphill climb, these 10 steps weren't fast. On the contrary, under Wei Ning's deliberate indulgence, they were agonizingly slow. Despite this, Wei Ning was only a fist's length away from the guest house. Why hadn't she made a move yet? What had Yu Shuangjiu been hesitating about for so long? Decisiveness and cold-blooded indifference were the best qualities for killing people. She was the perfect example, Wei Ning thought casually. Wei Ning's shoulders suddenly sank, and she lurched forward. It's coming. Wei Ning. Then, a powerful force pressed down from behind her, sending her body tumbling irresistibly to the ground. Wei Ning blinked, relaxed her muscles, and allowed the force behind her to overturn her once more. She was kicked into the guest house. Bang! A dull thud. The sound of flesh rubbing against flesh gave Yu Shuangjiu a toothache. She pulled her foot back, massaging her joints for a while to loosen them before moving forward. Suddenly she stopped, as she had expected. Or perhaps, only what she saw before her could explain her actions. Kicking Wei Ning away wasn't an act Yu Shuangjiu had done against her will. She did it on purpose. Only this way could Yu Shuangjiu submit to being enveloped by the plump, white maggots, covering her entire body, including her exposed, slowly opening pores. These worms, now armed with tentacles, needed more nutrition. At this point, they were no different from starving babies crying out loudly with their throats opened. The sound of piercing flesh and sucking blood was piercing in the dead silence of the night, so dense and swarming that it gave the illusion of shed hair, an itchy, dry tingle. No, it wasn't an illusion. The wriggling maggots had already burrowed into the cerebral cortex. Have you ever eaten ground brains? Those shattered white chunks floated on the surface of the murky liquid. Staring at them for a long time, one had the feeling they were alive, wriggling like these white flesh worms. They slip down your throat and land in your stomach, unnoticed by the host. At night, when no one is watching, the flesh worms extend their tentacles from their egg cases, working their way through the intestines and respiratory tract, finding an opening and poking half their bodies out to breathe fresh air. At first glance, it's like a person's body has suddenly sprouted long, white tentacles. The wriggling worms were no longer visible on Yu Shuangjiu's body, as if they had never been there. She stood there, her hollow, dark eyes fixed on Wei Ning, who lay collapsed on the floor of the guest house. Swallowing the blood, Wei Ning propped herself up with her arms and raised her gaze to meet Yu Shuangjiu. The whites of her eyes had completely disappeared, leaving her eye sockets dark and tinged with a sticky, undeniable dampness. Like the mucus secreted automatically by aquatic organisms. Sticky, fishy, and slippery. Under Wei Ning's silent gaze, suddenly Yu Shuangjiu moved. Yu Shuangjiu swooped forward, as if someone had kicked her hard from behind. Then, her body stiffened and remained motionless, as if she had stopped breathing. Wei Ning's pupils constricted. Long tentacles extended from the lifeless Yu Shuangjiu's eye sockets, nostrils, and every exposed opening on her body. She crawled along the ground like a worm. She's turned into a water centipede. A water centipede? Wei Ning turned to look at the person behind her. She realized that from the very beginning, she had been standing inside the guest house, watching Wei Ning and Yu Shuangjiu approach, like a lifeless paper figurine. In the dim light, it was difficult to detect her presence. No, Perhaps Xu Shuangjiu had noticed. What is a water centipede? Wei Ning asked. Water centipedes are descendants of water lice, a voracious and brutal insect. She looked down at Wei Ning, her cloudy eyes gleaming a grayish-brown luster in the darkness. Every night, they crawl out of rivers, lakes, and ditches, scenting the odor of rotting wood as they crawl toward the brightest light. There, they mate and lay eggs. When the larvae grow and burst from their egg cases, they devour the carefully selected food reserves their parents have prepared for them. Wei Ning suddenly spoke. Grandma, did you notice a man enter my room? Ignoring Wei Ning, the grandmother continued to speak. Her voice echoed in the dead silence of the wooden house, like the scraping of hard hair against paper, the sharp sound of nails on a blackboard. To reproduce, water beetles must return to the water. They can't survive long on land. So, these brutal creatures gradually devour the flesh and organs of the stored food, leaving only the bones and skin. When they've eaten their fill and grown a bit, they'll burrow into the empty shells of the stored food. Their plump bodies allow them to support this skin, extend their long tentacles, and crawl back into the water. We call those infested by water lice water centipedes. As the old woman spoke, she suddenly licked her dry, chapped lips with her tongue. Her tongue was so long that it couldn't be retracted into her body, dangling from her withered chest. Wei Ning immediately smelled a pungent, fishy smell of water vapor. She felt as if she were suddenly soaked, the vapor blocking her nose, making it difficult for her to breathe. Don't worry, as long as our home is here, water centipedes won't be able to crawl in along the wood. Oh, by the way, you outsiders call our home a guest house? Honestly, I don't like that term. The old woman said word by word, those who lack reverence will never be forgiven. Tell me, what is the name of our home? Her cloudy eyes narrowed slightly, and the old woman's voice, conveying to Wei Ning, was filled with malice, so naked that it was hard not to be provocative. Warning! 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 The player has passively triggered a side quest. Please answer the questions of the Pingantown NPCs. Wrong answer. Instant death. A gleam flashed in Wei Ning's eyes, and her breathing began to visibly tremble. The old woman's flabby, distorted features gradually clung together, like a tangled mass of tentacles. She was laughing, a sharp, shrill laugh. Blood was pouring from Wei Ning's ears. The old woman smiled and asked, "Can't you answer my question? You almost buried your head in your body. Is there any need to be so scared?" Wei Ning took a deep breath and jerked her head up. At the old woman's surprised gaze, her face took on an eerie flush. There was nothing she could do. She was too excited. The feeling of walking a tightrope on the edge of death, Wei Ning felt she would be addicted to it forever, until she actually died. The old woman was clearly irritated by Wei Ning's reaction. She suddenly pressed her eyeballs against Wei Ning's nose and said, "Tell me." 3, 2. Wei Ning's eyes widened, and she leaned closer to the old woman. The answer is Chapter 98. Wei Ning forced herself to suppress her ragged breathing, feeling a momentary dizziness. Despite this, she slowly approached the frightened and angry old woman, with an almost defiant, languid attitude. The old woman inexplicably wanted to distance herself from Wei Ning. She didn't seem the least bit anxious about the supposed answer. This cold-eyed woman seemed genuinely fearless. Compared to the turmoil of life and death in her stagnant emotions, it was nothing. The old woman's crowded features suddenly relaxed, her exposed, protruding lips dry. She licked them. "Never mind. Never mind. I'll let you go this time." The ending tone suddenly sharpened, and the old woman looked incredulously at Wei Ning, who was clutching her collar. Her face was clearly filled with a mild anger and impatience she felt for Wei Ning's lack of cooperation. "Stilled house," Wei Ning said coldly. "Congratulations to the player for successfully triggering the side quest. Hide and seek on hanging legs. The ghost must find the mischievous child within a specified time frame. Note, after being caught by the ghost, the child will be assimilated into the ghost. When the timer expires and the number of children alive reaches 0, the ghost wins. If the number is not 0, the children win. Now, the game begins. At the instant the mechanical electronic chime faded, the air around Wei Ning suddenly vanished, and the damp, fishy odor finally dissipated. Her pupils fluttered, and the old woman disappeared. At this moment, Wei Ning was accompanied only by a lifeless wooden house, gazing down at her from a supremely condescending position. And indeed, in its presence, Wei Ning's less than 2-meter-tall frame seemed so fragile and insignificant. Thus, it seemed to disdain Wei Ning. Within its dark, decaying stomach, a dead silence reigned, and Wei Ning could hear no sound except her own breathing. Wei Ning's emotions calmed down, unknowingly. The sudden surge of blood to her cerebral cortex vanished so quickly. She raised her hand and placed it over her heart, feeling a sense of emptiness beneath. It was the first time Wei Ning had experienced a sense of loss, and she found it strange. Her mother had once told her that a sense of loss only arises because of other people or things. But Wei Ning knew deeply that this wasn't the case for her. She accepted this strange yet familiar feeling with equanimity. Her intuition told her that she had indeed lost something very important to her. What was it? Go find it, a voice in her head told her. Find out who you really are. Why had the system found her, sending her into a dungeon world, Li Li Maoxingyin? What were they trying to tell her? Wei Ning chose to obey this voice. After all, she was going to play a game of discovery. Wei Ning stood up, ignoring the wounds and blood on her body. She began by asking her good teammate Xing Wuqian to guess whether this colleague, named Xing Wuqian, had found the treasure in her room. Before stepping onto the creaking stairs, Wei Ning glanced back. Yu Shuangjiu had vanished. Instead, a few white tentacles were frantically wriggling at the threshold of the stilt house. They couldn't get in. Wei Ning recalled her grandmother's words. Water centipedes couldn't get in, as long as the lights were off. Without light, they would lose their way. The water centipede's body was far from as soft as it appeared. Instead, it was covered in a translucent shell. The rustling sound of it scraping against the ground crept up Wei Ning's spine, leaving a chill and an itch. Wei Ning stood still in front of her door, her gaze darting through the crack. The strand of hair she caught in it had vanished. Someone had indeed entered her room. A smile flickered in Wei Ning's pupils beneath her dark lashes. Without a moment's hesitation, she flung the door open. The room was dark and silent, unseen. Hidden. The game of hide-and-seek had truly begun. Wei Ning deliberately slowed her movements, making her footsteps echo louder and heavier, fearlessly announcing her presence and position. The pillows on the bed had clearly been flipped over. Lenny and Lian Shun's skins were gone. Not a single flicker of surprise or panic crossed Wei Ning's face. After all, this was a decoy she had deliberately laid. If you're putting on a show, you have to go all out. If you don't fool yourself, how can you convince others that Wei Ning is truly up to no good? Wei Ning was very pleased with her performance in front of Yu Shuangjiu. Wei Ning stood still by the bed, her head lowered slightly, her gaze fixed on the bed's underside. Moonlight streamed in from the window, burying half her body beneath the bed, the remaining exposed half trailing across the wooden floorboards, just touching the tip of Wei Ning's shoe. Wei Ning sighed suddenly. The people of the Toothpaste Squad, no, more like the people of the federal military, had a similar temperament, and Yu Shuangjiu was the epitome of the typical. She was brave and resilient, always generous with her tenderness and kindness. She would step forward to comfort Chen Peipei and Song Sheng, and thoughtfully hand Wei Ning the handkerchief she needed. But, after confirming that Chen Peipei and Song Sheng had no chance of survival, Yu Shuangjiu abandoned them, and went with Wei Ning to complete a side quest. Upon noticing Wei Ning's unusual behavior and concealment, she secretly discussed with Xing Wuqian and the others about lurking in her room. Under such circumstances, Yu Shuangjiu would save Wei Ning, allowing himself to be contaminated and transformed into a water centipede. After exhaling a breath, Wei Ning straightened her composure and slowly lowered her waist, moving closer to the weak breathing beneath the bed. Wei Ning could probably guess why Yu Shuangjiu did this. Until the matter was firmly confirmed, Wei Ning was still her teammate. The genes etched into Yu Shuangjiu's spine would not allow her to let Wei Ning die in front of him, or even deliberately. In the deadly, narrow space, closing her eyes, she could hear the sound of her heart swelling and shrinking from extreme tension. Nerves began to twitch uncontrollably, and her trembling fingertips accidentally struck the hollow wood. Xing Wuqian was startled by the sudden sound. The footsteps beside her ears stopped. To avoid being discovered by Wei Ning, Xing Wuqian stuffed his fingers into his mouth and clenched his teeth tightly. Thankfully, the overwhelming trembling was suppressed by Xing Wuqian's almost frantic action. He breathed a sigh of relief. I found you. Before his breath could fully escape his nasal passages, Xing Wuqian was suddenly dragged from under the bed by Wei Ning and flung against the wall. The loud noise made the stilt house tremble, and a continuous creaking sound echoed, like the groaning of a giant beast before its death. You want to kill me? There's something wrong with you. Xing Wuqian spat out blood and looked up at Wei Ning, whose expression was cold. Wei Ning tilted her head and looked at him. This game is divided into factions. Only one side can win. You shouldn't forget that. Xing Wuqian couldn't refute Wei Ning's words. He hadn't forgotten that Tower of One was a faction versus faction game. Wei Ning was an outsider, and he was a native of Ping'an Town. They were inherently enemies. It was only natural for Wei Ning to want to kill him. It was him and Yu Shuangjiu. Yi Zuixin hadn't fully immersed himself in the game yet. Is hiding the human skin under the bed something you absolutely had to do? Are you looking for something? You're very familiar with human skin, Xing Wuqian said. After the snow-driving drum sounded, you guys behaved strangely. Wei Ning's expression remained unchanged, but his heart sank. He was too perceptive. Especially you. I don't think you consider us friends, companions. You're too invested in this game. Xing Wuqian said word by word. Don't forget who you are. The moment he finished speaking, Xing Wuqian looked down in disbelief. A large hole suddenly appeared in his waist and abdomen, blood pouring out. Wei Ning, don't kill me. Without asking how Wei Ning had conjured a gun out of thin air, Xing Wuqian stared intently into Wei Ning's eyes, and spoke in a deep voice, the excruciating pain not causing his voice to tremble even a little. As if possessed by some mysterious force, Wei Ning released the trigger, looking at Xing Wuqian with a gloomy expression. Xing Wuqian's face lit up with joy, but he clutched his waist and turned to run. The moment he turned, bang! Congratulations to the player for acquiring the skill. Mental induction. During a conversation, you have a certain chance of making the other party completely obey your words. Side quest. Hide and seek with hanging legs progress to 10%. Please keep pushing. The game ends when the sun rises. Listening to the electronic chime, Wei Ning wasn't surprised. Otherwise, she couldn't explain her hesitation. Mental skills, that's quite new. You have a certain chance of making the other party completely obey your words. After chewing on this sentence several times, Wei Ning suddenly chuckled softly, her laughter echoing in the room where a corpse lay, a truly eerie and cold laugh. She bent over to gaze at the dead Xing Wuqian, her fingertips gently resting on his head. As Wei Ning watched expectantly, a plump, white, fleshy tentacle wormed its way into Xing Wuqian's ear canal. In one respect, Xing Wuqian was right. Wei Ning was indeed searching for something. She was looking for a token of allegiance, a token of complete integration into her camp. Human skin. Not just from Lenny and Lian Shun, but also from Xing Wuqian. Wei Ning needed more. Only then would the sincerity and weight of the token of allegiance be sufficient. After all, the scene of her killing Xing Wuqian inadvertently overlapped with the snow-driving drum's brutal slaughter of Lenny, didn't it? Wei Ning left the room, closed the door, and let Xing Wuqian's body slowly deflate, like a large, cotton-filled doll without a skeleton. Dull footsteps echoed through the stilled house. Wei Ning's steps were unusually brisk, and as she walked, she even leaped down the high stairs. The ghost is coming to catch people. Hide quickly. Don't talk, don't breathe, don't open your eyes. Or you'll be discovered. Wei Ning was in a good mood. For her, playing the role of a ghost that captures and kills people didn't bring any physical or moral burden. It was actually a reward. Who would be the next naughty child to be caught? A smile played on Wei Ning's lips as she walked towards the red dot marked in her heart. Chapter 99. A shadow loomed over Wei Ning, like a gaze of malice crystallized into substance, watching her as she paused at the threshold of the stilled house. The threshold was high, easily enough to trip someone or keep something out. Water centipedes. Ping'an Town didn't light lights at night, as the locals feared these white, fleshy worms that burrow into the body and suck out the brain and blood. The tall, stilled houses were swarming with water centipedes. As she shifted her gaze from the threshold, the smile in Wei Ning's eyes deepened. She lifted her leg and stepped over without hesitation. Click. The echoing footsteps were muffled, but the joy within them was palpable. The shadows of the stilled house cast a heavy shadow behind her. Wei Ning didn't even glance back, simply walking forward. The sensation under her feet was thick, sticky, and soft, making it difficult to stand firmly. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes. A piece of flesh, its structure unrecognizable, was white and bloodless, drained clean of all color. She squatted down and picked it up. It was just as light as she imagined. Wei Ning tossed it in her hand. It was as light as a piece of paper. What a pity, it's incomplete, Wei Ning thought, and casually threw the flesh away. TSK. It's a bit dirty. Wei Ning's good mood, in a matter of seconds, turned to a touch of irritation. Time lapse and rapid movement activated simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Wei Ning was only 5 centimeters away from the weak red dot. A distance that could kill anyone at any moment. Please note that the player is only 5 centimeters away from the ghost catcher. If discovered, immediately begin to flee. The moment he heard the system's electronic chime, Yufeng closed his eyes in despair, his breath held in his chest, his face turning purple. Yufeng hadn't even made it back to the guest house when he suddenly received the task to start a game of hide-and-seek. Out of nowhere, a multitude of fat, white insects appeared on the road, crawling toward him like crazy, their tentacles flapping with incredible force, like translucent wings. Almost instinctively, Yufong recalled a dark brown insect from his wasteland home, with 2 long tentacles, a body as big as a fist, and wings that flew at people's faces at will. As Yufong froze in fear, the water centipede suddenly leaped from the ground, its moist, soft abdomen tightly hugging his face. Ah! Using all his strength, Yufong finally managed to wrestle the water centipede from his face. Holding the bleeding wound, he forced his way into a building and finally found a moment of rest. Damn it! The man-catching ghost was only 5 centimeters away. Yufong was hiding under a table covered with a long cloth. In such a cramped space, he could only press himself tightly against the ground, his eyeballs aching from the rough surface. Acidic fluid trickled down from his reddened eyes and into his nostrils, itching. Yufong felt like sneezing. But, peering through the gap under the tablecloth, Yufong could see a blurry black figure. It was the man-catching ghost. He swallowed deeply, and when he looked again, the shadow was gone. The system hadn't reported anything, so it must have been undetected. Yufong felt a little relieved. As long as it wasn't 5 centimeters, everything was fine. He had to run now, or the man-catching ghost would come back and things would get really bad. After preparing himself mentally, Yufong tiptoed out from under the table. He heard no unusual sounds as he crawled, which reassured him. His falling heart suddenly froze, blocking his heaving throat. Yufong felt the blood rushing backward, his body freezing cold. His danger warning had been passively triggered. A chill crawled up his spine, like a serpent. Yufong turned his stiff neck and looked around. The moment his vision cleared, his pupils shrank to tiny dots. The dark dots trembled constantly, like an unknown creature about to break out of its shell. Wei Ning met Yufong's horrified gaze, tilted her head, and said, "Hello?" It was a woman, sitting on the table, watching him from above, as he crawled out from under it. If he hadn't turned around, Yufong didn't think he'd have spotted her. After all, Wei Ning was as still as a statue, and the shadows around her, like stagnant water, completely obscured her presence. Yufong breathed a sigh of relief, but his body's danger warning still lingered. He looked at Wei Ning suspiciously. "Did you see the ghost catcher?" "The ghost catcher?" Wei Ning repeated, the meaning in her eyes unreadable to Yufong. Yufong was a little impatient. "You know the hide-and-seek side quest, right?" "Don't pretend. I know you're a player. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stepped forward to play the snow-driving drum. Hey, how many points are there for the snow-driving drum quest?" "Forget it, I'm going to run." "You'll do whatever you want." In the snow-driving drum slaughterhouse, Wei Ning had indeed not seen Yufong. She said, "I know where the ghost catcher is." Yufong stared at her, eyes wide. "Where?" Wei Ning jumped off the table, staring at Yufong. A smile curled her lips, her voice cold and deep. "I am." The only response Wei Ning got was a corpse lying at her feet. Wei Ning slowly backed away, trying to avoid the blood gushing from Yufong's mouth from splattering on the edge of her clothes. TSK. It still got on. Yufong clutched the edge of Wei Ning's clothes, glaring at her resentfully. "You're the ghost catcher. You're clearly an outsider to this town, too. Why are you on the same side as the bosses of Ping'an Town? What's your relationship with tour guide Xie?" Wei Ning shook off Yufong's hand and stepped on his head. Slowly, she applied force, feeling the gradually cooling corpse and the cracked floor beneath her feet. "Because we're the same kind." "The same kind." Wei Ning bit those 2 words with extra emphasis. The moment the words fell, the air seemed to pause. A dead silence etched across the shadows surrounding Wei Ning. As if startled by Wei Ning's words, the creatures that had only watched were at a loss, instinctively fleeing in panic. "Is it really the same kind?" Wei Ning blinked. Her previous guess was just a casual remark. After all, the word same kind conveyed more than just the superficial nature of the faction, nor did it solely refer to Xie Weijian's identity. After noticing the strange, sticky aura fade, Wei Ning picked up Yufong's body and tossed it outside the stilled house. One water centipede after another suddenly emerged, swarming over Yufong's body. In the blink of an eye, he looked exactly like Yu Shuangjiu, his long tentacles dragging his bloated body along the ground. Player Yufong was discovered by the human-catching ghost and assimilated. This was the death countdown that all players participating in the hide-and-seek game could hear. The red dots in Wei Ning's mind were clearly panicked by this. Some of them chose to hide in their original locations, while others chose to find new hide-and-seek locations to reduce the chances of being found by the human-catching ghost. But none of them could have imagined that Wei Ning, the human-catching ghost, had a map marking all their movements. This was a sheer massacre. It was more like an open trial ground for testing small beasts. Go, bite, kill, the more the better, until your physical strength reaches its limit and your mental bottom line collapses completely. Wei Ning gladly accepted the test. Only when her clothes were stained a rotten red by blood and the muscles in her arms grew stiff did Wei Ning decide to rest. She sat on the threshold of the stilt house and watched the water centipedes crawling aimlessly along the town streets. Most of them were transformed from players she had killed. The slaughter lasted for a long time. But it wasn't over yet. The game of hide-and-seek on the stilts was still going on. Wei Ning knew the key to its end, but she wasn't willing to submit so easily. She'd been toiling all night. She had to demand her reward. As for the object of her demand, the answer lay in the riddle itself. It was everywhere, enveloping Wei Ning with an airtight hold, leaving her little room to breathe. Wei Ning's fingertips brushed against the stilt house she sat on. Which one was its true form? Wei Ning was certain it had a true form. Just like the bright moon skirt, when Xinqiu had a body capable of free movement, and so did the stilt house. An old, wrinkled face appeared before Wei Ning. Grandma, it's her, Wei Ning thought. She had set up this game of hide-and-seek. Chapter 100. Wei Ning never refused side quests. Think about it, what words did the system use? You triggered a side quest. Please complete it within the allotted time, or you'll die. Do it or die. What obvious malice, like the vines clinging to Wei Ning, constantly sucking nutrients from her for growth. Two incredibly greedy, brutal bugs. Yes, two. One is called the system. Wei Ning knew from the beginning that the system needed more energy. Initially, it was weak, but after Wei Ning cleared 2 dungeons, it grew like a water centipede, becoming powerful and enormous, like a corpse gradually swelling in a ditch. Bring everyone in the wasteland world into the dungeon? The other one, obviously, is the dungeon boss. They, like the system, are growing stronger, and the dungeon difficulty is exponentially increasing. Wei Ning's injuries are increasing, and so are the times her mind has been polluted. No one could know how far these 2 blood-sucking stink bugs, rooted in Wei Ning's flesh, would grow, dragging everyone in the wasteland into the dungeon, becoming their reserve ration stored in their cheek pouches. Frankly, Wei Ning didn't want things to reach that point. It was far more difficult to accept than her identity alone. After leaving the dungeon, Wei Ning decided to visit Enqian, believing he could discern something from her. After all, Enqian was experienced in this. Wei Ning's rest was brief, and before her heart could even clear the clogged blood, her arms suddenly ached, a sharp pain that made her scalp explode. It was the fingertip. Blood stained the nail a scabby red. Wei Ning frowned slightly, opened her mouth, and held the finger until the thick, fishy smell filled her mouth. Only then did she release her lips and tongue. A layer of skin had peeled off. The flesh exposed to the air was whitened by saliva, and the edges were wrinkled. The wound wasn't large, like a puppy, overwhelmed with hunger, bit its owner's finger in dissatisfaction while teasing it. It was urging Wei Ning on. Wei Ning stared at the threshold of the stilt house below her, and suddenly laughed out loud, exasperated. She tilted her neck, her bones cracking, her body and muscles fully engaged. What the hell? Wei Ning stood up, and kicked the threshold with such force that the crack instantly spread throughout the entire stilt house. A fraction of a second later, it collapsed. A cloud of dust rained down on Wei Ning. She wiped her eyelashes expressionlessly. It felt good. She felt good, but someone else was getting anxious. What are you doing? Wei Ning's head suddenly buzzed, and the veins in her back subconsciously spasmed. She felt better only by curling up into a ball, but she wouldn't. She gritted her teeth and straightened her back, her hair damp with sweat, her pupils brightening. Her reward had arrived. Wei Ning wanted the old woman's skills. No matter what they were, she wanted them. The player used the skill Rapid Leap. The player used the skill Blazing Flame. The player used the skill Deconstruct Gun. A series of electronic tones echoed in Wei Ning's ears, and she squeezed the trigger faster and faster, successfully creating distance before a sudden, sticky shadow completely enveloped her. The bullet didn't do much damage to the old woman. The hole made by the bullet pierced her body like some fashionable, though not understood, piece of clothing, dangling from her body, as if mocking Wei Ning's weakness. In reality, the old woman was laughing. Her eyes were filled with resentment, and her features were cracked with countless lines from extreme anger, revealing the white flesh beneath, like a newly collapsed stilt house. Do you think these insignificant little things can hurt me? The old woman stuck out her tongue, cracked to the root, and her voice became slurred and sharp. You're still an outsider after all. Using foreign objects to hurt me? I shouldn't have listened to Ah Shui. You think you're truly repentant? What did that mean? Wei Ning's pupils constricted, and her knees sank, slamming down to the ground with a force beyond human endurance. Wei Ning knelt before the old woman. Then, Wei Ning's head slammed against the ground with a resounding thud. Sticky blood gushed out, coating her eyelashes. Wei Ning blinked, her vision blurring. The only thing she could make out was a pair of dry, cracked feet, the old woman's. The old woman snorted coldly, ignoring Wei Ning, who was trembling and trying to resist the invisible force pressing down on her. She slowly raised her foot, hovering it above Wei Ning's head. You don't respect us, so why should we bless you? Why should we forgive your disrespect? Repent, child. Wei Ning couldn't hear what the old woman said. The force pressing down on her had temporarily blinded her, and along with her sense of touch, the nerves on her skin had spasmed and numbed. This was better. Try out your new skill to see if you can use it on the dungeon boss. Mind induction. During a conversation with a target, you have a certain chance of making them completely obey your words. I repent. The old woman was stunned at the words, then suddenly lifted her foot and stomped down, grinning grimly. Repentance is useless after it's too late. Bang! Wei Ning's vision went dark, and after a few seconds, she regained consciousness. She bit her tongue, seized the moment when the old woman was stunned, and rolled over from the gap left by the invisible force, regaining control of her body. The old woman covered her bleeding foot and looked at Wei Ning in doubt, her eyes full of wariness. Something extremely hard suddenly grew on Wei Ning's back, pushing her over and saving her from the impact. Meeting the old woman's cloudy eyes, Wei Ning gave a provocative smile. It hurts, doesn't it? It hurts me too. The skill of deconstructing a gun allows one to transform into a gun at any time. Wei Ning had always conjured one out of thin air in her hand, but she had never tried to grow one from her back like the original owner of this skill, Qi Chunming. Although the sword on his back had been crushed into a flat iron by the old woman's foot, it pierced Wei Ning's flesh. Wei Ning had forcibly used his offensive skills, as both offense and defense. While speaking, Wei Ning stared intently at the old woman, observing her every move. Her power surpassed all the offensive skills Wei Ning currently possessed. If the scene from just now were to happen again, Wei Ning would truly perish in this dungeon. With a slight shift of his eyes, he saw the old woman's gloomy face about to attack again. Wei Ning frantically used time lost, repeating word for word in the second she dominated kneel. Kneel. Danger warning. Danger warning. Players, please note that the skill's mental induction level is too low. The probability of the words being effective against the dungeon boss is 0.000001%. This thing is as slippery as a loach. The old woman's face flushed red from being stuck. Her entire body, as if she'd been stewed, began to emit a strange, fishy odor. Suddenly, she extended her long tongue to lick her bulging eyeballs. Wei Ning could see through her throat into the old woman's dark, rotting trachea and stomach. She saw countless wriggling water centipedes. Then, a shrill scream erupted from the old woman's stretched-out throat. Wei Ning's heart skipped a beat, her internal organs tearing apart. She suddenly remembered the sound of water-soaked raw meat being dropped into a pot of boiling oil. The fear of such sounds is ingrained in human genes. The old woman was calling out to the other bosses in the dungeon. Wei Ning could hear Wen Xinqiu's voice from afar, frantically shouting that she finally had a chance to kill her. The heavy, muffled thud of the snow drum was no less impressive, moving so fast that Wei Ning could feel the ground vibrating. The organs within her body began to itch, the vibrations causing them to shift completely. In excruciating pain, Wei Ning opened her mouth, letting the blood drip from her fangs onto the tip of her tongue, then flow back into her writhing, twisting body. She said, "Shut up." The world around her instantly fell silent. In the 0-decibel environment, Wei Ning felt a little dizzy from the shifting of her organs. It was working. Compared to her kneeling moments earlier, Wei Ning seemed to have grasped the principle of how mental induction worked on the old woman. Her eyes darkened, and Wei Ning used time-lapse to its fullest. In a breath, she was only a person's distance away from the old woman. Frightened by Wei Ning's desperate stance, the old woman instinctively ran towards Wen Xinqiu and the others, undivided attention to exerting her strength to suppress Wei Ning. She ran at an incredible speed. Unwilling to let her go, Wei Ning bit the tip of his tongue, and the moment the pain flared, he sprinted after her. Danger warning. Danger warning. Danger warning. The frame rate drop while using a skill is too low, just 0.001 seconds. This is extremely damaging to the player's body and mind, and they are nearing death. Attention! If you use any more skills, your remaining survival time will be infinitely shortened, and you could die at any moment. Ignoring the blaring alarms, Wei Ning's eyes darkened as he spoke word by word. Stop. No effect. Turn around. No effect. Wei Ning had already spotted Wen Xinqiu, dressed in red. Meeting Wei Ning's cold gaze, she flung the scarf from her head, sending countless nematodes swarming towards her. Wei Ning also spotted a familiar face. Cheng Qiwei was among them. Is he also one of the bosses in this dungeon? Seeing help arrive, the old woman slowed her escape. She turned defiantly to look at Wei Ning, now less than an arm's length away. A poisonous glint flashed in her eyes, and the invisible power within her suddenly erupted. Wei Ning's body visibly stiffened, and her pupils beneath her eyelashes instantly shone with a terrifying light. This was what she had been waiting for. Open your mouth. The old woman opened her mouth in disbelief. The moment she realized something was wrong, she grabbed her jaw and desperately pulled it up, even though the force backfired on herself. Click. It loosened a little. The old woman suddenly felt delighted. But it was too late. The player used the skill Blaze. At a very short distance, the blazing flames were aimed precisely at the old lady's mouth, just like swallowing a giant lollipop. The old lady greedily did not let any of the sugary fragrance leak out. The whole ball of flame was tightly packed, burning completely from her throat all the way to deep inside her body. Congratulations to the player for completing the side quest Hide and Seek on Stilts and earning 5,000 points. The player successfully killed the boss, Stilt House. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the skill Gravity Pressure. You can use invisible weight to press down on your opponent. The current maximum weight limit for the player is 1 ton. Many of the water centipedes not threatened by the flames burrowed into Wei Ning's flesh. Wei Ning ignored the long white insects, her eyes fixed on the madly demented Wen Xinqiu. Grief distorted Wen Xinqiu's features, and her voice became noticeably hoarse. Go to hell. Wei Ning's eyelids twitched, and she stood still. Wen Xinqiu's fingertips were only a finger's length from her eyelids. The player used the skill Gravity Pressure. A sudden, tooth-grinding sound of bones cracking echoed. Wei Ning lowered her head. Wen Xinqiu was pressed to the ground in a distorted position. Taking a few steps back, putting some distance between herself and the sullen Wen Xinqiu, Wei Ning looked up at the others unaffected by her abilities. They were more dangerous than Wen Xinqiu and the snow-kicking drum. Coincidentally, they were all familiar faces, including one guest who had been avoiding Wei Ning. Xia Weijia. Had she finally turned on the lights and turned around, the group stood there in silence, and Cheng Qiwei was the first to speak. He said, Sister, you're going to die? Sister? Chapter 101. The boy's voice, unlike his appearance, carried a subtle immaturity, deep and deep, like a feather brushing against the tip of his nose, tingling. Cheng Qiwei was the closest to Wei Ning in the group, so he could clearly see her expression and emotional fluctuations. She seemed unresponsive. It was as if she had heard the feeble bark of a wet puppy on the side of the road. Then, Wei Ning took a step forward and brushed past the puppy, completely unaffected. Cheng Qiwei pursed his lips slightly, his eyes dim beneath his tousled black hair, completely obscured, reflecting no light. He exhaled deeply, looked at Wei Ning intently, and said, Sister, you could die at any moment. I can save you. Don't die, okay? The moment Cheng Qiwei finished speaking, a deathly silence fell. Wen Xinqiu, crushed to the ground by an invisible force, glared at him uncontrollably. Beside him, Xia Weijia, whose face was obscured by a red veil, remained silent, as if frozen in time, a stark contrast to the place. Heh. With a cold chuckle, Wei Ning stared intently at Cheng Qiwei. Isn't my death just what you want? She spoke word by word, right? My comrades from the same camp. Yes, the individuals standing face to face were actually comrades from the previous camp. This wasn't difficult to guess. From the very beginning, she lay naked before Wei Ning. She was Xia Weijian. She was a twin of Xia Weijia from Ping'an Town, and likewise, one of the intangible cultural heritage traditions circulating here. Which specific intangible cultural heritage item had been deliberately concealed, thanks to the concerted efforts of the old lady, the snow-driving drum, Wen Xinqiu, and even Cheng Qiwei and Cui Feng, Wei Ning wondered. They all harbored deep hatred for her, each wanting to kill her. Wei Ning believed this wasn't a rule that dungeon bosses had to obey. Perhaps. But the fact that they wanted to kill her was clear to see, even though Wei Ning was on the same side as them. They were unreasonable and overbearing. Congratulations to the player for increasing Xia Weijian's exploration level to 65%, triggering the character's unique skill. Back mirror. Back mirror. This mirror tied behind the waist is invisible to humans, only their shadows can see it. Shadows are companions and friends. Players can summon their own shadows, but please note that shadows only last for 2 hours. Congratulations on reaching 80% progress on the main quest and 80% on the hidden main quest. Players, please continue to work hard, complete all the activities in Ping'an Town, and survive to the end. Amidst these cold words, Wei Ning only cared about 3 words: back mirror. This new skill suddenly sounded familiar to Wei Ning, and a flash of inspiration struck her, reminding her of Mao Xingyin from the Zodiac No. 1 dungeon. Mao Xingyin's inherent skill is a dual personality. 2 lives allow players to return to the point before their death after death, a chance they only have once. Wei Ning frowned slightly. These 2 skills didn't seem to be connected on the surface. She gathered herself, and under Wen Xinqiu's ecstatic gaze, she relaxed the pressure on her. For now, Wei Ning didn't use any skills. But beneath the calm surface of the sea must be a turbulent undercurrent. Then why don't you die according to our wishes? A hoarse, shrill voice rang out without warning. Wei Ning turned her head to see Xia Weijia. The red gauze scarf rose and fell with her breathing, as if a beating heart was buried beneath it, crimson, broken, and rotten. Xia Weijia stepped forward, blocking Wen Xinqiu, who had frantically dodged behind her. Why not, sister? At this moment, Xia Weijia was incredibly close to Wei Ning. Xia Weijia's breath gently fell on Wei Ning's face, seeming ambiguous, intimate, and dangerous. If Wei Ning's mind faltered, she would breathe that overly sweet scent deep into her lungs, swirling through her body, stirring and rising, stripping her of all consciousness. Xia Weijia tilted his head, leaning closer to Wei Ning's ear, and Wei Ning, for some reason, didn't shy away. She said, "Go to hell?" The moment he saw Xia Weijia's movements, Cheng Qiwei's pupils constricted. A surge of panic shattered his spinal cord, and subconsciously, he rushed forward. Wen Xinqiu watched coldly, not attempting to stop him. Wei Ning froze in place, her throat dry, her lips and tongue unable to move. She could feel a transparent membrane tightly wrapped around her body, the air rapidly being drawn out and compressed. It was like squeezing a soft, fluffy piece of bread. Or like transforming from a 3-dimensional entity into a 2-dimensional form. In short, Wei Ning was truly dead. Her internal organs burst violently from her mouth and eye sockets, leaving her lying on the ground in a bloody mess. But Wei Ning felt no pain. After all, she had no wounds, not even the smallest of hairs. The player used the skill back mirror. The player used the skill dual personality. Warning! The skill back mirror is ineffective. A sea of red lay before him. Stumbling to steady himself, Cheng Qiwei breathed a sigh of relief and looked down at Wei Ning lying on the ground, and the blood-stained moonlight dress beside her. The blood on her skirt belonged to Xia Weijia. She seemed to have used the same strength as Wei Ning, crushing herself under the weight of gravity, her body becoming as thin as paper. Her twisted organs, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered, oozing out in clumps from the wounds in her body. Xia Weijia had killed himself. Wei Ning was dead too, at the same time as Xia Weijia. Wei Ning's body was intact. Cheng Qiwei leaned over to embrace her, pressing his hand against Wei Ning's cold face, and whispered, "Sister, you hate me, I know. But why would you kiss someone you hate? And not just once? I'm really sad." As she spoke, a faint blush crept into the corners of Cheng Qiwei's eyes. Finally, a pool of translucent liquid formed on the bridge of Wei Ning's nose, appearing especially translucent in the morning light. Hypocritical. When Xinqiu gathered the dress on the ground in her arms, muttering under her breath as she watched Cheng Qiwei sob softly. She glanced at the man treading in the shadows. They're both the same kind of bastard. TSK. Ignoring the voice beside him, Cui Feng stood still, forcing Cheng Qiwei to stop. Unlike Cheng Qiwei, who looked the same, Cui Feng had combed all his hair back, giving him a touch of adult maturity, though it vanished the moment he spoke. Stop pretending. Are you truly sad? You and I are the same person. It's hard for me not to know. Excited, jealous? Whatever the word, it has nothing to do with sadness. Cheng Qiwei snorted coldly at this and hugged the man tighter. He's just a few years older than me. What's the big deal? Unexpectedly, Cui Feng had no intention of competing with him for Wei Ning's body. He stepped forward, in front of him, blocking the sunlight from falling on Wei Ning's eyes. Memory is an extremely precious thing, Cui Feng said. For it, I suffered so much to find her. Looking back at the crumbled stilt house, and the dark red pool of oxidized blood, Cheng Qiwei's eyes darkened. The pain you endured is far less than hers. I rather she never remember. When Xinqiu had long since disappeared, leaving them alone. The true protagonist on the stage was dead, and the eyes that had stared at them from the void briefly closed. Cui Feng twitched his lips, not wanting to argue. After all, it was a fact. From the first instance until now, Wei Ning had endured far more suffering than any ordinary person. Dead silence. Unbearable, dead silence, like stagnant water. Amidst this dead silence, the sun rose fully, and the curling smoke from the town of Ping'an began to powerfully envelop the residents. They stood at the windows of their stilled houses, their bulging eyes fixed on the two identical figures, their skin glistening in the sunlight with a greasy sheen. Pale mouths opened, revealing not rosy organs, but countless wriggling white worms. The moment Chui Feng and the other man looked up, they simultaneously closed their mouths and hid, half their heads peeking out from behind the windows, peering through their pitch-black eyes. Those gazes followed Chui Feng and Cheng Chiwei closely. The stickiness clinging to their backs only disappeared when Chui Feng and Cheng Chiwei returned to his restaurant. He watched Cheng Chiwei place Wei Ning on the bed and tuck the covers around her. "You stay here and deal with the Chimian team members who come looking for you. I'll get into the main quest." "Yes," Cheng Chiwei agreed. "Do you know what the last legend is?" "Corpse driving." "What kind of corpses?" Cheng Chiwei asked, his tone clearly conveying his distrust of Chui Feng and his belief that he was unreliable. Chui Feng rolled his eyes. "Hurry up and put on your clothes." It was a men's set that matched the Jiyue group. The one Cheng Chiwei received was completely different from the one Chui Feng had received. He adjusted the corner of his clothes, raised his head, and stared at his face. "That's a pretty face," Chui Feng said, looking Cheng Chiwei up and down. Cheng Chiwei sneered, "At most, you're just seducing her with your face, which looks just like mine. You know she likes it. You know, the person she's kissed the most is me." The last part of his voice suddenly froze, and Cheng Chiwei looked down with a stern face. A gaping hole suddenly appeared in his chest, blood pouring out continuously. Chui Feng wiped the blood from between his fingers and looked at Cheng Chiwei coldly as he fell to the ground. "Don't really die, just hang on. I'm going to drive away the zombies." Drive away the zombies. Specializing in driving away the corpses of those who died in a foreign land. Before a person is completely brain dead, they negotiate with the dying person, have them drink a special medicine, hold their breath, and rush home as quickly as possible. Cheng Chiwei's hair was damp with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, his face pale. Chui Feng's ruthless attack was truly enough to leave him with only one last breath. If it weren't for Chui Feng would definitely kill him, just like he did in the Zodiac 1 dungeon. Cheng Chiwei's back was completely soaked, the liquid flowing down his body into the wound that had nearly been severed in half, causing a sharp pain in the newly grown pink flesh. The buds at the edge trembled and stopped moving. Cheng Chiwei's wounds were healing themselves, and he was carefully controlling the speed of his flesh's growth, constantly teetering on the brink of death. As if the pain was too much, Cheng Chiwei's tears rolled down his eyes, spreading a blood-red stain on the corners of his clothes. For a moment, the small, deadly space was filled with only Cheng Chiwei's sobs. Seeing this, Chui Feng lay down beside him, listening to his weak breathing and closing his eyes. Chui Feng waited for the moment when Cheng Chiwei's consciousness faded. Congratulations to the player for triggering the side quest, Wedding Zombie. Chapter 102. The moment the pain shattered his bones, Cheng Chiwei's consciousness blacked out, his heartbeat stopped, and he entered a state of death, with only the nerves in his cerebral cortex still faintly pulsing. The player has successfully entered the side quest. Crying to marry a zombie. Mission objective. As a corpse driver, you must return the corpse to its homeworld to complete the mission. Body temperature rapidly rose as the electronic sound rang out, and a burning itch spread through her internal organs. Wei Ning finally opened her eyes, overcome by the discomfort. Red. Wei Ning pressed her temples, forcibly suppressing the frantic throbbing of her brain, and vigilantly observed her surroundings. It was as if the world was reduced to a single color. Red, red, red everywhere. Like flowing blood. Wei Ning shook her head vigorously. The running program was violently crashed. The roar shattered Wei Ning's eardrums. Her knees suddenly gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, a low moan uncontrollably escaping from her clenched teeth. Everything before her began to shake. Including the red, like some peeled mollusk, it crawled slowly towards Wei Ning, sniffing the air. With her head tilted to the ground, Wei Ning widened her eyes. In the extreme dryness, she finally saw what the red was. It was a giant 11 character. Pasted on the wall, it gazed down upon her from above. The moment her vision cleared, Wei Ning suddenly heard a rustling sound, one after another. The volume was low, and even with all her might, she could barely make out certain words. The groom? He's dead. What should I do? The only way is to ask him forgiveness. This is the only. Why haven't you come yet? Who died? Who else should I invite? Wei Ning pushed herself to her feet. She couldn't tell whether the he they were talking about was a woman or a man. If it was a woman, could it be her? After all, her role in the side quest was a corpse driver. Wei Ning was dead, she was certain of it. At 0.01 seconds before her death, she used the skill dual personality and successfully returned to the point before her death. The specific point was clearly beyond her control. Although Wei Ning didn't know the exact time she was in, the only thing she knew for sure was that she was still in Ping'an Town. Please note, due to the forced use of the skill dual personality, the player's body function has been reduced to 0.01%. Using the skill again will result in death. The player's skill back mirror is ineffective. The system's electronic sound still echoed in Wei Ning's ears. She couldn't summon her own shadow. Why? As if to answer Wei Ning's doubts, the noisy voices suddenly became clearer, getting closer and closer. They were searching for her. Upon realizing this, Wei Ning's pupils twitched. Without warning, a multitude of figures appeared before her. Their faces were indistinct in the darkness. They stretched out their long, stiff arms, neatly aligned, and approached Wei Ning. Wei Ning didn't move, allowing her arms to be grasped. It was cold, very cold. Xiao Xia, why are you hiding in your room? Everyone's waiting for you. Today's a big day. Wei Ning looked up at the words, and saw a very strange face. The skin was pale and smooth, like a newborn baby's, so tender that one could imagine the scarlet blood bursting out instantly with a scratch from a rough, sharp nail, springy and juicy like jelly. Her gaze shifted upwards. The eyeballs were incredibly dark, reflecting no light. Wei Ning inexplicably felt that the darkness was the exoskeleton or egg case of some insect, exceptionally rough and hard. The egg case of a water centipede looked like this. For some reason, Wei Ning wanted to reach out and touch it, but before her fingertips could move, a sharp voice suddenly jolted her awake. Come on, follow me, the person holding Wei Ning's arm said. I'm going to have to trouble you later. You know my child's temper, so you'll have to be patient. Your child? Wei Ning suddenly realized something was amiss. Wasn't she a corpse driver? Was she supposed to endure her clients' tempers? But her clients were all corpses. After leaving the room with the giant 11 character, the voices around her became even louder and more chaotic, interspersed with the clatter of utensils and liquids. This caused Wei Ning's headache to return. The bride is here. Finally! We've been waiting so long. Ha 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 ha, I guess the groom's getting impatient too. Someone seemed to have accidentally uttered a word everyone was afraid to mention, and the dense crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone turned their gazes to Wei Ning, their dark eyes ceasing to tremble, glued to her. They were waiting for Wei Ning's response. If there was any question about Wei Ning's reaction, the answer would be obvious. The fingertips gripping her arm dug deep, and Wei Ning could feel her skin being cut, a faint smell of blood lingering in the air. Wei Ning twitched her lips and said, "No rush, I can wait." The pain in her arm subsided, and they were pleased with Wei Ning's words, and the atmosphere became lively again. You're worthy of being the bride. That's right, if she can be patient enough with a bunch of us old folks, she'll definitely be able to be good with the groom too. I'm optimistic about them both. They'll definitely be together forever. Wei Ning coldly gazed at the faces, their features distorted as they laughed at each other, finding it eerie. Though they were smiling, the muscles in their faces moved in an unnatural way, their mouths curled downward, clearly indicating tears. She began to wonder about her groom. What kind of person would need a corpse driver as their bride, who wouldn't even be present at the wedding banquet, and yet everyone took it for granted? Xiao Xia, thank you for your understanding. But if you're not anxious, my child will be. Come, drink this glass of wine. Drink it, and you two will live happily ever after. The voice that reached Wei Ning's ears was sharp and hoarse, but the joy in it was undisguised. She was truly happy that Wei Ning was marrying her child. A blush crept across his pale, smooth face, accentuated by his high, thin cheekbones. At first glance, he looked ridiculous, because the two blotches of red were so round and vivid. So round they looked as if they'd been painted on. After noticing Wei Ning's gaze, his black pupils turned stiffly, fixed on Wei Ning. He brought the cup to Wei Ning's eyelids, spilling a few drops of wine into her eyes. It was the scalding wine. Wei Ning didn't blink, the corners of his mouth curled up, thank you. The sensation of the scalding liquid sliding down his throat was unpleasant. His tongue, from the tip to the base, was completely numb. Aside from the burning heat, Wei Ning couldn't taste anything, not even flavor. As Wei Ning obediently drank the drink, the smile on her face widened, revealing dozens of teeth. The saliva clinging to them slowly dried in the air, emitting a thick, fishy odor. She smiled and said, "Come on, I'll take you to see your groom." Meeting the woman in front of her, her gaze fixed on her, Wei Ning smiled and said, Okay, you lead the way. Wei Ning followed behind the woman, deliberately slowing her pace to maintain a distance that allowed her to take a closer look at this, the mother of the groom. She was not tall, perhaps even too short, like a child who had suddenly stopped growing, yet her bones had grown with age. Her gait was so extreme that her curves were visible, her spine clearly stretched and protruding. Except for Wei Ning, everyone present was as short as the groom's mother. Wei Ning could easily mask anyone's stature. Taking advantage of her blind spot, Wei Ning raised her hand slightly, gesturing on the groom's mother's back. Gently, she placed it there. She didn't notice and continued walking. In the infinite silence, Wei Ning held her breath and slid down. The touch from her fingertips wasn't soft, nor was it firm. Wei Ning felt like she could break it with just a little effort. This feeling. She was made of paper. With a short body, pale complexion, and a prominent blush on her cheeks, she was a typical wedding doll at weddings. They usually appear in pairs, and have a name everyone knows, Dragon and Phoenix. Commonly known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl. They were clearly two children. Before anyone noticed anything unusual and looked over, Wei Ning quickly withdrew her hand, and pressed her fingertips against the edge of her clothes. The person before her was indeed an elderly woman. Where did the other one go, Wei Ning wondered. The path to the groom wasn't far, and before Wei Ning's question could be answered, the Jade Girl brought her to him. She shouted, fearing those inside the room wouldn't hear, "The bride is here! The bride is here!" The door to the room was closed. It wasn't the room she'd just been in. Wei Ning blinked, and followed the Jade Girl outside the door, seemingly not intending to open it. Meeting Wei Ning's puzzled gaze, the Jade Girl smiled and turned. "Bride, your groom is inside. I won't bother you anymore." With that, the Jade Girl took a step forward to leave, but Wei Ning raised her hand to stop her, his gaze fixed on her face. The saliva on the Jade Girl's teeth had completely dried. "Bride, what's wrong?" The Jade Girl's smile froze. Wei Ning looked at her, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Don't be afraid, I'm just confirming something. Tell me, I won't leave. Marry me, and I'll take responsibility and treat him well. What's going on? You'll all leave here tonight, right?" The Jade Girl avoided Wei Ning's gaze. "Of course, we won't be around all night. Is there anything else you need to confirm?" Wei Ning shook her head, and watched the Jade Girl leave. She knew how to complete the side quest next. The corpse removal was imminent. At that moment, the vast room was occupied only by Wei Ning and the groom. Wei Ning looked around, but there was indeed no one in sight. She didn't use her skills to mark the shadow. After all, her body was still near death. So, she leaned against the door, trying to eavesdrop. Woo woo. Who's crying? Chapter 103. How could one describe this crying? Sharp, dull, like something vibrating frantically in a sealed space, over and over again, with the texture of fingernails scraping against each other, inexplicably making one's teeth ache. Higher than a baby's cry, rougher than an old man's cough, it maintained an extremely uncomfortable volume, insisting that anyone outside the room remain stationary. The moment the slightest thought of leaving would trigger the wailing again. Woo-woo. Wei Ning stood upright, his feet fixed as if on nails. Seeing this, the crying in the room suddenly unleashed, like a boiling kettle. Wei Ning, his face remarkably relaxed, raised an eyebrow at this blatant condemnation. As if knowing Wei Ning would never open this door, the crying gradually subsided, the sobs blending together, indistinct, like painful moans between lips and tongue, forming a never-ending ballad. Wei Ning heard it clearly. The weeping song seemed to echo right behind her. "My dear mother and father, your unfortunate son, your lowly enemy, will soon leave your presence, your side. I will never see you again, I will never serve you again. My days of nobility are over, my days of lowliness have begun." It was a wedding song. Wei Ning's expression was determined. Before the sobbing faded, she pushed open the door. In an instant, time seemed to stand still, and a deathly silence enveloped Wei Ning like a rotten shell. She felt a faint sense of breathlessness in her chest. She felt her body's abilities were about to collapse. The deadline for this side quest was Wei Ning's life countdown. Suppressing her unsteady breathing, Wei Ning raised her eyes, and peered deeper into the room. An unusually tall figure sat there, its long robe spread out on the floor. Looking upward, her gaze fell on a tightly buttoned collar. Wei Ning frowned slightly. It was so tight, leaving only a hair's breadth of space, let alone enough space for a throat to move. The rough, constricting collar pressed a deep, eroded red against her pale skin. It was glaring. Wei Ning's brows jumped instantly. She lifted her foot, stepped over the high threshold, and took a step to stand in front of the dark figure. She lowered her eyelashes, her gaze sweeping weightlessly over the veiled figure sitting upright on the bed. It was a man. A man in a red robe and a veil. A lifeless male corpse. He was Wei Ning's groom, and also her client tonight. Wei Ning was always responsible for her work. She would personally send her zombie groom back home. The door slammed shut with a bang. Wei Ning didn't turn around immediately, but took the opportunity to sit down beside the man, her eyes naturally fixed on the trembling door panel. The tiny dust particles slowly moved in the air, appearing a brilliant white hue, but were soon completely swallowed up by the darkness of the room. Just like Wei Ning and the man beside her. The boundless darkness, after a long time, made it difficult to tell whether one was truly open. To ensure she was still conscious and not driven into a lonely madness by this endless darkness, she could only start thinking. The fingertips on Wei Ning's knees began to tap rhythmically. Send the bride back to her hometown. Wei Ning suddenly felt like laughing. What a crude, despicable, hypocritical proposition. A place where she had never met anyone, a place where she had left no trace of her life, could actually be her hometown. So easily severed from the soil where she had taken root, forcibly transplanted into a rotting ditch. The days of nobility are over, the days of lowliness have arrived. Listen to these lyrics. What a realistic take. Wei Ning looked back at the tall wall growing out from the side of her bed. This square wall was covered with dense, enormous 11 characters, a towering wall made up of countless flesh-eaten bodies. The crying suddenly began again. Muffled and continuous, like blood that couldn't be coughed out of the throat, tears that wouldn't stop flowing from the eyes, and endless hatred. A wet handkerchief. The world is so cruel to me. Why was I born a flower? Why do flowers need to bloom? Who is crying? The sobs that reached Wei Ning's ears were clearly muffled, yet her body began to tremble violently, and in a trance, there was a deafening roar. She looked at the man beside her. The veil covering his head suddenly sank deeper, as if an invisible hand had tightly covered his mouth and nose. A dark patch spread across the center of the veil. Her fingertips touched the wet, dark patch, lingered briefly, then moved away. Wei Ning sniffed it gently. It was the unique salty scent of tears. This man was crying. Wei Ning suddenly wanted to see his face. He was too thin, his wedding dress swaying. The lines from his shoulders and neck resembled a child's stick figure, radiating a strong inhuman aura. His presence and oppression were undeniable. Unfortunately, in terms of the oppressive feeling he inflicted on others, Wei Ning considered him far inferior to herself. So, without hesitation, Wei Ning grabbed a corner of the veil, but the fabric seemed completely fused to the man's face. Pulling it forcefully only ripped off a piece of skin, still warm from human warmth. It couldn't be ripped off. She wouldn't allow Wei Ning to lift the veil. She was the boss of the crying wedding and driving the corpse side quest, and the embodiment of the ancient legend of the crying wedding song. Wei Ning didn't know her name yet. Wei Ning gave up. Unable to resist the power of rules, she could only wait for the crying to stop. According to legend, after weeping, the married flower must embark on the journey back to its homeland. As the bride marrying the groom, Wei Ning wanted to take him back. Frankly, Wei Ning preferred the simpler, unbreakable bond between boss and client to the so-called husband-wife relationship. In the small room, where not a single ray of moonlight could penetrate, the crying finally ceased. Wei Ning shook her stiff neck and prepared to drive the corpse. There are 3 traditional ways of driving corpses. The most common method involves tying the corpse's arms to 2 bamboo poles, arranging them neatly, with the corpse driver carrying the poles in front and behind. But Wei Ning was alone, without any bamboo poles, so her only resource was her own strength. After some thought, Wei Ning opted for the simpler method, carrying the corpse on her back and walking all the way back. This method required a great deal of physical strength from the corpse driver. Wei Ning felt the muscles in her arms and understood the situation. She bent down, leaned back, and, like shoveling garbage, she forcefully shoveled the stiff, upright corpse onto her back. Not heavy. Wei Ning, who consistently ranked first in the military for weight training, thought. It's just that the bone protruding from the skin was a little uncomfortable, piercing Wei Ning's flesh, rendering her regeneration skills useless. To prevent herself from dying from the blood loss, Wei Ning wrapped the corpse's arms around her neck, gathered her strength, and pushed open the door. No one was outside. She didn't know the direction. Wei Ning stood expressionlessly outside the courtyard gate, carrying a cold corpse on her back. Although she was familiar with the scenery and the road before her, as Wei Ning had guessed, she was in Ping'an Town at this moment. However, it was a Ping'an Town in a different time and space. In a side quest set by the snow-driving drum, Wei Ning and Yu Xuanjiu returned to Ping'an Town years ago to the long time ago mentioned by Xing Wuqian, a timeline that had long been revealed. But the timeline of the crying wedding and the driving of the corpse had been hidden. Wei Ning's intuition told her that this was important. The body on her back was sliding down. Letting out a soft breath, Wei Ning lifted the body, which was sliding down from her back, and randomly chose a direction. Someone would tell her the direction. After all, if she didn't follow the side quest, she wouldn't be the first to feel anxious. The town was quiet at night. All sounds seemed to have faded. The sound of water centipedes crawling on the ground, the creaking of the old stilled house, Wei Ning couldn't catch a glimpse of it. The long silence made people subconsciously relax. Wei Ning's strength was slowly but noticeably draining, and she could feel that it didn't make sense. The body on her back was sliding down again. The bone pierced deeper into her flesh. Wei Ning felt little pain, her strength dwindling to a thread. She was nearly crushed by the nearly 3-meter-tall corpse. Damn it, was this still a human corpse? The corpse on her back was sliding down again. Wei Ning knew clearly that at the moment she reached the top, something would emerge. A beast hidden in the grass about to leap and snap her prey's neck. With her back bent, she walked alone on the road carrying a corpse, looking completely intimidating. She could easily be crushed to death. The corpse was sliding down again. The long veil obscured half of Wei Ning's vision. She blinked, her pupils beneath her lashes glowing eerily in the night, carrying a hint of undisguised, manic, and bloodthirsty impulses. Wei Ning had always excelled at counterattacks in extreme terrain. She was well versed in this. But the crying suddenly returned, approaching at an alarming speed. At the same time, the road beneath Wei Ning's feet suddenly turned a blinding red. Wei Ning stumbled, nearly falling. The ground was soft and pliable, leaving no traction. Wei Ning's expression remained calm. But she wasn't the only one with experience. Having been killed countless times, she learned her lesson. A sharp, resentful cry suddenly exploded behind Wei Ning's ears. Warning! Warning! The player has successfully triggered the crying bride and the corpse chase. Don't get caught by the boss. Don't look back. Don't let the corpse on your back slip. The moment the crying began, her legs and knees leaped rapidly. The leisurely look in Wei Ning's eyes vanished. After being hit on the head by another flying corpse, Wei Ning could no longer endure it and cursed bitterly. Fuck you. If you can't win in a head-on confrontation, you're just going to chase him from behind, huh? The distorted sobbing sounded closer to Wei Ning once again. Fuck. Chapter 104. Wei Ning's pupil shrank, and she instantly broke into a sprint. The 3-meter-long corpse on her back felt like she was on a roller coaster, occasionally soaring. Dong, dong, dong. Wei Ning felt like she was being treated like a drum, a resilient, resonant drum. The intense vibration stretched the pores on her back wide open. Undoubtedly, Wei Ning's speed slowed. Adding to the soft ground, her legs felt like they were stuck in a swamp. Pulling them out required considerable effort, compounding the difficulty. Naturally, Wei Ning's ears felt cold, and the sound of crying clung to her head once again. The sharp, twisted cry continued. A flowery handkerchief covers my face, tears welling up in my eyes as I sing. Wei Ning's heart leaped the moment she heard the lyrics. As expected, she closed her eyes, steadied herself, and ran forward with all her might, putting distance between her and the resentful cries. But Wei Ning was drenched. The clothes, soaked with liquid, felt even heavier, clinging to his skin. For a courier striving to break the world record for the 100-meter race, it was a profound inconvenience, a deeply malicious interruption. Isn't it just a courier? Wei Ning thought with a wry smile, a flash delivery guy. The groom on his back was the expedited delivery, behind him was the pressing client, and he was the oxen and horses frantically carrying the load, pressed to meet the deadline. More and more liquid flowed from his shoulders, and Wei Ning's heart and body went cold. He desperately wanted the groom on his back to stop crying. The damp veil gave off a faint, damp, fishy odor, the kind of fermented, shade-dried smell. Wei Ning was reminded of a city Qi Chunming had once mentioned that she deeply hated. Don't let the body on your back slide to the ground. These words completely suppressed Wei Ning's desire to drop the body, as if they had already known what she would do. It was as if they knew her intimately. After stumbling again, Wei Ning blinked, and the liquid hanging from her eyelashes dripped down her cheek onto her collarbone. The cold temperature seemed to burn a hole in her scorching skin, and something seemed to be pouring out. Huh? Wei Ning sneered inwardly, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. Don't let the body on your back slide to the ground. Don't let the body slide to the ground. Just don't let it touch the ground, right? The resentful cries suddenly stopped, as if startled, and the tone took a sharp turn for the worse. Woo! Wei Ning could feel the intense gaze from behind her. Her eyes sparkled as she released her arms from the corpse's legs, exerting her physical strength to the limit. The crimson, soft ground beneath her feet instantly became like a trampoline. She flew. Soared high. But it wasn't Wei Ning, it was the tall, thin, decrepit corpse, soaring high in the air. Wei Ning was using him like a kite, flying through the sky. Wei Ning released her hands from the corpse's legs and knees, grasped his withered arms tightly, wrapped them around her neck, and ran. The corpse, now unbalanced, could only rely on its arms as a leash to hold it up. Slowly, slowly, it soared through the air, thanks to Wei Ning's high-speed running. Woohoo! So refreshing. Wei Ning suddenly felt inexplicably exhilarated. This mad, mind-boggling, terrifying operation had made her feel light and airy, like a bird spreading its wings in the sky, free and carefree, as if she were the one being set free. To be honest, Wei Ning had never flown a kite. In her childhood memories, Wei Ning always did things alone, and other children never invited her to join their games. Naturally, Wei Ning was excluded from all games, and her mother never mentioned taking her out to play. These things were boring. That's what her mother told her. She said, just do whatever she asked of her. Whether it was getting first place in school or successfully becoming a full-time employee in the federal military. Doing these things was enough. Everything else was unnecessary. Mom would always be with Wei Ning. No one else was needed. What interrupted Wei Ning wasn't the relentless cry of pursuit, but the sudden hardening of the ground. Looking down, the glaring red light flickering on the ground had also vanished. The peaceful town returned to dead silence and darkness. Wei Ning slammed on the brakes, took a step back without looking back, and caught the falling kite. Oh, a body. The chase ended. Wei Ning thought, panting heavily, as she flipped the corpse over and carried him forward. She caught sight of the red handkerchief. It was no longer dripping. The man had stopped crying. Because the wedding song was no longer being sung, he had stopped crying. The dungeon boss had clearly intentionally sung that verse, controlling the corpse, which still had only a conscious mind, to cause Wei Ning trouble. Wei Ning wrapped one arm around her groom, freeing her other hand. She raised it, and slapped the man in her arms across the face. The head jerked to the side, followed by several more slaps. As she slapped him, Wei Ning's euphoria finally subsided. Her face still held an unusual smile, her eyes still sparkling. She let out a soft breath, and let the corpse rest against her broken shoulder. A very obedient look. I know it's you, Chui Feng, Wei Ning said. A slightly hoarse voice descended from the still body. The distance was too intimate, and Wei Ning leaned forward, whispering, you still won't learn your lesson. You completely pissed me off. Didn't I make my refusal clear enough? Why does it feel so good to be killed by me? That you keep coming after me again and again? As she spoke, Wei Ning lifted the man in her arms, grabbed the red veil, and pulled it down. Rules? They might have helped Wei Ning when she was willing to play along, but for Wei Ning now, with a gaping hole in her emotional wall, they were useless. Unexpectedly, the red veil was ripped off with such ease. A face so pale, it had completely lost its color was revealed. The beautifully shaped lips were tinged with an unhealthy bluish hue, like cracks in white jade, or perhaps a kiss engraved on it. However, Wei Ning paused there for only a moment, his gaze quickly shifting upwards. The touch of her overly thick lashes against his fingertips wasn't pleasant, but instead made her feel strangely irritated. A sudden impulse seized upon Wei Ning. So, he began pressing his fingertips hard, pressing all the way to the corners of her eyes. A patch of red stained her fair skin, and Wei Ning's forehead began to twitch uncontrollably. Wei Ning had to admit, Chui Feng had a very handsome face. At first, Wei Ning simply thought it was nice to kiss someone with such a face, an extra pleasure, wasn't it? Wei Ning didn't believe there was anything wrong with what he was doing. Who could blame her? What could she blame? Being too casual in her relationships, too heartless, too careless, irresponsible, and unfaithful. I do whatever I want, Wei Ning thought, all motivated solely by her own self-interest, her own comfort, her desire to become stronger. Allowing others to hinder your own growth is a profound mistake. Wei Ning blinked, her nose burying in Chui Feng's chest, nuzzling it. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and bit down hard. The smell of blood lingered in her mouth, like a hound sniffing to see if the sheep beneath her feet was playing dead. Ah! She's really faking it. Wei Ning looked away from Chui Feng. Tears welled up on her shoulder again, unlike before. They were burning hot, like the red tip of her ear pressed against her cheek. Wei Ning chuckled softly. Chui Feng, why are you so mean? Is everything I do a reward for you? Including the insults? It seems so. The breathless man sank deeply into Wei Ning's arms, every inch of his exposed skin a glaring red. Suddenly, Wei Ning raised an eyebrow, a faint breath brushing against his neck. Had the dead man come back to life? A tiny opening was forcibly made in his rigid shell, and Cui Feng's eyelashes trembled briefly. He summoned all his strength to utter a single word. Run. But Wei Ning's expression turned cold. She hugged him with one hand, and clenched her fist with the other, mercilessly slamming into Cui Feng's abdomen. You want to wipe out the past, and exchange it for something more. Bright red blood streamed from his pale lips, and Cui Feng said weakly, Cheng Chiwei saw it, and he's angry. He'll join them in the next chase. Run. After uttering the last word, Cui Feng fainted. It was unknown when he would wake up again, forcing himself to break the rules. Wei Ning was concerned with only one thing, the next chase, with all the bosses joining the fray. The ground suddenly flickered red again. The cries were more resentful than ever before, sharp and twisted. Wei Ning's feet gave way, and she nearly sank, along with Cui Feng in her arms, into the soft, rotting ground. Run. Run. Blooming flowers. The cries behind Wei Ning became clearer than ever before, and she sang softly. Lanterns and torches spread out in both directions, while someone's sedan chair burst through the door. Wei Ning gritted her teeth and ran forward. She could clearly hear the singing, masking the sound of footsteps. It was Bright Moon's skirt, Snowdriving Drum, and the other bosses. The red light began to flicker rapidly. As if to warn Wei Ning, you're very close to them. Don't let them catch you. How close, exactly, I can't tell you. After all, don't look back. The wedding song hasn't stopped yet. Mother, father, where is the flower's hometown? Will you take me home? The last part was very soft, but Wei Ning heard every word because she was leaning against Wei Ning's shoulder, singing softly. Don't get caught by the boss. Ha ha ha. You haven't even escaped Ping'an Town yet, just this little bit. When Xinqiu laughed loudly behind him. Die here. This is your fate, Xia Weizhen. It's your fate, Wei Ning too. What did she call him? She called out Wei Ning's real name. Chapter 105. Wei Ning had no time to think. Even if Wei Ning had paused for a moment at those two words, her vision went dark, and she was nearly caught by the dungeon boss chasing her. She did it on purpose. When Xinqiu's eyes flashed with joy. Ignoring the disapproving looks from those around her, she suddenly sped up, extending her long fingertips to touch Wei Ning. She could clearly see that Wei Ning's strength was gradually failing due to the enormous corpse. Wei Ning felt a pain at the back of her head, and the next second, the nerves in her spine twitched violently. Something wormed its way into her collar. It was Wen Xinqiu's iron worm. There was no way to escape at this rate. Wei Ning was not stupid. Who would want to race against these bosses in superb condition, and with unlimited stamina? Luckily, the chase map was Ping'an Town, a town whose roads were shattered by stilt houses. After turning another corner, Wei Ning found the perfect moment and scurried into a stilt house. The moment she crossed the threshold, she held her breath, quietly closed the door, and crouched on the ground. The dangerous red light continued to flicker. It shone through the cracks between the wooden boards onto Wei Ning's face. The sobbing continued in her ears. Wei Ning leaned against the door and closed her eyes. Her heart was pounding. She was growing weaker and weaker. Her current physical function was less than 1/10 of her usual level. Finally, their wish came true. Step by step, with its tight logic and lack of room for error, it stripped Wei Ning of all her confidence. Her skills, her stamina, her fighting skills, and finally her usually calm mind. Completing one side quest after another was truly exhausting. Consuming all the food in town was the first step. When Xinqiu's shouting of Wei Ning's name was actually part of that person's plan, and she didn't stop him, did she? She's gone missing. When Xinqiu's voice echoed outside the door, angry and resentful. With so many buildings, how am I supposed to know where she's hiding? Search them one by one, and we'll eventually find her. Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered, and she hugged the body tightly to prevent it from sliding down and making a sound. You're too anxious. A voice Wei Ning knew all too well. It was Cheng Chiwei. He lowered his head, his gaze fixed on the flickering red light on the ground. For some reason, Cheng Chiwei felt strangely familiar, a familiarity that made his head ache. Bloody images flashed through his mind. You're not anxious. If she gets out of here alive, neither you nor I will have an easy life. When Xinqiu couldn't stand Cheng Chiwei's nonchalant demeanor. It seemed she was the only one anxious for him. After rolling her eyes unabashedly, when Xinqiu looked at the silent figure beside her, her tone filled with unprecedented respect. Look, what should we do now? When Xinqiu's response was a faint sigh. Distorted, sharp, and low, it felt like a cry for help from beneath layers of masks. Wei Ning's eyes snapped open. It was the same voice she heard at the bonfire party. It completely shattered her prideful rationality, and for the first time, she began to doubt her own reasoning. She refused to think further, just as she refused to acknowledge the voice's true owner. You shouldn't have called out her name. When Xinqiu's face darkened at the words, and every hair on her body stood on end. A sticky chill curled up her back, twisting around her neck and tightening. The intense fear weighed on her, making it impossible for her to raise her head. If you do that, the fun of the game will be gone. She's a very smart child. She'll learn things quickly. The voice paused, as if considering how to handle the situation. Forget it, the best opportunity has been missed. The moment the voice fell, a dead silence reigned, with only the flickering red light. The powerful aura before her vanished, but even so, it took Xinqiu a moment to recover from the enveloping fear. She curled her lips, and said to Cheng Qiwei, "Don't disturb her crying." She left. The red light vanished with it. The chase paused, allowing Wei Ning to catch her breath. At that moment, her mind was in a tizzy, her eyes fixed blankly on one spot, her lips moving unconsciously. From the shifting lip shapes, one could discern the two words she repeated, whispering over and over again. Mom. It was Mom. Why was it Mom? Wei Ning had no answer. Wei Songwu's voice wasn't as sharp and distorted as the one outside, but Wei Ning knew it was her mother, no matter the emphasis, punctuation, or breath duration. No one could tell Wei Ning why, at least not right now. With her, was only a lifeless corpse. Her arms felt cold. Every second her skin touched the corpse felt like the skin had been peeled away, leaving her body empty and cold. Wow, I'm so scared, Mom. Please don't do this to me. I'll be good, even better. Wei Ning's eyes fluttered, her neck stiffening as she looked towards the source of the voice. It was the song of a crying bride. Not knowing her name, Wei Ning could only call her that. The red light didn't appear, the chase didn't begin, and Wei Ning was barely safe. His brain, aching from overthinking, Wei Ning staggered to her feet and walked towards the source of the sound. Find her. The woman who kept crying. Only by finding her could Wei Ning escape the dungeon, return to the wasteland, and be with her mother. Wei Ning's steps grew increasingly unsteady, reaching a point of urgency, their strides growing larger and larger. Wow, I'm so scared, Mom. I don't want to marry him. I don't want to leave home. Mom, I hate you. Where is she? She searched the closet, but she wasn't there. Where is he? Turning over the table, nothing. Lifting the bed, nothing. Where exactly is he? Woo! Help! Help! Someone save me! Wei Ning's brows furrowed, her stomach aching with anxiety. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Tell me where you are. I can save you. You won't marry him." The sobbing stopped, subsiding into a deep sob. Really? Sister, will you save me? Really, I will save you, Wei Ning said. Then, sister, can you please put the man down? Wei Ning didn't respond. Her face was icy and cold, the damp air around her seeming to freeze solid. For a moment, the small, dilapidated stilled house felt eerily suffocating. Don't let the body fall to the ground. Sister, you're lying to me too, aren't you? Heh. Wei Ning pursed her lips. I'm a man of my word. I'll put this body down. Just wait a little. Hee, okay, sister. I'll wait. The crying stopped, and Wei Ning was enveloped in silence and darkness. She looked down at her waist and abdomen, where something like a vine was tightly wrapped around her, squeezing her skin and flesh until it turned purple. Cui Feng's arms and legs were tied together by Wei Ning, securely and firmly bound to her body. This prevented Wei Ning from rummaging. Prevented them from falling to the ground. At least they could fall somewhere else. Wei Ning could find loopholes in the rules. She was used to it. A 3-meter-long body, no matter where it lay, would have some contact with the ground. Wei Ning looked around, her fingertips flicking as she came up with an idea, though it would require some sacrifice. Wei Ning decided to eat Cui Feng. Eat him alive. After all, Ku Jiaoge had said he would wait for her. Sucking down food twice her size wasn't easy, and having to be careful not to drop any scraps on the ground was incredible. Even Wei Ning herself couldn't believe it. She felt uncertain and anxious, until her swollen stomach bulged out from between her ribs, slightly tearing her skin. Only then did the weight of her heart finally settle. She did it. Wei Ning gasped, her brain as chaotic as her breathing. Even so, Wei Ning could still feel the gaze staring at her from the darkness, frozen in place. She was completely bewildered. Huh? Wei Ning wanted to laugh out loud. Her lips almost stretched, but the expression that ultimately appeared on her face had nothing to do with joy. Instead, it was one of utterly cold resentment, tinged with murderous intent deep within her bones. Because Wei Ning knew perfectly well that this was simply not something a human could do, at least not before she entered the crying bride and driving the corpse side quest. And this only proved one thing: Wei Ning was tainted, and to a significant degree. In an extremely vulnerable state, pathogens often invade and multiply more rapidly. This was a completely unsolvable situation. If Wei Ning didn't eat Chui Feng, she would die. If she ate Chui Feng, she wouldn't be far from death. Calming her breathing, Wei Ning took slow steps, edging deeper into the darkness. I already lowered the body. He never touched the ground from head to toe. Can you tell me where you are now? A moment later, Wei Ning heard a voice. She had already reached the stairs to the second floor. Sister, I'm in the room on the second floor. You'll see me when you come in. Will you really save me? Will you take me home? Wei Ning stepped up the creaking wooden steps one by one. Of course. Not just you, but my groom too. I'll take you all home. Wei Ning's lips curled. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't you want me to save you? I know. Stop talking nonsense. Come quickly. There were many rooms on the second floor. Wei Ning entered each one, finally arriving at a locked room. This room was the only one locked. Wei Ning stared down at the layers of chains on the door. Even with the rust, they remained unbreakable. Suddenly, Wei Ning remembered that there was a similar locked room on the second floor of the guest house where she was staying. Could the two be connected? Now was no time to ponder. Wei Ning stepped back, suddenly accelerating, using the momentum to throw herself against the door. The chain loosened slightly. A good sign. The loud banging continued for a long time. Finally, Wei Ning stumbled to the ground, and she broke the chain open. Wow, sister, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. Come on. Take me home. I'll take you home right now, Wei Ning said, standing up. The moment she looked up and saw the person in front of her, her breath stopped. She saw a face that looked exactly like hers, smiling at her. Sister? Chapter 106. Sister, you're true to your word. You came to save me. The face, so identical to hers, smiled with such joy that Wei Ning had never seen it smile like that before. It was an eyesore. In just a minute of staring at it, the urge to slam that face to the ground surged and surged several times. Wei Ning walked expressionlessly towards the girl sitting in front of her, knees hugged. Yes, I'm here to save you. Seeing Wei Ning's composure, the girl pursed her lips slightly, clearly unhappy. The girl, not wanting to hold her breath, dropped her smile, her face completely cold. Don't you have anything to ask? What? Wei Ning lowered her eyes to meet hers, her languid mind distracted. She thought, so this is what she looked like from other people's perspectives. Her eyes, stark black and white, cold and icy, were a bit scary. It seemed as if he could pull out a knife and stab her through at any moment when her back was turned. Answer me. Don't be distracted. The girl was truly furious, shouting at Wei Ning with a questioning intensity. Wei Ning blinked, her anxiety about finding someone diminishing. She uttered an exclamation and said, perfunctorily, why do you have a face exactly like mine? I'm so scared. Wei Ning, you. The girl stood up, furious, staring at Wei Ning's face. After staring for a while, her anger suddenly subsided. You known who I am for a long time, haven't you? Since when? Ignoring Wei Ning, the girl continued, bonfire party? No, not then. Hide and seek? Grandma didn't say it. When exactly was it? She stared at Wei Ning with a fiery gaze. Not as soon as you think, Wei Ning said coldly. From the moment I learned your name, I knew you had the same face as mine. You wanted to hear that, didn't you? Wei Ning emphasized the last word. The girl was testing Wei Ning. Yes. A deliberately obscured face, a name too similar, could easily plant seeds in the heart of a sensitive and cautious person that would eventually sprout. When the assumption became reality, enveloped by the towering shadow of the giant tree, the uncontrollable panic was like a tsunami, quickly crushing anyone. Not only that, but those closest to her concealed their existence, and were in cahoots with the dungeon bosses intent on Wei Ning's death. It's even possible that the suffering Wei Ning endured was caused by her tacit approval and instruction, including that of the girl, who looked exactly like her. So, at this moment, Wei Ning should have appeared before the girl, weeping and devastated, as if she had lost everything. That's what they wanted to see. Wei Ning looked up, seeing her own face reflected in familiar eyes. She took a step closer to the girl and said gravely, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Surprisingly, the girl didn't step back, though she was startled by Wei Ning's advance. She seemed determined to answer the question, repeating, "When exactly was it? You completely confirmed my identity. Can you tell me my name?" The girl seemed to be hinting at something. "Thank you, Wei Ning said firmly. Wei Ning's skill, back mirror, failed. There was only one shadow, and Wei Ning couldn't summon a second one. Because Wei Ning's shadow had already been active independently the moment they entered the peaceful town dungeon. And the first person Wei Ning saw was Xia Weijia, wearing a baseball cap. Xia Weijia was Wei Ning's shadow. It was only natural that they looked the same. As for the shadow's limited existence of 2 hours, thinking back carefully, Wei Ning and Xia Weijia had never appeared together for more than 2 hours. Wei Ning was always busy completing side quests. But Wei Ning stared at Xia Weijia. Her personality was unlike her own. It was as if someone else was speaking in Wei Ning's guise. Sensing Wei Ning's gaze, Xia Weijia suddenly fell silent. His eyes were emotionless, yet his demeanor suddenly became 70% similar to Wei Ning's. As if looking in a mirror, the two figures stood facing each other. "You guessed wrong," Xia Weijia said. Wei Ning frowned and paused. "I didn't. You're Xia Weijia. We are the last legend in this town, a pair of twin sisters." Wei Ning recounted the legend, leaving out no detail. In this town, a girl was getting married. It should have been a happy occasion. But who made her marry a dead man? It was a ghost marriage. The girl didn't want to get married. She cried, made a scene, and even hit herself, resisting with all her might. The girl was filled with hatred. She hated her parents for selling her for money. But they still caught her. The bright red wedding dress draped over her, and she couldn't move. She lost her limbs. The light veil covered her head, and she couldn't see. She lost her eyes. The beautiful wedding song began, and she couldn't hear. She lost her ears. The rickety sedan chair carried a dead person. Xia Weijia interrupted Wei Ning. "Is that all you know?" The sudden questioning didn't bother Wei Ning. She remained calm. Xia Weijia, however, was startled by Wei Ning's sudden rise in voice. On her way to her wedding, the girl wondered if her twin sister had still been alive, so she wouldn't have to be sold. The girl didn't know much about her twin sister. She only heard a few words from her parents. They said they had 2 daughters, didn't want to raise both, and had to drown one. Just as the girl was lost in her wild imagination, the sedan chair suddenly stopped. Lifting the curtain to look, the girl saw only one person squatting in front of her sedan chair. She asked, "Where are the others?" "Who are you?" The person whose face she couldn't see. He only answered the girl's one question. "The one who took you home." She was clearly terrified, but for some reason, she chose to believe the man's words. She was carried for a long time, so long that the wounds from the beatings no longer hurt, so long that she felt sleepy and wanted to sleep. Before closing her eyes, the girl asked, "Who are you? Are you trying to take me away from my marriage?" "Sister, I'll take you home," the girl heard. She suddenly wanted to open her eyes and see the man, but she was too tired. The dark, small room was filled with suffocating silence. Xia Weijia's whole body was cold. It's amazing that you can piece together a complete story with just 2 lines of lyrics. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden main quest. The Town Atlas, unlocking all the legends within Pingan Town. Congratulations on completing the main quest. Experience all the activities in Peaceful Town and survive to the end. You reached 95% completion. Please keep up the good work. There's only one side quest left. Wei Ning needs to send Xia Weijia back home to escape the dungeon. Wei Ning can go home too. Wei Ning stared at Xia Weijia silently, then turned, squatted at her feet, and said, "Come on. I'll carry you. Why should I listen to you?" Xia Weijia sneered, his gaze fixed on Wei Ning's wounded back. "Can you carry me? Don't let me fall to my death." "No." Wei Ning replied with just 3 words, her tone firm. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" "After all, I'm the dungeon boss," Xia Weijia said, her tone particularly fierce. As she spoke, she extended her finger and poked Wei Ning's back with all her might. "You'll definitely die before me," Wei Ning said. Wei Ning was met with a dead silence. After a long moment, she felt a sudden weight on her back, 2 arms wrapped around her neck, nearly strangling her. Wei Ning struggled to her feet, the stilt house creaking even louder under the added weight. The staircase, in particular, was deserted. She could hear the cracking of wooden planks, as if they would snap in 2 at any moment. The stilt house was deserted. Wei Ning didn't see Wen Xinqiu and the others, and she wouldn't see them. They were gone, and so was her mother. But they would meet again soon. In the next instance. Including Xia Weijia. "What did you say?" Xia Weijia, not having heard Wei Ning's words, grew irritated. Hey, tell me, or you can't even carry me. Wei Ning walked steadily, carrying someone on her back, away from the center of Ping'an town. I say, why do you keep calling me sister? Since entering the game, there always seemed to be someone calling Wei Ning's sister. Li Dongshui, who ascended to heaven in the blink of an eye, Qin San from Zodiac No. 1 Middle School, Xia Weijia from Ping'an town. Will anyone still call Wei Ning's sister in the next dungeon? Xia Weijia snorted coldly. You're asking even though you know the answer. Wei Ning forced a smile, but didn't argue or say anything. Xia Weijia didn't say anything either. A sudden stalemate erupted between the two of them, as if whoever spoke first would be the one to concede defeat. Because of this, Xia Weijia didn't ask Wei Ning where she was taking her. Xia Weijia buried her chin in the crook of Wei Ning's neck, wanting to see her eyes, to know what she was thinking. What was Wei Ning thinking? She was thinking about how to kill Xia Weijia on her back. Wei Ning remembered the details of the side quest clearly. As a corpse driver, you complete the quest by returning the zombie on your back to its homeland. Wei Ning knew the location of Xia Weijia's hometown. But the prerequisite for completing the side quest was that Wei Ning was carrying a corpse. Xia Weijia was in perfect health, completely unconcerned with corpses, and even had enough energy to engage in a quarrel with Wei Ning. Wei Ning was weak, barely suppressing a deep sense of exhaustion. She had to strike a fatal blow when the other party was least paying attention. So, in the silent confrontation, Wei Ning spoke first. Are they all dead? Xia Weijia was stunned. Who are they? Tourists. Did you kill all the tourists? Wei Ning explained kindly. They deserve to die, Xia Weijia said. You deserve to die too. Why? Wei Ning asked. Because they made a mistake, they forgot us. There's no trace of us in their memories anymore. Forgetting this will never be forgiven. Wei Ning, you've forgotten the most, and you deserve to die the most. Chapter 107. Wei Ning paused, as if forced to pause, and the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Xia Weijia's angry breath was stuck in her throat, unsteady and uncomfortable. She suddenly felt as if someone was strangling her from behind. The hairs on her back stood on end. The animal instinct of dying made Xia Weijia afraid to rush the silent Wei Ning. She was afraid. But she was clearly the dungeon boss on Wei Ning's back. Now, crushing Wei Ning would be as easy as crushing an ant. Yet Xia Weijia was still afraid. Physiological fear took over her mind. For a moment, her mind went blank, and she subconsciously huddled against Wei Ning's neck. Rattling breathing came from behind her, and the tip of Wei Ning's ear felt unusually cold. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. She took a step forward, walked a distance away, and then asked, what happened? Why aren't you going on? Xia Weijia still buried his head in Wei Ning's neck, not daring to look back. Unwilling to risk it, she whispered, I feel like someone's watching me from behind. Us. She emphasized the last two words, hoping Wei Ning would be alert. Wei Ning said slowly, after all, you're all in this together. What are you afraid of? Xia Weijia pursed her lips at that. Wei Ning knew who was following them. That little lunatic. Xia Weijia had always been afraid of that little lunatic. Cheng Qiwei always looked at people with a cold, icy look. Xia Weijia and Wen Xinqiu deliberately frightened outsiders in the town, and Cheng Qiwei would always hide in a corner, watching them, silent. The mission accomplished, he would follow Xia Weijia and Wen Xinqiu back to see her, still silent. Only when they met the man who looked like him would they exchange a few words, though they weren't pleasant ones. Damn it, how long would Cheng Qiwei keep following them? Didn't Wen Xinqiu tell him not to disturb her? She was the boss of the crying married living corpse side quest. Xia Weijia gritted his teeth, calmed down after a moment, and asked Wei Ning, sister, are we there yet? The moment she finished speaking, Wei Ning raised her eyelids. We're here. You're taking me away from Ping'an town? Xia Weijia gazed into the distance. It was pitch black, as if shrouded in a thick black fog, with no end in sight. They stood at the very edge of Ping'an town. Just a few dozen steps would take them completely out of here, out from under the long, lofty shadows of the stilt houses. Wei Ning replied with something completely unrelated to Xia Weijia's question. As they walked, she said, you know the content of the quest. It was a statement. Wei Ning had discovered this long ago, and speaking now wasn't meant to challenge Xia Weijia. Wei Ning's pupils flickered beneath her long lashes as she continued. Did you issue the side quests? Their bodies, previously separated by two thin layers of clothing, moved further apart. Wei Ning could feel Xia Weijia's muscles tense on her back. The girl's voice dropped from overhead. What makes you think I'll just tell you? Xia Weijia didn't intend to pretend she didn't understand. With the facts starkly before her, there was no point in playing Tai Chi. Wei Ning was a player, that was undeniable. However, Xiao Weijia and the others' identities were more than just game dungeon bosses. It was they themselves who completely ripped away this ridiculous veil, solidifying Wei Ning's reasoning and proving her correct. Despite receiving no response, Wei Ning remained undeterred. You knew we'd be here. Did it tell you? This it clearly referred to the system. Xiao Weijia struggled to get off Wei Ning's back, but Wei Ning found strength from nowhere. Her arms bound her thighs tightly, as solid as a branding iron fresh from a furnace. Xiao Weijia thrashed for a long time, but refused to budge. Wei Ning wouldn't let Xiao Weijia get off. She wanted to complete a side quest. Xiao Weijia's hometown was outside Ping'an town. Wei Ning didn't know where exactly, but it wasn't in the town, nor in the dungeon. Struggling, Xiao Weijia suddenly stopped moving, staring at the thick black fog outside the town. Under the influence of relative stillness, it seemed as if the outside world was actively approaching her. I'm your shadow. You want to take me out? Aren't you afraid I'll replace you? Xiao Weijia wrapped his arms around Wei Ning's neck. After all, I have everything you have, including all your skills. You don't have them now. You're too weak. I will be the real Wei Ning. As if to prove her innocence, an invisible force crushed Wei Ning from behind, like a millstone against a donkey. With unstoppable force, Wei Ning stumbled towards the black fog surging outside the town. It was Wei Ning's latest skill, gravity pressure. Xiao Weijia could use it, even more skillfully than Wei Ning, precisely controlling it to prevent Wei Ning from falling. She knew that even if Wei Ning fell, she wouldn't let go. Most likely, she had become Wei Ning's cushion. A shadow always knew what she was thinking. Two figures separated from his feet, looking remarkably like the lush roots of a mighty tree. Unbreakable, indestructible. Use the skill rapid leap. Use the skill time loss. Wei Ning and Xiao Weijia rushed fiercely toward the black fog, just 2 steps away from completely leaving Ping'an town. The two identical eyes narrowed slightly, revealing completely different emotions. Xiao Weijia's eyes held a vengeful madness, a joy and anticipation of what was about to happen. Wei Ning's, on the other hand, was completely calm. A closer look revealed a hint of contented leisure, as if the person being ridden by Xiao Weijia, like a mount, wasn't her. It was indeed different. The mount had to come out on its own, while Wei Ning relied entirely on Xiao Weijia's skills, and the side effects didn't affect her. Her weakened and near-death body felt a sense of unprecedented ease. I'll just treat it as an elevator, Wei Ning thought. As the distance drew ever closer, the surging black fog gradually became clearer. The boundless mist coalesced into clumps, their wriggling forms resembling humanoids. Xiao Weijia's eyes darkened at this. He activated the skill Deconstruct Gun. He activated the skill Blazing Flame. He activated the skill Time Loss. The flame-wrapped bullet was launched at breakneck speed into the densely packed black fog, where figures formed. Immediately afterwards, the sound of flesh ripping in pain was heard. Wei Ning didn't even raise her eyelids, simply running forward. Her cold reaction was glaring to someone. Xiao Weijia snorted, I was wondering, why are you asking me so many questions? So you're stalling for time, so your good teammate can finish me off before I can react. As he spoke, Xiao Weijia tapped Wei Ning on the head with the butt of his gun. How did they tell me from you? Wei Ning, Wei Ning closed her eyes. They couldn't tell me apart, and you fired first. Xiao Weijia, Xiao Weijia gripped the gun with both hands, firing bullet after bullet from the scorching muzzle. The black mist that had formed the human figure was once again shattered, but this time, there was no sound of flesh being pierced. A muffled voice rang out from the mist, Wei Ning, we can only keep the connection open for 5 minutes. You must hurry. Though the voice was muffled, it was loud and clear. Wei Ning heard it clearly, as did Xiao Weijia on her back. You knew it all along, Xiao Weijia said coldly. No wonder you asked me if all the passengers were dead, and you're trying to get more information, Xiao Weijia said. How did you do it? Wei Ning didn't deny it. She had indeed been trying to get information out of Xiao Weijia, subtly slipping in what she wanted to know amidst irrelevant topics. And the breakthrough linking the two worlds was ease wishing. Wei Ning had mentioned before that he had disappeared due to the dungeon rules. Since the bonfire party, Wei Ning hadn't seen ease wishing again. But don't forget, Wei Ning's insignificant skill. Mark Shadow. Since the first side quest in Ping'an Town, the time-limited ice and snow, Wei Ning hadn't used Mark Shadow to mark anyone else. Especially after facing Xiao Weijia, she wouldn't check to see if ease wishing was still alive. After all, Xiao Weijia wasn't really Wei Ning. It was obvious she could only replicate the skills Wei Ning had used. Wei Ning's caution clearly paid off. Knowing she'd been tricked, Xiaoweijia lowered her long neck to look into Wei Ning's eyes. This time, without any obstruction, she could see clearly. The cold, sharp eyes gleamed with the same madness as her own. Ha! Xiaoweijia suddenly laughed, her laughter particularly loud and arrogant. Sister, you're a little lunatic too. You can be really ruthless to yourself. Xiaoweijie's laughter was sharp and twisted, reminiscent of what Wei Ning had heard on the rickety bus on her first day in Ping'an Town. It stung her eardrums and made her feel dazed. Wei Ning's vision went dark, and she tripped violently. Warning, the player has left Ping'an Town and entered uncharted territory. Congratulations to the player. They have been sent back home. They have successfully completed 50% of the side quest, crying marrying the zombie. The remaining 50% means they successfully cleared the dungeon and left. Please continue your efforts. Because of Wei Ning's trip, Xiaoweijia was thrown violently, his upper body twisting 275 degrees in the air, his stomach slamming hard against Wei Ning's shoulder. Damn it! Who tripped my mount? Ugh! Leaving Ping'an Town, Wei Ning and Xiaoweijia were enveloped in a thick black fog. All she could hear was Xiaoweijie's heart-wrenching retching. Wei Ning's arm muscles tensed, Xiaoweijie's legs still bound tightly in her arms. The moment Wei Ning had been waiting for finally arrived. In the black fog, Wei Ning's pupils lit up, and she curled her lips. At the same time, she suddenly jumped up, carrying the still retching Xiaoweijia with her, and fell backwards in the air. Bang! Wei Ning pinned Xiaoweijia to the ground with an inhumane force, leaving him no room for resistance. Immediately, Wei Ning lifted his head in a fraction of a second, then slammed back, colliding resoundingly with Xiaoweijie's skull. Paw! A yellow-white mass mixed with red blood suddenly burst forth. Congratulations to player Wei Ning for successfully defeating the Weeping Bride zombie boss, earning 2,000 points and attaining the status of Black Mist Walker. Congratulations to player Wei Ning for completing the Peaceful Town dungeon and immediately exiting it. Wei Ning. The connection is about to close. Come! A sharp, anxious voice rang out from the black fog. Wei Ning tried to tilt his head to see, but his vision suddenly went dark. This was the usual moment of exiting a dungeon. However, this time, Wei Ning seemed to see something unusual and unprecedented in that black space. Chapter 108. This pitch-black space took shape. Wei Ning rubbed the back of her head, which still throbbed, and surveyed her surroundings. The once frozen black glacier began to melt, struggling to wriggle and expand. The steaming water vapor. Like countless long, thin tentacles, Wei Ning watched intently as they connected, inconspicuously approaching her. Wei Ning raised her hand to touch them, but her pupils fluttered beneath her eyelashes. Nothing touched her, and the air felt cold against her fingertips. These tentacles had no substance. They were as ethereal as a vast black cloud, naturally looking down upon everyone, regardless of the needs of the little people on the ground, blocking out any light that would pierce them. Domineering and selfish, they were all overbearing. After waiting for a while, Wei Ning still didn't leave this space, so she decided to take the initiative. System, I need to settle the points for the Ping'an Town dungeon. Wei Ning's voice was steady and loud, without a trace of energy deficiency. The moment she left the dungeon, Wei Ning's ruptured organs and bleeding wounds healed rapidly. Dear player, you have successfully completed all main and side quests in Ping'an Town, earning 8,200 points. The total points total is 12,700. Player Wei Ning has gained the level 1 skill, Back Mirror, granting gravity pressure. Player Wei Ning has gained the level 2 skill, Mind Induction. During conversation, you have a certain chance of making the other person completely obedient to your words. Level 1 skill upgrades cost 5,000 points, while level 2 skill upgrades cost 12,000 points. Wei Ning patiently listened to the mechanical electronic voice announce its completion. After the echo in the black space completely faded, she finally spoke. System, I've been granted the identity of Black Mist Walker. What does this mean? Black Mist Walker. A very interesting identity, one that's hidden from view. Everyone would agree it's a perfect description of an undercover agent. Naturally, Wei Ning thought of the black fog swirling outside Ping'an Town. It seemed endless, boundless, like a sleeping behemoth beyond human imagination, exactly like where Wei Ning stood now. Wei Ning was devoured by this behemoth. Dear player, do you need to upgrade your acquired skills? The system avoided Wei Ning's question. Once again, Wei Ning's expression remained unchanged, her eyes dark, much like the writhing black mist tentacles around her. She curled her knuckles slightly. Upgrade the second level skill, Mind Induction. Upgrading the Mind Induction skill successfully gives you a certain chance of causing the opponent to complete your command. Player Wei Ning's remaining accumulated points were 700. Complete the command. Only 4 words were upgraded. But the scope for maneuver had increased nearly 1,000-fold, and Wei Ning felt slightly satisfied. She had captured a crucial piece of information. Time. Previously, when she used this skill on the boss in the stilt house, Wei Ning could only force her to perform extremely simple, instantaneous movements, and success wasn't guaranteed. How about now? As long as Wei Ning was lucky, the other party would have to complete her orders and missions. Wei Ning always knew how to exploit loopholes. With a reasonable but time-consuming command, she had a truly masterless shadow. Wei Ning suppressed the thoughts in her eyes, and was about to speak. Just before she could twitch her lips, the scene before her eyes suddenly changed. Wei Ning, you're back. A familiar voice rang out. Wei Ning looked over, only to be met with a face shrouded in worry. It was Zhou Zongxuanhe, the leader of the Tooth-Faced Squad, and Wei Ning's immediate superior. Wei Ning nodded, shifting her gaze from him and glancing around the team meeting room. Captain, why are it just you and me? Where are the others? Wei Ning was met with a breathless silence. Zhou Zhongxuan stared at Wei Ning in silence, his complex gaze seemingly burning a hole through him. Only the rush of blood could force him back to his senses. Captain? Wei Ning asked, raising an eyebrow. Zhou Zhongxuan sighed and asked in a deep voice, Wei Ning, how did you get out of this game dungeon? Tell the truth. Wei Ning stared directly at Zhou Zhongxuan. Due to the distance between them, she could easily see something flickering above his head. A tiny red dot, inconspicuous against the dark wall, electronic surveillance. The ones who truly wanted to hear Wei Ning's answer weren't Zhou Zhongxuan, but the military and the entire Federation. Wei Ning had been driven away. She had been forcibly removed from that dark, foggy space. The existence that drove Wei Ning away was a no-brainer. The system, its power growing stronger. The black fog was clearly connected to the system. Wei Ning guessed that this was its body. But Wei Ning didn't understand why the system had kept her there for so long this time. She followed the system's hint and upgraded her mind induction skill. It seemed to be doing just that. Who would believe it? Retracting her peripheral vision from the electronic surveillance, Wei Ning's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Zhongxuan. She quietly and carefully considered how to respond to her captain, using extremely precise words. Captain, my physical condition was one step away from death. After I counterattacked the boss, my vision went black. Only when I saw the light again did I realize I was back. Wei Ning said, her eyes sincere, and no one could find any trace of deception in her. Even the slightest hint of guilt, the slightest movement or expression. Wei Ning was very confident. She hadn't lied. The timeline was clear, and the logic was tight. She had simply omitted some insignificant details. You're the last one back from the dungeon, Zhou Zhongxuan said, looking at Wei Ning. Write a 5,000-word work report and submit it by 8 o'clock tomorrow. After saying that, he actually stood up and was about to leave. Wei Ning sensed something was amiss. Captain, how many words are in Yu Shuangjiu and the others' reports? Zhou Zhongxuan glanced back at her, his eyes gleaming with sympathy. He threw back 2 words and walked away. 1,000. Leaving behind an empty conference room and Wei Ning alone. Wei Ning, Wei Ning, reflecting, realized that Zhou Zhongxuan's earlier complex expression concealed 3 parts of gloating and 1 part of sympathy. They were on the same team, entering the same dungeon. Wei Ning's workload was 5 times theirs. The military brass didn't buy Wei Ning's story. No. As Wei Ning closed the conference room door, her gaze naturally met the electronic surveillance camera. They didn't doubt her answer. The moment the door closed, Wei Ning's arm trembled. The terminal on her wrist said her upcoming schedule. Wei Ning, a member of the Tooth-Facial team, please come to room 703, Building A, Medical Department, in 10 minutes for a physical examination. Wei Ning took only 5 minutes. She had arrived early on purpose and met Yi Zhuixin, who had just come in. His expression changed when he saw Wei Ning. You're back? Yeah, Wei Ning said. How are you feeling? A little dizzy. The rest will have to wait for the physical examination results. Yi Zhuixin suddenly paused and said, you should wear an extra layer. Wei Ning didn't understand Yi Zhuixin's intention. The medical staff waved at her, and she had no choice but to say goodbye. In the examination room, groups of medical staff in white coats surrounded Wei Ning, like starving sheep, their eyes fixed on the last blade of grass, their eyes glowing green. Wei Ning was that last blade of grass. Grass. Wei Ning took a step back, and the medical staff followed closely. The atmosphere became strangely eerie until a woman with an imposing presence emerged. Mo Beixiao looked at Wei Ning intently. You are Wei Ning. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Follow me. Wei Ning followed without hesitation. Wei Ning couldn't show even the slightest bit of disobedience, even though she knew the female doctor was specially assigned to her. Mo Beixiao was the one the medical staff had waved to. She had been watching Wei Ning and Yi Zuixing conversing, and when Wei Ning noticed her, she shoved her into the examination room. Take off your shirt. Wei Ning did as she was told. Immediately, several flashes of silver light appeared. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze fixed on the nameplate on Mo Beixiao's chest. Dr. Mo, how many milliliters of blood do you want? Mo Beixiao didn't even look up, steadily withdrawing the syringe. I won't let you go into shock. Tube after tube of blood was drawn from Wei Ning's body, gradually filling a box. With such a large sample volume, Wei Ning couldn't help but feel particularly puzzled. Reasonably, she asked, Dr. Mo, why are you taking so much blood this time? The more times you enter the dungeon, the greater the changes in your body. Mo Beixiao replied with a single sentence, then took the freshly drawn blood sample for testing, right next to Wei Ning. Wei Ning's lips were pale, and she lay half-conscious in the medical ward prepared for her. As Mo Beixiao had said, she was just a step away from shock. The sound of metal colliding against glass was loud and crisp. Mo Beixiao was busy, and Wei Ning wasn't idle either. She lay in bed, like a piece of tender flesh that had lost its elasticity, letting the nurse close the door. The X-ray scan took time. Wei Ning blinked, her ears quiet, all sounds blocked out. Something that had been hidden deep within her emerged uncontrollably. The physical exam was Wei Ning's only work schedule for the day. What would she do after that? I'm so tired. I want to sleep, Wei Ning thought. She only slept for 5 hours in the dungeon. I'm so tired. Where should I sleep? The dormitory, or home? If I go home, I'll have to face my mother. Wei Ning moved her fingertips. In the 0 decibel environment, her heartbeat shrank into a hard lump in her chest. Her breathing couldn't lie. Her emotions were swirling, and the first thought that came to her mind was that her breathing sounded like waves. It was the winter sea. The waves crashed against the dry black reef beach, carried by a bleak wind. What are you thinking about? Wei Ning came to her senses, and found the door to the medical room open. Mo Beixiao folded his arms and looked at her, his eyes less cold than they had been a few minutes ago. Mo Beixiao raised his chin, motioning for Wei Ning to check the blood test results herself. He asked again, in the medical room, your breathing isn't normal. What are you thinking about? Patients have no privacy with doctors. Wei Ning met Mo Beixiao's eyes, and tilted her head. I'm hungry, and a little cold. Mo Beixiao, Mo Beixiao touched her nose. You know it's normal. After having so much blood drawn, isn't it normal to feel hungry and cold? Yi Zuixing was right. I should have brought an extra layer of clothing. Seeing Mo Beixiao's urging eyes, Wei Ning stood up and looked at the vial of blood on the table. It was the vial Mo Beixiao had deliberately selected. Do you see anything wrong? Mo Beixiao asked. Wei Ning examined it carefully. It's turning black, too black. The blood's darkening rate isn't normal. Shake it. With a flick of her wrist, Wei Ning's pupils, fixed on the test tube, twitched, and the sticky blood rose, splitting the originally dark color in two. It looked like two different forces clashing. An even darker layer of liquid struggled in the light, repeatedly slamming against the glass wall. At the same time, it frantically devoured the normal-colored blood, like a black beast gone mad. There's this black mist-like substance in all your blood samples. Mo Beixiao's voice echoed behind Wei Ning. The moment the last word fell, a hollow ringing sound exploded in Wei Ning's ears. Player Wei Ning triggered the quest. Black Mist Walker. She triggered the quest? Wei Ning's steps were unsteady. In reality, in the wasteland? Chapter 109. Mo Beixiao quickly reached out her hand. Oi, be careful. Wei Ning steadied herself, raised her eyelids, and looked at Mo Beixiao. She handed her the test tube, which was being held by a burning gaze. What is this black mist? A foreign creature? What effect will it have on my body? Wei Ning had many questions. However, after Mo Beixiao carefully sealed the test tube in a low-temperature sealed box, she only answered Wei Ning with 3 words. I don't know. I don't know? I don't know what it is, where it comes from, what effect it has on people, if Wei Ning will die, or when. Everything is unknown. Mo Beixiao's scalp tingled at Wei Ning's cold gaze. Research takes time. The Federation is closely monitoring progress. You won't die. At least the tissues and flesh will remain active. Mo Beixiao thought to herself. Wei Ning put on her clothes, still feeling a bit cold. Mo Beixia had drained so much blood in one go. After meticulously adjusting her collar, she asked Mo Beixia, "Which research institute does Dr. Mo work for? If it's confidential, you don't have to answer me." "It's top secret," Mo Beixia said. "Don't tell anyone you asked me that. You can leave." Wei Ning didn't waste any more words. She nodded goodbye to Mo Beixia, closed the door, and left. As soon as she emerged from the cold medical examination room, Wei Ning felt dizzy and her vision went black. After standing there to recover, she opened her eyes again and saw someone who absolutely shouldn't be in the military headquarters at that moment. Chui Feng. No, it was Cheng Chiwei. The two men's temperaments were completely different, but Wei Ning was able to recognize them at first sight. The 10-year age difference, though non-committal, imbued Chui Feng with a sense of maturity, as well as an uneasiness that 16-year-old Cheng Chiwei lacked. And in Wei Ning's eyes, Cheng Chiwei looked no different from any other child his age, just as awkward. Just as innocent. Wei Ning stared at Cheng Chiwei, licked her wrinkled lips, and went to the vending machine in the hallway to buy a bottle of water. "What's up?" Cheng Chiwei glanced down at the half-drunk bottle of water Wei Ning had gulped down in one gulp. "Why only one?" "Wei Ning, I don't have any money." For a moment, the atmosphere in the hallway became deadly and tense. Wei Ning, however, remained unfazed. She calmly bought more nutritious synthetic bread, the cheapest kind, and devoured it bite by bite. Cheng Chiwei, on the other hand, blushed for some unknown reason and turned his head away at Wei Ning's quizzical gaze. "Are you hungry? I will treat you to dinner." "Sure." Wei Ning agreed without hesitation. She was truly hungry, much hungrier than ever. Perhaps it was the influence of the black fog. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wei Ning looked out the window at the cascading neon lights. Steel behemoths, their eyes blazing, their nostrils emitting a bloody stench, collided with each other, shattered to pieces. In the city built on the apocalyptic wasteland, the cratering chaos was masked by a sparse prosperity, and the order between the two was delicately balanced by the iron fist of the Federation. To maintain this balance, the rulers established systems and divided the classes. The struggles within the classes were always turned a blind eye. This was necessary so that citizens could focus solely on their own lives, layer by layer, and filter out all other information. The federal military would never reveal what the black mist was, Wei Ning thought. She had to take the initiative. After 0.01 seconds, Wei Ning had 3 paths to solve the mystery. First, Li Chao, the vice president's only daughter, a 14-year-old biotechnology genius, the head of the Supreme Research Institute, and Mo Beixia's superior. Wei Ning was certain her blood sample would eventually reach Li Chao, and she was keeping an eye on herself. However, starting with Li Chao was cumbersome. Wei Ning didn't like dealing with children, especially those with bad tempers. Second, a path to a higher position to become the highest commander in the military. The most difficult and safest path. Mo Beixia told her that the Black Mist was even more confidential than secrets, a top secret accessible only to the top brass of each department. As a member of the two-surface team, Wei Ning's clearance was insufficient. Third, the system. The most direct path. It clearly told Wei Ning that if he obeyed, he would get the answer he wanted. Wei Ning silently said, "System, check the details of the Black Mist Walker mission." Black Mist Walker mission description. You have discovered something new in your blood, a proof of your identity. Please find your companions and build your own faction. Please note that this mission is long-term. During the mission, players must not be discovered by those outside their group, otherwise the mission will be considered a failure. This meant that Wei Ning was going to build his own army under the Federation's watchful eyes. How bold! Wei Ning became increasingly curious about what the system was up to. Was it trying to overthrow the current ruling government of the wasteland? It wanted Wei Ning to volunteer to be its sharpest blade. It demands Wei Ning's surrender. The car entered the tunnel, leaving the red-eyed steel behemoth behind. Wei Ning's vision darkened, and her heartbeat intensified. Wei Ning's pupils suddenly shrank, and she instinctively clutched her chest. Her chest skipped a beat beneath her fingertips, and she blurted out, "Stop!" The moment the words fell, the sound of tires scraping against the ground was so sharp, it made her teeth ache. Cheng Chiwei looked at Wei Ning. "What happened? Your breathing is so irregular." He didn't wait for a response. Wei Ning flung open the car door, activated the flashlight on her wrist, and paced back and forth in the tunnel, carefully searching for something. It was late. There were not many people in the tunnel. Cheng Chiwei accompanied Wei Ning in their search. The drivers slamming on the brakes, opening their windows, and cursing loudly were startled by them. But the two men being cursed showed no reaction, a whirlwind of blows hitting the cotton. The driver angrily dialed the patrol car number and stepped on the accelerator again. Two people with brains fuming stopped and walked in the tunnel. Sir, please remain calm. Based on your observation, do these two people show any signs of mental illness? Hurry and take them back. The driver, unable to calm down, shouted to the other end of the terminal. These two were definitely mentally ill. In fact, his suspicion was correct. Wei Ning and Cheng Chiwei were both patients. One with psychological problems, the other a true mental patient. They both had the same attending physician, Song Yusui. Wei Ning found it. Cheng Chiwei made way, revealing the body in the corner of the tunnel to Wei Ning. The body was a male, aged between 20 and 40, short and thin, huddled in a ball. There were no external injuries, and his expression was distorted and hideous. The body temperature was slightly low, but not freezing. Prying open his eyelids, his pupils were dilated. It could be judged that the person had died recently. Congratulations to player Wei Ning for discovering the body of a dead Black Miss Walker. Wei Ning frowned slightly. He died at the moment her heart began to tremble. No, it should be said that Wei Ning could sense his death within a certain range. This person looks familiar, Cheng Chiwei suddenly said. Wei Ning looked at him. Who is he? One of Chui Feng's clients. Cheng Chiwei met Wei Ning's eyes. If you need it right now, I can have the AI call it up. Wei Ning didn't answer immediately. She thought for a moment. What's the name of your company's AI? Cheng Chiwei understood Wei Ning's implication. It's on par with military AI, but the possibility of being hacked isn't ruled out. After all, the Federation has a monopoly on the best resources. After a pause, Cheng Chiwei added, he doesn't have a name. Wei Ning didn't hear clearly, when a burst of rapid sirens suddenly exploded in the tunnel, followed by alternating red and blue lights that enveloped the small space. In the blink of an eye, Wei Ning and Cheng Chiwei were surrounded by police cars, accompanied by a roaring ambulance. Hello, we received a report of illegal parking in the tunnel. A capable female police officer approached Wei Ning and Cheng Chiwei, displaying her credentials and urging them to cooperate. Do you have a history of mental illness? The female officer asked. Cheng Chiwei, Wei Ning, The body was hidden behind Wei Ning and the other man. Seeing the policewoman's face darken, Wei Ning stepped back, revealing the body in the corner of the tunnel. The policewoman's face darkened completely. With a wave of her hand, she had them carried to the ambulance. She looked at Wei Ning and the other man. Please come with us. Wei Ning and Cheng Chiwei were ushered into the police car. Cheng Chiwei didn't care about the car being towed away. It was Chui Feng's anyway. He smiled softly and said to Wei Ning, looks like I can't treat you to dinner. It's okay. Wei Ning, lost in her own thoughts, agreed casually. She knew what to do next. Wei Ning decided to attack 3 different directions simultaneously. The bodies encountered tonight, as well as the number of police officers who responded, gave Wei Ning a bad feeling. She felt like the audience hearing the background music of a horror movie, anxiously waiting for the ghost to suddenly appear. How did you find the body? The policewoman looked up at Wei Ning and spoke again. The electronic surveillance shows you searching the tunnel like headless flies, with no direction. The body was hidden in a blind spot, and there was no stench. So how did you find it? Intuition, Wei Ning said. Wei Ning was calm. She wasn't lying. It was indeed intuition, nothing more than intuition. The policewoman frowned slightly, unsure if she believed Wei Ning's story. She simply asked, name? Wei Ning. As Wei Ning finished speaking, the policewoman's expression changed noticeably. Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered, her gaze locked. Do you know me? The policewoman's reaction was dramatic. The interrogation room door flung open. The patrolman's suspicious gaze darted over Wei Ning. He tried to speak, but the policewoman stopped him with a gesture. You know me. This time, the tone was affirmative. Like Wei Ning, Cheng Chiwei stared at the policewoman, but the coldness in his eyes deepened. I saw you a month ago, the policewoman said gravely. Because of you, I got a promotion and a raise. Wei Ning, ? Wei Ning blinked. What do you mean? Could you be more specific? Chapter 110. Meeting Wei Ning's scorching gaze, the policewoman froze for a moment before chuckling softly, my name is Zhou Tanxue. Wei Ning nodded, waiting for her to continue, her expression serious. Zhou Tanxue had a hunch that every word she said next would be forever etched in her mind, fading away until her body decayed. A month ago, a strange creature appeared on the outskirts of the city, and the area was cordoned off. At that time, I was a cleaner, the only one of that group to survive. Wei Ning frowned. When the Two-Face Squad was established at the military headquarters, Chu Hasue, chief secretary of the federal military minister, had mentioned that some of the cleaners assigned to the codename Mask missions had been contaminated, and not just one. As for the subsequent status of the contaminated individuals, Chu Hasue simply stated that the contamination was under control. And now, Zhou Tanxue said, everyone except her was dead. The cleaning crew's job is tedious and exhausting, repetitively searching for bits of blood and flesh from alien creatures. We were busy for 3 whole days before we passed quality inspection and could report back to military headquarters, Zhou Tanxue said. Her face was lost in memories, having completely forgotten the existence of Wei Ning and Cheng Qiwei. She didn't breathe, like someone who had lived alone on a deserted island for a long time, driven by loneliness and panic, finally meeting a kindred spirit. After submitting my paperwork report, I came out of the office and ran into you in the hallway. You were walking out with a sullen expression. My boss told me you killed that alien creature. After each mission, the cleaning crew gets a few days off. After that, I was the only one working. When I asked my boss, she told me, Zhou Tanxue, you are now the chief of police in District 13. Zhou Tanxue suddenly leaned closer to Wei Ning, her pupils flashing an eerie light as they locked onto her. At that moment, Zhou Tanxue, Wei Ning, and Cheng Qiwei were the only 3 people in the interrogation room. The other officers had silently withdrawn. Zhou Tanxue held the highest position among the patrol officers. She was the chief of police for this area. Wei Ning, can you answer a question for me? Zhou Tanxue asked, her eyes capturing every shift in Wei Ning's facial expression. Wei Ning naturally met her gaze, a perfect balance of confusion and vigilance in her eyes. What's the question? In the small, dimly lit room, Zhou Tanxue lowered her voice. Are my colleagues truly dead? Dead silence. A seemingly endless silence. Zhou Tanxue didn't press her. She simply stared at Wei Ning, as if to unleash the question she had been holding back for so long. If she kept it hidden any longer, the last person in the world who remembered them would vanish. Wei Ning raised her eyelids and fixed her gaze on Zhou Tanxue. I don't know. Zhou Tanxue narrowed her eyes slightly at this answer. Just as she was about to speak, there was a sudden knock on the interrogation room door. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent, relentless knocks were almost suffocating. Zhou Tanxue sat back in her chair, her back straight. Come in. Captain Zhou, someone's looking for you. They want to see you now. The officer stood outside the door, his face anxious. He turned his back to the person behind him, and silently pulled the corner of his mouth. He was a high-ranking official, a very high-ranking one. Under his urgent gaze, Zhou Tanxue stood up and left, leaving Wei Ning and Cheng Qiwei sitting in the interrogation room. The door wasn't closed. Even so, the sound couldn't reach here. Wei Ning sat leisurely on the cold chair, her fingertips tapping rhythmically, seemingly with no intention of leaving. A quiet environment is conducive to contemplation. Cheng Qiwei remained silent, his long eyelashes lowered as he stared at Wei Ning, his gaze fixed on the way her fingertips sped up, and then suddenly slowed. She always managed to solve every problem, Cheng Qiwei thought. Wei Ning possessed a natural, quiet ferocity. Even a beast, faced with its prey twitching wildly beneath its feet, would calmly increase its force. Then, it turned and walked away, leaving behind a lifeless corpse. For beasts at the top of the food chain, hunting is often just a pastime. They enjoy the process, not the outcome. Cheng Qiwei believed that in Wei Ning's eyes, he was the rabbit being chased until it suffered a cardiac arrest. Wei Ning didn't care much for him. Cheng Qiwei was very self-aware. Wei Ning wouldn't like him, absolutely not. But she would allow him and Cui Feng to be around, as a distraction, a way to relieve stress and desire. Wei Ning had never concealed the fact that she truly held a grudge. Those who had hurt her would eventually be killed, one by one. The tapping of her fingertips ceased. Satisfied with her deduction, Wei Ning finally shifted her focus to look at Cheng Qiwei. Cheng Qiwei lowered his head, his shoulder pressed close to Wei Ning. The dim light cast shadows under his long lashes. Zhou Tanxue wants to drag you and me into this together. To be precise, it's revenge on you. Wei Ning nodded, indicating that she understood. Cheng Qiwei's lips curled up, but his body remained in the same position and angle, his collar hanging open under the pull of gravity. Wei Ning calmly lowered her gaze, from her collarbone to the ripples of tense muscles, and raised an eyebrow. Heh. Cheng Qiwei's face darkened, and he asked through gritted teeth, What are you laughing at? Nothing. Wei Ning raised her eyes, but her gaze passed through Cheng Qiwei and landed on the person standing outside the interrogation room. It was someone she knew. You two can come out now. Pei Qingzhe, dressed in a uniform, clearly rushed over in a hurry, staring coldly at Wei Ning and the others. Throughout the process of escorting the men from the interrogation room, Pei Qingzhe remained silent. Only when they stood outside the police station did he speak again. Mr. Cui, please come to the military headquarters. His tone was stern and unyielding. It was a notice, not a negotiation. At Pei Qingzhe's signal, Zheng Qiwei got into the car. With a roar, he was taken back to the military headquarters. The moment the man completely disappeared from view, a sudden gunshot rang out from behind Wei Ning. Bang! Wei Ning turned to look. The sound from the tightly closed door was muffled, like the hoarse roar of a dying man. Bang, bang, bang! The gunfire ceased, and the night fell silent. A man emerged from the police station, saluted Pei Qingzhe, and got into his car. She sat in the driver's seat, observing Pei Qingzhe and Wei Ning through the rearview mirror. Only when Pei Qingzhe glanced at her did she turn and step on the accelerator. Zhou Tanxue is dead, Pei Qingzhe said. Wei Ning nodded. Not just Zhou Tanxue. The entire police station was dead. In fact, their deaths were inevitable. They had been doomed since the body appeared in District 13. What did Zhou Tanxue ask you? Pei Qingzhe asked gravely, not looking at Wei Ning, as if certain that Wei Ning would not, and could not, lie. Name. Why did you stop in the tunnel? How did you find the body? Wei Ning asked. Gone? Gone. Pei Qingzhe finally looked at Wei Ning. The aura surrounding him made the space seem closed. The cold sharpness imbued by 10 years of military service was fully revealed. He was completely different from the Captain Pei, who usually smiled playfully in front of Wei Ning. They seemed like two different people. Now Pei Qingzhe, a military commander loyal to the federal government, with a face as cold as a stone, said, Zhou Tanxue had died because of you. Wei Ning, you better make her death worthwhile. Zhou Tanxue didn't die because of me, Wei Ning said, her tone calm, without any anger, grievance, or fear at Pei Qingzhe's words. Pei Qingzhe's eyes narrowed. Wei Ning, I'm your commander. What's the first principle of a soldier? Obedience. Very good, Pei Qingzhe said word by word. Repeat exactly what happened tonight. Yes, sir. I was in Cui Feng's car when I entered the tunnel. My heart skipped a beat. My intuition told me there was something inside, perhaps an alien creature. For safety's sake, I searched the tunnel and found the man's body. A passerby, startled by me, called the police, and Sergeant Zhou took me back to the station. Wei Ning closed her eyes. The glaring white light made them dry. She stared at Pei Qingzhe through the transparent electronic screen. Commander Pei, this is the 189th time I said this. I have to submit a 5,000-word work report by 8 a.m. tomorrow, and I haven't even written a single word. However, Wei Ning's response was only a cold, please tell me what happened tonight again. Okay, officers. Gazing at the pale Wei Ning, Zhou Zhongchuan stepped forward and whispered to Gu Xiangying, who sat in a chair, Commander Gu, Wei Ning hasn't eaten since her physical. Can. Zhou Zhongchuan's remaining words were cut off by Gu Xiangying's raised fingertips, and there was no way he could finish them. Lower the temperature in the interrogation room, Gu Xiangying said to the staff member at the control panel. After a moment, she seemed to suddenly realize Zhou Zhongchuan was still standing nearby. Wei Ning's work report can be submitted later. Thank you, Commander Gu. Zhou Zhongchuan retreated to the last row of the group facing Wei Ning and sighed silently. This was all he could do. Some people have been captains, after all, and now they need to be taught by others. Undisguised sarcasm. The person named looked at Fu Jiao and smiled faintly. Didn't you dislike Wei Ning before? Now you're speaking up for her and blaming me? Why haven't I seen you throwing money around, you kind-hearted person? Pei Qingzhe. Fu Jiao's face paled. He tried to take a step forward, but Wang Suijin grabbed his wrist. Calm down, calm down, calm down. To divert their attention, Wang Suijin asked, did you bring back the body Wei Ning found? Pei Qingzhe saw Fu Jiao roll his eyes, and snorted, sent it to the highest research institute. Wei Ning's discovery of the body was definitely not a matter of intuition. Do you think she's lying? Gu Xiangying asked. Chapter 111. Can a person repeat a lie over 200 times? Under interrogation and interrogation, the timeline was distorted, and details were nitpicked word by word. Tell me again, were the clothes on the male corpse black? Wei Ning opened her eyelids, her pupils hazy, as she met the interrogator's gaze. Her back was straight, not forced. The room temperature was so low that the back of the chair felt icy cold. Once it touched her skin, it felt like a python biting the back of her neck, causing her to instinctively curl up and bend her back. Wei Ning licked her chapped and bleeding lips with her tongue, exhaling slowly. It should have been black. The 195th and 203rd times, you said it was dark brown. The 198th, 205th, and 210th times, you said it was gray. The 243rd time, you said it was black. Wei Ning closed her eyes. I don't remember clearly. Under repeated questioning, people begin to doubt their memories and naturally reconsider their previous statements. Only the most innocent and sincere, and the most sophisticated liars, choose to completely shatter newly established chains of logic. Please wait here for a moment. After the interrogator's words fell, Wei Ning was enveloped in a dead silence. She still didn't open her eyes, as the glaring incandescent light seemed even paler and piercing, matching the gazes scrutinizing her from beyond the transparent electronic screen. Wei Ning couldn't hear Gu Xiangying and the others talking. She sat quietly, her back straight in her chair, accepting their scrutiny. An unknown amount of time passed before a voice rang out from the interrogation room again. Wei Ning, you can come out. The locking ring on the armrest clicked open. Wei Ning finally opened her eyes, unsurprisingly dazzled by the incandescent light. She raised her hand to her brow, and slowly walked out of the interrogation room. Someone was waiting outside. Zhou Zhongxuan draped a thick coat over her shoulders. I requested today's leave for you. Your work report must be submitted before the next mission. Zhou Zhongxuan's ramblings were so intense that Wei Ning felt like countless mosquitoes buzzing in her ears, feeling strangely annoyed. She accepted the hot water and chocolate Zhou Zhongxuan offered her. Thank you, Captain. What time is it now? 8 o'clock sharp. A full 12 hours had passed. After exiting the Ping'an Town dungeon, Wei Ning discovered the body of a black mist walker. She had been to the police station twice, a very fulfilling 12 hours. Gazing at Wei Ning's expressionless face, Zhou Zhongxuan sighed silently. The military has been very lenient with you. The man who was invited here with you was receiving his 50th electric shock when I visited him. What Zhou Zhongxuan didn't finish was that electric shocks were only the most basic of interrogation tactics, and that Wei Ning's absence during the interrogation was the best possible outcome. Where is he now? Wei Ning asked. Her face was still very pale, and her eyes were dark blue. When she looked at Zhou Zhongxuan, her eyeballs were bloodshot. Zhou Zhongxuan sighed again. Go home first. He won't die. Wei Ning nodded, said goodbye to Zhou Zhongxuan, and stepped into the descending elevator. However, after the elevator reached the first floor, Wei Ning did not leave. She waited for the doors to close automatically, standing silently in the elevator lobby, like a thoughtless statue. Under the flashing red dot of electronic surveillance, Wei Ning raised her wrist terminal and spoke to the military's AI. Excuse me, do you have permission to enter the 48th floor? Wei Ning, member of the Two-Face team, you have permission to enter the 48th floor. The button for the 48th floor has been activated for you. Please wait. Any member of the Two-Face team has the same authority as the captain of the Chanshan squad. In other words, Wei Ning and Pei Qingzhe are officially on the same level. Moving upward, Wei Ning watched the floors rise. The 48th floor, where the Chanshan team members undergo regular training, houses the body fragments of countless alien creatures. In the massive culture tanks, their biological activity is kept at a minimum, allowing them to react only to the most basic changes in the external environment. When Wei Ning first stood here, Trainer and Qian told her, the connection between alien creatures is extraordinary. The excised tissue must be thousands of miles away from the heart of the original body to ensure safety. The connection between different life forms is weak. But now, Wei Ning stood 2 meters in front of the culture tank, her gaze fixed on a tentacle of the alien creature codenamed Mask. Beneath its emotionless features, muscles and nerves twitched frantically. She sensed it. The tentacle's true form was thousands of miles away. In that instant, Wei Ning seemed lost in a trance. Pitch blackness surrounded her, and the shimmering green light reflected from the culture tank was completely swallowed by the black space, as effortlessly as a beast devouring a firefly. This dark space was familiar to Wei Ning, the place where she drew her ID card before entering the dungeon, the unknown area outside Ping'an Town, the scene of countless conversations with the system. Land of black mist. A mechanical electronic sound echoed in Wei Ning's mind, and then her scalp suddenly tightened. Endless pain brought her back to consciousness in an instant. In the split second before regaining consciousness, Wei Ning's pupils widened, her fur drenched with cold sweat as she stared directly into a pair of crimson eyes. Those eyes were as large as the Federal Military Headquarters building. Wei Ning was like a tiny mosquito hiding in its eyeballs. For a moment, Wei Ning felt as if she were being strangled. She stood frozen in place, gasping for breath, her eyes staring blankly at the tentacle fragments bobbing in the nutrient solution. Her mind was in a state of chaos, and Wei Ning was always adept at thinking in times of chaos. Those eyes were not masks. They belonged to another, extremely powerful alien creature. The mask was imprisoned nearby, huddled in its small territory, barely surviving. What bad luck. Why imprison it near this plague god? That was the mask's thought. The moment Wei Ning sensed it, her eardrums nearly exploded from the frantic shouting and yelling. The main body of the alien creature was imprisoned in a prison meticulously designed by the Federation and heavily guarded. It wasn't on any map and couldn't be detected by radar. No one except the highest echelons of the Federation knew the exact location, not even Wei Ning now. She simply sensed the alien creature's presence. What exactly was that alien creature with crimson eyes? Where did it come from? This being seemed completely out of place in the wasteland. How did it get here? Wei Ning kept pondering. What was its connection to her? To the land of black fog? Wei Ning's instinctive avoidance of danger told him that the Black Mist land was the alien creature's territory. The Black Mist was it. The Black Mist Walker was its tentacle roaming the wasteland. The moment he realized this, Wei Ning forced his frantic mind to pause. Further thought would reveal even more of his physical instincts, allowing the ceiling's electronic surveillance system to clearly capture what he was doing. This would go beyond Wei Ning's original intention, a loss that would outweigh the gain. This was all the information Wei Ning chose to share with the military. Closing his eyes, his emotions completely suppressed, Wei Ning took a firm look at the tentacle before severing the connection with the main mask and turning to walk out of the 48th floor. The shrill howling in his ears finally faded. All Wei Ning could hear now was the heavy, resonant footsteps echoing in the corridor, with the unique texture of metal clashing, sharp and cold. And Wei Ning's silhouette, reflected on the ground, stood erect like a cold weapon. In the wasteland era, cold weapons were no longer a thing. They had been forgotten. Too ancient. Too strange. Like two worlds, a sense of disconnection. The electronic surveillance camera in the hallway flashed a red dot, faithfully recording Wei Ning's every move, including her arrival on the 48th floor immediately after the interrogation and her swift departure from the military headquarters building. Team member Wei Ning, welcome to the third canteen. Today's special is cream of mushroom soup. The voice of the artificial intelligence echoed behind Wei Ning. She randomly chose a seat and began ordering. Fried mushrooms, fried chicken legs, fried chicken wings, fried duck legs. Wei Ning ordered one of everything, except the cream of mushroom soup. After the food arrived, the entire table was empty, so two tables had to be joined together. The exaggerated display caught the attention of everyone in the cafeteria, but the person involved, Wei Ning, paid no attention. She ate bite after bite, not even looking up, as if she didn't even notice someone sitting next to her. Wei Ning, are you feeling unwell? A gentle female voice echoed in Wei Ning's ear. Wei Ning looked up. It was Yu Xuanjiu. She had a worried look on her face, clearly overwhelmed by the food crammed across two tables. Even during the most intense training, the energy expenditure wasn't that extreme. Can you finish it? Don't overeat. It's bad for your stomach. I think she can. Following the distant voice, Xing Wuqian approached and unceremoniously grabbed a fried chicken leg. What did you experience in the dungeon? Qi Chunming sat down across from Wei Ning, a nervous expression on his face. Why were only the four of you in? Captain Zhou and I didn't. We have to write a 1,000-word work report. Izwixin also came over. That's 3 times the amount of work we're doing at Changshan. Qi Chunming whispered, you don't want to write, but I do. No one heard Qi Chunming's mumbling, even at such close range, because a deep male voice completely drowned her out. Zhou Zhongxuan looked at Wei Ning in surprise. Didn't I ask for leave for you? Why don't you go home and rest? Ask for leave? Instantly Qi Chunming, Yu Xuanjiu, Xing Wuqian, and Izwixin shouted in unison, what's wrong with you? The entire two-faced squad was gathered in the cafeteria. Surrounded by scorching gazes, Wei Ning said, eh. She slowly put down the soy milk in her hand and met 4 pairs of wide-eyed eyes. Just a little tired. That's true. After all, you were the last one to emerge from the dungeon, Izwixin said, looking at Wei Ning. But you don't have to work so hard. Your health is most important. Wei Ning said, I'll go home and rest after breakfast. So why are the captain and I the only ones not in the dungeon? Qi Chunming faltered, his cries drawing the others' attention again. Xing Wuqian quickly grabbed a bun and stuffed it into Qi Chunming's mouth. Qi Chunming's eyes widened instantly. Wu! Yu Xuanjiu and Wei Ning exchanged glances, silently handing Chi Chunmin the soy milk. Wei Ning, how many words are you going to write in your work report? Yi Zuixin asked. 5,000, Wei Ning said. Xing Wuqian yelled, 5,000? Ugh! Chi Chunming seized the opportunity to stuff a steamed dumpling into Xing Wuqian's mouth, then met his resentful gaze with a provocative raise of his eyebrows. Zhou Zhongxuan sighed and handed Xing Wuqian his juice. Has he been sighing too much lately? Chapter 112. I heard that sighing too much makes people age faster. Zhou Zhongxuan rubbed his chin, feeling a little melancholy. He was the oldest in the squad. Come to think of it, was this a factor in the military brass choice of him as captain? Captain Zhou, how old are you? Zhou Zhongxuan snapped back to reality at the sound and looked at Xing Wuqian, whose eyes were wide. Oh, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly talking about this? Curious, Xing Wuqian crossed his legs, his posture languid. What were you thinking about just now? I called you several times, but you didn't hear me. You didn't even eat breakfast. Wei Ning is about to leave. Zhou Zhongxuan looked at Wei Ning. Her face was expressionless. She sat straight, her hands piled high with dishes. Wei Ning was going to say goodbye to him before returning home for her vacation. In a split second, Zhou Zhongxuan understood Wei Ning's meaning. He cleared his throat. 36, that's a bit old. Yi Zuixin raised an eyebrow. Captain Zhou, do you have a girlfriend? Instantly, everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhou Zhongxuan. Facing 5 pairs of eyes, Zhou Zhongxuan's ears flushed slightly, and his face hardened. What are you asking about, little kid? Don't let him lead Wei Ning astray. Wei Ning is the youngest among us, Yi Xuanjiu said. Chi Chunming added, the youngest soldier in the entire military. Wei Ning blinked when she was called out. She didn't understand what youth had to do with a significant other. But no one could answer her question. It was time to work, and Zhou Zhongxuan and the others had to rush back to the office to work, otherwise their wages would be deducted. The whole world suddenly fell silent. Not even the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes. The messy desk, cleaned and possibly cleaned by the robot, reflected only a cold, sharp face. The 5 people around her seemed to have never existed. Wei Ning stood up and left. She wanted to go home, to see her mother. When choosing the electric track, Wei Ning hesitated for the first time, taking a route she had traveled hundreds of times. In the 12 hours since returning from the dungeon, Wei Ning had forced herself to suppress her feelings for her mother, so she easily accepted Cheng Qiui's invitation. She would definitely confront Wei Kongwu. Wei Ning knew this clearly. She never hid her emotions or desires. Wei Ning couldn't do it. Wei Kongwu had never been able to teach her. After all these years, Wei Ning just couldn't learn. In the end, Wei Kongwu was the first to give in. The door opened quietly, but even so, it was still noticed by the people inside. Wei Kongwu sat in her wheelchair, meeting Wei Ning's eyes. Her expression was normal, as cold as Wei Ning's, and her voice lacked any concern. You're back? Yellowish apples lay on the table, evidently indicating Wei Kongwu had been waiting for her for a long time. Wei Ning pulled out a chair and sat down silent, simply looking at her. It wasn't Wei Ning who had taken the initiative to explain all this. Do you have any questions? Wei Kongwu said. She wasn't going to play dumb. That wouldn't work with Wei Ning, or rather, with someone so stubborn and paranoid. The moment she opened her mouth at the bonfire party in Ping'an Town, Wei Kongwu knew Wei Ning recognized her. A serious look crossed Wei Ning's eyes. What was your first dungeon? Before answering, Wei Kongwu said, Wei Ning, do you trust your mother? Everything she does is for your own good. The only person in the world who loves you most is your mother. What was your first dungeon? This house was underground, in the cheapest area of the city center, and there were many similar houses. Thus, Wei Ning's voice was easily amplified, echoing and penetrating Wei Songwu's ears. It was powerful, carrying the pungent smell of blood and gnashing teeth. Wei Songwu's pupils fluttered, a look that Wei Ning couldn't understand, then melted into a firmness. Safe town. Wei Ning, you know, in the game dungeon, everyone must obey the system's instructions. In my faction, I must do this, regardless of whether it's right or wrong. As the rules say, please ensure your faction achieves victory. As long as the end result is good, I must do this. Wei Kongwu repeated the same sentence twice, as if this was enough to convince Wei Ning. Wei Ning, do you understand your mother? Wei Kongwu stared at Wei Ning intently. Are you scared? Wei Kongwu was momentarily stunned. What? Wei Ning repeated each word patiently, her tone gentle. Mom, are you scared? There's nothing to be afraid of. It's better than never being able to stand up again. Wei Kongwu lowered her eyelashes, her gaze fixed on her legs. The system can make you a regular employee, and it can also help me stand up. Mom doesn't blame you. Everyone has to think for themselves. The system can grant players one wish. Dear player, whatever you wish for, our company can help you achieve it. Wei Conwu blamed Wei Ning for not letting the system cure her genetic disease right away. So Mom, can you stand up now? Wei Ning asked. There was a long dead silence. Wei Conwu finally spoke, her voice dry. I can't. Wei Conwu tilted her head, looking at Wei Ning from her perspective. She couldn't see her eyes, but a hint of embarrassment was evident, the embarrassment of being forced to reveal a wound in front of someone closest to her. Wei Ning pursed her lips. Mom, I'm sorry. It's okay. Mom won't be angry. Mom knows you're worried. Wei Conwu raised her head again, her eyes slightly red, but her face clear of tears. There's another way. Wei Ning and Wei Conwu knew that this other way was the naturalists. The largest and most extensive religion in the wasteland. They rejected cyber technology and all its products. Genetically ill patients, who believed in the naturalists, would never choose prosthetics. They only accepted pure healing methods. This meant consuming no food or synthetic nutrients, not undergoing laser examinations in medical chambers, and not using any chemicals to heal wounds. Natural healing ensured the purest, unadulterated blood in the body. Wei Ning had two naturalists around, Wei Conwu and Yu Shuangjiu. As for Wei Ning, she wasn't, and never would be, a believer in naturalism. Wei Ning would never have such a thing as faith. Ning, when will you return to the military? Wei Conwu asked. What Wei Conwu really wanted to know was when the next mission would begin. Mom, the dungeon is dangerous, Wei Ning said, gazing into Wei Sungwu's eyes. I mean, it's dangerous for you. After she finished speaking, Wei Ning slowly picked up a piece of apple and brought it to her mouth. The terminal on her wrist was exposed to the air, its presence evident. Wei Conwu paused for breath and gently closed her eyes. The military terminal forbids any soldier or officer from removing it. If it escapes the wrist, it explodes. Since joining the reservists, Wei Ning has never removed it. Death is the easiest thing, Wei Conwu said. She wouldn't give in, especially since she already died once. She could die whenever she wanted. What a blessing. Like the sweetest nectar, savored only in dreams. Inexplicably, Wei Ning avoided Wei Sungwu's gaze. She thought of Zhou Tanxue, who was shot dead. Compared to her colleagues, she only lived a month longer. Did Zhou Tanxue foresee her own death during that month? Wei Ning thought, she did, she waited for it. When she met Wei Ning and discovered the body, Zhou Tanxue knew she waited, otherwise she wouldn't have asked those questions in the interrogation room. Zhou Tanxue waited for the Federation's furious counterattack. The absolute ruler would not allow anyone or anything to force it to reveal its hidden secrets. There were countless shadows traversing the steel forest, countless bodies vanishing inexplicably at night. Wei Ning didn't want Wei Conwu to be one of them. Silently, Wei Ning ate the plate of apples, now completely dark yellow, and watched Wei Ningwu push her wheelchair into the room. She insisted on not asking for Wei Ning's help, and once again rejected the offer of an automated wheelchair. Wei Ning thought to herself, Mom isn't a black mist walker. Conversations between Wei Ning and Mom were always brief, never lasting more than 5 minutes. Most of the time, they were like those between a superior and a subordinate, with Wei Ning being the subordinate, diligently reporting on all her military activities, leaving out no detail. This time, a rare conversation lasting more than 15 minutes, the system didn't issue a warning. My mother is a staunch naturalist. How could she allow her blood to be contaminated? Wei Ning thought. But everyone who enters the dungeon will be contaminated, transformed into a black mist walker. So did Wei Conwu know her body was contaminated? Will she tell her mother? Wei Ning decided to tell Wei Conwu, in a way that wouldn't be detected by the wrist terminal. Yes, Wei Ning was certain she was being monitored. Wei Ning stood outside Wei Sungwu's door. A slow, firm knock was answered with, Ning, I want to be alone for a while. You should go and rest too. So Wei Ning had no choice but to retreat to her room. The long unoccupied space was devoid of the scent of dust. Wei Ning let herself sink into the soft, fluffy quilt, her mind racing, sorting out all the information one by one. First, Wei Conwu was lying. Wei Conwu was fooling Wei Ning. She assumed Wei Ning hadn't heard her conversation with Wen Xinqiu outside the stilled house. Wen Xinqiu and the others respected and were familiar with Wei Conwu to a degree far greater than NPCs and players. Furthermore, Wei Songwu's first dungeon wasn't Peaceful Town, but Ascension in broad daylight. Secondly, players entering the dungeon would be contaminated, but not necessarily black mist walkers. The reason was simple. The system didn't warn them when Wei Ning, Qi Chunming, Yu Shuangjiu, and the others were having breakfast. Although Wei Ning was certainly hungry, eating so much still left her feeling bloated. Wei Ning needed to find a pattern by which the system determined the identity of Black Mist Walkers. Third, the dungeons were interconnected. In the 3 dungeons, Wei Ning encountered a few recurring NPC characters. Unless the game dungeons were simply rudimentary, a makeshift operation. A game that could influence the real world wouldn't be so shabby and stingy. Chapter 113. Wei Ning's intuition was unmistakable. She firmly believed it. The 3 copies were interconnected, as tightly intertwined as the intertwined veins of a human body, flowing with the coldest, thickest blood. And the human body is always unable to control itself. Exposed to the glaring, pale sun, it sneezed and bled from its nose, effortlessly drawing everyone's attention and concealing the rampant growth in the shadows. Li Dongshui, Qin San, Xia Weijia, Wei Ning's sisters. They were the first to burst through their flesh, their dark red hue darting Wei Ning to plunge in and drown. Beneath the tranquil pool of blood lurked the true, dark beast, waiting for the moment Wei Ning's consciousness relaxed, extending its thick tentacles to strangle her. But as she gazed at her reflection in the pool, Wei Ning's gaze had already penetrated the beast, glimpsing its face, though perhaps an exoskeleton encasing its fleshy body. Yes, Wei Ning had faced that giant beast in the black fog head-on. The first dungeon, Ascension in broad daylight, featured the omnipresent deities of the mountain village. The giantess, only half her body a bloody mess. The second dungeon, Zodiac 1, also contained a deity, requiring Wei Ning's own sacrifice to create the 13th zodiac sign. The 25th layer of human skin. The human skin's renewal cycle is 24 days. After everything else vanished, a new world truly arrived. And the third dungeon, Peaceful Town, was the most dangerous dungeon Wei Ning had yet to experience. From the main quests to the side quests, Wei Ning's eardrums were worn to a pulp by a single sentence. You will not be forgiven. Not forgiven. Forgiveness. Those 2 short words rolled back and forth between her lips and tongue, the stench of dried saliva enveloping the entire town. Shapeless, insubstantial, supreme, no different from the formless bodhisattva seated in a temple. And Wei Ning, a believer, her neck pinned down, unable to raise her head. She was not allowed to glimpse the face of the deity. This infuriated Wei Ning. Desperately raising her head, her pupils shrank, cold sweat trickled down her straight back. The high platform was clearly empty. The so-called deity seemed only a figment of her imagination, never to exist. At this point in her thoughts, Wei Ning's head suddenly ached. The soft quilt was tangled in a ball, the sudden, horrifying sound of ripping fabric. She saw it again. Those crimson eyes. That was Wei Ning's only thought before she passed out. When she regained consciousness, her throat was filled with a taste of blood. Wei Ning licked her dry lips. She was so hungry, almost unable to stand. It was the kind of hallucination that comes with the body's dysfunctional function. She needed to eat a lot. She had emptied the refrigerator, empty glass bottles of cheap nutritional supplements filling the kitchen. A burning sensation welled up in her stomach. Wei Ning's eyes flashed with an eerie light, and she curled her lips as she once again entered the black mist. Though it was hard to believe, Wei Ning quickly accepted the fact. She was truly connected to the behemoth. This connection went far beyond parasitism and parasitism. It was more like a bloodline, a mother's protection and call to her offspring. Wei Ning finally understood why she had become the founder of the Black Mist Walker faction. Daughter and mother, an unbreakable bond in their blood. Wei Ning didn't reject this relationship. She only cared about one question. Who was she? Wei Conwu wouldn't tell her the answer, and Wei Ning knew it. She cleaned up the empty glass bottles, took out some all-natural ingredients, and made a bowl of porridge for Wei Conwu. Mom, I made you some porridge. I brought it to your room? Wei Ning asked from outside the door. Come in. Wei Songwu's voice was low and gentle, clearly calming down. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at Wei Ning. No different from before, everything was normal. She said, Thank you for your hard work, Ning. Why don't you make some for yourself? Wei Songwu's room was well soundproofed. Wei Ning's first salary had been completely emptied out by the soundproofing, just to give Wei Conwu a quiet place to rest in this chaotic and noisy part of the city. So how did Wei Conwu know Wei Ning had only made one dinner? Surveillance. The house was rife with hidden cameras, but Wei Ning's room had the most, leaving no blind spots, with one every 50 centimeters. Wei Ning sat down casually, her gaze fixed on the computer monitor on the table. From Wei Songwu's perspective, she couldn't see which split screen Wei Ning was focused on. In reality, Wei Conwu wasn't the least bit flustered. After all, Wei Ning had been accustomed to this since she was little. She'd been doing it since the first day Wei Ning appeared by her side. At the time, Wei Ning didn't resist, simply blinking and saying, "I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to eat?" Wei Conwu looked up at Wei Ning. "Why do you suddenly want to go into Mom's room?" Wei Ning rarely offered to enter Wei Tsungwu's room, because Wei Conwu didn't like it. Although she never said so, she simply looked at Wei Ning with a look of disapproval. After a long, dead silence, Wei Ning suddenly chuckled softly. She met Wei Tsungwu's eyes, her sharp, cold face visible through her amber pupils. "Mom, why did you adopt me? I was just a stranger to you back then, nothing special among the other children." Little Wei Ning was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, neither white nor black. She had never bullied anyone, nor had she ever been bullied. At Wei Tsungwu's sudden appearance at the orphanage, little Wei Ning's eyes were filled with the same curiosity as the other children, nothing more. Little Wei Ning didn't understand why Wei Conwu had chosen her. She didn't display any signs of autism or dark psychology, and she didn't seem like the genius child you see in novels. Little Wei Ning had asked this question before, but Wei Conwu had never answered. "You're the only girl." Wei Ning's breath hitched, the answer unexpected. The voice continued in her ear, "You and I are of the same sex, so I chose you." Wei Conwu pushed the wheelchair to Wei Ning's side. Due to the height difference, she had to raise her hand to touch Wei Ning. She grasped Wei Ning's hand, her movements gentle, like the warmest goose down. "Ning, you're still wondering why I didn't do IVF, aren't you?" Wei Ning grabbed Wei Tsungwu's thin hand with her backhand. "You're a believer in naturalism. According to your logic, I can't possibly adopt you. To ensure the purity of my blood, I should raise a child with my DNA etched into their spine, not you." Wei Conwu raised her other hand and stroked Wei Ning's cheek. A sudden warmth radiated from her fingertips, and her scalp contracted, a natural fear of younger, stronger species. The connection between women isn't based on blood. Panga created the world, and the world gave birth to all things. All things are you and me. Women give birth to women, and women are given birth to women. Under the pale electronic light, Wei Tsungwu's temples were covered in white hair, her cheekbones sunken. She was frail and aged, yet before this body, nearing its end, stood another, vibrant and full of life. "The connection between you and me was established the moment we existed," Wei Conwu said. "A woman never needs to feel anxious or panic about connection." After these words fell, the two stared at each other for a long moment, the room seemingly mired in a shackle of silence. But Wei Conwu and Wei Ning were well aware of the unusual throbbing in their ears, the sound of two powerful hearts, conveyed through two pairs of arms clasped together. Never stopping. Eternal life. "I understand. Thank you, Mom," Wei Ning said to Wei Conwu with a smile. She knew what to do next. Wei Ning decided to forgive Wei Conwu. When her mother lied, she had her reasons. When she acted in front of her, it was for long-term development. When she withheld information from her, it was to protect her. Just like the numerous pinhole cameras in Wei Ning's room, they were proof of her mother's love. "Mom, there's a ferocious beast trapped in a cage. It escaped and is seriously injured. How do we find it?" Wei Ning asked, gazing into Wei Tsungwu's eyes. The corners of Wei Tsungwu's mouth curved. "If it wants meat, feed it. If it hides, stay put and don't scare it away. In short, give it whatever it wants. Once it feels safe and trusting, it will come out on its own." Inside the room, Wei Ning's voice was so low it would be inaudible if she wasn't right in front of him. "I already fed the first piece of meat. As for the second piece, I already found it." The corpse in the tunnel was the first black mist walker Wei Ning encountered in the wasteland. It was the first piece of meat Wei Ning would ever provide to her mother. Wei Ning raised her head, her gaze shifting from Wei Conwu to the tightly packed doorway of the underground chamber. Above, the city above the wasteland was ringing with the sounds of revelry. The shadows in the corners of the city were throbbing madly. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Player Wei Ning has triggered a quest. Your companions have sent a distress signal. Please quickly proceed to Zone D, Ring 3, to rescue the Black Mist Walkers in your faction from danger. Mom, the military has a sudden mission. I have to leave." Wei Ning stood up, said goodbye to Wei Conwu, and closed the door. The moment she left the underground, a cacophony of noises filled her ears. This area was home to quite a few people. Zone E, Ring 2, the famous upper-class slums. Why are the slums divided into upper, middle, and lower levels? Because only the area within the second ring is patrolled by patrol officers. Area A is the headquarters of the Federation military, the heart of the wasteland, the safest, most prosperous, and most expensive. Wei Ning hasn't saved enough money to buy a house in area yet. Hey, look who's that. Isn't that a Federation cop? Wei Ning looked in the direction of the voice, and at the same moment, a beer bottle rolled to her feet. She blinked, bent down to pick up the bottle, and walked towards the group of people standing at the alley entrance. They looked Wei Ning up and down, their eyes uniformly malicious. Hey cop, what are you doing here? One of them stepped forward, arms folded, and looked at Wei Ning. Didn't we agree that we take care of this place for you? What's up with the higher-ups? Wei Ning glanced at the group of people. They had reminded her that she should change clothes. When her consciousness caught sight of those crimson eyes, Wei Ning had fainted so suddenly. After waking up, she received the system's task and immediately left, not having had time to change out of her military uniform. Wearing the same uniform all the way to Area D, Wei Ning was caught on surveillance, which would have made explaining it to the military brass a hassle. Besides, at this hour, the trains in Area E were shut down. Police officer, speak. Seeing Wei Ning remain silent, the man grew anxious and stepped forward, standing in front of her, shouting angrily. The alley was dim, and as the person drew closer, Wei Ning realized it was a girl with a buzz cut. Her neck and arms were covered in dark tattoos, so dense that not a hint of flesh could be seen. The girl leaned close to Wei Ning's ear and whispered, "Are you raising the price again? I only have one card on me. I advise you to quit while you're ahead." A weight came heavy in his hand, and Wei Ning blinked. He quickly put the card in his pocket, met the girl's eyes, thought for a moment, and handed her the empty beer bottle. The girl's mouth twitched. Not wanting to argue any further, she and her men were about to ride away on their motorcycles. "Boss, this cop's coming." At the men's warning, the girl looked up at Wei Ning with a stern look. "What do you want now?" Wei Ning pointed at the motorcycle. "Here you go. You're not allowed to come here again." The girl kicked one of the men off the motorcycle. Wei Ning nodded readily, then pointed at the girl's coat. "Here you go. All of it." The girl's face flushed with anger as she stripped off her coat and tossed it into Wei Ning's arms. "The cops robbing the gang," one of the men muttered. Chapter 114. The throttle was pushed to the floor. A roar suddenly exploded in her ears. Almost instantly, Wei Ning's motorcycle disappeared from the alley. The girl with the buzz cut's eyes widened at the sight. "This guy is going so fast. He's really going for his life. I never seen such a gangster-like cop before." In fact, this was Wei Ning's first time riding a motorcycle. She clung to the motorcycle, her body flowing smoothly and exuding a strong sense of power, like a leopard running at full speed, leaving the barren and chaotic E district behind. It felt great. Under her helmet, Wei Ning's eyes shone brightly. Her heart was beating so fast that it threatened to tear her in two. Her blood was boiling, and all she could think of was a single word: awesome, awesome. The motorcycle was speeding faster and faster. The ground was deeply crushed, leaving black marks on it. Wei Ning could smell the smoke from the motorcycle's fuel tank, but she chose to ignore it. She lowered her wrist, and with a hum, the motorcycle sped even faster. Wei Ning stared intently at the road ahead, her mind forced to concentrate intensely. Black mist in the blood. Alien creature. The Matrix. The system. The system was a slashing blade hanging over Wei Ning's head, a parasite rooted in her, thriving by draining her fear and flesh. Wei Ning had never forgotten how the system had toyed with her in the first dungeon, deliberately concealing information countless times, trapping her in a death trap. It drained energy from Wei Ning's blood and her broken body, continuing through the third dungeon, until it began invading Wei Ning's real world, until the citizens of the wasteland became its new food supply. Only then, with such magnanimity, did it no longer conceal the dungeon's rules and revealed Wei Ning's true identity: alien creature. Wei Ning is an alien creature. No, strictly speaking, Wei Ning is its incarnation, its child. But Wei Ning isn't the only one of its children. Wei Ning's face sullen, she slammed on the brakes, whipped off her helmet, and tossed it aside. They had arrived at the third ring of Area D. Wei Ning's companions, those who shared her identity, were nearby, desperately awaiting her rescue. "Please, save me. I will be your most loyal child." Somehow, Wei Ning could hear her companions' hysterical cries for help. The third ring of Area D was the waste factory area where Area A centralized its waste metal processing. Wei Ning looked out, towering mountains of garbage gleaming a pale silver in the moonlight. It was 1 a.m. The metal waste factory was deserted. Oh, there was another Wei Ning. She stood outside the factory wall, her gaze fixed on the wall, searching for a foothold for the climb. She would definitely find this black mist walker, Wei Ning thought. There were no electric shock devices on the wall. And why would anyone have the time to break into a junk metal factory? Even if there were, the D district managers wouldn't spend the money allocated from above on them. Wei Ning easily flipped over and leaped down from the wall. The moment she landed, she met eyes, the dim light revealing a wariness and murderous intent. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow and took a step closer. What's going on? Wei Ning spoke confidently, as if her presence was unsurprising and these people's behavior was inappropriate. After all, strictly speaking, no one is allowed to be here. If you can come, why can't I? A short girl stepped out of the crowd, giving Wei Ning a discreet glance. We can spare you, but first, you need to answer a question. Tell me, Wei Ning said, gazing at Chi Beek. It was clear the girl was the group's leader. The moment Chi Beek stepped forward, Wei Ning could see a flicker of relief on the face of the person hiding behind her. Chi Beek raised her head and met Wei Ning's gaze, yet her aura was no less impressive. Why are you here? Who told you about what happened tonight? The reason you're here is the reason I'm here, Wei Ning said. Chi Beek was dissatisfied with Wei Ning's response. Her face darkened, and she waved her hand, signaling the others behind her to step forward. Closing a step closer, Wei Ning could clearly see they were all holding weapons. Crude weapons, iron rods dug out from the garbage heap. If you don't answer, I'll kill you right now, Chi Beek said coldly. Although the woman before her looked formidable, Chi Beek fixed her gaze on Wei Ning. She was surrounded by dozens of men, more than enough to crush her, and the traitor among them. Chi Beek had to know who had leaked the information to this woman. Under Chi Beek's cold gaze, Wei Ning smiled faintly and said, I smell blood. I'm hungry. Instinctively, Chi Beek's heart skipped a beat, her pupils constricting. She turned to look at her equally panicked companions behind her, her expression filled with fury. Who was it? Meeting Chi Beek's suspicious gaze, they shook their heads fiercely and distanced themselves from the people around them. It wasn't me. It's not me. It's him. It must be him. The dead silence of the garbage dump suddenly erupted into chaos. Chi Beek stood there in silence, watching the accusing crowd with a cold expression, as if she had been torn apart from her companions. Suddenly, her shoulder felt heavy, and Chi Beek looked up. It was the woman in the leather jacket. I'm here to join you, Wei Ning whispered. Chi Beek shook off Wei Ning's hand on her shoulder, yelled at her companions to shut up, then looked at Wei Ning with a stern look. You want to join the Axe Gang? Yes, I want to join the Axe Gang, Wei Ning said, her lips curled up slightly. Chi Beek's companions behind her exchanged glances, all sensing that this woman had come with ill intentions, trying to take their place. They hurried forward to stop Chi Beek. Alas, they were too late. I agree, Chi Beek said. I'm the boss of the Axe Gang. Chi Beek, you must listen to me, and only me. Wei Ning nodded. Got it, boss. Due to Wei Ning's excellent attitude, Chi Beek signaled his companions to put away their iron rods, and asked Wei Ning to follow him as they walked deeper into the garbage mountain. As they walked, Chi Beek asked, in a voice only the two of them could hear, How did you guess that? Wei Ning lowered her voice, Guessed what? The moment she finished speaking, Wei Ning felt a sudden chill in her stomach. She looked down and saw the knife in Chi Beek's hand pressing against her flesh, just shy of a cut. Chi Beek was a tough guy. The rest of the Axe Gang followed Chi Beek and stood still, silently drawing their iron rods again and aiming them at Wei Ning. Everyone knew that Wei Ning's joining was just a joke. Don't think I won't kill you just because you're not ordinary, Chi Beek said. Anyone with eyes could see that Wei Ning and Chi Beek and the others were from two different worlds. A group of beggars, their clothes patched and their bodies thin as devils. A man so agile, he could scale a 3-meter-high wall in one breath. Chi Beek thrust his knife forward. Surprisingly, Wei Ning didn't flinch. The scent of blood permeated the air, easily masking other odors. Chi Beek's pupils fluttered, and he retracted the knife. His gaze toward Wei Ning shifted. You're stalling for time. The instant he realized what was happening, Chi Beek took off running. The Axe Gang members hurried after him, stirring up clouds of dust. But they couldn't shake Wei Ning. Although his subtle movements had been discovered, Wei Ning remained unfazed. He calmly followed Chi Beek and the others to a pile of garbage in the deepest part of the factory. With the Axe Gang's concerted efforts, a hollow cave appeared before Wei Ning. She lowered her gaze to the man, unable to move and forced to huddle inside. Congratulations, player Wei Ning, for discovering the Black Mist Walker. Please help him escape. Sha Xiangdi awoke at the noise, confronted by a face with a pointed chin, round eyes, and a scar running across its brow. He trembled violently, trying to scream for help, but with a cloth gagged in his mouth, he could only whimper and whine. Seeing the man was still alive, Chi Beek breathed a sigh of relief. He grabbed Sha Xiangdi's hair and dragged him out of the cave, yanking the cloth from his mouth. Then, he poured a bottle of low-quality nutrient solution into his mouth. After Sha Xiangdi drank it down with great gulps, he barely suppressed the hunger that roared within him. Finally, he hadn't starved to death. Despite this, he continued to lie on the ground with a look of despair in his eyes, remaining unmoved by Wei Ning's scrutiny until she raised an eyebrow at the heavy chains on his wrists and ankles. An impossible hope rose in Sha Xiangdi's heart. Could this woman be here to save him? Sha Xiangdi strained his strength to raise his head, his eyes wide open as he stared at Wei Ning. The moment he saw her features clearly, he suddenly retreated, huddling at Qi Beek's feet, hoping to shield Wei Ning's gaze with her frail frame. Qi Beek raised his gaze to Wei Ning. You met before. He knows you. Qi Beek's wording was precise. Sha Xiangdi knew Wei Ning, not Wei Ning. From the warmth of Wei Ning's gaze, it was clear she wasn't greeting someone she knew, but rather scanning a piece of pork on the chopping block. In reality, Sha Xiangdi and Wei Ning had indeed met several times. It's just that Wei Ning had never taken him seriously, and only now had she remembered him. Classmate, Wei Ning said. Qi Beek frowned. Classmate? I don't believe it. You clearly want him dead. Wei Ning had been stalling her. If Qi Beek hadn't reacted, Sha Xiangdi would have starved to death. Wei Ning calmly replied, a nasty classmate. Qi Beek, Qi Beek stared into Wei Ning's eyes, stepped on Sha Xiangdi's head, and pressed him hard to the ground. Even after hearing Sha Xiangdi's bloody groan, he continued, are you so nasty that you want to eat him? Sha Xiangdi's pupils constricted at the sound, and he began to struggle, but the pressure on his head quickly intensified, nearly popping his eyeballs from their sockets. He could only curl up and remain motionless, letting his back soak with cold sweat. He shouldn't have been racing alone in District D 3 nights ago. He shouldn't have swerved the car when he spotted a child lying on the ground. If he'd known Qi Beek would pick him up and trap him in the garbage, he should have floored the accelerator, driven straight through, and run her over. Qi Beek even wanted to get a bunch of people to eat him. Why would they eat him? A bunch of lunatics. Has the wasteland slums now degenerated into cannibalism? Sha Xiangdi's vision suddenly went black, and he lost consciousness. Qi Beek retracted her foot and tilted her head to look at Wei Ning. You can't stop me. I can spare this man's life, but I must eat his flesh, and you too. Catch her. The Axe gang members instantly pounced on Wei Ning, their blood-stained iron rod slicing through the air, ready to strike the back of her head. Qi Beek bent down and cut a piece of flesh from Sha Xiangdi's stomach, whispering, if we eat his flesh, we can save us, save all the poor people in the wasteland, and save those abandoned by the Federation. The thin slice of meat wouldn't hold onto the knife, and Qi Beek's hand trembled, causing it to fall to the ground, coated in thick dust. The sounds of the fighting continued behind her, and Qi Beek didn't dare stop. She grabbed the piece of meat from the ground and stuffed it into her mouth. The saliva, dust, and smell of blood were an excessive physiological stimulation for someone who hadn't eaten in a long time. Almost subconsciously, Qi Beek began to dry heave, supporting herself on the ground with one hand, liquid leaking from the corner of her eye. Low, hoarse words escaped from the corners of her mouth. Qi Bebe said, God, please save me. I will be your most loyal child. Chapter 115. Arms, thighs, waist, abdomen, chunks of flesh were cut off by the rusty, blunt knife. One could sense the fear and eagerness of the person holding the knife. The pain was like a giant tentacle tightening around Sha Xiangdi's body. He woke up countless times and fainted countless times from the pain. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, staring blankly at Qi Beek, whose face was covered in blood. Suddenly, a faint light flashed in his eyes. Qi Beek was suddenly grabbed by the scruff of the neck and flung to the ground, falling unconscious. Losing control of his body, the unchewed pieces of meat in Qi Beek's mouth fell out and rolled to Wei Ning's feet. Looking down at the clumps of minced meat, Wei Ning raised an eyebrow and casually picked up an Axe gang member's iron rod. He began to poke the minced meat, stirring it back and forth, stirring it left and right, like a chef diligently making meatballs for a customer. The meat mass was a dark red. At first glance, it looked like dust, but Wei Ning used an iron rod to uncover the inside, revealing a black mist mixed with the minced meat. The concentration wasn't high. As Wei Ning stirred, the black mist quickly dissipated into the air, leaving no trace. The minced meat that remained was still dark red, this time the result of true oxidation. Nothing else was hidden inside. Sha Xiangdi was a black mist walker, confirmed. Wei Ning raised the iron rod and fixed her gaze on the end that had come into close contact with Sha Xiangdi's flesh. It was slightly rotten, with the smell of acid corrosion. Pausing, she twirled the iron rod in her palm, suddenly remembering the blood she left in Imobaisha's hand. Would it have the same corrosive effect? The answer was yes, and the concentration was much higher than Xia Xiangdi's. The Axe gang members, who had been secretly watching Wei Ning, shuddered. Wei Ning's eyes darkened completely, the straight iron rod bending abruptly in her hands, and her aura radiated murderous intent. Irritability. Extreme irritation. From the very beginning, Wei Ning and them had been unequal, information unequal, status unequal. Faced with the system, Wei Ning could only obediently serve a strange alien species. Facing the Federation, Wei Ning couldn't possibly show resistance to Imobaisha. Furthermore, she was completely unaware of her relationship with the Matrix at the time, even willingly willing to use it to discover her true identity. The system was intentional, purposely putting Wei Ning in danger, its malice undisguised. The system was like a jealous child, unwilling to let even a fraction of its mother's love fall on anyone else. And Wei Ning was the one it hated most. Coincidentally, Wei Ning also hated it. Wei Ning and the system share the same underlying qualities: greed, indifference. They only allow love to be completely possessed, and hatred to be completely retaliated. Bang. The iron rod was thrown into a corner by Wei Ning. A glint flashed in Wei Ning's eyes. She would complete her mission, and help the other children in the Matrix escape danger. She would definitely trick the system. The Axe gang members dared not reclaim the iron rod under Wei Ning's watch. Some suffered dislocated limbs, while others suffered bleeding from the back of their heads, and were kicked into a pile of garbage, unconscious. The few who could still moved cautiously behind Wei Ning, hoping she wouldn't notice them, and desperately tried their best to get closer to the boss. A boy who looked to be only in his teens, keeping a peripheral eye on Wei Ning, frantically pinched Chi Beek's philtrum and whispered, "Boss, wake up, wake up." With his unremitting efforts, he finally managed to summon Wei Ning. Wei Ning grabbed the boy's hand and dragged him to an open space, tying his hands and feet. He sat on an abandoned motorcycle, looking down at him from above, and asked, "What's your name?" The boy lowered his head, staring intently at the ground, the air of a warrior determined to die without yielding. Wei Ning pursed his lips. "I'm not the type to avoid beating children." The boy shuddered, lowering his head even lower. "Chi Taigun, my name is Chi Taigun." "Oh, Chi Taigun," Wei Ning said. "Why did your boss cut off this kid's flesh? Who did he feed him to?" "You know, I'm not asking about tonight." Chi Taigun remained silent until Wei Ning reached him, pinched his chin, and forced him to look directly at her. He remained silent, his eyes red, his resentment and anger undisguised. "Let him go, I'll tell you." Wei Ning loosened her grip and turned to look at Chi Beek, who stood behind her. "Awake?" Chi Taigun immediately scrambled to his feet and stumbled behind Chi Beek. "Boss, you're finally awake." Chi Beek stepped forward, completely shielding Chi Taigun behind her. She stared into Wei Ning's cold eyes and curled her lips. "Eating human flesh is nothing when someone is starving. It's his bad luck to have run into me. No matter how badly you rich people end up, you won't end up like beggars like us." As she spoke, Chi Beek watched Wei Ning's expression for changes. But surprisingly, Wei Ning's face showed no surprise, disgust, or confusion. As if, in an era of extreme prosperity and the nascent development of cyber technology, the idea of cannibalism was nothing new. Chi Beek frowned. She couldn't understand Wei Ning's thoughts and felt inexplicably uneasy. But then, thinking of Xia Xiangdi's flesh already in her belly, she felt a surge of inexplicable courage and glared at Wei Ning. "Your reaction is like your first time eating human flesh. You're very resistant and afraid," Wei Ning said. Seeing Wei Ning's insistence on her telling him everything, Chi Beek clenched her fingers. "You came here for his flesh too. You must know more about it than I do. Why are you holding on to me? I was the first group to eat, yes, but if you kill me, will that stop the second and third groups from eating? There must be many more people with his unique physique. After all, the Federation is arresting illegal immigrants and driving out beggars these days." Chi Beek's eyes flushed and her body trembled as she spoke. She pointed at Wei Ning fiercely. "If it weren't for you greedy, hypocritical rich people, Grandma wouldn't have been driven to death by you. She wouldn't have believed in naturalism, and she wouldn't have refused to eat." Wei Ning frowned, patiently listening to Chi Beek continue. "That night, Grandma was starving to death. She refused to drink the nutrient solution or eat the synthetic food. I had no choice but to cut off his flesh and feed it to Grandma. I had no choice. I didn't want to." Chi Beek's shouting drained all her strength, and her arm, which was pointing at Wei Ning, fell down. She lowered her head, tears dripping down her cheeks onto her collarbone. The coldness startled Chi Beek, and she realized she was crying. The last time she cried was when she and her grandmother were evicted by the landlord. It was so long ago, Chi Beek thought she had forgotten it. Shell, are you okay? Your eyes are so red, just like Iron Man's from the cartoon. So cool, Chi Taegun whispered, his expression vacant. Really? Chi Shell's heart skipped a beat. He turned to look at Chi Taegun, only to be met with Wei Ning's magnified face. Wei Ning pushed Chi Taegun aside and stared at him. Where's your grandma now? The moment Wei Ning finished speaking, a deathly silence fell, and the metal scrapyard grew inexplicably cold. In the darkness, the Silent Axe gang members locked eyes with Wei Ning, as if they were about to attack her if she asked another question. Dead, Chi Shell signaled to his companions to remain calm, his expressionless gaze fixed on Wei Ning. If you can't beat this woman, don't try to be tough. Even so, the Axe gang members remained on edge, especially Chi Taegun. As soon as he saw Wei Ning raise his hand, he lunged forward, shouting, "Beige, be careful!" Chi Beige's pupils constricted instantly, and she tried to retreat, but the sheer terror paralyzed her. She stood there motionless, letting Wei Ning reach out to her face and then wipe away the tears. Wei Ning's movements were not gentle. She stared down at Chi Beige. "Where's your grandmother's body? Take me to see it." A warmth that didn't belong to her radiated from her face. Chi Beige finally came to her senses, abruptly taking a step back and putting some distance between them. She looked at Wei Ning with uncertainty. "What do you want to do?" "She's dead. What else can you do?" "Your grandmother isn't dead." "No, she's in more pain than death right now," Wei Ning said. "I told you, I smell blood. It's not Sha Xiangdi's, it's your grandmother's." Seeing Chi Beek's expression soften, Chi Taegun tugged at her shirt and said, "Boss, this woman is trying to frame you. Don't listen to her." Wei Ning remained silent, quietly awaiting Chi Beek's decision. She stood aside calmly, as if completely confident that Chi Beek would trust her. After scrutinizing Wei Ning for 10 minutes, Chi Beek's eyes darkened. He stepped forward and said to her, "I can take you to see Grandma, but you must also eat this man's flesh." I said, "Not just me, but you too." Although Chi Beek didn't know what secrets Sha Xiangdi's flesh held, she knew it was a bad idea, one that might even intimidate the Almighty Federation. So, to protect herself, Grandma, and the Axe gang, she had to drag Wei Ning into the situation. After all, this woman, with such agility and the ability to dispatch dozens of men in 5 minutes, must be someone special. Chi Beek personally cut a small piece of flesh from Sha Xiangdi's thigh and, with a quick punch, knocked him unconscious again. She handed the meat to Wei Ning, holding it out. "It's clean, eat it." Under Chi Beek's intense gaze, Wei Ning devoured the piece of meat in one gulp. Then, she opened her mouth to indicate that it wasn't hidden under her tongue. Chi Beek nodded with satisfaction. "Come with me." Before taking a step, Chi Taegun asked, "Beek, what should we do with that man? He looks like he's about to bleed to death." 3 days have passed. It's clear this man isn't that important. No one cares about him. No one's bothered. Chi Beek glanced at Wei Ning. "Oh, there's one. What do you think I should do with him?" Chapter 116. Meeting Chi Beek's provocative gaze, Wei Ning smiled gently. Chi Beek was a very smart and face-conscious girl. She claimed that Sha Xiangdi was unimportant, but in reality, Chi Beek knew full well that his death and his body would cause great trouble for the Axe gang. She had no idea what the problem was, so she could only ask the only person present who had a clear understanding. As it happened, she disliked this person and refused to lose face, so she resorted to provocation. Wei Ning hoisted the unconscious Sha Xiangdi onto her shoulders and said, "Go see your grandmother first." Chi Beek's heart sank. The unknown danger seemed even more deadly. She felt a little breathless, and walked ahead with a stern face, unwilling to speak to anyone. After bypassing another mountain of metal garbage, Wei Ning and the others reached almost the heart of the Diaria garbage factory. Here, abandoned cars and robots were everywhere, most of them crushed into thick pancakes. Wei Ning's gaze flickered across the pile of scrap metal when Chi Taegun's voice suddenly reached his ears. "You're so ignorant. We're tired of seeing these things. You've been living here all this time? How did you manage to stay unnoticed?" Wei Ning looked at Chi Taegun. He hadn't expected Wei Ning to overhear him, and he was startled. Seeing no sign of objection on Chi Beek's face, he cleared his throat and said to Wei Ning, "Stay here at night, and near the garbage dump wall during the day." Having a separate place for daytime and nighttime shelters was common for beggars wandering the city. The patrol officers in the city were divided into 2 shifts. As for why they didn't find a job, beggars couldn't find work in the federal government, They were a lower class of citizen than undocumented immigrants. So, they banded together to form a beggars' gang, scavenging unwanted food from places like the garbage dump. No one's fighting for territory, Wei Ning asked. Chi Taigun was immediately enraged. A lot of people are fighting. They all think the boss is young and easy to bully. Although the Axe Gang never won a fight, everyone has to sleep. The boss is so smart. How many beggars gangs like yours are there in the entire third ring? Wei Ning asked again. Chi Taigun glanced at Wei Ning. What? You want to call the police on us? I tell you, there's no end of them. The boss said, as long as the federal government exists, there will always be beggars in the wasteland who are worse than even the undocumented. The federal government is just a parasite that crawls on the citizens and sucks their blood. Wei Ning looked at Chi Taigun, his eyes complex and difficult to decipher, but inexplicably, Chi Taigun didn't feel threatened. You don't like federal rule? Before Chi Taigun could nod frantically in agreement with Wei Ning, Chi Beak suddenly told him to shut up and get out of the way of Grandma's room. But he clearly wasn't blocking the way. Chi Taigun didn't dare speak, silently retreating to the Axe Gang. Grandma's house was very simple. The pile of garbage, made of pancake-shaped metal, was stable enough to carve out a large living space, though such a house could only last one night, being demolished by the factory the next morning. This was what Chi Beak and the others had dug out tonight, after the garbage factory workers had finished their shift. Everyone wait outside. Come in with me, Chi Beak said, pointing at Wei Ning. Not a single Axe Gang member objected, even though Wei Ning was powerful enough to kill Chi Beak at any moment. The house was dimly lit. Wei Ning looked down and saw an abandoned robot in the corner. Its half-broken display screen illuminated the space, allowing Wei Ning to barely observe his grandmother's condition. The old woman, eyes tightly closed, lay stiffly on a bed made of scrap metal, without breathing or heartbeat. Physiologically, she was a corpse. But Wei Ning was certain she was still alive, in another form. The old woman's exposed skin bore no wounds, but she exuded an extremely strong smell of blood. Wei Ning raised his hand and poked the old woman. His fingertips sank in, the texture like a balloon filled with water. As he withdrew his hand, the old woman's skin rebounded at a visible speed, inexplicably decompressing. Is there any way to wake Grandma? Chi Beak asked. After eating the man's flesh, Grandma became like this. Wei Ning looked at Chi Beak. Tell me honestly, was your grandma eating human flesh because she was hungry? Grandma had stomach cancer, and before she died, she wanted to eat all natural food. Chi Beak lowered her eyelashes and stroked the old woman's hand. After Grandma ate, her stomach cancer miraculously healed. I was so happy at first, but this morning, she became like this. No one wants to go to the garbage dump for treatment for a beggar, so I'm going to eat that man's flesh, become like Grandma, and then walk out of the garbage dump. Chi Beak's voice was low, her heartbroken expression unconcealed. She lowered her head and pressed her face tightly against Grandma's hand, as if trying to draw warmth from the person she loved most, hoping to stay alive. The abandoned robot staggered over to Chi Beak, its broken display changing color to her favorite blue. Chi Beak noticed the robot approaching and raised her head, a smile uglier than tears. She stared intently at Wei Ning. You can wake Grandma, right? From her bird's eye view, Chi Beak's eyes were round and moist, like a homeless puppy abandoned on the street, waiting for Wei Ning, a kind-hearted person, to come and pet her head. Just as she wished. Wei Ning crouched down, looking her in the eye, a moving expression in their eyes as they met Chi Beak's. In the presence of an adult, a vulnerable child naturally craves a sense of security. Chi Beak's eyes reddened, and she fell forward into Wei Ning's arms. She hugged Wei Ning's neck tightly, her whole body trembling with extreme grief. Beside the bed of the peacefully sleeping elderly, an adult and child embraced each other tightly, a scene both heartwarming and tragic. Under the light from the abandoned robot's display screen, the three people's shadows were stretched out, blending together. Huge. Deformed. Squirming. The tops of the three shadows began to wriggle, splitting into tentacles that slowly approached the two people hugging on the ground. The smell of blood in the air grew thicker, suffocating. Can you touch my head? Chi Bebe nestled in Wei Ning's arms, her features contorted, her eyelashes trembling, looking agonized. Wei Ning lowered her head, and under Chi Bebe's gaze, she touched her trembling eyelashes and said, "That's not an expression of pain. It's clearly excitement. Extreme excitement is distorted." Wei Ning sighed deeply. Wei Ning was incredibly familiar with this strange, perverted excitement. Such extreme emotions had occurred countless times, so much so that she easily saw through Chi Beak's tricks. Chi Beek's pupils constricted. She struggled out of Wei Ning's arms, huddled against the wall, and watched as Wei Ning, with his back to her, grasped at the twisting tentacles in the air. The old man sleeping in the bed had vanished, replaced by a gigantic mass of flesh covered in tentacles. Wei Ning's arm sank, hurling the alien creature against the wall. The entire mountain of metal junk trembled and crumbled. The alien convulsed in pain, curling up its tentacles and wriggling to hide behind Chi Beek and the others. Wei Ning didn't stop her, but simply stood there watching, her eyes ablaze. She was clearly ecstatic. "When did you discover this?" Chi Beek asked coldly. She took the iron rod from Chi Tai Gun and, along with the rest of the Axe gang, surrounded Wei Ning, leaving her no chance to escape. Wei Ning tilted her head to look at Chi Beek and asked, "Did you realize you were acting?" Before Chi Beek could respond, Wei Ning continued, "Your acting is truly abysmal. You tempted me, trying to make me sympathize with you, to pity you, and then, when I let my guard down, I was devoured by this monster. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. In your eyes, I'm this monster's food. By eating me, it will become stronger. So, from the beginning, you insisted that I eat that man's flesh, hoping I would become a monster like him." In the small, enclosed space, besides Wei Ning's voice, no other sound could be heard. The Axe gang member stared at Wei Ning with dark, gloomy eyes, and for a moment, an inexplicable sense of unease filled her. It seemed as if some unimaginable beast was about to break free. "My grandma isn't a monster." Chi Beek stepped forward, completely shielding the alien creature behind her. She looked up at Wei Ning with an extremely serious expression. "She's become a creature from another dimension, a being everyone in the wasteland must look up to. A god. I will be the god's most loyal child. I will offer everything to my grandma. Whatever she asks, I'll give her." Wei Ning remained silent, seemingly Chi Beek's most sincere listener. But her eyes grew brighter, and a smile spread across her face, making Chi Beek grip the iron rod tightly. Wei Ning said, "Very good. I like you very much. I hope you'll keep your promise." Chi Beek was stunned. "You like me very much?" "Yes, I like you very much," Wei Ning said with a smile. "But I prefer those who live longer." "What do you mean?" Before Chi Beek could react, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the sky, and then the mountain of metal garbage collapsed and shattered. After Chi Beek and the others finally dodged the falling metal and reached the open ground, they were suddenly locked onto the helicopter's tracking lights. Under the glaring pale light, the panic on the Axe gang members' faces was unmistakable, and Chi Beek's expression grew even colder and gloomier. She stared at Wei Ning, her eyes red with bloodshot redness. "You're from the military. Stop pretending. You already guessed it. Who told you I honestly fight you all alone?" Wei Ning displayed the terminal on her wrist, raised an eyebrow at Chi Beek, and silently formed two words with her lips. "System?" It was too late to escape. One by one, soldiers descended from the sky, guns drawn, surrounding Chi Beek and the other group and the alien creature. And Chi Beek clearly had no intention of running. The helicopter whipped up a gust of wind, and her voice became distorted and sharp, remarkably inhuman. "You know it was me calling you." Through the walls of human bodies, Wei Ning and Chi Beek locked eyes from afar. Of course Wei Ning knew. The moment Wei Ning saw Chi Beek, she knew for sure that the imperiled Black Miss Walker was her. Sha Xiangdi, on the other hand, was merely a tool, a toy for Wei Ning and Chi Beek to tug and fight over. No, it wasn't just Wei Ning and Chi Beek. The system was also involved in this game. Once again, the system had concealed crucial information, and once again, it hadn't concealed it from Wei Ning, who had outmaneuvered her. Chapter 117. Bang, bullets pierced the air, hurtling straight towards the alien creature surrounded by soldiers. The thick tentacles instantly swelled several times their size, their outermost layer of skin and flesh incredibly tough, deflecting the impenetrable bullets and showering the Union soldiers with bullets. Bang, 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 bullets were shattered by bullets, the smoke solidifying into a solid mass. In the blink of an eye, the metal scrapyard seemed enveloped in a thick black fog. Amidst this perilous, blinding atmosphere, a hoarse, deep roar echoed in the ears of the soldiers, who dared not act rashly. A strong smell of blood permeated the air, and the alien creature's roar grew clearer and more powerful. It was slaughtering. Beneath the black fog lay an invisible, one-sided massacre. The Union soldiers were in a state of extreme anxiety, but none dared to act without authorization. They awaited their commander's orders. "Commander Gu, what should we do now?" Chi Chunming frowned. As a sniper, she was blinded and helpless at this moment. After waiting for an answer for a long time, Chi Chunming anxiously looked up. The moment her eyes landed on Gu Xiangying, she was stunned. Gu Xiangying clasped his hands behind his back, his expression calmly gazing down at the black mist writhing on the ground. Gu Xiangying seemed oblivious to the alien creature's roars, and the urgings from the audio track in her helmet. She didn't seem to care about tonight's battle. "Commander!" Qi Chunming shouted. At such close range, the thunderous shout finally brought Gu Xiangying back to her senses. She lowered her eyelashes and whispered, "We're too late after all." Qi Chunming couldn't make out Gu Xiangying's lips. Before she could desperately parachute down to rejoin Wei Ning, Gu Xiangying's voice finally emerged from the audio helmet. His voice was steady, without a trace of emotion. "Except for that girl, kill all the alien creatures and the remaining citizens. Leave no one alive." "Yes, sir." After receiving the transfer order, Xing Wuqian headed into the black fog in a specific direction. That was Wei Ning's position. 5 meters. 2 meters. "Where's he?" Xing Wuqian's face darkened. Soldiers without transfer orders must remain on standby. That's the first rule of the federal military. If he couldn't find Wei Ning, how was he supposed to get the audio track helmet around his neck? What a troublemaker. Beware of a single tentacle from the alien. Wei Ning, who was being cursed by Xing Wuqian, was sitting with his legs crossed, hiding on a mountain of metal junk, watching with gusto as the alien played whack-a-mole, beating down every soldier that popped up. And this newly born alien hadn't gotten any good from the military either. Look, Chi-Beak, the child, hiding under its tentacles, his eyes red with tears. Wei Ning felt even more satisfied. That was the most primal animal pleasure, the sweetest revenge, the rage etched in Wei Ning's DNA. Revenge on Chi-Beak. Revenge on the Federation. Revenge on the system. The Federation was lured in by Wei Ning, and Wei Ning was lured in for Chi-Beak by the system, forming a perfect link. The Black Mist Walker mentioned in the system's mission refers to Chi-Beak, not Sha Xiangdi. It's playing word games with Wei Ning, but it's not lying. Chi-Beak, the Black Mist Walker, is truly in danger and needs her companions to help her escape. Wei Ning knows this. She chooses to play along, playing the supporting role, even though her performance is barely passable. After all, scaring people is fun. However, Wei Ning also knows that the military is monitoring her and tracking her location. At the same time, they're also targeting Chi-Beak and the Axe Gang. Wei Ning wasn't trying to divert her attention by pitting the military against Chi-Beak. The conflict lay between these two factions. He failed to catch the fish, only to be swindled away. Serves her right. In the heated melee, no one on either side paid any attention to Wei Ning. The Metal Waste Mountain had many caves, and the one Wei Ning was currently occupying was the one she had carefully selected as the best vantage point. When Chi-Beak was taking Wei Ning to visit her grandmother, she had taken a liking to it. So, she leisurely shifted her posture, lying back, her hands tucked behind her head, letting herself sink into the pitch-black cavern. In the darkness, all her senses were magnified to the extreme. Pain, like cramps and throbbing pulses, surged in waves. Wei Ning's back and forehead were drenched in cold sweat, and she felt as if she had been pulled out of the water. After another period of trance, Wei Ning's pupils suddenly widened, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Shut up. Player Wei Ning, please help your fellow Black Mist believer out of danger. Player Wei Ning, please help your fellow Black Mist believer out of danger. Player Wei Ning, please help your fellow Black Mist believer out of danger. I say, shut up." The pain was unbearable. She exerted all her strength, throwing her head back against the ground. With a muffled thud, her vision went black, and she passed out. No! She was still conscious. It was just that the surroundings were too dark, and Wei Ning couldn't sense the wriggling black mist. She thought time had stopped at the moment her head hit the ground, and she lost consciousness. Not only was the black mist, but Wei Ning couldn't even feel the pain in her body. Clearly, Wei Ning wasn't in the Black Mist land. So where exactly was this? Player Wei Ning, please help your fellow Black Mist believer out of danger. The familiar mechanical voice echoed in Wei Ning's ears again, and a thought struck her. It was the system speaking. But the darkness around Wei Ning remained unchanged. She felt as if trapped in an opaque hood, only hearing the system's voice from outside. Having arrived in a completely unfamiliar place, Wei Ning felt unfazed, even more cheerful than ever, for she was an invited guest. An unwelcome guest. As the invited party, Wei Ning decided to greet her host. She was a very polite person. "System, this is our first official meeting. Do you like my gift?" Before the mechanical voice responded, Wei Ning continued, "You must like it. After all, I eliminated a competitor for you. Receiving the favor of its mother, a beast's instinct is to possess and devour, and it would never welcome any of its kind encroaching on its resources or territory. After an unknown amount of time, a voice finally emanated from the darkness again. The system's electronic voice, as cold as ever, sounded quite pleasant to Wei Ning's ears. Given your personality, you wouldn't do such a thing. That's what I thought a minute ago. The electronic voice paused. I didn't expect you to become a spectator, enjoying the farce unfolding in the Colosseum. That's more like deserters. Huh? What are you laughing at? The electronic voice chimed in. Although the frequency and pitch remained unchanged, Wei Ning could discern the system's confusion. Wei Ning said, "You invited me to your territory just to have a debate with you about what I should and shouldn't do. It's a meaningless topic." The system replied, "I don't think it's meaningless. Actually, I'm curious. Why did you choose to do this? If possible, can I hear your psychological process tonight? What's your driving force?" Wei Ning didn't answer, but asked, "Aren't we here to officially rip each other apart?" The electronic voice paused for a moment. "Isn't it? This is the first time you openly refused a mission, and you even further exacerbated the situation. And I, as you expected, appeared, conversing with you." Wei Ning said, "I didn't expect you to be so calm, even friendly. After all, you've been tricking me since we met, putting me in danger countless times. My blood and flesh have become the fuel for your ever-growing body. You want me dead, and your malice is undisguised." The system said, "Electronic voices can't convey emotion. As a game system, reminding players to complete missions is normal." "Heh. What are you laughing about this time?" In the darkness, Wei Ning lay flat on a flat surface, her body spread out in the shape of a large letter, a remarkably uninhibited gesture. At least to the system, it looked like she wasn't paying any attention. Wei Ning blinked. Despite being in the dark for so long, she couldn't tell whether her eyes were open or closed. She said, "You're not code, so how can you not convey emotion? You're imitating a self-aware AI. Your speech and rhythm are spot on, and you're also expressing your curiosity about me, your desire to analyze my psychology and motivations. Don't argue. I only believe what I believe. Also, you didn't deny one thing. Your energy comes from me, and only me. Only Wei Ning." Wei Ning was the most unique player in Tower of One, the most unique of all the children of the Matrix. The air was silent for a moment. "You think I'm an alien? Judging from your behavior, you do." The system's voice was steady, seemingly unperturbed by its pretense. Wei Ning asked, "Don't you?" The system replied, "In your eyes, what's the difference between an alien and a wasteland citizen?" Another evasion of the question, Wei Ning thought. The system seemed particularly adept at evading this. "No, rather than evasion, there's a better word. Condescending." The system was adept at condescending, a kind of condescendingness that could be categorized as righteous. It spoke to Wei Ning kindly, even gently, guiding him, pleading with him to hollow himself out. And when faced with Wei Ning's counter-questions, it didn't want to lie, so it evaded. As for the consequences of evasion, how Wei Ning might retaliate, it didn't care. It wouldn't cause it much harm anyway. But Wei Ning had always excelled at striking back from the brink of death. She wanted to pull the system down, shred its calm and composed presence, and force it to be as naked as herself. All the madness, all the malice, all the scoundreliness, all naked and pale. So, Wei Ning's voice was filled with malice and defiance, almost overflowing with it. "What you really want to ask is the difference between the two civilizations' methods of ruling the lowest classes, right?" Silence was the answer. The system asked Wei Ning to continue. Alas, Wei Ning would not say anything. She turned over leisurely. It had to be said that this space was dim and quiet, perfectly suited for rest and sleep. In the almost endless waiting, the system realized that Wei Ning was truly feeling sleepy, and was actually about to fall asleep. "Player Wei Ning, it's extremely impolite to be distracted during a conversation. Please focus on what we're saying." Wei Ning opened her eyes at the sound. "This is a negotiation, not a conversation. Friendly trust, mutual disclosure, is conversation. The other kind is hostility. Hurling harsh words, tearing down every last vestige of our mutual defense. You're too greedy, wanting both? That's obviously impossible." The system's electronic voice seemed to cool. "But the choice of mode is mine. You said this space is my territory. Oh, then just kill me." System, eh? In the darkness, Wei Ning's smile widened to a provocative crescendo. She knew the system could see. "Come on, kill me. Player Wei Ning, you're being a scoundrel. You shouldn't do such a thing." Chapter 118. It was clearly a questioning tone. The system's electronic voice slowed down, not only lacking a hint of gloom, but also a sense of helpless resignation towards Wei Ning. My personality? Wei Ning said. I'm not a program running on code, capable of anything. System, in your opinion, what kind of personality should I have? Fearless, calm, cunning? After a pause, Wei Ning continued, also, where do you place yourself to be interested in me? A faint sigh drifted from the darkness, seemingly coming from far away. The system's electronic voice then echoed, the verbal tug-of-war is unnecessary. I'm not positioning myself correctly. You're not as resolute and determined as I am. I invited you to be my guest so that we can officially open up and bring all our struggles to the surface. After these words, the system clearly caught the fleeting smile on Wei Ning's face. It wasn't pride in victory, but a mocking sneer, a surge of fighting spirit. When did you realize I didn't want you to die? The system finally couldn't help but ask. In this dungeon, your death is real, and so is your fear and resentment. I never been soft-hearted. Can I assume this negotiation officially begins now? Wei Ning asked. System, of course, we'll exchange answers. There's plenty of time, don't worry. Wei Ning said, your first question. When did I realize you didn't want me to die? My answer is the moment I entered the Ascension of the Sun dungeon. So early. The electronic voice changed its tone, expressing surprise. As a game system, you won't awaken unless a player enters the dungeon, Wei Ning said. And the game will always need players, otherwise it will eventually fall into slumber. In short, you need me. You're not the only player. I'm special. The system responded, how can you be so sure? Wei Ning curled his lips. Answer for answer. It's my turn to ask a question. The system paused for a moment, then said, what's your question? What exactly are you? I previously thought you were one of the mother's children. After the tug just now, my suspicions have been proven wrong. The system's voice was steady, as if it had anticipated Wei Ning's question. After all, Wei Ning had always been persistent, willing to charge forward or lie low to achieve his goals. During the previous tug-of-war, you were deliberately tricking me, using counter-questions to confirm your own assumptions. Wei Ning, you're a gambler. After spouting a bunch of nonsense that Wei Ning couldn't bear to hear, the system finally responded directly, I'm not code, not an alien species, and not human. I'm a god that wanders between the dimensional gaps of another world. God? Wei Ning repeated these two words silently in his mind, over and over again. The system completely confessed, finally condescending to meet Wei Ning's gaze. The statue of the god finally appeared in the empty temple. Wei Ning's emotions were remarkably calm. There was no anger at the alien invaders, no shock that shattered his worldview, and none of the instinctive rebuttal and ridicule of a materialist. Wei Ning was an ultimate, sophisticated egoist. She spoke again, System, you can ask a new question. The system said, I'll ask the question I euphemistically addressed earlier. In your opinion, what is the difference between the two civilizations' methods of rule? Wei Ning suddenly laughed, a cold laugh. Two answers for one question, System, you're incredibly good at playing word games. You're too greedy. To answer this question, Wei Ning needed to first explain what the two civilizations were, and then the difference. For once, the system didn't shy away from Wei Ning's accusation, baring its bloody fangs. I played word games many times, and you understand it best, don't you? Every mission you complete is incredibly difficult. The first dungeon was the hardest. Surprisingly, Wei Ning didn't bristle, but calmly answered the system's question. Of the two confronting civilizations, one is obviously where I grew up, the Wasteland Federation, and the other, quite obviously, you and the alien species. Although you're not an alien species, you're inseparable. From the bottom up. The bottom layer can get to the root of the problem. At the bottom of the Wasteland Federation are citizens, like Chi Beak, who are worse off than undocumented residents. They are excluded and ignored, forbidden from living, working, surviving, or even having children on this land. But until tonight, I had no idea such a group of people existed. From school to work, I never left District A, and I know very little about other districts. The only thing I know for sure is that the citizens of District A contribute the most to the Federation, produce the most talent, and generate the highest economic returns, so their citizen benefits far exceed those of other districts. Information is blocked by the Federation. No, it's more of a division than a blockade. Information, resources, territory, even the air itself, have been divided, categorized as high, medium, and low, inferior, and even inferior, to be supplied to different districts. This management model is clearly like raising slaves and livestock, while the rulers receive absolute supreme power and status. The system asked, what do you mean? Those who receive the best resources, even if they can see the shadowy behemoth hanging overhead, will feign blindness and work tirelessly to maintain the status quo and obtain more and better resources. Those who receive the least can't even lift their heads. How can they care about anything else? They're lucky to be able to stutter. The system asked again. Those who receive the least have no desire to resist. Then, who gets the most? Possession and aggression are animal instincts. Because the word most comes from comparison. After a pause, Wei Ning continued, on the surface, the city's resources are separated and blocked from each other. But in reality, understanding each other is not difficult. The most direct proof is that the Federation has laid the electric tracks and roads. Otherwise, how could I have entered Area D, despite the time limit? Citizens of Area A are naturally curious about the citizens and environments of other areas, and naturally, a sense of superiority and satisfaction fills their ever-growing stomachs. The system said, you are right. The underlying tone of wasteland civilization is cold, and the Federation places special emphasis on the military. How can a soldier not be stained with blood? So I say, even the air is cut and filtered. After a long conversation, Wei Ning's throat felt dry. She licked her lips and continued, as for you and the alien creatures, let's call them pagans, your civilization's methods of rule are much gentler than the Federation's. After all, only emotions and thoughts allow contradiction and unity to coexist. It is the hardest to control yourself, and the easiest to be controlled by others. And emotions and thoughts are the soil of faith. Above faith lies the gentle, compassionate, and just God. At his feet are countless obedient sheep. The system said, thoughts are wrapped in brain tissue, and beyond the brain lies a layer of hard bone, wrapped within another. Who can be easily and willingly controlled by whom? Wei Ning, you are a prime example. Wei Ning ignored the system. The beggars at the bottom of the Federation, their chests bulging, their stomachs filled with quicksand, can only seek help from outsiders to block their bodies' exits. The pagans seized this opportunity. Thus faith sprouted, the temple community grew in size, and the power of the gods grew stronger. Among the pagans, there must always be someone responsible for preaching, and Shi-Beak was carefully selected, Wei Ning said. Seeing that Wei Ning had no intention of continuing, the system spoke. Can you summarize the difference in one sentence? Wei Ning rolled her eyes. Why? System, please. Wei Ning said, one physical body, one mental desire. Is that straightforward enough? Now it's my turn to ask a question. System, I'll do my best to answer you. Wei Ning's face turned cold. Is my mother safe? A dead silence fell upon her. For a moment, Wei Ning felt the system leave this space, leaving her alone in the black cage. Wei Ning said in a deep voice, answer me. The system finally spoke. Your mother killed you in the dungeon, concealed and deceived you. Don't you blame her? She's a true alien creature. Wei Ning said, answer me, safe or unsafe? The system seemed to sigh safe. After receiving the answer, Wei Ning's tense expression relaxed, and she relaxed completely, perhaps even a little too much. She seemed tired of lying in one position for so long that she rolled over a few times on the ground, finally lying flat on her face. System, Wei Ning always managed to leave it speechless. Originally, the system was clearly superior to Wei Ning in this ability. During the ascension in broad daylight, Wei Ning was always speechless at its manipulations. And now, it was the one who had fallen into this predicament. Wei Ning said, okay, you can ask a third question. The system asked, same question as before. Why did you choose to do this tonight? Given your personality, you shouldn't do something like this. Wei Ning laughed again, more often than she ever had before. Before I answer, please allow me to repeat a question as a counterattack against your wordplay. System, you're too persistent. You asked this question too many times. You asked? After being laughed at so many times by Wei Ning, with mockery and disdain, the system's electronic voice changed, a chill that anyone could hear. It was angry. In your opinion, what should my personality be like? After saying this, Wei Ning added, you repeated it so many times, and I responded to you so many times. Don't you think you're writing a paper? Wei Ning, where on earth did you learn these despicable ways? The system was truly furious, its tone distorted and shrill, tearing Wei Ning's eardrums. Blood flowed from his ear canal into his collar, mixing with cold sweat, damp and cold. It screamed, you are the smartest child. No matter what, you can achieve perfection. You are the bravest child. You are not afraid of bloodshed or death. In Zodiac number 1 middle school, you were turned into a human pig, your limbs torn off, rolling on the ground like a ball. How pitiful and horrible. In Ping'an Town, countless mental tortures failed to bring you to a mental breakdown. You are the most well-behaved, the most persistent, and the most vindictive child. The Federation is using you, your mother is using you, and I am using you too. How dare you not hate it? You should have just charged forward and, with the aliens. These creatures, the Federation soldiers, will fight to the death. Those who have harmed you, betrayed you, and those who have not firmly chosen you, will all be slaughtered. How dare they do this? Of course you can retaliate against them. Retaliate against everyone. But you shouldn't jump out of both camps. No. How can you just sit back and watch the show? Take yourself out? Alone? How dare you? No. 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 Wei Ning was stunned, rolling over onto her back. System, are you sick? Wei Ning's tone was sincere. She was genuinely concerned about the system's condition, and her expression was unfazed. Get out. Chapter 119. Wei Ning was forced to leave the system's space. Awake? Looking in the direction of the voice, Wei Ning's eyes flickered. It was Pei Qingzhe, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. That familiar face still held an expression of unnatural concern. Why are you so dazed? What, you don't remember me? You heartless little thing. Seeing Wei Ning still staring at her without saying a word, Pei Qingzhe frowned slightly, and placed a hand on Wei Ning's forehead. Dr. Mo didn't say you had a concussion, and I don't feel like you have a fever. What's wrong with you? Wei Ning blinked. Captain Pei, how long was I unconscious? A few hours. Pei Qingzhe sat down beside the bed. After the mission, we found you in a cave in a metal waste pile. Wei Ning, how did you end up there? How did you end up there? The where in the question didn't refer to a cave in a metal waste pile. Wei Ning knew that Pei Qingzhe's real question was why she was alone at the metal waste plant on the 3rd Ring Road in Area D. Pei Qingzhe, representing the Federation's top brass, had no reason to refuse an answer. It was just a subtle interrogation. A mission issued by the system, Wei Ning said in a deep voice, her expression stern. Pei Qingzhe's expression also grew colder. She casually pulled a chair over, and sat down across from Wei Ning. What mission? Can missions actually be triggered in real life? Is this the first time? Wei Ning didn't answer Pei Qingzhe immediately. Her lashes drooped, and her half-covered eyes prevented Pei Qingzhe from fully understanding her emotions. He only sensed that she seemed to be thinking, waiting for something. Wei Ning was waiting, testing the system. The system didn't issue a warning to prevent Wei Ning from telling the Federation about the mission. For some reason, Pei Qingzhe didn't ask Wei Ning to answer, but a voice urged her through her earpiece. Pei Qingzhe, let Wei Ning answer. This is an order, Gu Xiangying said into the headset. She sat in the monitoring room, her eyes fixed on Wei Ning on the electronic screen. Wei Ning, Pei Qingzhe said. Captain Pei, this is the first time I triggered a system mission in the real world. The mission is to rescue a player located in the 3rd ring of Area D. Wei Ning looked Pei Qingzhe in the eye, her face sincere and serious. Rescue the player? Pei Qingzhe asked. Wei Ning nodded. You were the only one who went to the garbage dump in Area D that night. The other members of the 2 surface team were unaware of this. Wei Ning, can you tell me why you were the only one to receive this mission to rescue the player? Pei Qingzhe's tone of questioning was no different from his usual playful and casual conversations with Wei Ning, deliberately trying to put Wei Ning at ease. Wei Ning clearly noticed this, and she slowly shook her head. Sorry, I can't answer that. The relationship between the system and the players is unequal. I received this mission suddenly, and I can only carry it out. As if believing Wei Ning's words, Pei Qingzhe changed the question and asked, what do you think the system's purpose is in issuing this mission? Wei Ning looked at Pei Qingzhe. On the surface, it seems to be asking me to save that player and not to kill him. What's the reality? Pei Qingzhe asked. Actually, it's to declare war on the Federation. Wei Ning frowned. From the first time I entered the game, I knew that the system and the dungeon bosses always harbored ill will toward players. They hate us and don't welcome us, so how could they really ask me to rescue them? Wei Ning paused, then said, Captain Pei, after receiving the mission, I was the one who was truly in danger and needed rescue. Huh? Pei Qingzhe was stunned, looking at Wei Ning with disbelief in his eyes. He blurted out, You still need someone to rescue you? Wei Ning said, The system didn't name the player by name. You have a point. Pei Qingzhe's eye twitched. I have things to do. You should get some rest. Dr. Mo will be here soon. Dr. Mo? Wei Ning asked. She was the doctor who examined you that day. She's now the head doctor for the tooth facial team, and is fully responsible for your health. Pei Qingzhe stood up and left, just in time to meet Mo Beixia at the door. He nodded slightly and brushed past her. Mo Beixiao walked in. Are you feeling unwell? Do you have a headache? Wei Ning shook her head. I'm hungry, not a headache. Dr. Mo, what brings you here? Is there something wrong with my blood? There is indeed a problem, and it's a serious one, Mo Beixiao said, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. But under your authority, I'm not allowed to tell you. Are you angry? Wei Ning, not angry. Even if you're angry, hold your hand out, Mo Beixiao said, as he grabbed Wei Ning's hand and drew blood. This time, only one tube of blood was drawn. Less than a minute after flowing from the warm human body, the blood in the test tube had turned completely black. Mo Beixiao casually shook it, and the black blood clung to the sides of the test tube, faintly audible as the glass corroded. Wei Ning's heart sank. The degree of her blood mutation was clearly far greater than Xia Xiangdi's. The black mist had practically solidified within her bloodstream. Mo Beixiao looked down at Wei Ning, seeing a perfectly balanced flash of panic cross her face. She suddenly raised her head and said, Dr. Mo, with my authority, shouldn't I be unable to know? Wei Ning didn't ask what had happened to her body. Mo Beixiao wanted to say she would tell him. Mo Beixiao put the test tube away, not even looking up. But with my authority, I can tell others. No one dared to say anything. But I don't want to tell you. As expected. Okay, Dr. Mo, Wei Ning said. In Mo Beixiao's opinion, the higher-ups in the Federation had known about it long before Wei Ning, so it didn't matter whether she spoke or not. But if it meant causing trouble for these people, she was more than happy to do so. After all, causing trouble for the Federation was also causing trouble for Li Yiqiu. Since you're fine, you can go to work. It's already 8 o'clock in the morning, Mo Beixiao said. Wei Ning's face changed at the sound. Wait, what time? 8 o'clock sharp. Mo Beixiao glanced at Wei Ning suspiciously. Seeing she ignored him, she turned and walked away, leaving Wei Ning with a slightly glazed look in her eyes. A 5,000-word work report. Wei Ning thought intently, not moving a single word. This was the first time Wei Ning had failed to complete a task. Her unusual obsessive-compulsive disorder meant that anything she handed over could only be labeled 100%. 100% completion, 100% score, 100% possession. Is that why you came here right away? Zhou Zhongchuan looked at Wei Ning in surprise. Wei Ning, I'm not the kind of leader who oppresses my members. We all knew you were on a mission last night. Reasonably, this 5,000-word work report will be delayed. Wei Ning's fingertips twitched, her expression impassive. She said, Captain, since you're on a mission mid-vacation, can I request some of your vacation time back? Zhou Zhongchuan looked hesitant. Strictly speaking, your mission began at midnight today, so it doesn't count as vacation time. Overtime is a common occurrence in the military. Dr. Mo submitted your physical report, which shows you're in good health. Wei Ning, if you want leave, you can only ask for personal leave, which is difficult to approve. Wei Ning listened patiently. After Zhou Zhongchuan finished, she said, My mother is sick, and I need to go back home to take care of her. Zhou Zhongchuan's expression grew even more embarrassment. He sighed and said, Sorry, that excuse is unacceptable. Why? Wei Ning stared at Zhou Zhongchuan. Zhou Zhongchuan said, After the mission ended last night, the higher-ups issued an order to increase controls on federal citizens, especially the families of soldiers. So your mother isn't sick. The Federation monitors citizens in every district, and the families of soldiers have always been a key target. After all, Federation soldiers are the only group to have direct contact with alien creatures, and soldiers always visit their families during their leave. Wei Ning is no exception. However, surveillance has never reached a level that allows superiors to have instant access to information about soldiers. Wei Ning couldn't control her expression. Zhou Zhongchuan was startled by Wei Ning's sudden change of expression, and was speechless for a moment. He felt the hairs on his body stand up, and a chill run down his back. Wei Ning, you. Wei Ning, however, remained calm. She stared at Zhou Zhongchuan intently. Captain Zhou, my boyfriend was in a car accident, and I need to go take care of him. Zhou Zhongchuan's eyes widened at that. Boyfriend? Wei Ning nodded. He was paralyzed, and in desperate need of care. Zhou Zhongchuan forced himself to calm down. Then give him a call, and I'll confirm the situation. If it's true, I'll approve your leave. Wei Ning clicked on the terminal, and dialed Chui Feng's number. The moment the call connected, Wei Ning immediately asked, How are you doing? How many legs are broken? The other end of the line, both are broken, comminuted fractures. Zhou Zhongchuan, listening in, thought to himself how pitiful. Prosthetic limbs are expensive, and ordinary citizens can hardly afford them. If Wei Ning needs them, he can lend her the money. Catching the look on Zhou Zhongxuan's face, Wei Ning closed the terminal. Captain Zhou, can you approve my leave? Of course. By the way, Captain Pei has towed your motorcycle back to the military headquarters. It's parked in Area A, Basement 1. Zhou Zhongxuan wanted to say something more, but the moment Wei Ning received the approval, she turned and left his office, not even bothering to respond to Qi Chunming and the others who greeted her. Qi Chunming and Xing Wuqian exchanged glances, then glanced at Zhou Zhongxuan in the office. Captain, what's wrong with Wei Ning? She has something urgent to deal with, Zhou Zhongxuan said. Qi Chunming leaned over and asked, what's it? Is it something about the dungeon? Zhou Zhongxuan deliberately put on a stern face. If I have nothing to do, I'll go train and prepare for the next dungeon. At this moment, Wei Ning, who was being missed by Qi Chunmin, was riding her motorcycle at full speed. Her ponytail flew high in the wind, sharp as a cold weapon. Wei Ning's home was on the edge of District E, a long way from the center. It was during this journey that Wei Ning truly realized the extent to which the Federation's surveillance of citizens had suddenly intensified. Chapter 120. Wei Ning was forced to stop the car. She raised her goggles and looked at the patrol officers blocking her way with a cold expression. What's going on? Routine inspection, a patrol officer said, shining the instrument in his hand into Wei Ning's eyes. You can go. Wei Ning frowned slightly and clicked on the terminal, displaying military ID. What are you doing? After carefully examining Wei Ning's ID, a patrol officer's expression changed, awe in his eyes, and he replied conscientiously, Officer Wei, orders have been issued to inspect citizens at every checkpoint. If the instrument shows a positive result, they must be taken to the nearest first-level hospital for isolation. Wei Ning nodded, her eyes fixed on the instrument in the patrol officer's hand. Was this just issued today? Yes, sir, another patrol officer shouted. The Federation acted with extraordinary swiftness. After the incident at the metal waste plant in Area D, the Federation keenly perceived the further contamination of the wasteland by alien creatures, with more and more citizens being assimilated like sheep beak. In just one night, they were able to produce an instrument capable of detecting the scent of alien creatures and put it into operation seamlessly. It's clear that everything happened as the federal leadership anticipated. Non-human creatures always possess a primal, animalistic savagery, desperate to expand their territory and devour resources. Inexplicably, Wei Ning asked, which is the nearest first-class hospital in this area? Chateau's Psychiatric Hospital. Psychiatric Hospital? Wei Ning's eyebrows jumped. Wasn't this the psychiatric hospital where she first met Cui Feng? Although it's called a psychiatric hospital, it's truly a first-class general hospital, but the psychiatric department is particularly renowned. Director Song of the Sparrow Hospital is the most renowned psychiatrist in the Federation, a patrolman said. Song and his age? Wei Ning asked. Yes, sir, the patrolman said. After receiving the answer, Wei Ning closed her goggles again, pushed the accelerator to the floor, and instantly disappeared. The time required to travel from Area A to Area E had been compressed to an extreme by Wei Ning, so fast that it shocked the people who were waiting for her. Why are you back so soon? Logically, you should be back after lunch at the earliest, and it's only 9 in the morning. Why are you waiting for me here? Wei Ning looked at the girl with the buzz cut, staring at her with wide eyes. As if Wei Ning had touched a nerve, Tong Xiugu jumped up in anger. You stole my motorcycle and ran away without saying when you return it. I'm going to wait for you right here, right? Give me back my motorcycle. Give it back, give it back, give it back. Wei Ning placed her hand on the handlebar. How did you know I would be back today, and even after lunch? Who told you that? If you don't, I'm leaving. You're a scoundrel. Tong Xiugu pointed at Wei Ning. Seeing Wei Ning's stern, serious expression, she fumed for a moment before finally speaking. Your mother said so. The moment she finished speaking, Wei Ning suddenly leaped off the scooter and grabbed Tong Xiugu by the collar. What happened to my mother? Tong Xiugu was frightened by Wei Ning's expression. Her knees suddenly gave way, and she was lifted into the air by Wei Ning. Her back was soaking wet, and she was speechless for a long time. A thug next to her stepped forward and said to Wei Ning in a trembling voice, Your mother is in the hospital. Zhou Zhongxuan had told Wei Ning half an hour ago that Wei Kongwu was in good health and safe. Wei Ning let go of Tong Xiugu and looked at the thug. What happened from last night until now? Tell me everything. The thug dragged Tong Xiugu behind him and handed him to the others. We've been waiting here for you since you stole our only motorcycle last night. Around 2 a.m., we were awakened by the high beams and instinctively hid near the alley entrance. We saw a group of people get out of their cars and walk into the alley. The thug paused and added, they were wearing the same clothes as you. Who are you? Wei Ning looked her in the eye and simply said, which hospital is my mother in? Wei Ning was losing all patience. Only a last shred of common sense kept her from killing the smartass in front of her. If you want to gain something from Wei Ning, you shouldn't use the person she cares about most as a bargaining chip. Letting someone exploit your weaknesses is a situation that will never happen to Wei Ning. Only the weak face this kind of situation, and Wei Ning is not a weakling. Grabbing the thug's neck, Wei Ning increased her grip, watching her features distort with indifference. Which hospital? Sean. K. Mental hospital. With the last word, the thug was thrown to the ground. She clutched her neck, her vision blacking out, her hands and feet numb, yet she still grasped Wei Ning's shirt with all her might, saying, I want to follow you. Wei Ning glanced back at her, grabbed her by the back of the collar, and hoisted her onto the scooter. In the moments before the scooter drove off, the thug only remembered to wave goodbye to Tong Xiaodu and the others. Then, he could only cling tightly to Wei Ning's waist, hiding himself from the gusts of wind. You're driving so fast, be careful. You won't die, Wei Ning said coldly. Finish telling me what happened next, or I'll throw you off. Falling from a high-speed motorcycle can be fatal. The thug immediately pressed Wei Ning harder. It wasn't until 8 o'clock this morning that the group retreated from the alley. Not long after, a woman in a wheelchair approached us and asked us to tell the girl who stole the motorcycle that she's gone to the Sparrow Mental Hospital. 8 o'clock in the morning was the time Wei Ning woke up in the military building. At the same time, the military also removed their surveillance of Wei Kong-woo. The Federation would not allow a recurrence of what happened to Chi Beek and her grandmother. They believed Wei Ning might have also given her flesh and blood to Wei Kong-woo, transforming her into a different creature. This was why Wei Ning had requested a half-day leave to go home, even though she knew full well that Wei Kong-woo hadn't done so. After waking from her coma, Wei Ning had no new wounds. After recounting the entire story, the thug could only hear the rushing wind. She noticed Wei Ning intentionally avoiding electronic surveillance, choosing only side roads and alleys, driving all the way from Area E to Area A. Having received no positive feedback from Wei Ning, the punk grew anxious. She wasn't sure if Wei Ning would abandon her after arriving at the Shan K Mental Hospital. After all, Wei Ning had already obtained the information she sought, and she was no longer of any value. The punk hugged Wei Ning tightly around the waist and shouted, My name is Wu Shiba, you must remember me. Wei Ning sneered, Why should I remember you? I don't want to be a punk anymore. I don't want to be a child laborer. I want to go to school. You'll be my sister, okay? Wu Shiba shouted. Wei Ning slammed on the brakes, then instantly stepped on the accelerator. The sudden stop and the sudden acceleration caused Wu Shiba to slam headfirst into Wei Ning's back. His teeth jarred against the hard bone, tears welling in the corners of his eyes, and he shut up for a moment. I can't cure you, Wei Ning thought. Sister. Wei Ning was now extremely sensitive to these two words, especially after the system showdown. Sister and younger sister, another close relationship between women. From the dungeon to the wasteland, they had always entangled Wei Ning, like a hungry beast scenting blood, clinging to its fleeing prey. With Wei Ning at the center, the blood vessels in her body were drawn out, spreading a vast network. The first vein that emerged was the connection between mother and daughter. Wei Ning and Wei Kong-woo, Wei Ning and the alien creature that was her mother. The second vein was the connection between sister and younger sister. Wei Ning could clearly see the other lines intersecting with the first and second lines, all the possible connections between women. For example, superiors and subordinates. Wei Ning and Pei Qingzhe. Rivals. Wei Ning and Qi Chunming. Teammate. Wei Ning and Qi Chunming. And there were many more. Wei Ning waited eagerly, and at the same moment, she suddenly stopped the car. They had arrived at the Shan K Mental Hospital. Move the motorcycle away, Wei Ning said to Wu Shiba, then walked straight into the Shan K Mental Hospital without hesitation. This was Wei Ning's second time here after such a long time. Wei Ning had a good memory. She remembered the route from the entrance to Cui Feng's clinic perfectly. She also remembered Cui Feng pretending to be a doctor, remembering him making faces at her. The huge hospital was surprisingly empty. With a bang, the clinic door was slammed against the wall. Wei Ning stared coldly at the man sitting upright in the chair. Where's my mother? Meeting Wei Ning's gaze, the man narrowed his eyes slightly. He walked straight up to Wei Ning and said, Call out my name first. Slap. The man was slapped so hard by Wei Ning that his neck was instantly dislocated, and the sound of bones colliding could be clearly heard. Slap, another slap. Followed by this, Wei Ning kicked the man's knee, forcing him to his knees. She bent down, grabbed his hair, and slammed him against the wall, making several muffled thuds. Seeing the man's head covered in blood and his consciousness blurred, Wei Ning stopped and asked in a deep voice, "Where's my mother? Don't take my anger lightly. My patience is limited, Chang-Chi." There was no Chang-Chi's fake voice in her ears. Wei Ning's eyes turned cold, and she grabbed his hair, trying to exert more force. "Stop!" Wei Ning released the unconscious Chang-Chi Wei and turned to look at Wei Kan-Wu, who was in a wheelchair. She called out absent-mindedly, "Mom." Wei Kan-Wu pushed the wheelchair over to Wei Ning's side, grasped her trembling hand, and transferred her body warmth to her, trying to calm her down quickly. Before Wei Kan-Wu appeared, Wei Ning's mind was blank. Grabbing Chang-Chi Wei's head and banging it against the wall was just a mechanical repetition. Wei Kan-Wu stroked the back of Wei Ning's hand repeatedly with her thumb, whispering, "I didn't eat his flesh and blood. Don't worry." Wei Ning looked down at her. "Really? You're not lying?" "No." Song Yusui walked over and handed the test tube to Wei Ning. "Wei Songwu's blood sample is normal. There's no trace of black mist." Wei Ning grasped the cold test tube. "Mom, do you know Dr. Song? I never heard you mention that." Chapter 121. The test tube spun around in Wei Ning's hands before returning to Song Yusui's. She gazed at Wei Ning, her eyes slightly curved, her demeanor gentle. "Songwu and I have been close friends for many years, accompanying each other for a very long time." Wei Ning, however, looked at Wei Kan-Wu and, seeing her nod in tacit agreement, said to Song Yusui, "You've seen me many times before." The tone was affirmative. In the military psychiatric clinic, it was Wei Ning's first meeting with Song Yusui, but not Song Yusui's first time meeting Wei Ning. "Why are you pretending not to know me?" Wei Ning asked Song Yusui. "It's not time yet." Song Yusui grasped the wheelchair's backrest and pushed Wei Kan-Wu out of the room. She moved gently and slowly, motioning Wei Ning to follow. Chang-Chi Wei, fainting on the ground with a bleeding head, was forgotten by the three men. Wei Ning snatched the wheelchair from Song Yusui and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean? What exactly do you and Mom want to do? I don't want Mom to be in danger, even if she's willing." Song Yusui wasn't angry at being ostracized by Wei Ning. She raised her glasses and walked ahead, leading the way. After all, Shan Mental Hospital was her territory. No one knew it better than she did. It was the work of her years. Song Yusui's gentle voice echoed in the corridor, a tone most suited to soothing patients. She was accustomed to it. In the wasteland, living is inherently dangerous. You either die with your eyes closed or with them open. It makes no difference. Song Yusui asked Wei Ning, "Wei Ning, which one do you want to choose?" "There are only two answers, not a third." Wei Ning fell into deep thought, and the air was dead silent. Song Yusui didn't urge her. She lowered her head and met Wei Songwu's gaze, her expression gentle. Wei Kan-Wu, with a cold and indifferent expression, was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered and turned his head away from her. After spending so long alone in the sunless underground, one becomes accustomed to fearing all light, even the faintest and softest moonlight. Wei Ning knew what Song Yusui was asking her, and she already knew the answer in her heart. The long silence wasn't due to fear of her own choice, but rather a sense of emptiness, like the blind men touching an elephant. Countless people say you touched an unprecedented beast, one so massive it could easily crush you. It possesses the longest, hardest tusks in the world. You were secretly startled when the tusks pierced your palm, but you continued to caress the beast. With your bold movements, exclamations echoed in your ears, marveling at your bravery and fearlessness. But you knew, as well as they did, that your courage was only because you were blind. Darkness robs one of imagination. No matter how terrifying the creeping beast is, a blind man cannot imagine it. Wei Ning is that blind person. She is brave and decisive, and her choices are straightforward. Because everyone around her is hiding something from her, pushing Wei Ning forward. A darkness shrouded Wei Ning, a man-made darkness. Wei Ning said to Song Yusui, "I choose to stand behind my mother. I will do whatever she needs me to do." Song Yusui paused, turned to look at Wei Ning, his eyes inexplicably cold. "You and Wei Kan-Wu have a truly good relationship. You trust her deeply, and are willing to put your life in her hands." Wei Ning nodded yes. Song Yusui smiled silently and continued, "Even if you are in pain, even if she is using you." "Song Yusui," Wei Kan-Wu called out coldly. She stopped, gripping the wheelchair, and looked at Song Yusui with a warning look. Song Yusui showed no sign of weakness. The smile on her face vanished completely. She bent down to meet Wei Songwu's gaze. "Wei Kan-Wu, tell Wei Ning, Do you choose the Wasteland Federation or the Esper God? After all these years, you still can't raise a child. You shouldn't have kept it from her. Wei Conwu turned her back to Wei Ning, her back straight, and distanced herself from the wheelchair, just as she had always done. And her voice, which reached Wei Ning's ears, was equally calm and decisive. Esper God. Esper God. The second voice belonged to Wei Ning. Very good, Esper God. The third voice belonged to Song Yusui. The moment the words fell, Song Yusui flung open the titanium alloy door that blocked the three of them. An unusually large space lay before Wei Ning, a space filled with technological instruments. The electronic light from the instruments flashed in Wei Ning's eyes, like fireworks suddenly exploding in the darkness. Song Yusui rummaged through the metal countertops, then walked over to Wei Ning and said with a smile, I got something for you, a belated gift. You'll like it. Wei Ning took a closer look. It was an ordinary-looking terminal. The military terminal has an eavesdropping and positioning chip installed. If it's forcibly removed, it'll explode instantly. I don't want to see you as a pile of pulp the next time. Song Yusui said, this is a privately developed terminal. It can invisibly interfere with the magnetic field inside the military terminal, normalizing the missing frequencies. In short, you're free. Wei Ning tapped the terminal on her wrist and searched through her contacts. Seeing those familiar names, Wei Ning raised an eyebrow. Wei Conwu, Song Yusui Chi Beek, and Shui Feng Chung Chi Wei. Song Yusui explained kindly, although they're the same person, one is 16 and the other 26, making empathy particularly difficult. Just treat them as two different people for now. As a qualified psychiatrist, Song Yusui knew how to address patients' needs. Seeing Wei Ning's interest in the terminal, Song Yusui pulled her aside to demonstrate its features. There's a button on the side that turns you invisible, so you don't have to worry about the military noticing you have an extra device. Most importantly, it can be taken into a dungeon and remains unaffected by the dungeon's magnetic field, allowing for communication at any time. Compared to the military terminal, this one you have is more powerful and can. After patiently listening to Song Yusui's words, Wei Ning held out her hand under her nose. Do you have any extra? Song Yusui looked at Wei Ning. Who are you giving it to? A follower of the alien god. Wei Ning tapped the side of the terminal, and instantly, only a military device remained on her wrist. Or, in other words, a black mist walker. The moment the last four words left Wei Ning's mouth, the system's electronic tone rang again. Dear player Wei Ning, congratulations on discovering new black mist walkers. Song Yusui and Wei Conwu, they are your trusted companions. The number of members has met the requirements for forming a faction, unlocking the Alien God faction. Players can view the current list of members of the Alien God faction. Wei Ning thought to herself, looking at the list. The Alien God faction. Beings from a higher dimension, imbued with the purest faith in the alien gods. However, in the eyes of ignorant and foolish lower creatures, this faith is an ominous black product, a hideous and terrifying alien creature. The gods are merciful, willing to baptize the lost lambs. Thus, the cultists arrived in another world, wandering the wasteland cities as black mist forms, searching for new companions. After a flurry of chatter, the list Wei Ning had been waiting for finally appeared. Architect of the alien god faction, Wei Ning. Black mist walkers, Song Yusui, Wei Conwu, Chi Beek. Alien creature, Grandma Chi. The original members of the alien god faction consisted of 4 women, middle-aged, young, and still growing. From this point on, a vast network, centered around Wei Ning, essentially took shape. The nodes of the network were the black mist walkers, while the edges, formed by non-human alien creatures like Grandma Chi, were particularly numerous and formed the base of the pyramid. After getting the list she wanted, Wei Ning's heart sank. She looked at Song Yusui. Are Shui Feng and Chung Chi Wei not black mist walkers? Then why do I have their contact information on my terminal? Song Yusui was crouching in a corner of an instrument, pulling out more terminals. Hearing Wei Ning's voice, she said, Shui Feng and Chung Chi Wei aren't black mist walkers. They're just ordinary people, special ordinary people. How special? Wei Ning asked. They're not recognized by the alien gods. They're the exiled lambs. Even if the black mist of faith lingers within their flesh and blood, capable of assimilating others, they're not our companions. Song Yusui finally pulled out a large box filled with terminals. She stuffed it into Wei Ning's arms, winking with a sly look. Is there anything else you want? I have plenty here. Take as many as you want. It's not yours anyway. Wei Ning put the box aside, picking out a few items and pocketing them. They're my mother's. Wei Conwu, being mentioned, looked up at Wei Ning without saying a word. The child she had raised was well aware that Wei Ning was intelligent, able to piece together the truth from limited information. Wei Ning was also obedient. Seeing the technological equipment filling an entire room, she understood that her mother had made countless trips to Area A, to the Mountain Mental Hospital, without telling her, collaborating with Song Yusui, developing things on her own, failing on her own, and succeeding on her own. At the same time, Wei Ning understood that Wei Conwu didn't want to talk anymore, so she stopped asking. Wei Ning had other things to do. She had to find Chi Beek. After falling into a coma at the metal scrap plant, Wei Ning had known nothing about Chi Beek, including how the military was handling her, and whether she was dead or alive. Now, with the terminal Wei Conwu had developed, Wei Ning could easily locate Chi Beek. She was on the outskirts of Area A's second ring road, a place she had never been. Wei Ning was going to find Chi Beek. But before that, Wei Conwu still owed Wei Ning an answer. She met Wei Ning's eyes, leaned back against the metal table, and said, "It was your mother's idea to add their contact information to your terminal." As if to shirk responsibility, Song Yusui continued, "It was also your mother's idea to set up a trap to bring you here." Ignoring Song Yusui, Wei Ning squatted down beside Wei Conwu, lying on her lap, and said, "Mom gave me the terminal so that I could escape Federation control." As the dungeon progressed, the number of xenomorphs increased. The Federation's top brass had long been targeting me, and my situation was very dangerous. Mom, feeling implicated by me, decided to go all out and set up a trap to get me here. Gazing at Wei Ning, Wei Conwu lowered her eyelashes and gently stroked her head. Song Yusui stared at the scene and suddenly laughed. What a deep mother-daughter love. Hearing the voice, Wei Conwu glared at Song Yusui. She was about to push her wheelchair over when Wei Ning suddenly stood up, interrupting her. Wei Conwu looked up at Wei Ning and asked, "What's wrong?" Being stared at by the two, Wei Ning's brain swam, and the electronic sound in her ears was particularly sharp. Congratulations, player Wei Ning, on discovering the new Black Mist Walker, Wu Shiba. Your companion is in danger, and could die at any moment. Please help her escape, Wu Shiba. A light bulb suddenly lit up in Wei Ning's mind. The unconscious Cheng Chiwei's blood had the ability to assimilate. Wu Shiba and Cheng Chiwei? Chapter 122. Seeing Wei Ning's expression change, Wei Conwu frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" A loud crash followed, and the floor shook violently. For some reason, Song Yusui had left the door open, so the three of them rushed out simultaneously, unimpeded. But the distance was too long, and the three couldn't teleport. The loud crashes continued, and the situation became increasingly urgent. Seeing Wei Ning and Song Yusui's back soaking wet from running, Wei Tsungwu's eyes darkened. She pressed a hidden button on the side of the wheelchair and shouted, "Sit on my lap, hurry!" Wei Ning and Song Yusui exchanged a glance, and the next moment, they both leaped into Wei Tsungwu's arms, tightly hugging her neck and arms, leaving her barely enough room to breathe. "Hold on," Wei Conwu muttered. The moment she finished her words, Wei Ning and Song Yusui, before they could even utter a word, were launched into the air in their wheelchair, like a rocket taking off. "Woo! Wei Conwu, drive faster!" Song Yusui screamed, clinging to Wei Tsungwu's arm to prevent herself from being thrown off the ground. After all, she was the one at the top of the three-person stacking game. Wei Conwu ignored Song Yusui. Just before turning a corner, she grabbed the steering handle that popped out from under a hidden button and yanked it to the left, simultaneously rocking the accelerator to the floor. A black mark instantly burned onto the ground, and the rapidly accelerating wheelchair nearly flung Song Yusui off the ground. As she turned the corner, Song Yusui lost her grip on Wei Tsungwu's arm. It was Wei Ning's pupils that fluttered, and she quickly grabbed her waist and tucked her back into her arms. Song Yusui's heart raced at this maneuver. She looked up at Wei Ning and said, "Thank you." Wei Ning glanced at her, pursed her lips, and her pupils beneath her lashes lit up startlingly, startling Song Yusui. Wei Ning stared at Song Yusui, gently shaking her head. She said nothing, simply holding Song Yusui tighter. Feeling the force against her waist, Song Yusui's brows jumped, and she shouted to Wei Conwu, "Little Wei Ning is having a blast. Come on! Wei Conwu, drive faster. This is the wheelchair you developed. Don't let me underestimate you." Wei Conwu, who had always maintained a calm and indifferent expression, rolled his eyes at the sound and lowered his wrist. "Three-seater?" The wheelchair took off again. Finally reaching the clinic, Wei Conwu slammed on the brakes, sending Song Yusui and Wei Ning flying. At the highest point in the sky, Song Yusui excitedly shouted, "Wei Conwu, bring your wheelchair next time and try it again." No response. Just before landing, Song Yusue turned back to Wei Kan-woo, only to see her glaring at him with a sneer, her face etched with the words, "If you dare, say it again." After being securely caught by Wei Ning, Song Yusue rubbed the tip of her nose and stood aside, silent. After all, as a doctor, she felt a slight sense of professional guilt for treating a patient with disabled legs like this. Unlike the two who had watched in silence, Wei Ning was so busy she wished she had 6 more hands to completely separate the entangled Wushiba and the man in front of her. The small clinic was in chaos, as if bombarded. Tables, chairs, even the ceiling were shattered. The blinding sunlight streamed through the large hole in the ceiling, casting a stark shadow on the 3 men facing off in the clinic. Wei Ning bound the struggling Wushiba to his arms, frowning at the gloomy man. What happened? The man leaned against the wall, his clothes soaked with blood, looking as if he had been pulled out of the water. At the sound, he looked up at Wei Ning, his long eyelashes casting a shadow, making it impossible to discern the emotion in his eyes. The man licked his lips, parted his lips, and spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "This child wants to drink my blood and kill me. I'm so scared. I can't beat her." At these words, Wei Kan-woo and Song Yusue exchanged glances. Wushiba, the protagonist in Wei Ning's arms, was also stunned. Then, recovering his senses, he suddenly jumped up. "You're lying. It's clearly you who wants to kill me." No one believed him. Chui Feng pursed his lips and looked at Wei Ning, his eyes slightly red, as if deeply hurt by Wushiba's words. Seeing Wei Ning remain silent for a moment, Chui Feng lowered his head, his hair, blown up from the fight, drooping and looking shaggy. Wei Ning blinked, turned around, and brought Wushiba to Wei Kan-woo. Looking at her, she said, "Mom, you asked her to bring me here, right?" Wei Kan-woo nodded, not understanding Wei Ning's question. She expected Wei Ning to question her, asking how this strange little girl knew Chui Feng's blood could assimilate people, and why she did this. "Did you promise her anything?" Wei Ning continued. Wei Kan-woo moved her fingertips, meeting Wushiba's bright eyes. "She wants to go to school. She wants a family. She wants to recognize me as her mother. When I asked her to reveal my whereabouts to you, she said it was her due." Wei Ning narrowed her eyes at the sound, her expression sullen. As expected, she asked why Wushiba had immediately acknowledged her as her sister. Wei Ning hated Wushiba. From now on, Wei Ning hated her. "I don't agree," Wei Ning said. Seeing Wushiba's face darken instantly, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. "Mom, you can lie to me, use me, hide things from me. But all of this, the negative and the positive, can only be directed at me." Wei Kan-woo looked at Wei Ning, her eyelashes fluttering. "I understand. Let's get to the important things first. Shiba, why did you drink this man's blood?" Wushiba raised her eyes. She wasn't crying, her eyes clear and bright. "I heard it." "What did you hear?" Wei Ning asked. "The system's voice. It told me I could get everything I wanted if I drank this man's blood and ate his flesh. But now I regret it. It lied to me." "You are not my family," Wushiba said, her expression serious, but she remained where she was, not moving. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow. "Repeat what the system said." "No." Wushiba walked over to Song Yusue. "I won't tell her. But if you want to know, I can tell you. As long as you become my guardian, send me to school, give me a place to live, and let me eat." Song Yusue looked at Wushiba and asked, "Do you think you have the right to refuse? You know very well that Wei Ning is a Federation officer. She could easily kill you." Wushiba whispered, "I didn't. But I'm already your comrade. She can't kill me. Congratulations on becoming a player of the game Tower of One. I'm the official system, and I can help you get what you want." When the unfamiliar electronic voice echoed in his mind, Wushiba had no time to react, because the system quickly spoke again. "Congratulations to player Wushiba for triggering the awakening quest. Please find him, drink his blood, eat his flesh, awaken the dormant faith within you, and become a black mist walker roaming this dangerous world." Wushiba spoke, distancing himself from Song Yusue. "Since this system has chosen me, it must have chosen you too. We're in this together. No matter what, you must send me to school. Otherwise..." She looked at Wei Ning. "I'll report you to the federal government. An officer of a different race will die with me. It's worth it." Wei Ning's response to Wushiba's threat, which was like trying to snatch the bicycle from Yu's hand, was expressionless. At this moment, the expression on her face remained unchanged from before Wushiba repeated the system's words. Seeing this, Wushiba felt a strong sense of tragedy. She gritted her teeth, turned, and ran, on the verge of jumping out of the clinic window. The moment her feet dangled in the air, Wu Shiba's vision went dark and she lost consciousness. Wei Ning grabbed Wu Shiba by the scruff of the neck and flung her into Song Yusue's arms. Go test her blood. I only have half a day off, so I don't have much time left for you. Song Yusue carried Wu Shiba, who had been knocked unconscious by Wei Ning's chopping blow, and shrugged as he walked away. Mom, do you know what the system selection criteria are? Wei Ning asked, closing the window. The wind was so strong that Wei Sungwoo's lips seemed a little pale. Those at the end of the rope, those with greed at heart, these types have their inner beliefs and flesh intertwined. Wei Conwu said. Wei Ning squatted down in front of Wei Conwu, grasping her hand and touching her face. Mom, which one do you think I am? Wei Conwu felt the warm flesh beneath her fingertips. I don't know. The architects of a faction are always powerful and special. I'm not powerful. Wei Ning lowered her eyelashes and suddenly smiled. Compared to the system, I'm far too weak. It's growing much faster than I am, and now, it's even bringing its dungeon skills to the wasteland. Wei Sungwoo's pupils trembled, and she subconsciously glanced around the shabby clinic, including the huge hole in the ceiling. The moment she raised her head, she was dazzled by the scorching, pale sun. She abruptly lowered her head again, her neck drooping in a gesture of meek submission. Wei Ning continued in a deep voice, the mess in the clinic, and Wu Shiba's inexplicable confidence, are the best proof of this. Mom, tell me, is the system an ES god? Is it the alien creature imprisoned by the Federation? No one could answer Wei Ning's question. Wei Conwu couldn't even speak. A strong chill crept up her spine, and her vision swirled. The extreme pain made her instinctively grab her thighs. The feeling in her legs had long since disappeared, which alleviated some of the pain. Mom? Wei Ning clutched Wei Sungwoo's hand tightly. I won't ask anymore. I'll find the answer myself. Wei Conwu didn't react to Wei Ning's words. She fainted. In just 10 minutes, 2 people lost consciousness, and now the only doctor left at Shankei Mental Hospital was Song Yusue. Wei Ning instinctively pushed the wheelchair to find her. The moment she took a step, she was stopped. She looked coldly at Cui Feng, who had been ignored. She's fine. Cui Feng stood up for some reason and said to Wei Ning, I'll give her a glucose 4. She'll feel better when she wakes up. Although I'm mentally ill, I'm a doctor. Cui Feng took Wei Conwu to a nearby, well-equipped clinic. After a while of busy work, Wei Ning finally calmed down. He handed Wei Ning a cup of hot water and looked her in the eye. Let's talk. About the fight with that girl just now, and about the system bringing dungeon skills to the wasteland world. Chapter 123. Wei Ning downed the hot water in her hand. The temperature was just right, not numbing her tongue, and her stomach, which had been churning wildly with her chaotic emotions, calmed down. Wei Ning tossed the empty cup into Cui Feng's arms. How long will it take for Mom to wake up? I don't know. It depends on her individual constitution, Cui Feng said. It also depends on whether the system is communicating with her. Wei Ning's eyes changed. You were also summoned for a talk by the system. Cui Feng leaned back in his chair. We talked a lot and came to a deal. Do you want to know? I'll tell you anything. Anything. Let's talk about today. I have an hour of vacation left. It takes quite a while to drive the motorcycle from here to the military headquarters. Wei Ning said, What are Wu Shiba's skills? Judging by the battle, her skills have a very strong attack. Recalling the eyes he met upon regaining consciousness, filled with panic, which in a split second transformed into a fearless, ruthless demeanor, Cui Feng curled his lips. She seems to be able to alter the physical properties of objects. It was just a piece of aluminum alloy, but she managed to smash through the ceiling with one throw. By the end, she smashed everything, and I barely managed to gain the upper hand. It's a very useful skill, Wei Ning thought. Paired with the gravity-altering gravity pressure, it's simply amazing. Wei Ning was envious. With her innate skills, she wondered if she could steal Wu Shiba's skills. Wei Ning's innate skills, thank you, influencing others to gain skills, physically of course. As Wei Ning's points increased, the skills influence gradually expanded from dungeon NPCs to dungeon bosses to players. As for the possibility of appropriating the skills of a fellow faction member, Wei Ning decided to give it a try. Good companions should share, right? Wei Ning looked at Cui Feng and saw him raise an eyebrow. He sat up straight again, his blood-soaked clothes clinging to his waist and chest with a swaggering movement. His chest was smooth, his muscles defined, and his muscles bulged. See, this was the difference between Cui Feng and Changqi's disguises. The younger one always felt too embarrassed to do such things. But the awkwardness and humiliation that flushed red had its own charm. Wei Ning thought. Do you think Wu Shiba is the first person to use a skill in the wasteland? Wei Ning asked. She had just tried, and she couldn't use any skills, not even a single one. Wu Shiba could, but it clearly needed an opportunity. Rather than exploring this opportunity, Wei Ning was more eager to know if anyone in the military had also discovered that skills could be used in the wasteland. I think it's very likely. After all, she and the system are on the same side. Whether they're gods or humans, they tend to make choices that benefit them. Cui Feng tilted his head, looking at Wei Ning, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. What about you? Are you really willing to work for the S-God? He's made you suffer so much. You hold a grudge. After a long pause, Wei Ning finally spoke. I never believed in S-God. The moment the system forcibly sent me into the dungeon, I secretly made up my mind to crush it sooner or later. But, Wei Ning paused, then continued, but if Mom needs me, I'll do it. That's reason enough. A glint flashed beneath Cui Feng's eyelashes. The next dungeon is likely to be more complex. There will be more people involved. There's activity within the Federation. They're asking me for more and more money. Is the Sparrow Mental Hospital also your property? Wei Ning asked. Yes, Cui Feng said. I really do have a lot of money. A lot. Wei Ning watched as Cui Feng lowered her head, closing the distance between her nose and hers. From beginning to end, Wei Ning didn't resist at all, remaining calmly seated. Only when Cui Feng stopped leaning forward and kept the distance between them within a certain range did Wei Ning finally speak. Are you the richest man in the Federation? Cui Feng smiled, his brows curved. Richest, extremely rich, super rich. Then you have property in the second ring road of Area A, right? Come pick me up after get off work tonight. Wei Ning watched Cui Feng's expression change, and continued, you can follow me, but you must keep Cheng Chiwei asleep during that time, and don't let him ruin my plans again. Do you really hate him? Cui Feng asked, staring intently at Wei Ning. Wei Ning's expression remained unchanged. He's not obedient enough. He always focuses on unimportant things. I don't have the patience to deal with him. Cui Feng asked, do you like obedient people? Wei Ning nodded. Who doesn't like obedient people? But I'm sorry, I probably can't do that. Cui Feng distanced himself from Wei Ning again, his fingertips tapping unconsciously, a erratic rhythm. On the way back to the Federation for interrogation, I was electrocuted hundreds of times. The switching between the two consciousnesses was out of control. You're the Federation's biggest financial backer, Wei Ning said. If I electrocuted you hundreds of times, do you think I believe it? Cui Feng's lip curled. There are always stubborn idiots. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow. She knew Cui Feng had something else to say. So, I reached out to the most prestigious research institute in the heart of the Federation. And, with this face, I can come and go as I please. Cui Feng smiled grimly. You go on your mission tonight, and I'll get my revenge. Was it Li Chao who ordered the electric shocks? Wei Ning asked. She didn't ask why. She didn't care. Hundreds of shocks. It hurt so much. My heart's racing just thinking about it now. Cui Feng said, his smile deepening as he gazed into Wei Ning's eyes, but his tone inexplicably betrayed a sense of grievance. Heh. Wei Ning pulled his lips together. Do you want me to listen to your heartbeat? I forgot you have mysophobia. My clothes are covered in blood. They're filthy. Cui Feng lowered his eyelashes. How about, just forget it? Heh. Under Cui Feng's gaze, Wei Ning tore his clothes open, the silence suddenly shattered, and he felt strangely startled. She said, I do have a mysophobia, so please don't wear those dirty clothes. Under his naked gaze, Cui Feng's exposed skin gradually turned pink, then red. After all, how could such a rough touch from fingertips not leave a mark? Looking at Cui Feng's red eyes, Wei Ning laughed out loud, a savage, childlike laugh tinged with a hint of innocent cruelty. Her gaze remained still, but her hand quickly dropped, slapping Cui Feng's body hard. You should have changed your clothes long ago. As if something had been ripped apart, Cui Feng's mind went blank. He instinctively stood up and turned away, his figure disheveled and filled with extreme shame and anger. Watching Cui Feng's hunched back as he left, Wei Ning smiled and slumped back in her chair, crossing her legs leisurely. So much so that when Song Yusue brought Wu Shiba's blood sample, he asked, You look cheerful. What happened? We got a clue for the mission, Wei Ning said, casually taking the test tube Song Yusue handed her and examining it carefully. The dark-colored blood, with a flickering motion, produced a black mist that clung to the glass wall. However, Wu Shiba's blood had a much lower concentration of black mist than Wei Ning's. Wei Ning's blood now looked like ink, thick and cold, exuding an extremely intense inhumanity. It gave one the inexplicable feeling that it came from an otherworldly beast. This confirmed Wu Shiba's identity as a Black Mist Walker. Meanwhile, Wei Kan Wu regained consciousness and signaled Wei Ning not to mention the Essence God anymore, stating that her unconsciousness was a warning from the system. Following this, Wei Kan Wu reminded Wei Ning that her half-day vacation would soon be over and urged her to return to work at the military headquarters. Song Yusui added kindly, "I'll be watching over Wu Shiba, don't worry about it. Oh, the hospital repairs will be completed soon, and no one else will know what happened here. Just go back to work." At this point, there were 25 minutes and 45 seconds left until the end of the half-day holiday. Wei Ning turned and left the Sha Ke Mental Hospital, climbed onto his motorcycle, pushed the accelerator to the floor, and returned to the 2 Surface team's inner office at 0:15. Wei Ning, member of the 2 Surface team, clocked in successfully. "Please continue working hard." The voice of the military's artificial intelligence echoed throughout the spacious office. Chi Chunming, who was at his workstation, poked his head out and called to Wei Ning, who hadn't even had time to sit down. "Wei Ning, you're finally back. Is there a mission for me?" Wei Ning asked. "All members of the Two-Face team have arrived. Please proceed to the landing pad immediately. Complete the capture mission within 12 hours. The military's AI voice sounded again, rapidly. Chi Chunming pulled Wei Ning closer. "Let's go." Commander Gu said, "We'll be on a mission as soon as you return." She also said, "She was very kind by not calling you back mid-mission. You better perform well on the mission. Otherwise, your salary will be deducted." Chi Chunming had barely finished the last word when Wei Ning instantly passed her, grabbed her hand, and ran towards the landing pad. "You're here pretty quick," Gu Xiangying said to Wei Ning, whose forehead was sweating, as he sat steadily in the aircraft cabin. Wei Ning wiped his forehead casually, then put on his audio helmet and said in the team chat, "Commander, please give the specific instructions for the capture mission again." In a park in Area A, Ring 2, several alien creatures appeared. However, after the informant hung up, they discovered that they had vanished. Due to the timely blockade, the alien creatures are still within the park. "Your mission is to capture all of them within 12 hours, Gu Xiangying said solemnly. Area A, Ring 2. Wei Ning's eyes dimmed beneath her helmet. Chi Beak was hiding in Area A, Ring 2. Wei Ning's mission tonight had been forcibly brought forward by the military. She needed to come up with the most perfect plan in the shortest possible time. To secretly locate Chi Beak under the noses of Gu Xiangying and the Toothface squad, without attracting their attention or suspicion. "Commander, I have a question," Yu Shuangjiu suddenly said. "Speak." "Isn't it the Chanshan squad responsible for capturing the missing alien creatures?" Yu Shuangjiu asked. "Could it be that the alien creatures that appeared this time are related to the dungeon?" Chapter 124. According to testing, the magnetic field in the wasteland has become disturbed again, with a frequency very similar to the last time we entered the dungeon. The source of this magnetic field is located in the second ring of Area A. Therefore, you must be prepared to enter the dungeon at any time, said Gu Xiangying. She glanced at all the members of the Two-Face squad, each with a complex expression, and added, "The members of the Chanshan Detachment's 5th Squad are all old acquaintances of yours. They are qualified to serve as snipers for this operation. The range of the magnetic field fluctuations is an order of magnitude greater than the last time," Zhou Zhongxuan continued. "It's very likely that all of us will be present for this dungeon." Chi Chunming's voice suddenly rang out from the audio helmet. "Captain Zhou, you're the only one who hasn't entered the dungeon yet." The audio channel suddenly became lively. "Captain Zhou, just stay with me when you're done. I'll protect you," Xing Wuqian said with a smile. "No matter what happens, you must remain calm," said Yu Shuangjiu. "You must trust your teammates," said Yi Zuixing. As soon as these words fell, a dead silence descended upon the group. Gu Xiangying, sensing something unusual, suddenly spoke up. "What happened?" After giving this still young team instructions, Gu Xiangying turned and entered the cockpit to address the radar issues caused by the aircraft's magnetic field disturbances. She hadn't disconnected the internal communication channel within the two surface team. For some reason, she had been eavesdropping. "Zhou Zhongxuan, what happened? Answer me." Gu Xiangying's voice grew cold, and a sense of oppression penetrated through his helmet and permeated the spines of all the members of the two surface team. Zhou Zhongxuan subconsciously said, "Report to the commander, everything is clear." But after Yi Zuixing said he must trust his teammates, everyone suddenly fell silent. "I heard that," Gu Xiangying frowned. After confirming the radar signal had temporarily stabilized, she moved into the aircraft's hold, her gaze sweeping from Yi's Wishing to the silent Wei Ning. Sensing an extremely powerful gaze, Wei Ning raised her head slightly and tilted it towards Gu Xiangying, her expression remarkably innocent. Gu Xiangying frowned, his face stern. As qualified federal soldiers, you know what to do. I don't have the time to train you again. If you don't complete the mission, get out of the military headquarters. Do you understand? Answer. Understood. 6 overlapping voices echoed simultaneously, creating the illusion of being able to shake up the entire wasteland. Everyone, get to the warehouse door now, land immediately, and charge into the park from the perimeter. Gu Xiangying shouted in a deep voice. Seeing Yi's Wishing hesitating at the end of the team, Gu Xiangying stepped forward and kicked him off the plane. You've been on so many missions, and you're still afraid of heights? Get out. The force of that kick made Yi's Wishing reasonably suspect Gu Xiangying of intentional action. After all, he had just said that intentionally. Every work report submitted to Gu Xiangying bore the words killed by Wei Ning written on it, regardless of whether they were on the same side. But in reality, Yi's Wishing trusted Wei Ning deeply, with a deeply twisted mentality. At the same time, he knew that his good teammate and captain felt the same way. Forward. Zhou Zhongshuan's voice echoed from within his helmet. The moment the 6 members of the Tooth-Faced squad landed, they advanced from the outermost perimeter of the park, advancing into the depths in an outflanking formation without hesitation. Wei Ning landed in the southeastern part of the park, a helicopter overhead closely following her, including the sniper inside. To be honest, Wei Ning had secretly believed that her sniper would always be Qi Chunming. Qi Chunming had once shot a bullet into Wei Ning's heart. It was simply beyond anyone's experience and tacit understanding. After suppressing her suspicions about the identity of the unknown sniper, Wei Ning's search became increasingly rapid. It was clear that the southeastern part of the park was a storage area, filled entirely with warehouses. Wei Ning kicked open the doors of warehouse after warehouse, only to find nothing, no trace of the alien creatures. Gu Xiangying had warned her when she kicked open the first warehouse. No damage was allowed. Wei Ning's heart sank, not because of the alien creatures that had vanished out of thin air, but because of Qi Beak. During this meaningless hour-long search, one thing became starkly clear before Wei Ning's eyes. She had been dropped to the southeastern corner of the park on someone's instructions. That person didn't want Wei Ning to come into contact with Qi Beak. Realizing this, Wei Ning prolonged her time inside the warehouse, and the sniper in midair lost his prey. Wei Ning, are there any alien creatures in the warehouse? If not, quickly return to sniper range. A voice came from a separate audio track. It was Wei Ning's sniper. Her eyebrows twitched. It was her former teammate, Lu Zhonglei. After the Two-Faced squad qualifiers concluded, Lu Zhonglei and the other 4 eliminated members formed the new 5th squad, with Pei Qingzhe still as captain. There's no alien creature, but there's someone who's in a very bad state, Wei Ning whispered, inching closer to the person with their back to her. The person was huddled in a corner of the warehouse, thinking they were well hidden, but their trembling breathing was truly noticeable. To Wei Ning, it was truly loud, unusual. The sound was rough and low, tinged with moisture, like a warning from the throat of a beast with nowhere to go. Trapped in the park for so long, Qi Yangwang hadn't eaten. He was hungry and frightened. He huddled into a ball, hugging his knees tightly, his eyes so red they were practically invisible. He'd been so close to escaping, yet they still found him. Qi Yangwang thought, that little girl, who looked only a teenager, is terrifying. Qi Beak would have a hard time falling into her hands. Maybe the sudden lockdown of the park was because of Qi Beak's death. Despair welled up in Qi Yangwang, a dark emotion enveloping him. An impulse suddenly struck him. Kill those people. They all deserve to die. The moment he stood up, Qi Yangwang felt a chill at the back of his head. His boiling blood instantly cooled, and the hairs on his spine stood on end. Instinct told him a gun was pointed at his head. The muzzle of the gun slowly moved downward, stirring a chilling sensation, a sense of danger as his skin was peeled away, his flesh exposed to the air. The muzzle rested on his heart, and for a moment, Qi Yangwang lost his own heartbeat. Turn around, Wei Ning said gravely, her fingertips hovering over the trigger, ready to press down the moment Qi Yangwang disobeyed her command or hesitated, producing the sound Wei Ning loved most. Boom! What a shame. Qi Yangwang was a coward. He raised his hands, and quickly turned around. Seeing a federal soldier holding a rifle, his knees buckled, and he fell to the ground again. Wei Ning lowered his wrist, aimed the gun again, and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? Why are you here? What's your purpose? Qi Yangwang's eyes were red, and he stammered, unable to speak, not daring to look up at Wei Ning. The sound of his breath grew heavier in his throat, and his damp saliva soaked his hair, leaving strands sticking to his forehead. The camera on the track helmet was activated. The monitoring function on the track helmet was activated. Wei Ning frowned, holding the gun in one hand and quickly pressing 2 buttons on the track helmet with the other. This way, he wouldn't alert the mentally disturbed Qi Yongguang and avoid arousing Lu Zhonglei's suspicion. My name is Qi Yongguang. I don't know why I'm here. There's a group of people. Qi Yongguang suddenly raised his head and shouted directly at Wei Ning, "You're the ones who brought me here. Let me out. I don't want to stay here." Qi Yongguang's eyes glared red, and he screamed as he approached Wei Ning, his expression frantic. At this close distance, Wei Ning could smell his yellow tartar and the smell of his damp, fishy saliva, familiar yet disgusting. Bang! Wei Ning, you can't shoot citizens without reason. Lu Zhonglei heard the gunshot, his expression changing, and he suddenly shouted to stop Wei Ning. Bang! Another gunshot. Wei Ning stared expressionlessly at Qi Yang, who lay motionless on the ground. The recoil of the gun seemed non-existent to Wei Ning. The distance between his hovering fingertips and the trigger remained exactly the same as before. Wei Ning, you better give me an explanation, Gu Xiangying's voice rang out. After Wei Ning turned on the camera on her audio helmet, Gu Xiangying immediately synchronized the footage and witnessed her, despite warnings, repeatedly shooting at Qi Yongguang. I didn't shoot him, Wei Ning said. She only fired 1 bullet into each of Qi Yongguang's legs. He definitely wasn't dead. Qi Yongguang finally recovered from the excruciating pain. He stared at Wei Ning in horror, completely terrified of speech and movement. In their silent gaze, Qi Yongguang seemed to finally realize something, his pupils shrinking sharply. Gu Xiangying saw Qi Yongguang's reaction on the screen and frowned. Wei Ning, what's wrong with him? Maybe he's afraid I'll shoot him again, Wei Ning said, her voice cold and indifferent. Commander, he looks mentally disturbed. I can't get anything out of him. I still need to capture the alien creatures. Requesting evacuation from this warehouse. Gu Xiangying had blocked access to this conversation, so Qi Yongguang couldn't hear it. From his perspective, a helmeted soldier stared at him silently for a moment before turning and walking away. No explanation was given, as if she had no obligation to do so. But hadn't this woman already joined the Axe gang? Qi Yongguang glared at Wei Ning's back, cursing inwardly traitor. Wei Ning felt the resentful gaze from behind her, and a light flashed in her eyes, not anger at being provoked, but a sense of pride and excitement that grew deep in her bones. Yes, Wei Ning was a traitor. The moment she saw Qi Yongguang's face, she recognized him. Less than 12 hours had passed, and Wei Ning hadn't forgotten a single member of the Axe gang, even if Qi Yongguang had remained hidden in the far corner of the crowd. Then, in less than a second, a plan formed in Wei Ning's mind. Step 1. Activate the audio helmet's camera and monitoring functions. Gu Xiangying certainly wouldn't suspect Wei Ning, but what Wei Ning truly wanted to avoid wasn't a momentary act of loyalty, but the suspicion of deliberately letting an alien creature escape. Step 2. Shoot Qi Yongguang's legs, rendering him incapable of movement. Gu Xiangying saw through Wei Ning's plan. A citizen who suddenly appeared couldn't be shot, nor could he be allowed to interfere with the military's operations, but he had to be rendered incapable of movement. So, Gu Xiangying didn't press Wei Ning for an explanation, even though she felt the second shot was unnecessary. One shot was enough for a citizen, but what if it was an alien creature? Wei Ning glanced back at the warehouse where Qi Yongguang was. The door had been kicked down by her, unable to prevent anyone or any creature from entering or leaving. Wei Ning, what happened to that guy? Lu Zhonglei asked, his sniper rifle fixed firmly on Wei Ning, his aim remarkably steady. After 2 shots from me, can he hold out until medical personnel arrive? Wei Ning asked, his tone concerned. His features, concealed by his helmet, were strangely cold and distant, a stark contrast that gave the impression of a cold-blooded beast beneath his pristine skin. Lu Zhonglei said, should he be able to? That's fantastic, Wei Ning said heartfeltly. Watching Wei Ning disappear into the distance, Qi Yongguang finally withdrew his resentful gaze. Qi Yongguang lowered his gaze to his legs, where blood was flowing profusely. For some reason, the warehouse was dark, and the lighting was off, making it impossible for him to clearly see the wounds. Naturally, Qi Yongguang had no idea his blood was dark red, or that a faint black mist lingered around him. Wei Ning alone knew. The purpose of the first shot was to confirm Qi Yongguang as an alien organism, one of the alien creatures that disappeared into the park. The second shot's purpose was exactly what Gu Xiangying had guessed, to incapacitate it. A single alien creature left behind in the warehouse wasn't Wei Ning's fault. After all, Gu Xiangying, as the commander, had personally approved her evacuation request. As for the third step, it'll be soon, Wei Ning thought, her heart filled with a raging desire for revenge. She triumphed, exhilarated, having once again tricked the Federation. So, Wei Ning was a traitor. Chapter 125. A traitor aiming for the highest position in the federal military. Wei Ning methodically searched the area from the southeast to the very center of the campus. She encountered only a few Axe Gang members along the way, including Qi Yangwang. There were only 3. These 3 were the only ones who maintained their human form. All 3 had their legs shattered by Wei Ning's 2 bullets, and they huddled dejectedly in the warehouse. Aside from them, all Wei Ning encountered were completely mutated alien creatures. The moment they spotted Wei Ning, their bloated tentacles swung toward her, only to be pierced by bullets one after another and fall to the ground, lifeless. Report, the last alien creature has been sighted in the southeast area. A total of 4, Wei Ning said. I reached the very center of the campus. The building is brightly lit, but dead silent. Do we need to go in and search? Wei Ning's voice on the audio channel was calm and resolute, as if with a single command, they would instantly pierce all obstacles in the central building and advance directly deeper. You are the first to reach the center of the park. You're very fast, Gu Xiangying said, frowning slightly as she stared at the red dots of the other 5 members of Team Two-Face on the screen. They were all a long way from the central building, and even a helicopter ride would take over 10 minutes. Wei Ning's speed was simply too fast. But on second thought, Wei Ning was the strongest, and the southeast district she was in charge of was an extremely empty warehouse storage area with the fewest alien creatures. She was the fastest to reach the central area, which was only natural. There was no logical flaw. Gu Xiangying suppressed the uneasy feeling in her heart and said, "You." The audio track suddenly fell silent, the channel cut off by Gu Xiangying. Wei Ning could only wait patiently. She stood outside the central building, peering through the tightly closed glass doors, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Her intuition told her Chi Beak was inside. After an indefinite delay, Gu Xiangying's voice finally rang out again. You may enter, but your sniper must accompany you. Oh, by the way, your sniper partner has been replaced by Pei Qingzhe. All your actions must be approved by her. Pei Qingzhe? Putting her life in the hands of her former captain, Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered as she calmly replied, Yes, Commander. Gu Xiangying didn't respond. She left the command cabin, abruptly, just as abruptly as she had received the transfer order. Wei Ning looked up at Pei Qingzhe, who had descended from the air, and asked, Captain Pei, are we breaking through? Pei Qingzhe tossed his parachute aside, raised his brow, and smiled. Nice to see you again, little Wei Ning. Did you miss me? I missed you so much. Wei Ning was silent for a moment, then nodded. Pei Qingzhe's hearty laughter echoed from the audio track. Of course we have to break in. You go ahead, so I can keep my gun pointed at you. Do you understand? I understand. After violently breaching the door, Wei Ning walked ahead, gun tightly gripped. The first floor of the central building was deserted, presumably having moved elsewhere after the campus lockdown. They were in a state of panic. The ground floor was littered with papers, each bearing overlapping footprints. Wei Ning fixed her gaze on one, barely making out a few words. Experimental subject, explosive, safety, dosage. Captain Pei, can I pick it up and take a look? Wei Ning said. Before she could finish the last word, Pei Qingzhe had already bent down to pick it up, tossing a few more to Wei Ning. Look if you want. It's right in front of you. Wouldn't it be a shame not to look? Wei Ning took it, and quickly scanned the pages. Her eyebrows fluttered. These were several observation logs. From the words that had never been covered by the stain, Wei Ning managed to piece together a few complete messages. Wednesday. Subject X went into a mental breakdown. Researcher XXX was attacked and fell into a coma. Monday. Researcher XXX woke up and was physically and mentally safe. Sunday. Researcher XXX exhibited aggressive behavior. Increased psychiatric medication dosage. Saturday. Subject X refused to eat. The omitted parts were completely obscured by footprints, making it impossible to identify them. Wei Ning had to give up. But Wei Ning had gained a lot, such as the experimental subjects. The experimental subjects in the logs were not the same. Little Wei Ning, what have you found? Pei Qingzhe suddenly leaned over to Wei Ning and asked. She waved her hand in front of the focused Wei Ning's eyes, forcing her to look at her. Does it say where the alien creatures are? Wei Ning shook her head. No, but we know there are still people inside the building who haven't evacuated yet, but their exact location is unknown. We have to hurry and find them before the alien creatures do. Do you have a direction? Pei Qingzhe asked. Knowing Wei Ning, she knew he looked completely confident, like a wolf staring down its prey, its eyes aglow. Wei Ning stared at Pei Qingzhe and said, "Go underground." Pei Qingzhe said nothing more, signaling the start of their journey immediately, and followed closely behind Wei Ning. After finding the escape route, she suddenly spoke, "Search through each floor. You absolutely cannot leave my sight." "I understand," Wei Ning said gravely. The escape route was even more chaotic than the first floor, blood splattered high against the walls. Wei Ning and Pei Qingzhe felt as if they were in the dark crimson maw of a giant beast. The only thing that distinguished them from it was the sensor light that flickered on and off. Just as the light ahead illuminated their feet, darkness descended behind them. No one paused. Wei Ning and Pei Qingzhe continued to descend, the invisible darkness seemingly chasing them, always close behind them. The sensor light shone on Wei Ning and their faces, which were unusually pale. They had reached the basement level. After stepping onto the corridor, Wei Ning and Pei Qingzhe looked back at the pitch-black escape route, each with the same thought in their mind. Footsteps echo. Duh. Wei Ning and Pei Qingzhe exchanged a glance. The echoes were long in between, traveling far away. This revealed a terrifying truth. The building's underground space was incredibly vast, almost unimaginably so. It was perfect for imprisoning uncontrolled creatures, like experimental subjects. Wei Ning's curiosity grew even more intense about what this park was. Gu Xiangying hadn't mentioned the park's full name when issuing the mission. This wasn't a conscious effort, but rather a strict order from higher-ups prohibiting the provision of complete information to any soldiers or officers carrying out the mission. The sudden interruption of the communication indirectly confirmed this fact. The sniper, Wei Ning's sniper, was immediately replaced. Wei Ning's eyelashes fluttered, and her gaze dropped to the shadow of Pei Qingzhe. Although Pei Qingzhe and Wei Ning were of equal rank, her authority far surpassed Wei Ning's. Could she possibly know the true nature of the park? I have to give it a try. Captain Pei, what's the story behind this campus? Wei Ning asked. How could so many alien creatures appear at once? Pei Qingzhe's voice drifted slowly from behind him. Want to know? Your current position doesn't allow you to have the necessary clearance. Little Wei Ning, work hard for a promotion, and you'll discover there are many more things you can't know. Wei Ning, The attempt failed. Never mind, she can figure it out herself, Wei Ning thought, holding her gun as she walked to the end of the corridor, the only room on this floor. What a strange layout. There's only one room on the basement level. According to a proper prison layout, the more dangerous the creature, the more likely they are to be held alone, and their location is usually deep underground. This building seems completely the opposite. Could it be that it's not used to detain personnel? Then where would the experimental subjects and the abnormal researcher be? And where would Qi Beak be? The room was locked. Wei Ning fumbled for a moment, but the only way to open it was through voice recognition. She turned to look at Pei Qingzhe. Captain Pei, are we going to force a breakthrough? Inexplicably, Pei Qingzhe remained silent, gripping his gun. Wei Ning frowned. She didn't know what Pei Qingzhe was hesitating about. They had ample equipment for a breakthrough, and if things didn't work out, they could always return to the surface for airdrops. The AI within the park had been dormant long before the military arrived, so forcible destruction wouldn't have any side effects. Besides, wasn't Pei Qingzhe thrilled when he broke through the building's main entrance? He was shouting and commanding Wei Ning with a beaming expression. Something was wrong. Wei Ning's gaze fell on the flashing red dot directly above Pei Qingzhe's helmet. The camera was activated, and her face was reflected in high definition on the large electronic screen in the command cabin. Perhaps it wasn't just the officers in the command cabin who were watching Wei Ning, but also the senior officials who had concealed mission information from the soldiers. Wei Ning couldn't show any signs of abnormality, at least not further their suspicions of her. At this moment, facing her trusted companions, Wei Ning took a step to the side. Noticing the muzzle of the gun following her movements, she tentatively said to Pei Qingzhe, Captain Pei, can you hear me? Dead silence. Pei Qingzhe didn't respond. As Wei Ning took a step forward, he silently moved the muzzle of the gun again. Under the mask of her audio helmet, Wei Ning raised an eyebrow and said into the channel she was communicating with Gu Xiangying, Commander, Captain Pei seems to be acting strangely. No one responded to Wei Ning. No one on any channel responded. It was as if Wei Ning had been blocked from the world. No one could hear her. In the long, dead silence, it was easy to doubt oneself. It was Wei Ning who was wrong, not Pei Qingzhe. However, Wei Ning was exceptionally sensitive to change, whether in her environment, her body, or her emotions. She could clearly sense that her mind was perfectly clear. Wei Ning's gaze shifted from the dark muzzle of the gun, and she slowly tilted half her body to ensure Pei Qingzhe and the gun in her hand remained within her peripheral vision. As she faced the confined room again, a smile crossed her face. She caught a familiar scent, easily evoking the deepest hunger in her soul. It was the scent of a skill. Another person who used a skill in the wasteland had appeared. Wu Shiba was the first. When she used her skill, the system classified her as a Black Mist Walker, belonging to the Outer God faction, making her the fifth person to do so. The person in the room was clearly not her. Chapter 126. So, who could be staring at Wei Ning from behind the thick door? Even after ruling out Wu Shiba, Wei Ning still had many candidates in mind. Too many people were watching her closely. Though their motives differed, they all yearned for Wei Ning's gaze to rest upon them, whether it was resentment or, even better, murderous intent. This strange and terrifying emotion was truly captivating, like a death row inmate's last supper, with blood as the rosy, rotting cherry on the cake. Wei Ning wanted to be the one to pick up the knife and fork. Commander, Captain Pei isn't in good condition. I request to go solo. Wei Ning spoke slowly, her voice heavy, the soundtrack distorted, making it sound even more stoic, as if she was resisting and feeling regret. Wei Ning paused, then continued, after all, it seems now that Captain Pei's permission for me to take any action is irrelevant. I'm the only person who can continue the mission. Although she had doubts about Wei Ning's claim of being the only person, Qi Chunming, Yu Xuanjiu, and others from the Tooth-Faced squad were racing towards the central building. However, no sound of resistance came from the audio track helmet, not even from Pei Qingzhe, who had his gun pointed at Wei Ning. Through her goggles, she stared at Wei Ning in silence, like a lifeless stone statue. Wei Ning watched Pei Qingzhe take a step toward the door. As if by reflex, Pei Qingzhe wordlessly caught up with Wei Ning, gun in hand, just one step away. Wei Ning took another step back. Bang! The bullet grazed Wei Ning's arm and pierced the door, echoing down the long corridor. Pei Qingzhe then took another step closer to Wei Ning. This seemed like some kind of signal. After a fraction of a second of thought, Wei Ning tossed her gun aside, raised her hands, and shrugged at Pei Qingzhe, signaling that she wouldn't engage in a sniper duel. The situation instantly shifted to Wei Ning retreating tentatively, Pei Qingzhe chasing her into the locked room. If Wei Ning hesitated, bang, another bullet. This time, it pierced Wei Ning's scalp. When Wei Ning finally reached the door, with nowhere to retreat, the door had been etched with bullets, leaving a dense, human-shaped outline. The cold wall pressed against her back, and the hairs on her neck stood up subconsciously. Suddenly, she felt as if her body was being cut in half. Not to mention the federal officer just a few steps away, ready to shoot at her at any moment. How helpless, dangerous, and terrifying it was. If someone who could save her appeared at this moment, she would surely feel trust, reliance, and other such emotions. Wei Ning. At the sound, Wei Ning raised her eyes, her gaze traversing the long corridor. Beneath the glaring pale light, several worried, nervous faces appeared on the far side. It was like a desperate cry from heaven. Why is Captain Pei pointing a gun at you? What exactly happened? Our communication with the military has been cut off. Qi Chunming was the first to rush forward, but the sound of gunfire stopped her in her tracks. Zhou Zhongchuan grabbed Qi Chunming's hand and shook his head, hushing her. Seeing Qi Chunming calm down, he took a deep breath, lifted his knees, and took a step. There was no sound, and Pei Qingzhe didn't fire again. Qi Chunming, Yu Xuanjiu, and the others exchanged glances. It looked like a fight. Zhou Zhongchuan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked toward the other end of the corridor and was about to take another step. Bang! Zhou Zhongchuan's pupils fluttered, and he froze in place, watching Wei Ning's knees buckle, and she crouched on the ground, barely keeping her upper body straight against the metal door to prevent any significant movement that would irritate Pei Qingzhe and cause another bullet. Although Pei Qingzhe didn't seem to want to kill Wei Ning. After so many rounds, Wei Ning didn't bleed a single drop. The silent, deadly standoff seemed to drag on until the world exploded. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Zhongchuan finally made a move. He was determined to save Wei Ning from the strange Pei Qingzhe. In a flash of decisiveness, he turned back to Qi Chunming and the others and gestured. Since Zhou Zhongchuan's back was turned to Wei Ning, she couldn't see the gesture. She could only watch from a distance as the other members of the Tooth-Faced squad nodded in agreement with Zhou Zhongchuan's plan, their movements uneven, some fast, some slow. Yi Zhuixi nodded with the speed of a rocket. At the other extreme, Qi Chunming was. She glanced deeply at Pei Qingzhe, and Wei Ning before nodding emphatically. Pei Qingzhe was Qi Chunming's aunt, and blood-related relatives always wished each other no harm. After receiving his companion's affirmation, Zhou Zhongxuan tightened his grip on his gun and decisively turned back. Just as he twisted his body 0.01 degrees, Qi Chunming and the others suddenly screamed, "Wei Ning!" Zhou Zhongxuan's heart leaped. He turned around. Only Pei Qingzhe was left outside the locked room. Wei Ning had vanished into thin air. Subconsciously, Zhou Zhongxuan, Qi Chunming, and the others all gave chase. As soon as their feet touched the ground, the previously silent Pei Qingzhe suddenly changed direction, facing the 5 members of the Tooth-Faced Squad head-on, along with the black muzzles of their guns. She was trying to stop them. "Captain Zhou, should we proceed with the plan as planned?" Xing Wuqian asked, his gun pointed at Pei Qingzhe. His expression was cold, ready to pull the trigger at Zhou Zhongxuan's command. The metal door was so high quality that it blocked out all sound. Wei Ning knew nothing about the subsequent plans of Zhou Zhongxuan and the others. She didn't care. If she had wanted to shoot Pei Qingzhe, the best opportunity had already passed. Procrastinating for so long could turn a person into a filter, the kind that would leak 100% of the time. Finally invited in. After entering the locked room, Wei Ning immediately reached for her wrist. Suddenly, a very simple terminal appeared next to the military terminal. Wei Tsongwu's custom-made version. The cloaking function was off. The interference shielding function was on. Wei Ning raised an eyebrow slightly. The military terminal now served only a decorative purpose. To the people of the Federation, Wei Ning had suddenly lost contact. Only the remote-controlled ship, which had not yet exploded, proved that he was still alive. That was all. Now, Wei Ning had to deal with the only person she cared about. The person waiting for her in the room, someone Wei Ning knew intimately. Meeting those beautiful, excited eyes, Wei Ning frowned, a hint of disappointment rising in her heart. "You went to so much trouble to get me in here. What exactly do you want? I don't have time to waste on you." Cheng Qiwei lowered his eyelashes. "You dislike me for being disobedient. It's useless." "You're really in the way," Wei Ning said, her voice flat, devoid of any emotion. After that, Wei Ning began to search the room, leaving no corner untouched. She even tugged at the door, which had been closed again. Completely ignored, Cheng Qiwei hadn't expected Wei Ning to admit it directly. He froze in disbelief, yet also in anticipation. His eyes, his ears, and his neck flushed red. It was hard to tell if it was utter rage, or the shame of having done something wrong, or the grievance of never getting any attention. It was complicated and embarrassing. Before these complex emotions could even begin to rise, Cheng Qiwei's scalp suddenly tightened, a tearing pain forcing him back to his senses. Cheng Qiwei doubled over in pain. Wei Ning grabbed him by the hair and dragged him to a wall. His hair was finally freed, and before Cheng Qiwei could even catch his breath, he felt a sharp pain in his wrists, shoulders, and neck. Wei Ning's backhand pinned him down, pressing his moistened eyeballs against the wall. The foreign object's stimulation caused Cheng Qiwei's eyes to flush red, and tears welled up from the corners of his eyes, dripping down his chin and into his collar. A sound of beeping. The wall shook violently, a crack appearing, widening as Wei Ning watched. Just as Cheng Qiwei lost his support and was about to fall forward, Wei Ning twisted his wrist, lifted him up, and shook him. The frostbitten eggplant finally stood upright. Cheng Qiwei looked up at Wei Ning, then at the object hidden within the wall, and said nothing. Wei Ning had no energy to respond. She stared at the enormous petri dish before her, her gaze burning. A young human body floated quietly in a transparent nutrient solution, its body densely pierced with long, thin tubes, as if pierced by countless bullets. It was Li Yichao. When Wei Ning first met Li Yichao in the wasteland world, she had lost one arm, her other hand resting on her abdomen. Her eyes were closed, and only the instruments beside her could prove she was alive. This instrument not only contains Li Yichao's vital signs, but also her personal observation log. Wednesday. Experimental subject 033 suffered a mental breakdown, and was unable to maintain her human form. Researcher Li Yichao was attacked, his left arm severed, and he lost consciousness and fell into a coma. During her coma, researcher Li Yichao intermittently muttered in her sleep, the contents of which were indecipherable to both machines and humans. Monday. Researcher Li Yichao awoke, and after checking the surveillance footage, she stated that she could not recall the content of her mutterings. Researcher Li Yichao, insisting on her own physical and mental safety, despite the loss of an arm, retrieved experimental subject 033 from researcher Mo Beixia and continued the experiment. Sunday. Researcher Li Yichao exhibited aggressive behavior, and was isolated for observation on the 8th underground floor. At researcher Li Chao's request, the psychiatric medication dosage was tripled. Tuesday. Experimental subject 034 was transferred from the 8th underground floor, with researcher Mo Baixia as the person in charge. Wednesday. The four-dimensional experiment project was officially established. Saturday. Subject 034 refused to eat or communicate. At 11:59 p.m., Subject 034 began talking in her sleep again. The observation log ended here. Wei Ning looked at the terminal, Sunday, 4:45 p.m. And yesterday, at midnight on Saturday, Wei Ning witnessed Chi Beek devouring Grandma Chi's flesh and blood at the Dieria metal waste plant, marking the birth of a new Black Mist Walker in the Essence God camp. At the same time, Subject 034, also known as Li Chao, began talking in his sleep for the second time. The first time he talked in his sleep, Li Chao was entering the dungeon for the first time, ascending in broad daylight. The time was 2 weeks ago. So much has happened, and it's only been 2 short weeks. She was originally hidden in the deepest part of the building, and I brought her up, Cheng Chiwei couldn't help but say. If I had been a step later, she would have died. Chapter 127. Wei Ning understood Cheng Chiwei's intention. If he hadn't promptly brought Li Chao to him in a petri dish, Wei Ning would have found nothing but a corpse by the time he reached the bottom floor of the building. But the person Wei Ning was looking for was Chi Beek. Wei Ning looked up at Cheng Chiwei, his pupils sparkling beneath his thick lashes, like a well-behaved and adorable puppy waiting for its owner's praise, even though its owner had kicked it away countless times. But a puppy's underlying nature is loyalty. During Cui Feng and Wei Ning's morning conversation, Cheng Chiwei hadn't fallen asleep. He knew Wei Ning was looking for someone within the second ring of Area A. He would help Wei Ning find him, Cheng Chiwei thought. He had to find this person before the time Wei Ning and Cui Feng agreed on, and bring him to Wei Ning. Where did you find her? Wei Ning stared at the unconscious leech, and asked Cheng Chiwei, was she alone when you arrived? Cui Feng said he was going to seek revenge on Li Chao, and when Cheng Chiwei took it upon himself to bring him here, he didn't stop him. Did he also think Wei Ning was looking for Li Chao? This meant that neither Cui Feng nor Cheng Chiwei had ever seen Chi Beek. Cheng Chiwei stared at Wei Ning. She's alone on the lowest floor of this building. What are you going to do? Were you using your skills just now? Wei Ning asked, refusing to answer. This question had occurred to her the moment she entered the room and saw Cheng Chiwei. She didn't interrogate him immediately because she didn't trust him. Wei Ning didn't trust Cui Feng either. From the beginning until now, she had never trusted him. No, Cheng Chiwei said with certainty. Wei Ning raised her wrist and placed her hand firmly against the corner of Cheng Chiwei's eye. Feeling the muscles throbbing beneath her palm, she looked Cheng Chiwei in the eye and said, say it again. No. Wei Ning loosened her grip, realizing that tonight was another setup, one specifically set against her. Who was pulling her strings? A flash of inspiration struck her mind, and Wei Ning instinctively glanced at Li Chao in the petri dish. She was only a teenager, thin and emaciated, soaking in nutrient solution. Her ribs bulged through her soaked clothes. Her skin was pale, as if it had never been exposed to the sun. Because of her pale skin, the dark circles under her eyes were particularly pronounced, seemingly drooping down to the corners of her mouth. The underage girl, curled up in a small ball, looked harmless, as if she wouldn't hurt anyone. But Wei Ning suddenly laughed, a hearty laugh. What's wrong? Cheng Chiwei frowned slightly, subconsciously moving closer to Wei Ning. Wei Ning took a step forward, touching the sleeping Li Chao through the glass. The transparent petri dish reflected Wei Ning's expression, her lips still deeply etched, like some creature disguised as a human. She was still smiling. A smile filled with hidden desires. Wei Ning's desires were simple and direct, though no one would believe them. She relished being in desperate situations, in the face of near-death danger, pushing her body and her mind to their limits. This was the violent aesthetic of death, exposed at the next moment, that only Wei Ning could appreciate. Please don't misunderstand me. Wei Ning is not a masochist. Controlling in a safe environment was a sign of incompetence for her. Anyone could do it. But how could Wei Ning, who always pushed for the limit, allow such a situation to happen? Danger and death are Wei Ning's stage. Facing an audience, a performer must offer the most perfect smile. Thanks to Li Chao, Wei Ning has another chance to perform. Thanks to himself, he sensed the invisible net hanging overhead from the outset, straightened his back, and gracefully accepted the invitation to step onto the stage. Wei Ning, you. Cheng Chiwei, looking at the uneasy Wei Ning, just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by a deafening bang. For a moment, he couldn't hear what he had just said. The sound was terrifyingly close, right behind him. Someone was trying to force the locked door open. It was the military. Batch after batch of breakthrough equipment had been exhausted and damaged, but the metal door remained untouched. The people inside the room seemed completely safe. No need to worry about the door being forced open by intruders. But what if the door was open from the inside? Then where could the besieged people hide? In reality, there was nowhere to escape. This was a completely secret room. The so-called hidden room behind the wall merely served as a safe, a cut-off corner of a regular pentagon. A pretentious wall disguised this secret room as a square sanctuary. But when the hidden space behind the wall was discovered, ecstasy was followed by despair that threatened death. The mantis stalks the bird, unaware of the oriole behind. Isn't that the whole story? The continuous loud noises suddenly ceased, and the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. Wei Ning and Cheng Qiwei turned around to see the tightly closed metal door cracking. The military personnel outside the door had clearly not been prepared. After recovering, they quickly scrambled against the door, exerting all their strength to hasten its opening. Cheng Qiwei's face darkened, and he was about to rush forward to shut the metal door again. He could open it, he could close it. This research institute had cost him so much money, so registering his iris data was only natural. A sudden weight dropped on his shoulders, and he was stopped by the force. Then, Wei Ning spun him around, bringing him face to face with the petri dish propped up against the ceiling. The girl in the nutrient solution opened her eyes and gazed at them with a cold expression. Li Chao had regained consciousness. Meeting the girl's gaze, Wei Ning raised an eyebrow slowly, his gesture leisurely, as if the open metal door and the incoming federal soldiers didn't exist. Li Chao frowned, his expression still silent and cold, but the speed at which the door opened suddenly increased. With the rumbling sound, her expression finally relaxed, only the murderous intent in her eyes still seethed. Just as the murderous intent was about to reach its peak, it suddenly stopped, forcibly replaced by surprise. Under Li Chao's incredulous gaze, Wei Ning curled her lips and smashed the hard petri dish with a punch. With a crack, the dazed Li Chao, swept along by the nutrient solution, slammed into Wei Ning's arms. "What are you going to do?" "Ahem." "What?" Li Chao ripped off his oxygen tube and angrily shouted at Wei Ning. Before he could finish his sentence, he choked on the nutrient solution. With a hard pull, he said, "Let me go." Wei Ning, with a sinister smile, pinched Li Chao's face, watching her forced to pout. "Letting you go will allow your men in the military to kill both of us? Pei Qingzhe is your man, right?" "Wu. Zidani. Here. Shoo. God. Mom." Li Chao's face flushed purple, and she desperately tried to pull Wei Ning's hand away, but she remained motionless. Gradually, her strength faded, and her wrists drooped limply, leaving only her eyes open to stare at Wei Ning. Li Chao's chest felt as if it were on fire. Wei Ning could cover her entire head with one hand, pinching her face, while still freeing a finger to block her nose. Oxygen was becoming increasingly scarce, and Li Chao felt as if her eyeballs were about to burst from their sockets. She felt a little dizzy. Seeing that the man was on the verge of death, Wei Ning finally let go, yanking the oxygen cylinder from the bottom of the petri dish and placing it over Li Chao's mouth and nose with a brutal force. At the same time, the metal door had already opened completely, and federal soldiers rushed in, instantly filling the secret room. Wei Ning, holding Li Chao in her arms, turned around and faced countless black gun muzzles. With just one command, she would be shot to pieces. But no one dared to give such an order. Wei Ning stood silently facing the armed soldiers. With the exception of one person, they were all unfamiliar faces. She noticed that the members of Team 5 were not among them, and Qi Chunming and the others who were supposed to rescue her had vanished as if suddenly. "Wei Ning, let her go," Pei Qingzhe commanded solemnly, pointing a gun at Wei Ning's head. Wei Ning stared directly at Pei Qingzhe, then released the oxygen tank. Li Chao's face turned purple again, and this time, she fainted. "Captain Pei, I know you're a very loyal person." Wei Ning weighed the heavy oxygen tank in her hand. "You certainly don't want to see your superior die in front of you. So tell me, where is the girl you sent here last night?" "Don't lie, I can tell." "She ran away," Pei Qingzhe said coldly. "Of course I know she ran away," Wei Ning said. "Throw the locator to me." "You're quite clever," Pei Qingzhe said coldly, throwing the locator from his pocket into Wei Ning's arms. "Can you let her go now? At least, put the oxygen tank back on her face." Under Pei Qingzhe's gaze, Li Chao's bruised face softened slightly, but he was still unconscious and wouldn't regain consciousness for a while. "Make way," Wei Ning said gravely. Pei Qingzhe frowned. "Wei Ning, Once you get back to the surface, your attempt to hold the director of the Supreme Research Institute hostage will be detected by the electronic needle. I advise you not to do that. Get out of the way. Bang! Wei Ning shouted angrily, and a soldier instinctively opened fire. Almost instantly, Wei Ning jerked aside, dodging the bullet. The hole in the wall was pitch black, just like Wei Ning's eyes at that moment. Pei Qingzhe had never seen Wei Ning like this before, and her heart sank, feeling as if something was out of her control. She raised her hand and slapped the soldier, then made way for Wei Ning. After Wei Ning and Li Chao stepped out of the metal door, Pei Qingzhe and the others behind her followed closely. The corridor was strewn with blood, vibrant in color, barely oxidized. Wei Ning's kicks met the still-warm bullet casings with every kick, yet she continued forward with her gaze fixed on them. Where was she going? Before she could answer, Pei Qingzhe's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. A chill ran down her spine, and she met Cheng Qiui's gaze. This man had remained silent since she led her men into the secret room, but his presence had intensified. The look he gave her was filled with a fierce desire for revenge. She is just as vindictive as Wei Ning, Pei Qingzhe thought. She was electrocuted hundreds of times in the interrogation room, so he should remember her. Chapter 128. Li Chao walked to the elevator. Before she could press the up key, Pei Qingzhe stopped her. Wei Ning, don't take the elevator in an emergency. It's common sense. Wei Ning slapped Pei Qingzhe's hand away, and the blue up key lit up. In the light, her face, her pupils frighteningly sharp, like a bloodthirsty cold weapon from primitive times. I'm going to the rooftop, climbing up floor by floor. I don't mind. The oxygen tanks are limited, and Li Chao won't last that long. Or can you take me up in a helicopter? With a ding, the elevator door opened. The walls were smeared with dark red blood, and in the corners lay the severed limbs of someone unknown. The good news was that there were no alien creatures hiding in the elevator, waiting for an attack. Pei Qingzhe entered first. I want to follow you. Wei Ning, unconcerned, pressed the top key. Cheng Qiui smiled at the soldier who was about to pass him, forcing him to forcibly leave a spot for him. The elevator was packed to the brim. To avoid overloading, most of Pei Qingzhe's soldiers were forced to remain on the underground level. For a moment, except for Pei Qingzhe, the expressions of the soldiers holding their guns were grim. Wei Ning had her back to them. It would have been satisfying to shoot her, but no one dared to do so. Because there were no orders from their superiors. The soldiers Pei Qingzhe led were all as completely loyal as she was, with the exception of Wei Ning. In fact, no matter who led Wei Ning, the result would have been the same. She was an extremely capable troublemaker. On her first mission, she acted without authorization, leaving Fujio with a lasting impression of Wei Ning. The elevator reached the rooftop of the central building of the Supreme Research Institute at top speed. At this height, a faint mist swirled around, though it wasn't black. The howling wind made it impossible to hear what they were saying. Wei Ning had long since removed and discarded her inoperable audio helmet. Standing at the very edge of the rooftop, she asked Pei Qingzhe to repeat her words. Commander Gu has already led the troops to evacuate. We are the only ones here. I lied to you before. You won't be exposed. You're safe. Put Li Chao down and leave him to me, Pei Qingzhe said. Wei Ning ignored her, still huddled at the very edge, looking down at the ground. Pei Qingzhe didn't know what Wei Ning was waiting for, and felt anxious. She closed her eyes, and said in a deep voice, I swear by my loyalty to the Federation. If you hand Li Chao over to me, I will not kill you or reveal your identity. It was as if a key word had been triggered. Wei Ning finally shifted her focus, and looked at Pei Qingzhe. My identity? In the silent exchange of glances, Pei Qingzhe suddenly sighed. For a moment, Wei Ning felt unfamiliar with her features. Suppressing that swagger was a weariness completely foreign to him. Wei Ning blurted out, Pei Qingzhe, what's wrong with you? And a fraction of a second after Wei Ning's voice rang out, the fatigue on Pei Qingzhe's face suddenly vanished. She fixed Wei Ning with a resolute gaze. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. A system from another world forcibly abducted Federation citizens and brought them to a dungeon. As the head of the military, it is my duty to expel and eliminate it. Wei Ning, you're able to enter the dungeon every time. You're a pawn of the alien creatures buried in the wasteland soil. It was my negligence not to notice your abnormality before you became a regular employee, Pei Qingzhe said. But if you can hand Li Chao over to me, this negligence will continue until the end of my career. For the next 30 years, I will be blind and deaf. Wei Ning held Li Chao securely in her arms. This contradicts your loyalty. Loyalty has shaped me. I am loyal to my companions, to the citizens of the wasteland, and to the Federation. Pei Qingzhe's voice was steady, without a trace of hesitation. Li Chu is my best choice. She can maximize my loyalty. In a way, Pei Qingzhe and Wei Ning are the same kind of people. Extreme, ultimate. Everything is about striving for the ultimate. A moth drawn to a candle is drawn to the scorching flame. At that moment, it is the most dazzling and eye-catching. Wei Ning suddenly smiled. Let's see if they take your loyalty seriously. Pei Qingzhe's heart skipped a beat. Before she could ask Wei Ning what she meant, she saw her falling backwards, clutching Li Chao, from the towering rooftop of the central building. Wei Ning. Pei Qingzhe's pupils constricted instantly. She rushed to the edge of the rooftop, grasped the railing, and peered down at the ground, but there was nothing but faint clouds and a blur of red blood. Wei Ning and Li Chao had vanished into thin air. How is that possible? Captain Pei, what should we do now? A soldier asked Pei Qingzhe. Return to the ground to search, or stay on the rooftop? Pei Qingzhe ignored the soldier. Her eyes were red as she grabbed Cheng Qiwei by the collar, shoved him against the wall, and demanded, Does Wei Ning have the ability to teleport? Cheng Qiwei lowered his eyelashes. In the wasteland, she hasn't awakened her abilities yet. Then why did she want to take Li Chao with her to die? Why didn't you stop her? Pei Qingzhe stared at Cheng Qiwei's face, and suddenly calmed down. She let go of Cheng Qiwei. No, you're so calm. Wei Ning must have a trick up his sleeve. I've been with Wei Ning for a year. She is someone who cherishes her life deeply. She wouldn't just die like that. Pei Qingzhe paused, staring at Cheng Qiwei, speechless for a moment. He cried. Cheng Qiwei raised his head, tears streaking his expressionless face, wetting his eyelashes, jaw, collarbone, and collar. He looked as if he had been pulled out of the water. Pei Qingzhe was about to say something when a deafening roar suddenly interrupted her. It's an alien creature. Pei Qingzhe returned to the edge of the rooftop, examining it carefully with a magnifying glass, his heart stopping instantly. The alien creatures were swarming towards the central building, so numerous that they resembled a tidal wave. Pei Qingzhe could even feel the building beneath his feet faintly shaking. The largest number of alien creatures was towards the warehouse area. Pei Qingzhe took a step back, his expression cold. He had been out of control enough times. As a qualified federal officer, no matter where or when, everyone must give orders calmly and rationally. She turned her head and said to the soldiers behind her, Everyone, exterminate the alien creatures as quickly as possible. Yes, sir. The soldiers surrounding Pei Qingzhe instantly disappeared from the rooftop and returned to the ground to reunite with the others. Sniping alien creatures from a rooftop hundreds of meters high is nearly impossible. Only the best snipers can do it. The group of soldiers struggled to cope. They were the only fighting force here. The alien creatures were incredibly large, and their killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. Even if a bullet severed a tentacle, they would use their last ounce of strength to strangle a soldier. The soldier fell in midair, his face bloodshot and red, his eyes bulging. His arms, which had been tearing at the tentacles, gradually became limp. He was about to collapse. Her companions were entangled in other alien creatures, too busy to spare any energy for rescue. Who would save her? Bang! The sound of bullets right next to her ears brought her to her senses. She gathered her strength and tugged at the tentacle wrapped around her waist. Bang, bang, bang. A few more shots rang out, one after another, completely severing the tentacle wrapped around the soldier's waist. The soldier was saved. She endured the pain and quickly fled the battlefield. After returning to the central building, she lay on her back, relieved of the force. Although her ribs were shattered, she was still alive. At worst, she could get a mechanical rib replacement. The Supreme Research Institute had just developed the latest model. Pei Qingzhe, rifle in hand, crept to the edge of the rooftop, switching from sniper rifle to rocket launcher, delivering the final blow to the alien creature with a broken tentacle. The gigantic otherworldly creature collapsed to the ground, dissolving into a thick black mist where it lay. Pei Qingzhe's brow twitched. The moment the mist cleared, she spotted a piece of dusty, stained clothing through the scope. She had seen the clothing before. It was the one on Qi Yongguang, Wei Ning. Pei Qingzhe's heart instantly surged with rage. Truly a fellow alien. What was there that Wei Ning wouldn't dare do? She must kill Wei Ning. Wei Ning would become the most wanted target in the history of the federal military. She deserved it. Pei Qingzhe gritted her teeth, swallowing her surging rage and forcing herself to remain calm, continuing to fire at the alien creatures on the ground. The moment Pei Qingzhe moved the rocket launcher, an inexplicable palpitation washed over her. She instinctively moved away from the edge of the rooftop and lay down. The next second, a crack opened near Pei Qingzhe, and the central building tilted and collapsed. Pei Qingzhe lost her balance, losing her support hundreds of meters in the air. Her internal organs suddenly felt numb and swollen, as if an invisible hand were desperately pulling her down. Countless tiny pieces of sand and gravel sliced through Pei Qingzhe's flesh. The sharpest scraps grazed her eyes, but she remained wide-eyed, refusing to close them. Under Pei Qingzhe's horrified gaze, a creature of unprecedented size appeared. It seemed to appear out of thin air beneath the building, its size too small to accommodate it, causing the entire building to collapse instantly under its weight. Pei Qingzhe, falling continuously, met the terrifying beast's eyes directly. It felt like a tiny fly colliding with the sun, eerie and terrifying. Death was certain. Pei Qingzhe's mind went blank, and a single word was written on his face. It was all over. Where the hell did this guy come from? Could it be Wei Ning again? The image of him throwing the locator into Wei Ning's arms flashed by, and Pei Qingzhe's face turned pale. This behemoth was most likely a Chi-Bei, but even with the locator, she still couldn't understand how Wei Ning had gotten to this point. In less than 0.001 seconds, Pei Qingzhe's thoughts shifted again and again. As for her final question, the answer was the roar of a helicopter. Gu Xiangying had returned with his troops. She gazed at the behemoth from afar, her face dark. With the hope of survival within reach, Pei Qingzhe froze in midair, motionless, not even glancing at the rapidly approaching helicopter troops. A mechanical electronic sound suddenly rang out. Dear players, welcome back to the Chinese-style infinite flow game Tower of One. The countdown is 3 seconds to your new dungeon. Shadow Puppet Base. Please prepare yourself. I wish you a happy game. 3, 2, 1, how is this possible? At this moment, Pei Qingzhe wished he were truly blind and deaf, unable to hear or see the flashing ID card before him. Captain Pei, welcome to the Shadow Puppet Base. Chapter 129. Players, please choose your ID card. Fluorescent ID cards hung in the air, the only light source in this dark space, faint but powerfully present. It was clear enough to see that this boundless space was devoid of any black mist. This was not the territory of that special alien creature, but the system's private living room. It loved entertaining players of Tower of One here, and Wei Ning had been the one entertained the longest. An ID card was flipped open, and Wei Ning's action was unhesitating, as decisive and resolute as before. Your identity is Shadow Puppet Core Builder. After reading the last word, Wei Ning's consciousness fell into darkness. Wei Ning was thoroughly familiar with this process, including the pain of distorted consciousness. Even though the system's energy was now terrifyingly abundant, it was unwilling to spare even a single bit to improve this part. Stingy. After regaining consciousness, Wei Ning opened his eyes, and was suddenly met with a strange face. Subconsciously, Wei Ning slapped the man away. The moment her palm touched flesh, Wei Ning frowned. The force was almost as strong as petting a kitten. But even so, the man before her was knocked to the ground, staring at Wei Ning speechlessly. She had no energy to care for the dazed man. Wei Ning realized something terrible was going to happen, enough to kill her at the very beginning of the dungeon. She was hungry. She was so hungry that she had no strength left, yet her belly bulged out, looking eerie and terrifying, like a deflated, deformed doll. And it wasn't just Wei Ning. There were countless people like her around her, including the man who had just approached her. Wei Ning sat up and placed her hand on her swollen belly. The sensation was completely different from the first instance, where she'd been parasitized by the fire seed. Through a thin layer of flesh, she could feel the rotten, ripped stomach and the undigested twigs, grass roots, and sand within. Her hand ached. The pain radiated through her spine and the surface of her brain. Wei Ning shook her head, gritting her teeth to stay awake. Seeing Wei Ning stubbornly resisting a coma, the person who had been secretly observing her lowered their eyelashes and instead stared intently at the man Wei Ning had slapped to the ground, their eyes gleaming green. The dazed man fainted at some point, falling face down to the ground. A long moment passed, and the man didn't wake up. The crowd watching grew increasingly agitated. Finally, a woman suddenly rushed out from a corner, threw herself at the man, and touched his nose with a shaking hand. Gone. Dead. This low, hoarse voice instantly became the clarion call for the charge. The crowd, previously huddled in the corner, swarmed forward, tumbling and scrambling, their expressions frantic. The few who fell behind, their eyes reddened as they watched themselves being overtaken, gritted their teeth, grabbed the hair of the person in front of them, and swung it behind them, taking their place. Madness, greed, hunger, and despair were all vividly portrayed. It felt like being in an endless purgatory, and Wei Ning was surrounded by countless demons in human form. Of course, Wei Ning was one of them. Don't forget, Wei Ning was sitting next to the man. In the split second that she realized something was amiss, she followed the woman and bit the man's arm. Even though her teeth were already numb from hunger, she tore a large, bloody chunk of flesh from the man. Before the maddened men could tear her away from the mangled figure, Wei Ning silently made way, her eyelashes drooping, and stepped aside, quietly chewing and swallowing the chunk of meat in her mouth. Her throat, long deprived of food, felt a strong nausea rising as her stomach came into contact with the raw meat. Wei Ning's mouth instantly bulged, and an indescribable mixture of solid and liquid lodged in her throat was unpleasant. Wei Ning blinked, and before she could vomit, she suddenly met a pair of yellow, cloudy eyes. The owner of these eyes was an elderly woman with silver hair and prominent cheekbones. She held the little girl in her arms, staring silently at Wei Ning's mouth, her eyes thirsting. The moment the vomit escaped Wei Ning's mouth, she would undoubtedly catch it with a look of enjoyment, like the most formidable hyena queen on the grassland, swallow it, and then warily distance herself from Wei Ning, but not too far. She always waited for the next opportunity to feed herself and the girl in her arms. Wei Ning tilted her head, met the old woman's eyes, and swallowed the contents of her mouth expressionlessly. Gulp! The deformed stomach was suddenly struck by a foreign object, making a particularly loud sound. The grandmother looked away in disappointment, hugging the girl tighter. The girl felt uncomfortable and raised her head, whispering, "Grandma, I'm so hungry. I want to eat." "Little girl, there's food once we get to town," the old woman said calmly. "Once we get to town, we'll be able to fill our bellies." Grandma's voice seemed to have a magical power, and the little girl felt her frantic stomach calm down. She nestled obediently in her grandmother's arms, and spoke again. "Grandma, when can we get to town? We've been gone for so long, so long, so long, I can't even remember the days. I don't even know how old I am." The old man stroked the back of the girl's head, saying, "Very soon, very soon." Wei Ning curled up quietly listening. A mechanical electronic sound suddenly rang out. Congratulations to player Wei Ning for triggering the side quest. Make sure you enter the city intact. The distance to the city is 20 kilometers. Wei Ning's heart skipped a beat. She had actually triggered the side quest first. It seemed the difficulty of this dungeon had increased again compared to the previous ones. The distance wasn't far for Wei Ning, who was in good physical condition. 20 kilometers was the minimum for her weight training. Now, a full meal would give her the motivation to set off. Wei Ning needed to make the most thorough preparations. She silently repeated the 4 words "intact body" from the quest, calmly rubbing her limbs. Her fingertips reached her knees, and Wei Ning paused. An extremely hard object pressed against her fingers. With a gentle tug, her pants ripped open. Her skin was smooth, marked by a tiny scar, nothing special. Wei Ning also had similar scars on her arms and face. If she hadn't touched it, she wouldn't have guessed there was something hidden beneath the flesh. Intuition told Wei Ning. She had become a human cargo truck. Wei Ning felt around other parts of her body. The truth told Wei Ning that this truck had only one piece of cargo, and its sheer number indicated its value, far more important than her own life. After all, the mission only mentioned an intact body. It didn't mention whether it was a living person or a corpse. Eating her own flesh was out of the question. Wei Ning rolled her eyes. The man who had been eaten was reduced to a skeleton. The old man and her daughter were crawling on top, licking the blood from the bones. No one paid them any mind. A well-fed lion pride wouldn't stop a hyena from nibbling its leftovers. After resting, the lions would set off to hunt in other grasslands. At the front was the woman who had first shared the man's food. As she hurried, she never glanced back, her back straight and her steps firm, as if she would never fall. Wei Ning, blending in with the crowd, kept her gaze fixed on her back, and asked the person next to her, "Who is she?" The person next to her was startled by Wei Ning's sudden cry, and instinctively tightened their grip on the child. Even after realizing what was happening, they didn't loosen their grip, despite the child's cries of pain. That woman joined the group midway. There are many people like her who suddenly appear. We didn't ask each other's names. She asked us to call her Chensi. What about you? Wei Ning asked again. You can call me Aunt Xian. Aunt Xian finally loosened her grip. She looked down at her tearful child, paused for a moment, then wiped the tears from her face. Abeo, you should shout louder. That way, everyone will know you're strong and hard to bully. Get it? Abeo nodded and replied loudly, I get it, Mom. Good boy, good boy. Aunt Xian whispered. Wei Ning didn't say a word to interrupt the couple's time together, silently following them, taking the opportunity to gather information. Aunt Xian's vigilance against Wei Ning didn't drop, But Wei Ning's rhetoric was so skillful that it didn't take long for her to know everything about her 3 generations. Aunt Xian had a husband who died in the first year of the famine. Not long after the famine began, Aunt Xian's family ran out of food. To avoid starvation, they joined forces with other farmers to ask the landlord to open his granary and release grain, but they were beaten and driven away. With no other choice, they could only begin to eat the land. Grassroots were to be snatched. Once the grassroot in this patch was gone, they would have to search for more distant lands. It was truly far. Anyone who grew up on the Lust Plateau knew that a full stomach was the key to success. With the famine raging, how could anyone fill their stomachs? Auntie Xian searched the land again and again, returning home disappointed. As soon as she opened the door, the aroma of meat made her instinctively close it. Ah Bao jumped over and hugged her, his thin face gleaming with excitement. "Mom, eat meat. We have meat." Auntie Xian was also excited and followed Ah Bao to the kitchen. There was indeed meat stewing in the pot, and it smelled so good. "Good girl, call your dad to come and eat too," Auntie Xian said. Bao scratched his head. "Dad's out. He left a note next to my pillow. Sweetie, you and Mommy can eat first. Don't wait. I'll be home soon." Auntie Xian's husband always did this, never letting her and the children wait until he started eating, until he came home. "Then let's save some for Daddy, okay?" Auntie Xian said. Bao was a very sensible and obedient child, never worrying her parents. Auntie Xian and Bao closed the doors and windows tightly to prevent the aroma of meat from escaping. They kept a constant eye on the outside, waiting for their husband and father to come home. They ate the stewed meat with vigilance and satisfaction. 3 days passed, and Auntie Xian's husband still hadn't returned. On the 4th day, the meat was gone, and Auntie Xian dragged Bao out of the village. They were heading to the city, where there must be food. Before crossing the threshold, Auntie Xian took a deep look at the locked kitchen, her heart heavy with sweetness. "Thank you, husband, for stewing yourself so that Bao and I could have meat. I will always remember you and love you." It was the 3rd year of the famine, and Aunt Xian still remembered her good husband, Bao's loving father. During the 3 years of famine, the meat from those 3 days was the most delicious and sweetest meat Aunt Xian and Bao had ever tasted. Wei Ning interrupted Aunt Xian's reminiscence, patted her shoulder, and said, gazing at the distant city gate, "Aunt Xian, we're entering the city." Aunt Xian and Bao were so excited that for a moment, they were speechless, their mouths wide open enough for an egg to fit. A shadow hovered over the city gate. Wei Ning narrowed her eyes. She saw a gun. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at them. Chapter 130. The extremely crude gun was utterly crude, its design etched with the word shoddy. A single misstep could easily cause it to misfire. Auntie Xian pulled Bao and huddled behind Wei Ning, a subconscious move. When she came to her senses, she simply lowered her eyelashes and silently crouched down, hiding herself and Bao in Wei Ning's shadow. In fact, the other victims were also crouching on the ground, their legs trembling, their hands raised, not daring to look directly at the dark muzzles of the guns. Beneath the city wall on the less, a few short meters, divided into 2 completely different spaces. Inside the wall were food and living people. Outside, on the less, were dying animals, densely packed like tiny black specks, like mosquito carcasses floating on the surface of water. Small, smelly, and repulsive. The animals on the less. Unable to straighten their backs, their bodies crouched in a misshapen state, except for Wei Ning and Qinzi. The 2 stood at the forefront of the flood victims, their backs impossibly straight, like 2 long spears, pointing directly at the soldiers on the city wall. For a moment, the atmosphere was horribly tense. It felt as if someone was choking them from behind, making it almost impossible to breathe. "Open the city gates," Qinzi shouted in a deep voice. Her voice was remarkably resonant in the dead silence, causing the armed soldiers' wrists to tremble and instinctively step back. Though she was looking down from above, the short-haired woman seemed for a moment like a giant capable of piercing the sky. Wei Ning noticed that despite their trembling hands, not a single gun went off. The soldiers' fingers were never on the triggers. It was just a show of force. They had probably used this kind of show of force many times before. Qinzi saw the group of soldiers, motionless and sullen, approaching the city gate alone. As they did so, their guns followed her figure closely. And so did Wei Ning's gaze, a gaze filled with pure curiosity and the excitement of discovering something new. Wei Ning blinked, watching Qinzi turn, her back to the city gate, her eyes fixed on her with determination. Wei Ning tilted her head and glanced behind her. The victims had unknowingly lowered their raised hands, staring at Chincy's agitated expression with wariness, resentment, and indifference. Folk people, they don't dare to fire. Don't be afraid. Chincy raised her right hand high, her face flushed an unnatural shade of red, a sickly paleness. There are so many of us. We come this far with great difficulty. We can't possibly starve to death in glory, right? No one wanted to starve. The number of victims had shrunk by 1/10 since Wei Ning entered the dungeon, but the remaining 9/10 was still impressive. They all wanted to survive. There was a sudden movement in the dense crowd. It was Aunt Xian, pulling off Bao with her, slowly and steadily emerging from Wei Ning's shadow. Under the watchful eye of the gun, she approached Chincy, and Wei Ning followed behind them. The soldier still didn't fire. Seeing this, the number of people standing around Chincy grew, now dozens. The group of disaster victims who remained looked unchanged. Come with me, break down the gate. There must be food inside, Chincy said, charging at the gate, one after another, his clothes soaked with blood. The gate gave way slightly. The soldier still didn't fire. At this moment, the charge sounded silently. Wave after wave of people stood up, trembling as they ran over to join Chincy's charge. Like moths to a candle, they rushed towards the city gate one after another. Chincy bore the brunt of the attack, her face radiant with excitement, her body covered in blood. After another collision, her shoulder was nearly fractured, and her body lurched, on the verge of falling. A gentle force surged from her waist, and Chincy turned to look back. The moment she turned her neck. Bang! Chincy shuddered, instantly rising from Wei Ning's arms, staring in disbelief at the bullets flying through the air. Like Chincy, the people pounding on the gate stopped in unison, their expressions dazed. At this moment, a single thought seized everyone's mind. Why the sudden shooting? Wasn't he just fine? Why? Chincy watched a little boy being pushed out, standing there dazed. She was about to charge. But how could she possibly outrun a bullet? As expected, the little boy collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, blood gushing from the hole in his chest. Instantly, he became a corpse pulled from a lake of blood. The restless victims fell silent, and those who had raised their knees silently withdrew their feet. A black fog of despair enveloped their heads for a moment, leaving no glimpse of sunlight, oppressive and damp. Why? Chincy asked in a low, deep voice. They only let a select group of people into the city. Chincy raised her eyelids and looked at Wei Ning, who had spoken, with a sincere and earnest expression. I've been watching you. You're calm, courageous, and skilled in fighting. Although I have no evidence, I believe you can save them from the gunpoint, right? Chincy's voice was low, unnoticed by the victims pounding on the city gates. Wei Ning lowered her eyes, staring at Chincy. There's no way they can be saved. You don't even want to save anyone, Bao, who had been hiding nearby, suddenly spoke up. She was small and couldn't muster much strength, so Aunt Xian and the others told her to rest in a corner. When that little boy died, your face was filled with indifference, your eyes devoid of emotion. Bao shouted with increasing fervor. You wish they were dead so they wouldn't have to steal your food. You have no empathy at all. How can you be so cold and selfish? The world suddenly fell silent. Aunt Xian hurriedly carried Bao away, out of Wei Ning's sight. Chincy, however, pursed her lips, staring at Wei Ning motionless. Wei Ning was once again enveloped by the stark black and white of her eyes, like an impenetrable net. She had experienced this scene many times before. But it still felt new to Wei Ning. Wei Ning simply had no empathy, just cold and selfish. But no one questioned her about it. Everyone seemed to accept it as normal. The Federation's reason for rejecting Wei Ning's officialization was her inability to be completely loyal to the military, and it had nothing to do with empathy. This dungeon was truly unusual. The system was thoughtful, Wei Ning thought. This was the first time anyone had directly accused her of low morals. Seeing Wei Ning remain silent, Chincy understood her answer. Under the tense gaze of Aunt Xian and the others, Chincy slumped his shoulders, turned, and faced the disaster victims several meters away. Chincy had made his choice. This was a signal. Suddenly, under the incredulous gazes of the disaster victims, the previously locked city gate swung open a crack, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through. Covered in blood, Aunt Xian and the others' eyes suddenly lit up, eager to rush forward. However, after their arms passed through the tunnel, they miraculously calmed down. A gun was pressed to her head. Aunt Xian raised her hands and, under the watchful eyes of the others, slowly and safely entered the city. The atmosphere instantly erupted, but not for the other victims, who hadn't had time to reach Chincy. The revelry wasn't theirs. The muzzle of the gun blocked them from Utopia, and at the same time, a huge loudspeaker was used, shouting, You are abandoned. Chinsy's face turned grim. The resounding creak of the door closing was like a loud slap in the face. Her eyes and cheeks flushed red. At the same time, Chinsy discovered that there were cannons inside the city gate, trained on them, the outsiders. A man in military uniform emerged from behind the cannon, glanced coldly around, and declared, "Once you're in the city, forget about leaving. If you want to leave, go ahead and do it sideways." A bow, frightened by this man, trembled all over and hid in Aunt Xion's arms, not daring to speak or show his face. The other refugees who had entered the city were equally silent, but they stood tall. Compared to those outside, they at least had a chance of survival. The officer snorted coldly and began to count the number of people. There were 189 in total, 101 adult males, 70 adult females, and the rest were minors. After counting the heads, the officer frowned. No one could tell what he was thinking, but it seemed as if something terrible had happened. The officer hurriedly turned and left, heading towards the city center. To these refugees from outside, he had only one sentence: if you don't want to starve, find a way to survive. No one will care. Chinsy and Aunt Xion exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking as they stood in opposition to the surrounding soldiers, their guns drawn. For a moment, no one dared to move. Except Wei Ning. She emerged from the circle of soldiers, tilting her head, and followed the officer deeper into the city. Before completely disappearing around the corner, she glanced back at Chinsy, her expression cold. Wei Ning, having turned, didn't notice. Chinsy, catching her gaze, froze, and was the second to emerge from the circle. Congratulations, player Wei Ning, for successfully completing the side quest. Entering the city intact, you'll receive 100 points. Side quest completed. Wei Ning felt little joy, and instead felt a chill lingering on the back of her neck. It was too easy. A perfectly simple side quest. If there was anything special about it, all Wei Ning could grasp was two words: Chinsy. Chinsy? What role did she play in this dungeon? Wei Ning wondered. Mother? Or sister? Compared to the previous 3 dungeons, Chinsy's identity was somewhat ambiguous. Before resolving this issue, Wei Ning faced a more pressing matter. She needed to eat. She was truly hungry. Wei Ning hated hunger. It made her lose control of her body. The thought of a battle that could go wrong at any moment filled Wei Ning with anxiety. It was clearly daytime. The doors and windows of the city were closed, and there was not a soul on the streets. Wei Ning wandered aimlessly until she stopped at a door. Lucky Luck had arrived. She had observed that the folding door led to a courtyard. The entire residence was quite large. There must be food. Wei Ning decided to climb over the wall and steal some food.